When you have the ability to converse with all things, what changes will happen in your life? As you are solving problems in the classroom, suddenly a voice in your mind tells you not to write. Incorrect answer. Who are you? Who is speaking? I am your test paper. You look at the pen in your hand and ask what you are. I am your pen. Master, you are excited in your heart, certain of one thing, that everything within sight can answer your questions. You stare at the first question on the test paper, silently asking in your mind, test paper, tell me, what is the correct answer to the first question? Choosing A, how did you choose B? Is it always choosing the longest one among 3 short ones? It really works, haha, great, the cheat is in place, my extraordinary life starts from this perfect test paper. Test paper, tell me, what is the correct answer to the second question? The correct answer is B. Even by drawing lots, I can get it right. I am truly a genius. Half an hour later, you finish answering all the questions, then eagerly run out of the classroom. The invigilator frowns, often encountering this situation, scribbling randomly, then handing in the paper early. When he opens your test paper, he is shocked that the first question is actually correct, the second question too, and all the multiple choice questions are correct. After you go out, you stare at various things, and one after another, you hear over 20 objects such as trees, rockeries, stone pillars, bicycles talking, learning a lot of miscellaneous things. For example, who kissed behind the rockery last night, or like the school belle Zhou Mengmeng, who hasn't come to the small grove to study English for 2 days. Sitting on a stone bench, you ponder excitedly. With this cheat, the world will hold no secrets for me. I must keep it confidential, not letting anyone know. I must become powerful, only through strength can I truly be safe. Now to make money, with the cheat in my hands. There are just too many ways to make money. For example, going to see Jade. For example, going to Macau to gamble. For example, going to Panjiayuan to hunt for antiques, making a fortune in minutes, the rhythm of becoming rich. You open WeChat with a balance of 26.40 yuan. Why not buy a lottery ticket? Spend 26.40 yuan on 13 double color balls, with a maximum prize of 10 million for 1 ticket and 130 million for 13 tickets. Overnight, becoming a billionaire, this is the certified way for the poor to become wealthy in Manhwa. You open the browser, search for double color balls, wait for the lottery website to appear, stare at it, silently praying in your heart. Tell me, what are the winning numbers for this round of double color balls? I will tell you tonight at 9:15. You lower your head to check your phone, the draw is at 9:15 tonight. Darn it, it's 9:15 already, do I still need you to tell me? Seems like this method won't work, let's go buy scratch cards then. You ride a shared bike, strike up a conversation, and realize it's a girl. Her voice is so loud you feel embarrassed riding the bike. Scan me and you'll be my master, hurry up and ride the bike. You think shared bikes are great, cheap and easy to ride, greatly convenient for those without cars. The only regret is that shared bikes don't have a back seat. Can't give a ride to a girlfriend, but I don't have one yet. You quickly arrive at the nearest lottery station. Young man, which one are you buying? How are these scratch cards sold? The boss looks at you, 17 or 18 years old, dressed in street stall goods, hair not styled for a month, full of thoughts about winning the lottery as a poor guy. There are those for $10 each, $5 each, and even $2 each. The higher the denomination, the higher the winning rate. Which one do you want? What's the biggest prize? The biggest one is 100,000, and there's also one for 50,000. Can I redeem my big prize directly here with you? Several lottery players in the station can't help but laugh. Turns out he's a total novice. Little brother, focus on studying at your age, don't always expect pie in the sky. Such good luck is destined to be out of reach for most people. Uncle, did you win? The middle-aged man's face darkens, a lack of manners at such a young age. The man turns around to continue studying the lottery trends, with an air of I may not have one, but I know a lot more than you do, and you're even less likely to win. Everyone waits to see how much you spend on scratch cards, only to end up envious and in tears over your losses. Which one do you want to buy, and how much are you buying? Bring out all the scratch cards. Today is going to be a grand opening. The boss brings out all the scratch cards from the counter. You casually open one, unfold it, and in your mind ask, tell me, what's your prize amount? I wish you good luck. I am $5. I am 0 wishing you good luck. I am $200. I am the boss of $888. I'll take these few. The boss was speechless. This weirdo has been messing around for so long, thought they were going to buy hundreds, ended up buying $26. You glanced at the boss's black face, chuckled and said, Boss, don't worry, I'll buy more after I win the prize. Then I wish you win the jackpot. You picked up a penny coin from the table and started scratching the first 50 cents, the second 50 cents, the 12th 50 cents. It seems like people have already seen the scene of a young man leaving desolately. You scratched off the 13th lottery ticket. Boss, take a look. Is this a winner? It actually won. People around came over one after another. How much did you win? A few dollars. When they saw your winning amount, they congratulated you one after another. Not bad, young man. Actually made you win $888. Quite a bit. Seems like you have some luck. Do you want cash or transfer? I want to continue scratching. Young man, take the win and stop. Be careful not to lose it all with more scratching. Keep it to yourself. Be careful. As a seasoned person, the young man took the money and left quickly. $800 can buy something better than this. Thanks for the concern, big brothers, but I feel like my luck today isn't over yet, so I want to give it another try. You didn't ask one by one, instead you changed to asking book by book. Tell me how much you're worth. I am worth $285. Boss, how much is this book? The one you're holding is 600 yuan. Tell me how much you're worth. As your eyes scan through all the books, voices start to emerge. I'm worth 65 yuan. I'm worth 1,250 yuan. I'm worthless. I'm worth 13,800 yuan. How much is this book? This book is also 600 yuan. Then I'll buy it. I won't buy anything else. Let's scratch first. You start leaning on the counter and scratching, one by one. The boss watches as you scratch 3 tickets. Kid, you're really lucky. You won 1,200. People around can't sit still. They come over to see. Little brother, your luck is off the charts. You've won 2,000 and only scratched half. Many didn't win, but you've already scratched them. Over 2,000 yuan, and finally, 10,000 comes out. Young man, you're amazing. Your luck is incredible. If you don't want to go, you can sell it to me. I'll just take a small commission. Alright, transfer me 10,000 yuan, and I'll buy you another 600 yuan scratch card. Wait a moment, young man. I have a box of scratch cards here that I haven't brought out. Maybe my little shop really has a big prize. Young man, make your choice. Let big brother see how lucky you are. You scan through them, and your eyes light up. My winning amount is 1,588,000. I'll take this one. Alright, take it. If you don't continue scratching, as they say, wealth should not be flaunted. The people here could have enjoyed it together with him when it was just 10,000. If they see him scratch out over 1,000,000, someone is bound to get greedy. I won't scratch this one here. I'll take it home to play with slowly. Afterward, ride my shared bike back to school. Outside the lottery station, on a van, 2 young men with yellow hair, one fat and one thin, are talking. Second brother, that kid knows a bit of tricks. He managed to scratch out 10,000, but he transferred it to his phone. However, we can go rob the one he took. Second brother, why do you think that kid didn't dare to scratch it on the spot? Could it be that he knows that scratch card has a bigger prize? I saw the name of that scratch card. It's called Golden Premium, with a top prize of 1 million. He's not a god. How could he know which scratch card has a big prize? But what you said makes sense. Let's go rob that kid's lottery ticket. If we win, we make some extra cash. If not, we don't lose anything. Second brother, you're wise. Let's go. I know where to catch him. It won't delay us. Big brother, tell us our main task. Just rob a loser student on the way. It won't delay anything. It's almost time for school to end now. Let's rob that kid, then go to old Joe's house. Maybe we can catch his precious daughter coming home. That girl is really beautiful. Second brother is right. The thin young man stepped on the gas, and Lin Hongwang rushed out. You are feeling excited at this moment, about to become a millionaire. With 1.5 million in hand, you can't wait to return to the dorm and scratch off the 1.5 million. Riding swiftly on the concrete paved path, there's a bend ahead. Once you turn this bend, then another, you'll reach the east gate of the school. Victory is within sight. Suddenly, a white van rushed out from the corner, startling you. You brake immediately, feeling angry. On such a narrow road, at a bend, a van speeding like that without honking. Before you could question, the door opens, and 2 unfriendly-looking blonde guys step out of the car. You look at the white van, wondering what they are up to. Of course, they want to snatch your lottery ticket. Kid, I suggest you hand it over obediently, don't struggle in vain. They are pros at robbing and kidnapping. The 2 blonde guys have reached you, looking aggressive. One of them behind, with a bit of a hot temper, threatens you. Kid, take out your scratch card. With over 1.5 million on the lottery ticket, naturally, you don't want to give it up. Plus, you have an ace up your sleeve now. How can you succumb to evil? Looking around, you wonder how this rundown place doesn't have any surveillance. No way to escape as you're blocked in front and back by the 2. Only option is to face them head on, but how to handle 2 against 1? You look at their clothes, wondering how tough they are. Tougher than you. When we start fighting, can you give me a heads up on their moves? Of course, 1 second later, he will try to grab your collar with his right hand. You can easily dodge by taking a step back. You step back, just in time for the fat guy to grab nothing. He's angry and he's going to throw a left punch at your right chin, then kick your stomach with his right leg. I suggest not dodging, squat in place, evade the left hook, and when he lifts his right leg, sweep his left ankle with your leg to make him fall. After you do as instructed, the fat guy screams in pain, his ankle hurting, his body unstable, and his 200+ pound body falls on the concrete road. Meta master, huh? The skinny guy with yellow hair kicks the fat guy. How's that? RGE seems to have broken a bone. Trash, get behind me. RGE, be careful. You, RGE, I'm not to be trifled with either. Hand me the weapon in the car. It's RGE. You check the car and find the answer. It's a steel pipe. The skinny guy holds a steel pipe over a meter long in his hand, weighing it in his hand. This familiar feeling completely shatters his confidence. Kid, didn't realize you were a martial artist. I haven't trained, because I'm always being chased by dogs, so my reflexes are fast. Yellow hair tightens his grip on the steel pipe, grits his teeth, his gaze colder. RGE, he says we're dogs. I'm not stupid, kid. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the lottery ticket obediently. If you don't hand it over, don't blame me for being impolite. By communicating with the steel pipe, you can predict his movements in advance, constantly dodging, and then pick up the willow branch on the ground and strike. At this moment, the fat guy prepares to sneak up from behind, but a group of dogs pass by, barking as if holding a meeting. You look at them and shout, "Bite them for me, and I'll buy you big bones to eat." Okay, woof woof woof. More than 10 dogs rush over, startling the 2 yellow-haired individuals. And they realize that these dogs are only after him. They all bark, "Why aren't they biting that kid? They're only biting us." You smile and say, "Dogs don't like either of you." The yellow-haired wolf gets on the car and runs away. The dogs thank you, and you buy some chicken legs to throw to them. Second brother, should we still go to old Joe's house? Go? Do you want us to be laughed at going like this now? Then how do we explain to the boss if we go back? Just say that old Joe sneak attacked us, and we unintentionally hit him back. They even released dogs. As the Wuling Hongguan hasn't gone far, you wonder what they originally intended to do. A person named Zhou Jiangwo owes them money, so the 2 of them are going to collect the debt. If they can't collect it, they will threaten his daughter, Zhou Mengmeng. Zhou Mengmeng, such a familiar name. You remember passing by a small grove where the trees mention someone named Zhou Mengmeng who often comes to early morning English classes. But you decide to ignore it for now and hurry back to the scratch lottery. But as your gaze sweeps over a big tree, his voice sounds. Your face changes drastically. Buried under this tree is you. Able to converse with all things, I tell you, beneath me lies a headless lady. You appear calm on the surface, but your heart is shaken. Buried beneath is the headless lady. You quickly walk away, thinking to yourself that you can't naturally call the police. You'll definitely ask yourself how you knew you found a dog. In your heart, you tell him to take a bone, find a police officer, then bite his pants leg and dig under that tree when you get there. Alright, I'll go now. You breathe a sigh of relief. No need to worry, you return to the dorm. Your roommate hasn't come back yet. You check the time, half an hour left until the exam ends. No one disturbs you, perfect timing for the next scratch card. You find a coin in the drawer. 10 minutes later, you finish scratching a scratch card, holding several winning cards worth 1,588,000. Checking the time, it's 4:40 in the afternoon. There's still over an hour until the lottery center closes. Plenty of time. Turning things upside down, you find sturdy clothes, put them on along with a hat and mask. You quickly take a taxi to the lottery center. Register and confirm the lottery ticket, sign the prize agreement, take a photo for memory. As you walk out of the lottery center, your phone receives a message, "Dear user, 1,208,000 yuan has been transferred to your card ending in 0723. Your balance after the transaction is 1,208,004 yuan. Before, the 10,000 units of cargo were transferred to the satellite. Now, you've truly become a millionaire." Take a deep breath, feeling an excitement that's hard to contain. In this era, 1 million may not be a lot to many people, but for a common student from an ordinary family, it's truly an unimaginable figure. Now, this number has become a real figure lying in the bank account. It all feels like a dream. With this 1 million and my ability to communicate with all things, I can do even more things next. I still can't be hasty. I just scratched a lottery ticket and was targeted by 2 hooligans earlier. If I didn't have some skills, I would have been in trouble right there. What if I go to Panjiayuan and find treasures worth tens of millions? What if I go to the jade market and cut out imperial green? If I win millions in Macau, can I leave unscathed? So, this matter needs careful consideration. At this moment, a cry of distress came from not far away. Many people were gathered by the roadside over 100 meters away, unable to see inside, asking the utility pole, "Hey, what's happening inside that utility pole?" An old man fell down, looking quite miserable, but no one dared to help, afraid of being scammed. After all, I've seen too many incidents like this in my area. Another utility pole lies. Yes, how many people have been deceived? In the flower bed, a poplar tree not only pities those who are deceived but also prevents more elderly people in need from receiving help. As you approached, the old man fell down. Others were hesitant to help, fearing they might be accused of causing the fall. Whether the old man fell intentionally or accidentally, and if he might falsely accuse you, just check the items on him. As you walked into the crowd, you saw an old man with white hair, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, lying on the curb. His limbs twitched as if trying to get up, but lacked the strength to do so. Many people around wanted to help, but hesitated. Look at the old man's clothes to see how he fell. He is in poor health, often dizzy, and his hands and feet are not agile. He accidentally tripped over his left foot just now. He fell on his right foot. If I help him up and take him to the hospital, will he accuse me falsely? He won't, you can rest assured. Just as you were about to act, a beautiful young girl stepped forward to the old man and asked, "Are you okay, sir? I can't stand up. Let me help you up." "Thank you, young lady. Don't worry, I won't accuse you. I believe you won't. Let me help you up and then take you to the hospital." "Thank you, you are a good girl." At this moment, you overheard the conversation about the old man's clothes. "This woman seems to be in trouble and doesn't appear to be wealthy. It's a pity that you said she wouldn't deceive people. The old lady is not a bad person, but her son is bad, daring to deceive and swindle. She has already stolen all the old lady's money, now only one house is left, because it's in the old lady's name. So, she has no way out, just waiting for the old lady to pass away. This girl doesn't look wealthy, but she's quite pretty. She might catch the attention of that guy." You look at the girl's clothes and ask, "Tell me who your master is, what they do, and what kind of person they are." "Her name is Zhou Mengmeng, a student at Jiangcheng University. Her English grades are not good. So, she goes to the small grove every morning to memorize English. Her family conditions are not good. Her parents are from Jiangcheng, running a fruit shop. Lately, the market hasn't been good, and they've lost quite a bit of money. I've heard her parents arguing, seems like her father took out a high-interest loan. So, Zhou Mengmeng is the one." You watch as she smiles and firmly supports the old lady in the sunset. He is completely unaware that many disasters await him. The old lady's bad son, his father's creditor, may all have ill intentions towards him. Such a kind woman shouldn't have such a secret, especially being from a school. You scan around and quickly spot a camera facing your direction. You briskly walk towards the supermarket. Upon arrival, you head straight to the cash register. You mentally ask the cash register, "Is he the boss?" It's him. He's the greedy and stingy boss. You almost sang along. The supermarket owner was browsing a social media app on his phone. You noticed he was reading comics by the author Wen Huang Shuaman. You think the owner has good taste, and you also love Wen Huang's comics. What does the boss want to buy? "I'm not buying anything, I just want to ask for a favor, big brother. I'm very busy. I will pay." "Ha, money is not important. Actually, I can spare some time. Little brother, feel free to tell me what you need. I want to see your surveillance footage. In principle, this is something I can't provide. 100 yuan transferred via WeChat. Actually, this matter is not just about rules, it's also about relationships. Little brother, you are so sincere, there must be an urgent need. What do you want to see? Which day do you want to see? Just 5 minutes ago. No problem, little brother. Is it this one you're looking for? You saw the footage of the elderly person falling down. Please clip that video and send it to me on WeChat. Little brother, this is a bit. 500 yuan transferred via WeChat. This is a bit difficult, but not too difficult. What's your number, little brother? I'll add you when we leave the supermarket. You looked at the chat box, but in the end, you didn't delete it. Let's just say it's because we both like Wen Huang's comics. Keep it, there are more people gathered there. If something else happens, you can check the surveillance footage in the supermarket yourself. It will only take 3 minutes, such a short time can still lead to unexpected incidents. You looked at the utility pole on the roadside. I told you, that woman shouldn't have interfered. Are you feeling better now that you've been falsely accused? Don't be afraid of false accusations. Those who act arrogantly above us, the cameras are always watching, aren't they? With them around, when the police arrive, they will investigate and find out that the old man fell on his own, and the young girl was helping others. I didn't capture it either. It was in my blind spot. I did capture something, but what I captured was the old man's son. In reality, he was nearby the whole time, just waiting for the old man to fall so someone would help. Then this woman is in trouble, even though the old man has been defending her. But he is clearly no match for his son. In my opinion, this old man is also annoying. He has a good heart, but he can't control his son, which is essentially enabling him. After listening to their conversation and understanding the situation, you quickly walked over, squeezed through, and saw Zhou Mengmeng sitting on the ground crying helplessly. You caused my dad to end up like this. What do you have to say for yourself? Uncle, I really didn't hit him. Many people there can testify for me. Yes, don't wrongly accuse innocent people. I told you, I fell on my own. Stop trying to extort people, you will face consequences. My eyes are failing, my mind isn't sharp anymore. What do you know? I'm here today, and I'm saying you were hit by someone. You were indeed hit by someone. You're extorting people. Do you have any evidence to accuse me of extortion? Do you have any evidence to say I hit you? It wasn't you who caused the accident, so why take responsibility? These words made Zhou Mengmeng so angry that tears welled up in her eyes, unable to utter a word. No more words to say, let's talk about compensation. I don't think it's difficult for a young girl like you. Take my grandfather to the hospital, you don't need to go. I'll take him, give me 10,000, and we'll consider this matter settled. How can a poor student like me have 10,000? If you're a student, we can start with an IOU. Zhou Mengmeng shook his head firmly without signing. Although he was scared, he wasn't foolish. Then call the police. When the police arrive, 10,000 won't be enough. You've caused my grandfather to be injured like this, hospitalization, examinations, treatment, that's a lot of money. Zhou Mengmeng thought of his father who worked hard for a living, with white hair. If something happens because of this, of course, if you're willing to accompany me, I won't hold you responsible, and I'll treat you well. Zhou Mengmeng, an 18-year-old girl, has never experienced such danger. She was completely frightened, tears streaming down her face. Mengmeng, I finally found you. You approached Zhou Mengmeng and whispered in her ear, I'm also from Jiang University, leave everything to me. Who are you? I'm Mengmeng's boyfriend. Who are you? What have you done to Mengmeng? What have I done to him? You should ask what he did to my grandfather. Young man, take your wife and leave quickly. If he leaves, it's considered fleeing. I will immediately call the police. By then, he not only has to pay compensation but also go to jail. Do you have evidence that he hit your father? As I said, if it wasn't him who hit you, why would he help you? Look at him as if you're wise. In other words, there's no evidence. He's in his 30s, yet still resorts to such silly excuses to deceive people. What did the kids say? Who are you accusing? You don't do any proper work all day, just dirty deeds. You deserve to be cuckolded by your wife. It's his ex-wife. I don't even know if the child he took away is yours. Being able to converse with everything, you were born with the skill to kill with precision. His eyes turned red in anger. Being cuckolded is a lifelong pain for him. The middle-aged man raised his fist and struck fiercely. Without dodging, when the fist hit his own head, he fell down. Quick, call the police, this guy injured me. My head feels dizzy, probably a concussion. You're pretending, I clearly didn't even touch you. You fell down on your own. This guy hit someone and still won't admit it. Fellow villagers, you all saw that he hit me. I saw it too. This man struck first. What does it mean to strike first? It means this man struck first. The young man didn't retaliate. My eyes have issues, I see a lot of sports cars. Bye, I'm about to have money soon. The middle-aged man was shocked. The level of skill of this guy exceeded expectations. Kid, you're tough. We'll see how things go in the future. You're amazing, scaring off a guy like that. Let's not talk about Fengcheng for now. Student, quickly hail a taxi. We need to take the old man to the hospital. Young man, just take me home. No need to go to the hospital. Are you afraid your son will come looking for us again? The old man lowered his head in shame. If he comes to extort again, I'll send him in. Will you blame me? Are you sure? I'll take you to the hospital. If he causes trouble again, I'm confident I can handle it. But he's your son after all, so I'd like to hear your opinion. I have such a son, cursed for generations. He's done all sorts of bad things, but as an old man, I'm powerless. If you can send him in for rehabilitation, that would be best. Not only will I not blame you, I must thank you. They soon arrived at the city hospital. After everything was settled, it was already past 7 in the evening. Seeing the old man lying in bed receiving a drip, Zhou Mengmeng breathed a sigh of relief. Senior, can we leave now? Let's not leave yet. You're not planning to wait for that person to come before leaving, right? He's not a good person. If he shows up, we won't be able to leave. He'll definitely keep extorting us. Actually, I'm waiting for him to come. Bad people who extort me need to be punished. Zhou Mengmeng was puzzled, but looking at your confident face, he stopped asking and chose to believe. The door of the ward was pushed open, and the old man's son Li Xiaoshan, accompanied by a male police officer in his 30s, walked in. It was them who hit my grandfather. You were somewhat surprised, expecting Li Xiaoshan to cause trouble, but didn't expect them to actually call the police. What are your names and occupations? Zhou Mengmeng hesitated, hiding behind you. You glanced at the scene in front of you and at his police uniform, feeling it was fake. Tell me, what kind of fake are you? The police officer replied, we are props for filming. You chuckled inwardly, this guy is really bold to scam people, daring to arrange fake police. You must think you haven't sunk low enough. Grandpa Li was not hit by us. I really wasn't hit by them, I fell down myself, and they even took me to the hospital. Don't believe my son. My grandpa's mind isn't great, what he says doesn't count. Think about it, if my grandpa wasn't hit by them, would they be so kind to take him to the hospital and even cover medical expenses? Even if it wasn't you who hit him, why did you take him to the hospital and cover the medical expenses? Isn't there surveillance footage? I've checked, there's no surveillance footage proving it wasn't you who hit them. How is that possible? But you don't need to worry, there's no evidence proving it was you who hit them, so I suggest you settle this privately. You're still students, making a big deal out of this won't be good for your studies. Let's talk privately. Give me 50,000 yuan, and we'll forget about hitting my dad. If anything happens to my dad in the future, I won't come after you again. Why don't you go rob 50,000 yuan? 50,000 yuan isn't a small amount, but it wasn't us who hit you. Why should we give you so much money? At most, 10,000 yuan, and I won't ask for the hospital deposit. Indeed, a wealthy person. If you refuse to settle, then I'll have to handle this officially. I'll take you back first, then inform your parents and teachers to come. Wait, I accept the settlement. I'll give you 50,000 yuan, consider it a stroke of bad luck. It's too late, now I want 100,000 yuan. If I give you 100,000 yuan, will you stop bothering us? No, I promise. Alright, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. I don't have cash, give me your WeChat, I'll transfer it to you. After you've made a profit, you take Zhou Mengmeng out of the ward. Lao Li, why are you receiving money on your phone? What if that kid comes back to cause trouble? This is evidence. No way, although he's dressed modestly, he should be wealthy. Losing 100 yuan is nothing to him, we made a big profit this time, let's go drink. Once they leave the hospital, wait for them to come out, then take out your phone and take a picture. Glanced at Jia Jingfu, asked where they were going. They are going to Xingxing family feast for a meal. Mengmeng, let's go. Senior, where are we going? After reporting the case, you mention the handling of Jia Jing and the extorted 100,000, then provide the surveillance video, transfer records, and photos of the two, solid evidence, and take immediate action. Li Xiaoshan and Jia Jin were arrested. Li Xiaoshan was furious, you brat. You didn't expect me to roam the rivers and lakes for 30 years, only to fall into the hands of a kid like you. I won't let you off when I get out. Be honest with me. Another crime added, daring to threaten the parties here. How many years will you be sentenced to? This offense is not small, combining 3 crimes, at least 10 years. No, I can't go in, I'm not human. I know I was wrong, young man, young lady, can you forgive me? You go up and pat Li Xiaoshan's shoulder, accept the reform well. You and Zhou Mengmeng leave, exchange WeChat contacts, take a taxi back to school, and walk side by side to the dormitory building, immediately attracting a lot of attention. Who is this, actually hanging out with the campus belle at night, jealous of Zhou Mengmeng? Thank you for today, I don't know what it would be like now, but I will definitely repay you. Don't be so polite, go upstairs and rest. Goodbye, see you tomorrow. Don't rush back to the dorm, there's something very important to think about now. What to do next? There's already 1 million in capital. You think you can do a lot of things, but higher returns also mean facing higher risks. There's no need to fear the usual conflicts, like those punks with dyed hair. They have items on them to command. You can take on 3 by yourself, but what if you encounter more powerful foes? I wonder if legendary martial arts truly exist in this world. If they do and I can learn them, then I'll have strong self-defense abilities. When you think of martial arts, your eyes light up. If I were to ask about those ancient swords, whether I can learn ancient martial arts from them, I could definitely give it a try. You suddenly feel like you've seen a path to enlightenment. Where to ask? Without a doubt, it's the museum. You're getting ready to return to the dorm to rest, planning to go to the museum early tomorrow. Just then, you see a female teacher, who seems slightly nervous. Having the ability to converse with all things, you naturally become curious, wanting to ask about the female teacher's clothes. The words echo in your mind, and your eyes widen suddenly. You let out an exclamation. Oh my, you realize later. You find him a bit too cool, you inquire about his clothes, understanding what he wants. In this way, you feel that with this ability, you can understand anyone's personality and thoughts, making you instantly curious. If I expose him now, how will he react? He might not be able to run away from the slight anticipation of being exposed. You feel like not exposing him for now, to see if you'll encounter him again in the future. Back at the dorm, 3 roommates quickly gather around, starting to gossip. You mention that you've just met Joe Meng and haven't started dating yet. My roommate Joe Ping doesn't look good. There's someone in the Qiangu group who said they want to find you. Did you see it? Someone wants trouble with me because of my relationship with Joe Meng. Joe Ping is a second-generation rich. The group he's in is the second-generation rich group of Jiangde, the most arrogant and domineering group at Jiangde. But I don't know who has a dormant account. Look at Joe Ping's phone and ask, tell me who he is. The nickname is Aspire to the World, can't see the profile. My owner didn't add him as a friend. Joe Ping, how much do you know about this Aspire to the World person? This guy Aspire to the World is named Zhang Zijuan, his family is in Jiangcheng. It's also quite a big deal. He's quite lively in our group. If he really wants to cause trouble for you, Tiangu, we need to prepare well. What else can we do? We are brothers, living and eating together under the same roof for 2.5 years. When a brother is in trouble, all 3 roommates speak in unison, and we must help. Feeling a warmth in my heart, it's already late. After washing up, I'll go to sleep. Looking forward to going to the museum tomorrow. Even if someone causes trouble, I won't worry after learning Kung Fu. The next morning, the monitor came early. Is Yang Qian awake? You and your roommates just finished washing up. Joe Ping asked the monitor why he's looking for Yang Qian. He's in some trouble. He actually got full marks on the exam and handed it in within half an hour, which surprised the teachers. You understand now, do you think I cheated? It's not like there's any cheating involved. Only you got a perfect score to be first. But many top students think you cheated. After all, none of them got a perfect score. How could you? The teacher also wants to verify, looking for you. Many students are waiting outside the office, including many male top students. Female top student Joe Meng also looks worried. It seems you are really in love with him. Roommates are indignant. Why? Our Qiangu got a perfect score in half an hour. What's wrong with that? If you have the ability, catch my Qiangu cheating at that time, just based on suspicion and want Qiangu to go. Prove my innocence. Why are you rushing me? What's the use? It's what Director Wang and the teachers demanded, and what were Yang Qian's previous grades like? We all know. That won't do either. I'll call Director Wang now. Joe Ping took out his phone to dial. You stopped him, saying, tell Director Wang, I'll be right there. Qiangu, you really went, or I'll accompany you. My dad has some relationship with Director Wang, so I can still say a few words. I'll be fine without it. How is that possible? Although I don't know how you managed to get a perfect score, but they are clearly targeting you. If they give you another test paper, what will you do? If I say I had an epiphany, would you believe me? What does having an epiphany mean? Becoming smarter, right? So you mean, you really took half an hour, and answered that probability theory test paper with a perfect score. You'll find out later. Let's go eat first. After breakfast, come to the office. Many people here are watching you, most of them are looking down on you. I don't believe he didn't cheat when he arrived. You'll know later. None of the top students in our school get full marks. How could he? He's about to be embarrassed soon. Zhou Meng is here too. Do you think his image will worsen in Zhou Meng's eyes after he's exposed? And she won't want to be his girlfriend. She will definitely continue to be his girlfriend. It would be too embarrassing in this school otherwise. The office is already full of people, including 8 teachers including Director Wang, each holding an exam paper. You are Yang Qian, I have an exam paper that I want you to work on. I also have one. I was here first. You're stunned. These old professors and teachers are unexpectedly enthusiastic. Professor Zhou, Teacher Fong, now that everyone is here, aren't you eager to start? Do you think you should have delayed a bit at that time? Hand in your paper and do another set of questions. We're not doubting you, but your exam paper is too extraordinary. We want to verify if you really have that remarkable ability. We're not just acknowledging your full marks on the exam, we want to give you a more important task. I understand, that's why I'm here. Professor Zhou, you are highly respected here, so the questions you set must be more representative. I'll do this exam paper for you. You can talk. Let me see what you've got. I won't disappoint Professor Zhou. The top students still look down on it. They've seen the test paper just now. The difficulty is even higher than the exam paper, and they don't think you can get a good score. Don't you need scratch paper? You don't even need to use your brain. Look at the multiple choice questions, all the answers are clear. Teachers are shocked. The first one is correct, the second one too, and the fourth one seems correct too. Professor Joe hums softly, don't say anything, the answers he wrote are all correct. After finishing the multiple choice questions, the following 4 fill-in-the-blank questions were also completed. Professor Joe was shocked in his heart, all correct, even though it's just a few questions. But the difficulty is quite high. Yang Qian, I believe in you. You are the greatest genius I have ever seen in my life. Director Wang walked up to you, asked solemnly, Yang Qian, would you like to transfer to the Department of Mathematics and Physics? Thank you for valuing me, teachers. However, I still prefer mechanical engineering. My goal is to contribute to Longgua's development and build important national machinery in the future. These words touched everyone. The top students outside the room had ugly expressions, as he really outperformed them. The students watching were full of admiration. Meng Meng, your boyfriend is amazing. You two are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Zhou Mengmeng blushed and didn't explain much. After leaving, you are planning to go to the museum. Zhou Ping said, the curator's father wants you to leave the school with him. Arrived in Jiangcheng half an hour later. The city museum is of average size, nicely decorated. After entering the museum, you and Zhou Ping walked around but felt somewhat disappointed. Mostly bowls and plates, the only thing you can tell is who used them to eat. Although you saw a weapon from the Ming dynasty, it was just an ordinary person's weapon, not one used by famous warriors. Visiting large museums takes time. You plan to visit a nearby Buddhist temple. As the saying goes, all martial arts under heaven originated from Shaolin. The Great Buddha Temple, being a 1,000-year-old temple, might be worth visiting. Soon arrived at the Great Buddha Temple. It was packed with people, and the scent of incense from the temple could be smelled from afar. Many believers were buying various types of incense at high prices, hoping that the Buddha will bless you and make your wishes come true. You gazed at the 2-3-meter-tall, fierce-looking statues, asking in your mind, who are you? Suddenly, 2 golden lights exploded on the statues. The fierce-looking statues actually turned their heads and looked at you. Your heart trembled, feeling like you were in a dream. You looked around at the others, who clearly couldn't see what you were seeing. The stone statue on the left emitted a bell-like sound, saying, I am the heavenly king who protects the country in the east. I am the heavenly king who increases prosperity in the south. Are you 2 of the 4 heavenly kings from Journey to the West? Not exactly. We are illusions formed by the incense gathered in the statues of the Great Buddha Temple. We are inherently illusory. As long as there is incense, we exist. When the incense fades, we dissipate. We are inherently illusory and cannot interfere with the world. Can't you teach me something? We cannot interfere. You are somewhat disappointed in your heart, asking once again about the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas inside. They and we are all illusory bodies formed by the worship of humans. The longest time is only over 30 years, wisdom is still limited. Human, you should seek out illusory bodies born hundreds or thousands of years ago. One last question, what objects in this temple can teach me martial arts, the skill to fight 100? Although the Great Buddha Temple has a history of 1,000 years, it has suffered many damages in history, and the inheritance has long been broken. The temple is large, and some buildings were restored 30 years ago. You can go to temples or martial arts schools with unbroken lineage, seek opportunities. We are tired from talking so much, young human, please make good use of your abilities, Amitba. As you leave the Great Buddha Temple, you see 4 well-dressed men surrounding 2 old monks walking out. The 2 old monks have kind faces, draped in sparkling golden robes, exuding the charm of high monks. A long black car is parked at the entrance, and the men open the door to help the monks inside. Curiously, you ask about the black car. Where are you taking the 2 old monks? Our auction house acquired a long spear, rumored to be the overlord spear used by Xiang Yu. Tonight, our auction house will host a private auction, and this overlord spear will be the highlight item. However, this overlord spear is very sinister, and all its previous owners have met unfortunate fates. To reassure bidders and to fetch a higher price for the spear, our CEO has invited the venerable monks Yuanjin and Yuan Fa from the Great Buddha Temple to exorcise this evil spear. Just like your halberd, you are excited in your heart, with the martial arts of fighting hundreds alone, isn't this it? Moreover, it's the halberd. What is the name of your auction house? Hongshan Auction House. You took out your phone and searched. There is very little information about Hongshan Auction House. Hongshan Auction House? Zhou Ping looked at your phone, very puzzled about why you searched for it. I heard that this auction house often holds private auctions with many good items, so I searched for it. Hongshan Auction House specializes in private auctions. Only members can enter, not open to the public. Membership information is also kept strictly confidential. How do you know this so well? Because my family owns it. Can you take me inside to have a look? That's no problem at all. When do you want to go? Let's go now. As we walk, although Zhou Ping pretends to be relaxed, you see unease and resistance in his eyes. You ask about his clothes, wondering what happened to Zhou Ping. I was bought just 3 days ago. My knowledge is limited. Li Ku spoke at this time. No one else knows about this, only I know. I have been with the master for over a year. I know some things about their family. My master's father is named Zhou Maochuan, who started from scratch, worked hard for 30 years, and built a fortune of over $1 billion. Zhou Maochuan has had 2 wives. The first wife gave birth to a son, and the current wife is my master's mother. Gave birth to a son and a daughter. Zhou Maochuan's eldest son is named Zhou Dian, who is over 10 years older than Zhou Ping. He resents my master's mother, but when my master was born as a son, it made Zhou Dian feel more threatened. Over the past decade, my master has been frequently bullied and suppressed by Zhou Dian, so my master is very fearful of Zhou Dian. And it turns out that Zhou Dian is in charge of the Hongshan auction house. So that's the case. I didn't expect Zhou Ping to be such a second-generation rich. You look at Zhou Ping's back and suddenly feel emotional. You've known him for over a year, and in your perception, Zhou Ping is very cheerful, loyal, rich but caring about money, a typical second-generation rich. Zhou Ping helped me, so I can use my abilities to help him save face, making him stand tall in front of his older brother. You secretly make up your mind. Zhou Ping's mind is now full of thoughts about what to do if he meets his brother at the auction house, whether to run away immediately or to beg for mercy. You keep going to museums and visiting the big Buddha temple. What's wrong with you? I want to look at some antiques because I know a bit about antique appraisal. I see, you want to validate your knowledge of antique appraisal. In that case, how deep is your current level? Take a look at this jade pendant of mine, then use your appraisal knowledge to examine it. You look at the jade pendant and ask, then tell me your specific situation. I was born 6 billion years ago, fully formed 6 billion years ago. Due to tectonic movements, I arrived in Hell 1860 years ago, and was excavated in the western regions 320 years ago. After being roughly carved, I was sent to the Jade Master Yao Zongren as a rough stone. Looking at this seemingly ordinary jade pendant, it actually has such a long history. The origin of this jade pendant is extraordinary. Based on its material and craftsmanship, it should have been shaped over 300 years ago. There is a glue line inside, indicating it was originally made for the nobles in the Qing Palace. That's impressive and correct. My dad also mentioned all this when he gave me this jade pendant. What else have you noticed? This jade pendant was crafted by the Qing Dynasty Jade Master Yao Zongren. It should have been consecrated by a high monk, capable of ensuring safety. I guess you were often sickly as a child. Yes, that's right. You even know more than I do. Xian, I assure you, your understanding surpasses even that of the master. I can finally stand tall in front of my big brother. Xian, I invite you to dinner at Hongshan Auction House. Can you do me a favor? What favor? Help me defeat my brother? How do you want me to help you? Our family is involved in many industries, but the core is dealing with cultural relics and art pieces. My brother has always been in charge of this business. I have no intention of interfering. I support my big brother taking over, but he shouldn't look down on me or belittle me in front of our dad, making our dad think I'm a useless prodigal son. I am a son of the Zhou family, with ideals and ambitions. I can forego the inheritance, but my character cannot be insulted. Simply put, you need to prove yourself and earn their respect. That's the way. If you want to earn my big brother's respect, you need to defeat him in his best field. Let's go to the antique market in Zhangcheng first. It might not be as good as Panjiayuan, but we could still find treasures there. Use your wise eyes to find a treasure, preferably worth 7 figures or more. Then we'll take it to Hongshan Auction House for auction. You originally had this plan. After all, if you want to get the Overlord Spear, you have to spend money. You don't think it will be bid too high. The richer one is, the more afraid of losing out. I'm a useless spendthrift, but I spent tens of thousands or even thousands to find an antique worth millions. How dare my big brother look down on me now? Later, I'll recommend you to him. With your appraisal skills, defeat those appraisal experts who support my brother. Then I'll truly establish my position at home and let my brother know that I can compete for the family business. Just kidding, ha, suddenly so excited. You quickly arrived at the antique market. By asking around continuously, you learned about their reputation. After 2 hours, you finally found a good one. Zhou Ping bought it, Then your eyes lit up. You found something unremarkable but quite special inside. How much for this, boss? I'll take it for 990. The boss was thinking about making a big profit. After leaving, Zhou Ping was curious. Xiange, the small thing in your hand looks quite ordinary. It may look that way, but actually, it's a button from the Shang Dynasty era. Although it's just a button in the Shang Dynasty, it was very valuable. Let's go to your auction house. Arriving at the auction house, Zhou Ping led himself to the lounge. Young Master Heir, what would you like to drink? Prepare a pot of the best tea. My classmate and I need to discuss some matters here. Please don't disturb us. Alright, young Master Heir. Please wait, I have a preliminary idea. Quickly, given our current situation, to uncover your elder brother's negligence, the most direct way is to make him compensate. The first fake product, your auction house is renowned. If I were to buy a fake product here, what then? Compensate tenfold for a fake, based on the market price. My brother values his reputation the most. Making him pay a small sum won't bother him, but finding a fake in his factory would definitely embarrass him. However, this matter might not concern me much. Therefore, the second method is more crucial. Finding hidden treasures, items not identified by the auction house, are sold as regular goods. We buy them, then take them to the third floor for auction. This strategy is cunning. Now, there's only one final question. Zhou Jiaer, bringing an outsider to vandalize the family's factory, could this backfire and result in your father and brother scolding you? My brother probably will, but my father definitely won't. He will only be proud of me. Xiangu, time is of the essence. Let's go find treasures now. I'll cover the expenses for purchases. You'll get all the money earned. You are truly your father's good son. Zhou Ping is so generous, naturally you won't object. Empty-handed catching a white wolf, there's no one stronger than oneself. The exhibition hall is very large, filled with various cultural relics and handicrafts, priced from thousands to tens of thousands. As for claiming to be genuine items, just pass. After walking for 6 minutes and looking at hundreds of items, you stopped. It was a jade bracelet. The appraisal certificate said it was from the Republic of China period, made of top-quality imperial jade, but it's not. It's an antique imitation jade. The jade is indeed good imperial jade, but it has been worked on for a long time, enough to deceive the average appraiser. Is there a problem with that bracelet of Qianji's? That antique imitation jade bracelet is worth at most 800 to 1,500. Great start, Xiange, we're going to make a fortune this time. Are you really your father's son? Cheating your own money and still being so happy. You also treat me as a spendthrift. That piece of jade is only worth 10,000, even if it's fake. A tenfold compensation would only be 100,000. My Zhou family has assets in the tens of billions. What's tens of thousands? It seems I misunderstood you. There are thousands of exhibits in this exhibition hall, and no more than 3 are fakes. Your brother's management is very strict. Xiange, you're too good. Are you sure about all of these? You glanced at the price of the fake porcelain vase, 380,000 with a tenfold compensation, that's over 3.8 million. This can let my brother have a good drink. You keep browsing, you haven't found what I truly want yet. Xiange, 3.8 million is enough. I'm not looking for counterfeits. Have you forgotten the 2 methods we discussed? Right, that's more impactful than finding counterfeits to challenge my brother. We must support Brother Qian. Keep browsing, you'll notice that the appraisers at Hongxian Auction House have exceptional overall quality. Finding flaws is much more difficult than finding counterfeits. After half an hour of browsing, you may have lost hope of finding a hidden gem, but you are someone who sees things through to the end and have not finished viewing all the exhibits yet. Look at this painting, tell me what you see. It's a painting of high mountains and flowing water, created in the 22nd year of Kanchi in the Zhoushan study in Beijing. It's depicted in 5 paintings. You glanced at the price, 680,000 isn't too shabby. You initially wanted to avoid it, but what comes next will shock you. Later, I ended up in Bandit Country, where a wealthy merchant admired my sturdy physique. He then cut me open, inserted another painting inside my sturdy paper, and after his restoration work, it's hard to detect. The hidden painting within the painting remains undiscovered. You're slacking off mentally. You can keep quiet, but the one in your belly, say something. I'm revealing your information to myself. A voice echoes in my mind. You widen your eyes, feeling an unprecedented excitement. Oh my, it's actually Tang Yin's painting? Over 1 billion? This is really a big deal. A huge leak. A super big leak. It's really out. Yang Chen took a deep breath. He calmed his heart gradually. He looked at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping was also standing beside him, looking at this last painting. This painting is not bad, Zhou Ping said. Yang Chen nodded. After all, Wu Dan was a famous painter in the Qing dynasty. This painting helped a warlord, female student, win over a female student, warlord, indicating its value. Now it can be sold for 680,000, which also shows its value. But the thing inside it is even more valuable. Yang Chen looked at Zhou Ping. The temptation of over $1 billion was great for him. But can this money be earned? No. Yang Chen gave the answer without hesitation. After giving this answer, he instantly saw the light. His thoughts became clear. I am not here to make money. I am here for the Overlord Spear. In addition, I also want to help Zhou Ping. The money from that vase, I earned it. Over 3 million, Zhou Ping doesn't care, and the Zhou family won't care either. But over $1 billion. If I earn this money, I and Zhou Ping won't have to work anymore. Money, I can earn in the future, I can earn more. But friends cannot be measured by money. Moreover, giving this Spring Beauty and Green Mountain painting to Zhou Ping can help him get what he wants. In less than half a minute, Yang Chen sorted out all the pros and cons. This made him more determined in his choice. So is this painting real? Zhou Ping asked. Yang Chen said, it's real. Zhou Ping sighed regretfully, then let's go buy that vase, although it can't make my brother lose face in front of my father, but if it makes him pay 3,800,000, I'll be satisfied. Wait a minute. Yang Chen stopped Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping asked in confusion, what's wrong? Yang Chen said to Zhou Ping, you buy this painting, I'll buy that vase, I'll pay for it myself. Zhou Ping furrowed his brows slightly. Yang Chen didn't explain, he just said to Zhou Ping, Ping Ji, we are brothers, trust me. Zhou Ping suddenly realized. He pointed to the painting and asked softly, is there a problem with it? Yang Chen nodded. Zhou Ping's cooled blood once again burned fiercely. This leak, they actually found it. He asked in a lower voice, what is it? Yang Chen didn't answer, he just said, you go buy it first. Zhou Ping nodded, okay. Next, the two separated. Zhou Ping walked around the high mountains and flowing waters painting with his hands behind his back, then waved to a waiter and said, you, come here. The waiter hurried over, bowed and smiled, second young master, what can I do for you? Zhou Ping said, I quite like this painting, wrap it up for me. Second young master, I can't make that decision, I have to consult Secretary Liu, after all, it is the treasure of our first floor exhibition hall. The waiter apologized to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping raised his foot to kick, and the waiter dodged quickly. Zhou Ping, accustomed to this, didn't pursue further, I'm buying it with my own money, why do I need Liu Xiaosan's approval to buy something from my big brother? The waiter quickly shook his head, no need, of course not, I'll wrap it up for you right away. After Zhou Ping swiped his card to pay, he hugged the box containing the high mountains and flowing waters painting. Excited and nervous, he looked around but didn't see Yang Chen. Qian Ji, where are you? Zhou Ping quickly sent a message to Yang Chen. Yang Chen's reply came quickly, I'm waiting for you in the lounge. I'll be right there, Zhou Ping said. Soon, Zhou Ping arrived at the lounge and saw Yang Chen sitting in the lobby. The lounge was divided into a lobby and single rooms. Yang Chen didn't have a special status, so he couldn't go to the single rooms. Zhou Ping ran over in small steps, Qian Ji, you're really fast. Yang Chen smiled, it didn't take long to buy a vase, did you get it too? Zhou Ping proudly patted the box in his arms, can you tell me the truth now? Yang Chen, let's talk in the private room. Zhou Ping, okay. The two went to the private room, and Zhou Ping asked the waiter to brew the best tea. When the waiter brought the tea, Zhou Ping asked the waiter to leave. As the waiter walked to the door, closed it, and then leaned in to eavesdrop, Yang Chen glanced at the door and immediately understood the waiter's actions. He signaled to Zhou Ping, then pointed to the door and then to the phone. Zhou Ping nodded in agreement. Yang Chen said to Zhou Ping, listen to me, there's no problem. Give her that painting, you will definitely win her heart. At the same time, Yang Chen typed on his phone, there is another painting hidden inside this painting. This was a way to protect more valuable paintings during times of war, by cutting open a valuable painting and pasting an even more valuable painting inside. This not only ensures safer transfer, but even if the transfer fails, it can still ensure good maintenance for this painting. Zhou Ping said, Xiangu, don't deceive me. I spent a whole 680,000 yuan on this painting. 680,000 yuan, that's my pocket money for several months. So there are such magical methods, the wisdom of the ancients is truly amazing. Zhou Ping sighed on his phone, then asked, Xiangu, can you tell what painting is inside and how much it's worth? Yang Chen said, to pursue a woman, there will definitely be costs involved. You, a rich second generation, don't need money to impress her, what else do you want to use? Your fat belly or your skills in the game? Yang Chen typed on his phone, we'll have to wait until it's open to know. But being able to use a painting with martial arts elixirs to paste, the painting inside should be an extremely valuable masterpiece, probably worth tens of millions. Tens of millions. Zhou Ping felt his hand involuntarily tighten. 3. 8 million to embarrass his big brother. He didn't feel heartache. Anyway, it's not his money. 3. 8 million is indeed just a small amount for the Zhou family. But tens of millions is a completely different story. In that instant, he understood. He looked at Yang Chen with deep gratitude, then quickly typed on his phone, "Zhengu, it's for this reason that you asked me to buy this painting. Will you go buy that vase?" Yang Chen replied, "This is better for you. By recovering tens of millions in losses for your family, it will make your father more appreciative of you. Zhengu, thank you. From today onwards, you are my lifelong brother, the kind who will never betray me until death," Zhou Ping said emotionally to Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded at Zhou Ping, acknowledging his words. At the same time, he typed on his phone, "Next, it's time for our first performance." Zhou Ping nodded. Yang Chen opened the box containing the bottle, then carefully took out the vase. Suddenly, he angrily shouted, "Damn it, Zhou Ping, and you said you are my lifelong brother. I trusted you, came to your family's auction house to buy antiques, spent nearly 400,000, and you sold me such a fake? Damn it, if you don't give me an explanation, I won't leave." Zhou Ping pretended to be incredulous, slapped the table and said, "Impossible, Yang Chen, I treat you as a brother, you can't cheat my family. My brother is in charge here. Do you know who my brother is? He is such a meticulous person, how could he allow fake goods in the store, let alone a fake worth 400,000? Yang Chen, if you say this is fake, you better have evidence, otherwise, you are baselessly defaming our Zhou family. Don't talk about us not being brothers, you won't be able to walk out of my brother's auction house today." The eavesdropping waiter outside was stunned. What's going on? Weren't they just fine a moment ago? Weren't they lifelong brothers? How did they suddenly turn against each other? And a fake? This is a big deal. The waiter quickly ran away in a panic, and when he was a bit further away, he sent a voice message to Lu Hui. "Hui Jia, something big is happening." The waiter quickly recounted the information he overheard to Lu Hui. Lu Hui's expression became more serious as she listened, especially when she heard about the counterfeit goods. They had been monitoring Yang Chen and Zhou Ping all along. After Zhou Ping and Yang Chen respectively purchased the High Mountain and Flowing Water painting and the Qianlong porcelain bottle, she knew immediately. "Xiao Zhang, go and guard outside the second young master's door now. Whether they are causing a real commotion inside or a fake one, you must ensure two things. First, do not let them cause trouble outside, and second, do not let the second young master get hurt. The first point is especially important, understand?" Lu Hui immediately gave instructions. The waiter Xiao Zhang replied, "Yes, Sister Hui." Putting down her phone, Lu Hui took a deep breath. She looked puzzled and disgusted. A useless spendthrift, always stirring up trouble and causing problems for the young master. Lu Hui complained for a bit, then quickly calmed herself down. She hurried to the front of Zhou Dian's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," Zhou Dian's voice came from inside the door. Lu Hui pushed the door open. The large office still had a faint smell of cigars. "Is there a problem with the second young master?" Zhou Dian saw that Lu Hui looked a bit rushed and asked immediately. "Yes, the second young master and his classmate purchased." Lu Hui briefly reported the situation to Zhou Dian. "Counterfeit goods? That Qianlong porcelain bottle, I remember Master Hong authenticated it, right?" Zhou Dian said. Lu Hui nodded, "Yes, Master Hong has been with our auction house for 15 years. With his experience handling antiques numbering in the thousands, a small porcelain bottle like that would definitely not be mistaken. Moreover, the young man the second young master brought along is just his classmate. I'm afraid they are." Lu Hui didn't finish her sentence. Zhou Dian looked at Lu Hui and smiled. "What is it?" Lu Hui shook her head and said, "I dare not say." Zhou Dian chuckled. "Are they here to cause trouble?" Lu Hui lowered her head, neither confirming nor denying. Zhou Dian leaned back in his chair, swaying back and forth with the chair back. "My little brother has always been against me since childhood, and he always ends up being taught a lesson by me, but he never tires of it. He's really foolish and pitiful." Lu Hui remained composed, showing no change in expression on her face as if she hadn't heard Zhou Dian mocking his own brother. How capable can a wet behind-the-ears kid be? He actually wants to cause trouble at the auction house. Perhaps my brother has been led astray by evil spirits. But after all, he is the second young master of my Zhou family. If he loses face, it's as if my Zhou family loses face. Zhou Dian chuckled coldly twice, then looked at Lu Hui and instructed, "Lu Hui, go over there immediately and make sure to control the situation. If necessary, you can contact Master Hong to come over." Lu Hui replied, "Yes, young master." Lu Hui did not mention that she had already sent someone to control the situation. After leaving Zhou Dian's office, Lu Hui immediately called Xiao Zhang. "Xiao Zhang, how is the situation?" Xiao Zhang replied, they are still arguing in the private room, arguing fiercely. The second young master is very protective of the auction house, and it sounds like he's about to break ties with his classmate. Alright, I'm on my way. Lu Hui hung up the phone, but her brows furrowed. She wondered, is it a performance or real? I hope it's real. If it's a performance, then this second young master is truly beyond help. Lu Hui didn't take the elevator but walked down the stairs. 5 minutes later, she arrived at the first-floor lounge. Several waiters stood in front of a private room. Some people in the lounge heard the quarrel inside the room and wanted to come and watch, but they were all persuaded to leave by the waiters. Sister Hui. The waiters greeted Lu Hui one after another. Lu Hui nodded at them, follow me and act according to my instructions. If necessary, including the second young master, you must control the situation immediately. Remember, the bottom line is what's happening inside this room, and nothing should come out of this room. The waiters immediately whispered, yes, Sister Hui. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Hui knocked on the door and called out, second young master, I am Secretary Lu. The argument in the room came to a sudden halt. Zhou Ping's voice came, Secretary Lu, you've come at the right time, come in quickly. Lu Hui pushed the door open and entered. In the room, she saw a Qianlong porcelain vase on the table. Zhou Ping and Yang Chen sat facing each other, both a little flushed, with even a hint of anger in their eyes. Looks like they really had a fight, Lu Hui judged in her mind. With a professional smile on her face, she asked knowingly, second young master, what's going on with you two? Zhou Ping pointed at Yang Chen and said, he is my classmate, self-taught some knowledge of antique appraisal in school, and wanted me to take him to the auction house to broaden his horizons. However, I didn't expect him to say that our family sells fakes. Our auction house, under my brother's leadership, operates in an orderly manner. Our appraisers, any one of them taken outside, are top experts. He, who has only studied for a few days, actually said this vase is a fake. We haven't appraised it. Isn't this blatantly slapping the face of our Hongxian appraiser? No, it's slapping my brother's face. Lu Hui, you are the person my brother trusts the most. Do you think my brother is so careless as to let a vase worth nearly 400,000 be appraised incorrectly? Zhou Ping's words moved Lu Hui. She was completely on Zhou Ping's side. It seems that the second young master has overthought it. This child has grown up after all, Lu Hui comforted herself. She said to Zhou Ping, absolutely not. Not to mention the second young master's meticulousness, but this vase was personally appraised by Master Hong. Master Hong's skills are top-notch nationwide, and he has maintained a record of no mistakes for 10 years. Although this vase is not cheap, it is not too expensive either. With Master Hong's ability, the chance of making a mistake is close to zero. After expressing her opinion, Lu Hui sarcastically said to Yang Chen, young man, you've only studied antique appraisal for a few days, haven't even learned real professional knowledge of appraisal, right? Zhou Ping chuckled, he's in the same class as me, in the mechanical engineering department. What appraisal knowledge does he study? Lu Hui's sarcasm intensified, so, young man, don't use your amateur knowledge to question a master who has been in the antique appraisal industry for 15 years. It will only make you look foolish. Yang Chen was not convinced, but this is indeed. Lu Hui, seeing that Yang Chen was still clueless, impatiently waved her hand to interrupt him. Alright, young man, I've let you make a scene unreasonably until now because you are the second young master's classmate. If you remain stubborn, I will have to apologize to the second young master and then be a bit rougher with you. By then, none of us, including the second young master, will look good. Think it over. Threatening me? Yang Chen seemed greatly insulted. He glared at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping felt a little guilty under his gaze. He looked at Lu Hui, but she remained unmoved. She had initially thought it was the second young master causing trouble. After all, he was the second young master, even though she had the authority of the first young master, dealing with him would still be troublesome. Now, she was sure it was just the second young master's classmate causing trouble. That made things much easier. She just wanted to quickly throw this ungrateful brat out of the auction house. Clap. Yang Chen slapped the table, his emotions rising. Talking more is useless, let's make a bet. Go find your appraiser and reappraise this vase according to what I say. If the vase is still genuine, I'll give it to you. If it's appraised as a fake, according to your store's rules, you'll have to compensate me 10 times the value. 3.88 million. I won't take the lead. Secretary Lu, do you dare? Causing trouble unreasonably. Lu Hui scolded, signaling to the people behind her. The people around quickly surrounded Yang Chen. Seeing this, Zhou Ping immediately frowned. He is my classmate, what are you going to do? Zhou Ping shouted angrily. But the waiters didn't listen to him. Zhou Ping stared at Lu Hui and said, Secretary Lu, are you planning to use force against my classmate? Lu Hui replied to Zhou Ping, For regular customers, we definitely greet them with a smile, but for troublemakers at the auction house, even if he is your classmate, we have to take some special measures. Yang Chen looked at Zhou Ping and sneered, "Is this the business philosophy of your powerful brother that you mentioned? I spent 400,000 to buy a bottle, but I found out it's fake. I want to discuss with you, but you want to use force against me?" Zhou Ping appeared anxious. Lu Hui continued to coldly watch Yang Chen, observing his performance. Yang Chen smiled and said, "You have the numbers advantage, and I am indeed not a match. However, this is a society governed by law, a society of the internet. I believe justice prevails, I believe the law is fair. I have recorded everything just now, I don't ask for much, just use your appraiser to re-evaluate this bottle. If it's still deemed genuine, I won't want it. If it's identified as a fake, then you have to compensate me according to the regulations. My request is reasonable and legal." Yang Chen took out his phone, which was recording. He shook the phone in front of Lu Hui and continued, "Of course, if you still want to solve the problem in a rough manner, you don't need to lay a hand on me, I'll leave on my own." Lu Hui's face turned somewhat ugly. She hadn't expected Yang Chen to have started recording earlier. She immediately signaled to Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang quietly approached Yang Chen and suddenly lunged to grab his phone. Yang Chen seemed to anticipate this. He didn't even turn his head, just took 2 steps forward and to the left, easily dodging Xiao Zhang. This surprised everyone present. Yang Chen coldly smiled at Lu Hui. "This is synced to the cloud. Once I press complete, it will immediately sync to my phone's cloud. You can take my phone, you can delete local files, but if you want to delete my cloud data, you need a password." Lu Hui's face became even more unpleasant. Zhou Ping quickly stepped forward, walked to Lu Hui's side, and whispered, "Secretary Lu, after all, he is my classmate, and he is very clever, a top student, a super top student. In school, he sleeps in class, doesn't do homework after class, just flips through the book before exams and can score full marks. Such a genius, maybe he really stumbled upon a dead rat." Zhou Ping pointed to the porcelain bottle, paused, and continued, "This matter, I think we shouldn't make a big deal out of it. If this bottle does have a problem, and he goes outside to publicize it, when public opinion escalates, we might all be breaking the law. At the very least, even if this porcelain bottle is genuine, we can't escape the reputation of deceiving customers. If my dad finds out, he will definitely criticize my brother." Lu Hui signaled to her subordinates to leave. She thought Zhou Ping made sense. Without this recording, here, she could have easily controlled the situation. But with this recording, the initiative was no longer in her hands. At this moment, it was best to show some flexibility. Lu Hui told her subordinates, "You all can leave." "Yes, Sister Hui." The waiters left one after another. The door closed. Lu Hui put on a smile as if the conflict just now had never happened. She smiled at Yang Chen. "Young man, don't be nervous, have a seat." Yang Chen put his phone in his pocket and sat down. "Shall we consider my bet now?" Yang Chen asked. Lu Hui smiled, "To be honest, your proposal is fair, and you are also the second young master's classmate, so I have to give you this face." Yang Chen smiled. "It would have been better if it was like this from the start. We almost embarrassed ourselves. Please bring your appraiser, preferably Master Hong, who appraised this porcelain bottle." Seeing Yang Chen's smug look, Lu Hui was itching with anger, but she still wore a smile on her face. She picked up her phone and made a call. "Yes, it's me. Please ask Master Hong to come to room 03 in the first floor lounge. There's something urgent that needs his attention." "Yes, it's urgent. Ask him to drop whatever he's doing and come over immediately." She hung up the phone. Lu Hui smiled at Yang Chen and said, "Master Hong will be here soon, little." Lu Hui glanced at Zhou Ping, who understood without words, "He's Yang Chen, my roommate." Lu Hui nodded and continued to smile at Yang Chen. "Yang, can you give the recording to me?" Yang Chen immediately showed it. "Do you think I'm stupid?" expression. "After the verification is done, the bet is completed, I will delete the recording in front of you, including from the cloud." "Not now, I don't trust you guys." Lu Hui chuckled twice and didn't ask again. She didn't have much hope to begin with, just trying it out. Soon, there was a knock on the door. "Secretary Lu, it's old Hong," came the voice of a middle-aged man outside the door. "Come in." The door opened, and a casually dressed man in his 40s walked in. He glanced at Lu Hui, Zhou Ping, and Yang Chen, then his gaze settled on the porcelain vase. This vase was one he had appraised before, so he naturally remembered it. "What's the matter, Secretary Lu?" Master Hong asked in confusion. Lu Hui said, "Here's the situation. This is Yang, a classmate of the second young master. He bought this Qianlong porcelain vase today, but using his amateur knowledge, he determined that it's a fake. Since he's a classmate of the second young master, he made a request, and we can't ignore it. So we asked you to come down and give some guidance to Yang." "A fake? Upon hearing the word fake, Master Hong immediately furrowed his brow. He was starting to get annoyed. Everyone cares about their reputation. What is the reputation of an appraiser? It's the appraisal certificates they issue. If someone says they made a mistake in their appraisal, it's a blow to their reputation. So, what about a student who's still wet behind the ears doing this? It's a slap in the face. The more Master Hong thought about it, the angrier he became. He angrily exclaimed, "Nonsense!" Then he said to Lu Hui, "Secretary Lu, I'm very busy with work. I don't have time to play house with a spendthrift. I'll go back to work first." Capable people usually have a temper. But to insult someone as a spendthrift in front of them. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping sighed helplessly. Obviously, he had been through this kind of situation more than once. Master Hong finished speaking and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay here for another moment. Yang Chen gently turned the vase, positioning the third branch of the plum blossom tree towards him. He said lightly, "Master Hong, do you know someone named Li Kai?" Master Hong, who was about to step out of the doorframe, suddenly stopped in midair. Li Kai was one of the most famous figures in the recent years' forgery industry. He was also the maker of the Qianlong porcelain vase. Yang Chen had learned some information about Li Kai from the vase. The reason it was only partial information was that 2 years ago, it had changed hands. After leaving Li Kai, it naturally no longer had information about him. A seasoned appraiser couldn't possibly not know such a master forger. "How do you know Li Kai?" As Yang Chen expected, Master Hong stopped in his tracks. Yang Chen chuckled, "Why wouldn't I know the most famous forger in recent years? Young man, don't think you understand the world just because you've heard some things. The world is complex, not something a greenhorn like you can delve into. Go home, study hard, don't always think about these crooked ways." Master Hong lectured earnestly. Yang Chen didn't care. He pointed to the plum blossom stem on the vase with his finger. "Ping, is this the most formidable appraiser in your auction house?" "Ha, arrogant, conceited, relying on age, pretending to be a mentor, that's all. Stinky brat, what did you say?" Master Hong was furious. Yang Chen's 4 idioms hit his profession directly. His profession was his face. He felt that this kid really didn't know any better. Alright. Master Hong glared at Yang Chen, and after a moment, his anger turned into a smile. "Secretary Lu said you have some knowledge of appraisals, so let me see how high your level really is." Yang Chen looked at this master, still admiring him in his heart. In the eyes of ordinary people, his behavior was just fooling around. By provoking this master to this extent, Yang Chen did not lose his temper, but suppressed his anger to test Yang Chen's level. However, for the sake of making money, he wronged the master. Yang Chen said to Master Hong, "My level is definitely not as high as Master Hong's, but I can assure you, my eyesight is definitely much better than Master Hong's." "Eyesight?" Master Hong was puzzled. Yang Chen explained, "Li Kai has a habit of signing his own name on his proud works. Many talented people have this bad habit." Master Hong nodded. "I know this. I carefully examined this porcelain bottle and did not find Li Kai's signature mark L." Yang Chen shook his head. "Master Hong, you overlooked it. His signature is here, on this plum blossom stem. You can use a magnifying glass to take a look, preferably one that is 10 times or more magnified." A magnifying glass is something that these appraisal masters always have on hand. Master Hong immediately took out a magnifying glass from his pocket. He walked over and gestured with his eyes for Yang Chen to stand aside. Yang Chen tactfully moved to the side. Master Hong took out a magnifying glass and a small flashlight. He began to observe the plum blossom stem from top to bottom, left to right. After a few seconds, his expression became more and more serious. The more serious his expression, the more careful his examination. After a few minutes, he had started to examine the entire porcelain bottle bit by bit. Lu Hui saw the situation and immediately realized that something was wrong. She couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at Yang Chen. She couldn't believe that such a young boy could have such skills. But Master Hong's unusual behavior also made her increasingly worried. "Master Hong?" Lu Hui asked softly. Master Hong finally looked up, his face showing confusion, surprise, and embarrassment. He shook his head at Lu Hui and said, "I can't be sure." Lu Hui was puzzled. Master Hong looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen shrugged. Master Hong said, at the position pointed out by Mr. Yang, "I did indeed find a similar L mark, but although it is an L, it is also a perfect part of the plum blossom stem. So I am not sure if this is a coincidence or if it is really Li Kai's mark. I checked other places and found no issues." Lu Hui immediately seized the point. "So, based on a suspected L mark alone, it is definitely not enough to determine if it is a fake." Master Hong nodded. "Certainly, appraisal is a rigorous matter. Whether it is authentic or counterfeit, there must be sufficient evidence." Lu Hui felt relieved. When an old master takes action, you will know whether it is true or not. Stinky brat, do you have anything to say this time? Lu Hui looked at Yang Chen. To Lu Hui's surprise, Yang Chen also nodded. Master Hong is right, appraisal is rigorous, so since we have found a doubt, we should conduct a deeper examination to thoroughly dispel this doubt. Master Hong, do you agree? Can it be like this? Lu Hui was so angry that she wanted to take off her high heels and pry open Yang Chen's brain to see what it was like. So annoying. Lu Hui quickly signaled to Master Hong. As long as Master Hong refused, she would immediately throw this ignorant kid out. After being tricked by Yang Chen with the recording, she also started recording. Up to now, the recordings she had were enough to socially kill Yang Chen. However, she was disappointed. The straightforward old artisan nodded in agreement with Yang Chen. He's right, when encountering doubts, a more comprehensive inspection should indeed be done. Xiao Yang, what do you think? After so much preparation, Yang Chen was waiting for this sentence. He said to Master Hong, I suggest doing a flaw detection. Li Kai's best skill in forging porcelain is to refurbish old pieces. If it's a refurbished old piece, there will definitely be cracks between the old piece and the new body, especially after a long time. The gaps between the old and new will be more obvious. I checked the appraisal report. This porcelain bottle was bought 2 years ago. In 2 years, a lot could have happened. After Yang Chen finished speaking, Master Hong's expression improved significantly. Yang Chen's implication was that 2 years ago, this bottle was just made, enough to deceive even an expert like Master Hong. It was understandable that he didn't identify it back then. Now, enough time has passed. If it is indeed a fake, it should be detectable. This was to absolve Master Hong. Of course, all of this is based on the assumption that the bottle is a fake. Alright, let's start with the flaw detection. It's simple, if you don't mind, follow me to my workshop. I have all the necessary equipment there. Master Hong said to Yang Chen in a very friendly tone, as if speaking to a knowledgeable and courageous junior. Lu Hui, being sharp, could tell that trouble was brewing from Master Hong's reaction. Alright, Master Hong, you take them to your workshop first, I'll join later, Lu Hui said. Master Hong nodded, okay. Yang Chen held the porcelain bottle, while Zhou Ping held the painting box. The two followed Master Hong to the 4th floor. After they left, Lu Hui immediately called Zhou Dian. Young master, there has been some unexpected development. It seems that my brother's classmate is indeed quite extraordinary. After listening to Lu Hui's report, Zhou Dian praised insincerely. After Lu Hui finished speaking, he continued, I will continue to keep an eye on it. Once there is a situation, I will inform you immediately. Okay. Zhou Dian thought for a moment and added, also, pay attention to the painting in my good brother's hands. Lu Hui was surprised. That landscape painting should be authentic, right? Zhou Dian smiled. If even a Qianlong porcelain bottle can be a fake, why can't a landscape painting? Lu Hui nodded, understood. He hung up the phone. Zhou Dian walked to the large French window, looking at the scenery below, murmuring to himself, my good brother, you still have some brains, not causing a scene in public. Dad may not like me bullying you, but if you use means that harm the company to attack me, he will definitely dislike it even more. But as long as this matter doesn't spread, at most, you will make me lose some money. This information, without my consent, won't reach Dad, so in the end, you are still foolish. On the 4th floor, Master Hong had a dedicated workshop. Additionally, he had 4 subordinates. Shaoli, go get the flaw detection instrument, Master Hong instructed a young man around 20 years old. Shaoli looked puzzled at Zhou Ping and Yang Chen. Without asking further, he agreed and immediately went to fetch the flaw detection instrument. Xiaoyang, place the porcelain bottle here, Master Hong pointed to a table and said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen placed the porcelain on the table. His handling was very amateurish. Master Hong couldn't stand it. He immediately instructed Yang Chen, porcelain is very fragile, so you must be careful when handling it. Look at how I tidy up. Hold it like this with your hands, handle it gently. This way, you can effectively prevent the porcelain from falling due to carelessness. Yang Chen humbly accepted, thank you, Master Hong. Master Hong accepted it calmly, nodding. You notice the L and know about Li Kai, indicating you have some understanding of the cultural relics circle, but your foundation is too weak. You and the second young master are classmates, that is, students at Jiangcheng University. The archaeology department of Jiangcheng University is quite good. If you want to understand cultural relics more, you can try auditing some professional archaeology courses. At least it won't let you make the kind of basic mistakes you made just now. Yang Chen felt that Master Hong's words made sense. Although I can know everything through these lifeless objects, some basic knowledge still needs to be actively learned. But forget about auditing archaeology courses, I'd rather go to the library to read and study directly, Yang Chen thought to himself. At the same time, he sincerely thanked Master Hong. Thank you very much, Master Hong. When I return to school, I will definitely consider it. Honggu, the flaw detector. Xiaoli came over holding the flaw detector. Master Hong took the display screen and pointed at the Qianlong porcelain vase, saying, "Conduct a comprehensive flaw detection scan on it." Xiaoli took the probe to test the vase. Master Hong beckoned to Yang Chen to come and look at the flaw detection scan pattern together. Yang Chen walked over and pretended to look along. Can he understand it? He couldn't understand it at all. Xiaoli scanned the vase meticulously from top to bottom. Master Hong looked at the screen very carefully. Soon, Xiaoli scanned to the area with black spots where the small flower cat was. Although he couldn't understand the flaw detection graph, he already knew there was a problem here. He immediately said, "Master Hong, I think there is a problem here." Master Hong looked at Yang Chen with great appreciation. "Your eyes are indeed as good as you said. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have overlooked this area." Master Hong said to Xiaoli, "Scan the area with the black spot of the small cat again." Xiaoli followed the instructions and scanned that position again. This dedicated scan made it clearer for Master Hong. At that moment, he was excited but also disappointed. Master Hong put down the screen and waved to Xiaoli, saying, "No need to continue, go print out the scan results." "Okay, Honggu." Xiaoli left with the flaw detector. When Zhou Ping saw Master Hong's expression, he was very happy. Verified. It's a fake. His big brother would not be happy. If his big brother is not happy, he will be happy. "Xiao Yang, you were right." Master Hong's words were interrupted as Lu Hui walked in. She looked at Master Hong, Yang Chen, and Zhou Ping, and immediately guessed the approximate result from their expressions. Her heart sank instantly. The least wanted thing had really happened. This kid actually got it right. Lu Hui glanced meaningfully at Yang Chen. Although she had a guess in her heart, she still pretended not to know and asked, "Master Hong, has the test been done? What are the results?" Master Hong stood up, feeling very ashamed, and said to Lu Hui, "Secretary Lu, it was my mistake. Xiao Yang was right. I will personally report to the young master." Buzz. Lu Hui's phone rang. She took out her phone and looked at it. Then she smiled at Master Hong. "Master Hong, don't worry. The young master said that the items you appraised for Hongxian have brought benefits worth billions to the auction house. A porcelain vase worth over 300,000, you don't need to worry about it. The young master doesn't blame you." Master Hong was extremely moved. "Thank you very much to the young master." Lu Hui smiled at Master Hong and said, "The young master has always been so generous. He will not mistreat anyone who has contributed to the company." Master Hong nodded in agreement. Yang Chen looked at Lu Hui's phone, and within 2 seconds, he knew what message Zhou Dian had sent to Lu Hui. He whispered to Zhou Ping, "Your big brother is amazing." Zhou Ping was puzzled. "What's going on?" Yang Chen pointed to the harmonious scene in front of him and said, "Master Hong made a mistake, but instead of blaming him, he praised him for his huge contribution to the company. In the future, Master Hong will probably be even more loyal to your big brother." Zhou Ping recalled many things from the past and said with a hint of jealousy, "He is good at winning people over." Yang Chen added, "He didn't come down in person, but sent a message to the secretary. So, I predict that in the upcoming compensation, he will let Secretary Lu pay generously, and he himself will definitely not show up." Zhou Ping was not happy. "We swindled him out of 3,800,000, and he can still hold back." Yang Chen smiled and said, "What's the point of coming down, to be mocked by you? It's better to stay up there, not caring so much about performance, letting your punch land on cotton, so you won't feel satisfied." Zhou Ping was even more displeased. "Indeed, it feels like hitting cotton, unsatisfying. And this matter, I'm afraid it will be difficult to reach my father. We still have a trump card." Yang Chen pointed to the painting in Zhou Ping's arms. He smiled and continued, "A valuable painting worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, maybe it can cause a sensation in the national collecting community. Even if he doesn't show up, your father will know, even if he doesn't ask." "Right." Zhou Ping's fighting spirit rose again. Lu Hui walked over, smiling at Yang Chen. "Mr. Yang, we apologize for the unpleasant shopping experience caused by the negligence of our auction house, and also thank you for pointing out this oversight for our Hongxian. According to the rules of our auction house, as long as it is a fake, we compensate 10 times the price. This Qianlong porcelain vase is priced at 388,888 yuan, so we will compensate you with 3,888,880 yuan. I will prepare the money and compensation agreement now. Please provide me with a bank account." These words were truly refreshing to hear. Yang Chen took out his wallet and a commonly used bank card. "Just transfer it to this card." Lu Hui took the bank card with both hands, smiling at Yang Chen and continued, "Can we delete that recording?" Yang Chen nodded, took out his phone, and deleted both the local recording and the cloud recording. What about yours? Yang Chen asked Lu Hui. Lu Hui giggled, sharp-eyed little brother. After speaking, Lu Hui also took out her phone and deleted her recording. After finishing all this, Lu Hui picked up the vase and was about to leave. When she passed by Zhou Ping, she looked at the box Zhou Ping was holding in his arms. Young Master Zhou, did you buy the painting of high mountains and flowing water? Lu Hui asked. Zhou Ping nodded, yes. Lu Hui said, the entire auction house belongs to your family. If you want something, just give a shout. Why bother spending money? I'm happy to buy. What's it to you? Zhou Ping felt uncomfortable with Lu Hui's sarcastic tone. Lu Hui smiled, if you're willing to buy, of course I can't interfere. It's fortunate that you bought this painting, otherwise if something went wrong, with a small compensation of a few million, I don't know if the young master would be happy, your old man would definitely be furious. Zhou Ping could tell that Lu Hui was mocking him for being two-faced and bringing outsiders to swindle his own family's money. He wanted to retort, but didn't know how. Yang Chen sarcastically said to Lu Hui, I made money from your young master's mistake. What does it have to do with me and my brother? Incompetent oneself, not thinking about self-reflection, always trying to shift blame to others. Is this the business philosophy your young master taught you? You. Lu Hui was furious, then she changed to a smile. Sharp-tongued little brother, sister is starting to like you more and more. Yang Chen also smiled at Lu Hui. Auntie, you will like me more and more in the future. Auntie? The muscles on Lu Hui's temples twitched twice. Humph. Lu Hui coldly snorted and left. She didn't want to deal with the sharp-tongued little troublemaker Yang Chen anymore. After Lu Hui left, Master Hong said to Yang Chen, Xiaoyan, you shouldn't have offended Secretary Lu like that. Yang Chen's confrontation with Lu Hui made Zhou Ping extremely happy. At this moment, when he heard Master Hong educating Yang Chen, he immediately disagreed. He said to Master Hong, what's wrong with offending her? Just a secretary, she dares not give money to Brother Qian? Master Hong said, the matter has been settled, she will definitely not go back on her word, but if she holds a grudge against you, she might trip you up in places you don't notice. Young Master Zhou, your status is noble, she may not be able to do much, but what about Xiaoyang? Zhou Ping immediately became nervous. Yang Chen patted Zhou Ping on the shoulder and said, Ping, it's okay. Her intelligence doesn't matter to me. Zhou Ping believed him. At this point, Master Hong also didn't intend to continue speaking. He looked at the box in Zhou Ping's arms. I heard from Secretary Lu that this is the painting of a high mountains and flowing water? Master Hong asked. Zhou Ping nodded, yes. Although Wu Dan is considered a famous painter of the Qing dynasty, this painting is not very well known and doesn't have much collection value. Young master, why did you buy it? Master Hong asked in confusion. Well, Zhou Ping looked at Yang Chen. Earlier, in order to relax Lu Hui and the others' vigilance, so that they could eventually persuade Zhou Dian to agree to retest on the spot, they made up a lot of nonsense. Now, when Master Hong asked, Zhou Ping didn't know whether to tell the truth or stick to the lie. Yang Chen said to Master Hong, I asked him to buy it. Master Hong was shocked, could this painting also? Yang Chen shook his head, this painting is genuine. Master Hong felt as if a heavy stone hanging over his heart had fallen into his stomach. Then why did you buy it? Master Hong asked. Yang Chen said, I asked Ping to buy it because I want to auction it at the auction this afternoon. So, I need to trouble Master Hong with one thing now. Do you want me to issue a certificate for you? Master Hong looked at Yang Chen with great confusion. Yang Chen nodded, yes. Private items need to be appraised by the appraiser of Hongshan Auction House before they can enter the auction process. After the appraiser's appraisal, a certificate of authentication will be issued. Master Hong was even more puzzled. He said to Yang Chen and Zhou Ping, the high mountains and flowing water is priced at 680,000. According to its value, it can indeed enter the auction. But the price tag in the first floor exhibition hall is 680,000, which is actually a premium sale based on the current market price. If you take it to the auction now, I can only offer a starting price of 300,000. Based on my experience, the final transaction price is unlikely to exceed 500,000. So, you will lose tens of thousands by doing this, and if you add the fixed 10% commission of the auction house, you will actually lose more than 200,000. Yang Chen said, I believe the value of this painting is higher than that. Master Hong looked at Yang Chen for a few seconds. All he saw on Yang Chen's face was confidence. He couldn't understand why Yang Chen was so confident. Can 1 + 1 really equal 3? But because of Yang Chen's firmness, he didn't continue to persuade. Perhaps it's just for the wealthy young masters to have fun? Besides, he had already earned over 3 million from Hongshan, so why would he care about losing 200,000 or 300,000? Master Hong kept trying to make sense of it in his mind. He said to Zhou Ping, "Young master, according to the rules, give me the painting again. After I appraise it and issue the certificate, you can take it to the third floor to queue up." Zhou Ping understood these rules better than Yang Chen. He handed the box to Master Hong. Master Hong opened the box and laid out the high mountains and flowing water on the table. He took a magnifying glass and carefully examined the entire painting, especially some key areas. Yes, it is indeed the high mountains and flowing water. Master Hong spent more than 10 minutes, finally confirming that this was the high mountains and flowing water. Next, he issued the certificate and then sealed the high mountains and flowing water. "Xiao Li, come here." Master Hong continued to call his assistant Xiao Li. "Take the painting and go to the third floor with the young master." Xiao Li carefully took the box sealed with a sticker. "Okay, Hong Ji." Master Hong signed his name on the appraisal certificate and handed it to Zhou Ping. "Young master, you can go to the third floor now." Zhou Ping thanked Master Hong. "Thank you, Master Hong." Yang Chen and Zhou Ping, accompanied by Xiao Li, left Master Hong's studio and headed towards the auction hall on the third floor. After Yang Chen, Zhou Ping, and Xiao Li left, Master Hong paced back and forth, gritted his teeth, and said, "This matter is really suspicious. It's best to inform the eldest young master." Master Hong has a high status at the auction house. With his identity, he can naturally go directly to Zhou Dian. When he arrived at the door of Zhou Dian's office, Lu Hui happened to come out. "Master Hong?" Lu Hui was puzzled. Master Hong smiled at Lu Hui and said, "Secretary Lu, I have something to report. If you're here, let's go in together." "Are they up to something again?" Lu Hui's eyes showed disgust. Master Hong nodded and shook his head. "Not exactly, hard to say for sure." "Let's go in together." "Is that Master Hong?" "Come in together." Zhou Dian's voice came from the office. Master Hong and Lu Hui entered the office. Zhou Dian stood with his hands behind his back, looking out the window at the scenery. He had been looking at this scenery for over a decade and never grew tired of it. "Master Hong, what have those two done now?" Zhou Dian smiled, looking relaxed. Master Hong said, "They asked me to issue a certificate for that landscape painting. They have already taken it to the third floor." Lu Hui immediately became anxious. "Master Hong, how could you issue a certificate for them?" Master Hong touched his nose and helplessly said, "I had no reason not to issue it, and he is also the second young master. They just swindled over 3 million from our auction house together. For this scam, the second young master even went as far as to act with us. Now they are up to this strange behavior again. No matter how you look at it, they can't have good intentions." Lu Hui accused Master Hong with great displeasure. "Swindle?" Master Hong glanced at Lu Hui, not entirely agreeing. According to industry rules and the auction house regulations, if a fake is purchased, compensation must be made. Although Master Hong also thought it was somewhat unethical for the second young master to deceive their own money, calling it a scam was a stretch. However, the Qiankuan porcelain bottle was ultimately his appraisal. Zhou Dian did not blame him, as it was also conveyed through Lu Hui, so Master Hong had no way to refute Lu Hui. Zhou Dian said to Lu Hui, "Don't say that. My brother and I have never gotten along. It's normal for him to cause trouble for me. And he followed the rules, didn't blow this matter out of proportion, so it's not crossing the line." With one sentence, Zhou Dian settled the matter. Lu Hui still looked angry but remained silent. Zhou Dian sat down on a chair, swiveling it from side to side, his eyes on the ceiling. "I remember the landscape painting was confirmed by Master Wen, right?" Master Wen was a senior appraiser even more experienced than Zhou Dian. There were 5 most esteemed appraisers at the auction house, referred to as masters within the auction house. Master Wen ranked second, and Master Hong ranked third. Master Hong nodded. "Yes, I also carefully examined it for half an hour. That painting is indeed Wu Dan's landscape painting. With my over a decade of experience in the appraisal industry, I guarantee it's authentic." Zhou Dian paused, looking at Master Hong and said, "I naturally trust you and Master Wen. If both of you say it's the landscape painting, then it must be." Lu Hui also interjected with confusion, "If it's indeed the landscape painting, why did the second young master buy it on the first floor and then take it to the third floor for auction?" Zhou Dian looked at Master Hong. Master Hong immediately said, "I asked them to and told them that the price tag on the first floor was already high, and Wu Dan's paintings have an average market response. Taking it to auction, it wouldn't fetch more than 500,000 at most. But Xiao Yang said he believed he could get a higher price." "A higher price?" Zhou Dian furrowed his brows slightly. He couldn't understand how a higher price could be achieved. He asked Master Hong, "What do you think of that Yang Chen, in terms of appraising artifacts?" Master Hong organized his words. "I am certain that he has some knowledge of appraising, must have seen quite a bit, but it's not systematic, lacks experience, and he doesn't even know some common knowledge." However, his observation skills are exceptional, to the point that I have never encountered an appraiser with better observational skills. This is a talent, Master Hong said, his face showing undisguised envy. Is it possible that he's pretending? Lu Hui asked. Master Hong immediately shook his head and said, it's almost impossible. Appraisers like us have strict habits from handling antiques for many years. When he was handling the Qianlong porcelain vase, even beginners are better than him, he's just a novice. That kind of casual and careless attitude cannot be faked. Moreover, how old is he, 18 or 19? For him to have better appraisal skills than me, he would need at least a decade of experience. Zhou Dian nodded. I agree with Master Hong's view. He must have innate talent. If he had this ability before, second young master wouldn't just bring him to me now for trouble. He should have come a year ago. Zhou Dian concluded, and Lu Hui didn't say anything more. So, there's only one question left. What do they really want to do? Zhou Dian tapped the table with his fingers, as if asking himself, as well as Master Hong and Lu Hui. Both Master Hong and Lu Hui remained silent, unable to figure it out. After more than a minute of silence, Lu Hui said to Zhou Dian, young master, shall I go to the third floor and reject them? After a moment of thought, Master Hong also nodded. Seeing Master Hong nodding as well, Lu Hui almost cursed in her heart. The old man, to avoid offending the second young master, gave him a way out. And now he agreed to let her reject the second young master. It's simply shameless. Zhou Dian pursed his lips, then shook his head. This is the second young master's second challenge to me. In the first battle, I lost, and he gave me face. If I reject him now, wouldn't that mean I'm backing down? Hee hee, that kid who used to wet his pants when I glared at him seems to have grown up. Zhou Dian stood up, his eyes becoming determined. He looked at Lu Hui and Master Hong, saying, no matter what they do, let's not stop them. Let's watch and see. I want to see what my brother can really do. Yes, Master Hong and Lu Hui nodded in agreement. Zhou Dian waved to Master Hong. Master Hong, you go busy yourself first. You did well in informing me promptly about this matter. The porcelain vase incident is not your fault, don't take it to heart, just focus on your work in the future. Master Hong immediately expressed his gratitude to Zhou Dian. Thank you for your trust, young master. I will work hard and never betray your trust again. Zhou Dian nodded. After Master Hong left, Zhou Dian said to Lu Hui, you go find the second young master and that guy surnamed Yang, give them the 3,800,000, and then arrange a private room for them on the 5th floor. They want to auction something, how can my brother not have a VIP room? Zhou Ping and Yang Chen arrived on the 3rd floor with Master Hong's note. The registration process was simple. Zhou Ping signed an agreement, and Shali placed the sealed scroll in the auction hall for bidding. Zhou Ping received an agreement and a numbered card. Number 12. This number card indicates the order of the auction items, Zhou Ping explained to Yang Chen. Yang Chen asked, so, does that mean there are only 12 items up for auction this afternoon, up to now? Zhou Ping shook his head and smiled, of course not. Yang Chen looked puzzled. Zhou Ping said, the main items at the auction are our own, after all, this way we can maximize our profits. So, the items we prepared for auction have already been arranged in order. The number we received is a reserved sequence for personal auction items. Yang Chen nodded and asked, why do it this way? Zhou Ping said, based on industry research, during the auction, people's emotions fluctuate. When people are excited, they tend to bid higher, and when their emotions are low, they are less likely to bid. So, the auction house has actually locked in those popular lots in advance. Yang Chen understood. Zhou Ping looked like a child who could be taught. Xiangu is indeed clever. Get lost, your expression didn't say that. Yang Chen kicked Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping dodged a bit but couldn't avoid it, then covered the kicked area with a very aggrieved look. What are you two playing at, so happy? Lu Hui's voice came. She had a kind smile on her face, completely different from a few minutes ago when she was gritting her teeth on the 6th floor. Zhou Ping ignored her. Yang Chen focused on Lu Hui's clothes. After a dozen seconds, a slight smile appeared on his lips. He already knew the conversation between Zhou Dian, Lu Hui, and Master Hong. The development of the situation did not surprise him. He was very satisfied. If Zhou Dian really didn't play fair and directly rejected their auction, things would be difficult to handle. Not to mention helping Zhou Ping save face, even getting a close look at the halberd of the overlord would likely be a lost cause. The fake one pays 10. The auction drama was about to begin. Zhou Ping no longer showed any good expression to this big brother's personal secretary. Did you tell my brother? Ignoring Zhou Ping's sour face, Lu Hui still wore a professional smile and said, the second young master is involved in such a big matter. How could we dare not report to the eldest young master? Zhou Ping chuckled, is the money ready? It's ready, as long as you sign here, the money will quickly transfer to Mr. Yang's card. Lu Hui waved the agreement in Yang Chen's hand and said to Zhou Ping, "The second young master is indeed a good classmate of Mr. Yang, very attentive to the money he earns. No, I mean, very attentive to the money he makes," she mocked. But this time Zhou Ping was prepared. Zhou Ping smiled, "If my brother makes a mistake, of course, I have to be attentive. Secretary Lu, you are also very attentive, your work as a secretary is very diligent, my sister-in-law will definitely appreciate you." After speaking, Zhou Ping deliberately glanced at Lu's secretary's neckline. So deep, so big, so white. Looking at it for too long really makes one dizzy. Zhou Ping's words, Zhou Ping's gaze, all made Lu Hui feel an unprecedented sense of shame. Her face instantly became ugly. However, after a moment, her complexion returned to normal. She sarcastically said to Zhou Ping, "Indeed, the dragon has 9 sons, each different. The eldest young master is the dragon and phoenix among people to be admired. As for the second young master..." He. What do you mean by he? Zhou Ping was furious. This he instantly broke his defense. Yang Chen immediately pulled Zhou Ping back and said to Lu Hui, "Secretary Lu, let's quickly sign the agreement. After all, the auction is about to start. I still want to use this money to bid on some good things." Victorious Lu Hui was very happy. She handed the agreement to Yang Chen. "Take a look, if there are no issues, just sign on it." He glanced at the agreement. "Any pitfalls?" Yang Chen asked. The agreement, there is one pitfall that is not considered a pitfall, it does not involve taxes, so you need to pay the taxes yourself. If you forget, you will be in trouble. Because at the end of the year, the company will do financial reporting, the tax bureau will audit this amount, and it will automatically trace back to you. By then, you may face fines and late payment penalties. The specific amount depends on how long you owe. If it's too long, you may even face criminal penalties. It really was a pitfall that wasn't considered a pitfall, because everything they did was on the surface legal and compliant. If Yang Chen forgets to pay or lacks the awareness to pay taxes, it's his own fault. Secretary Lu's agreement terms are indeed very rigorous, Yang Chen said with a smile. Lu Hui couldn't tell if Yang Chen was mocking or genuinely praising her, so she chose not to speak. Yang Chen pretended to scan the contract again, then suddenly looked up and asked Lu Hui, "Secretary Lu, I find it troublesome, can you give me the money after tax?" Lu Hui's heart skipped a beat, feeling very uncomfortable. The little bastard actually understands this. Lu Hui said indifferently, "Our company has no obligation, Mr. Yang, if you have no other objections, please sign. The young master has other arrangements for you." What does the young master want to do? Zhou Ping instinctively cautious. Lu Hui looked at Zhou Ping with disdain, as if saying with her eyes, "Coward." This made Zhou Ping even more angry. Seeing through Lu Hui's little scheme, Yang Chen did not hesitate anymore. He signed on the agreement. 2 copies of the agreement were made. One for him, and one for the auction house. Lu Hui took out the agreement, tapped on her phone a few times. "It's done." Lu Hui handed the bank card to Yang Chen. Immediately, Yang Chen received a text message on his phone. Looking at it, it was exactly 3,808,880 yuan transferred from Hongshan Limited. "Can we now say what my brother wants to do?" Zhou Ping asked Lu Hui. "Don't think so badly of your brother." Lu Hui glanced at Zhou Ping sideways, and continued, "The young master knows that you are going to auction that painting. Although he doesn't care what tricks you want to play, the second young master is after all from the Zhou family, and he still needs to maintain some dignity. So he has prepared a private room for you on the 5th floor. Room 503, here is the room card, inside there are fruits, drinks, and alcohol." Lu Hui handed a room card to Zhou Ping, and jokingly said, "If the second young master needs some female companions, I can arrange that too. After all, the second young master is an adult now, and some men's needs are understandable." Zhou Ping's face became very ugly. He smashed the room card. "I don't need his fake concern." Lu Hui picked up the room card, still maintaining her professional smile. "That's a pity." The young master said, "Your face is not just yours, it's also the Zhou family's. If you disagree, then we will have to reject your auction this time. My brother is too considerate, thank him for us." Just as Zhou Ping was about to explode, Yang Chen took the room card first. This further provoked Zhou Ping. Lu Hui felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. But, brother? Shameless. I have a brotherly bond with Ping. Ping's brother is naturally my brother too. Before Lu Hui could challenge, Yang Chen directly countered what she was about to say. Lu Hui felt as if she had eaten a fly. She was not happy again. "Second young master, take care of yourself." Lu Hui sensibly avoided conflict with Yang Chen, and instead turned her warning towards the easier target, Zhou Ping. After the warning, Lu Hui turned and left. Zhou Ping watched Lu Hui's back, gritting his teeth in hatred. Yang Chen praised, I have to say, this woman's figure is really tempting. Zhou Ping disdainfully snorted, you're interested in a woman in her 30s. Yang Chen shrugged it off, youth doesn't appreciate mature women. Zhou Ping shuddered, you're too extreme. Yang Chen laughed, let's go to the 5th floor. Seeing the room card in Yang Chen's hand, Zhou Ping immediately became furious, why did you take this card? We came here to confront my brother, not to accept his charity. If we don't accept it, he won't let us auction. What can you do? Flip the table? Yang Chen asked with a smile. Zhou Ping said, I'm just really angry. It's normal to be angry. Do you think your brother wasn't angry when we made him suffer before? Yang Chen said. Zhou Ping felt a little better, he must be really angry, otherwise he would have come down to find trouble with me. Yang Chen smiled, so, our move was accepted by him. Now that he has made a move, we have to respond. Flipping the table would mean we lose. If your dad finds out about this, he will definitely be disappointed in you, and may even have strong opinions about you colluding with outsiders to cheat the family's money. Then we would have gained nothing but trouble. It's stirring up a hornet's nest. Zhou Ping corrected. Same thing. Yang Chen laughed, brushing off this small mistake. Let's go to the 5th floor and enjoy some VIP treatment. Soon, the two arrived in front of the door of room 503 on the 5th floor. They swiped the card, pushed open the door, and walked in. The table in the private room was indeed filled with fruits and drinks. Yang Chen followed Zhou Ping into the room. He sat down on the sofa, picked up a piece of watermelon and started eating. At the same time, he quickly scanned the surroundings and finally his gaze landed on the large screen directly opposite. The large screen was showing a live broadcast of the auction scene on the 3rd floor. There were 4 windows in total, one occupying 2/3 of the screen, and the other 3 occupying 1/3. With these 4 windows, every corner of the auction venue was captured without any blind spots. This meant that the people here could see any corner and any person at the auction. Truly a service only for VIPs. Yang Chen asked the large screen in his mind, tell me, are there any monitoring devices in this room? The large screen replied, yes, there is one at the bottom of me, one in the fire sprinkler above your heads, and one under your table. 3 of them. They really think highly of us. Knowing the situation, Yang Chen stood up, walked to the large screen, and started feeling along the bottom of it. Zhou Ping asked in confusion, Xiangu, what are you doing? Yang Chen didn't answer immediately. Soon, he found a protrusion. He inserted his fingers and with a twist, a miniature camera appeared in his hand. Do you really think your big brother trusts us not to cause trouble? Yang Chen threw the miniature camera on the table. What's this? Zhou Ping didn't recognize it. Yang Chen said, a camera. Zhou Ping was furious, no integrity, he's still monitoring us. Let's change rooms. Yang Chen shook his head, even if we change rooms, how can you be sure there are no surveillance devices? Zhou Ping suddenly felt powerless. Faced with this big brother, he really had very few means to deal with him. Today, without Yang Chen, even if he knew about porcelain and paintings, he probably wouldn't have any means to fight back. You don't need to worry, these things are easy to find. I've read a lot of guides, trust me, Yang Chen said to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping nodded. This time, he didn't hesitate and simply believed Yang Chen's words. Yang Chen began to pretend to search. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor, in Zhou Dian's office, Zhou Dian looked coldly at the computer screen, which had 2 windows and an audio channel. One of the windows had turned black, while the other was showing Yang Chen and Zhou Ping. Yang Chen was jumping around the room like a monkey, while Zhou Ping sat on the sofa, looking like he wanted to help but didn't know how. This kid is indeed clever. Not only did he guess that we would place monitoring devices, but he also easily found a camera. You guys are fools for placing the camera in such an obvious place, Zhou Dian scolded Lu Hui. Lu Hui lowered her head in shame, I didn't consider it properly. Zhou Dian's expression softened slightly, and he sighed, but this kid is too cunning. If he can easily find the camera under the TV, he can definitely find the one in the fire sprinkler. Lu Hui felt even more ashamed, and her hatred towards Yang Chen and Zhou Ping deepened. You don't need to blame yourself. No matter how cunning he is, he won't be able to find the listener under the table, Zhou Dian said. Lu Hui immediately flattered, the listener was specially designed by young master, completely embedded in the table. Without a professional detector, it's impossible to find it. Feeling a bit better, Zhou Dian's expression improved. At that moment, a big face appeared on the computer screen. It was Yang Chen. Yang Chen made a face at the camera. Click. The window turned black. This little bastard. Zhou Dian's slightly improved mood turned sour again. He felt frustrated with nowhere to vent. He looked at Lu Hui and said emotionlessly, come here, lie down. In room 503, Yang Chen removed the second camera. He glanced at the position where the table was embedded with bugs. His eyes shifted, and he ignored it. With a snap, he threw the camera onto the table, sat on the sofa, and took out a tissue to wipe his hands. Zhou Ping asked, "Have you found everything?" Yang Chen nodded, "Yes, we can speak freely now." Xiangu, I really love you. My proud big brother must be fuming with anger right now. Zhou Ping laughed, and his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up, and it was a message from Yang Chen. "There is still a bug under the table, let's not touch it for now. Since your brother wants to eavesdrop on us, let's outsmart him, don't reveal our plan." Zhou Ping was surprised to see the message from Yang Chen. He was full of admiration for him. Is this what happens when the protagonist is overpowered? Compared to before, it's like a different person. If I were this awesome, I would have been able to overpower my brother years ago. No, I overpowered my brother years ago. Zhou Ping was extremely envious. He gave a thumbs up to Yang Chen and then typed on his phone, "Xiangu, what's your plan?" Yang Chen replied, "Thinking about it now. Our previous plan was too simplistic." Zhou Ping asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Chen said, "Our previous plan was to auction off the painting High Mountains and Flowing Water, then bid for it ourselves, and either you or I would go on stage to unveil the painting in front of everyone, showcasing your true self." Zhou Ping said, "Yeah, it sounds exciting. Would anyone really compete with us for a painting of no significant value?" Yang Chen replied, "Normal people wouldn't, but your brother has clearly crossed swords with us. Are you saying my brother will compete with us on the price?" Zhou Ping furrowed his brows. "If that's the case, it might be tricky for us. I only have less than 200,000 on me. How much do you have?" Zhou Ping asked quickly. Yang Chen said, "Including the 3.8 million just now, I should have 4.7 million. Zhou Ping calculated in his mind upon seeing Yang Chen's reply, so, Xiangu usually has 900,000 on hand. Xiangu is truly extraordinary, he must be someone in that group, I just don't know who. And it seems like he doesn't want to tell me yet. When I get the chance, I must subtly ask him." His thoughts diverged for a moment, but Zhou Ping immediately refocused. He replied to Yang Chen, "With less than 5 million, trying to compete with my brother is like hitting a rock with an egg." Yang Chen said, "After all, it's on your brother's turf. Even if we had 10 million, we wouldn't be able to outbid him." Zhou Ping nodded at Yang Chen. Seeing Yang Chen's calm demeanor, he quickly typed on his phone, "Xiangu, you already have a plan, right?" Yang Chen replied, "Sort of." Zhou Ping urged, "Tell me quickly." Yang Chen said, "We need to change our approach." "Change our approach?" Zhou Ping looked at Yang Chen in confusion. Yang Chen continued, "Our goal is to showcase your talents in front of everyone, let your brother know how capable you are, and more importantly, make your father notice you and change his perception of you." Zhou Ping nodded. Yang Chen continued, "So, whether we end up with the final painting or your brother or his people do, it doesn't matter. As long as it's not taken by someone else, your family won't suffer any losses. Therefore, the key to this matter is for you to go on stage and unveil the painting, that will be your shining moment." Zhou Ping suddenly felt his mind clear up. He gave a big thumbs up to Yang Chen and quickly typed on his phone, "Xiangu, you are truly amazing, I admire you, really admire you." Yang Chen said, "So, our plan needs to change." Zhou Ping nodded, "Okay. Yang Chen, the plan can be divided into A and B. Plan A is the same as before. We will be the ones to take the final picture, and then you will go directly on stage and tell everyone that this is a picture within a picture, asking the staff here to cut the picture open for you." Zhou Ping obediently like a primary school student. "Yang Chen, if your brother confronts us fiercely, then we will go all in, spend all our money. If he doesn't bid, then we will proceed with plan A. If he bids again, then we won't bid anymore. After the gong is struck, you will go on stage directly and congratulate your brother on obtaining this treasure, a picture within a picture." Zhou Ping, "Xiangu, there's a loophole. As I said, people may not necessarily believe it. My brother already has the painting, so he wouldn't let me uncover it. I can throw a tantrum and act stubborn, but as the second young master of the Zhou family, throwing a tantrum in our own territory, my father would break my legs if he saw it." "Yang Chen, you don't need to throw a tantrum. I will give you a story later, memorize it in advance. When the time comes, you tell this story, and the people present, especially the big shots in other private rooms, will definitely pressure your brother to reveal the painting." "What story?" Zhou Ping asked on his phone. "Yang Chen, the story of the picture within a picture, I know what it is." "What?" Zhou Ping couldn't help but exclaim, then quickly covered his mouth. This exclamation startled Zhou Dian. "What's going on?" Zhou Dian shouted unhappily. He looked at the computer screen, then pushed Lu Hui away and listened carefully to the sound coming from the computer. In private room 503, Yang Chen helplessly glanced at Zhou Ping and said, "Didn't expect that, did you?" Zhou Ping immediately cooperated and said, "Didn't expect it, really didn't expect it. Say a little more, how did you become so awesome?" Yang Chen said, "The walls have ears, come here, I'll tell you quietly." Zhou Ping walked over and sat next to Yang Chen. Yang Chen typed on his phone, mumbled quietly, "Keep your voice as low as possible." Zhou Ping looked at the table and understood, "Xian Ge, you are really bad. If you eat grapes, spit out the skin, if you don't eat grapes, spit out the skin." Zhou Ping immediately started mumbling. Zhou Dian in front of the computer listened carefully to the sound coming from the speakers. The sound was very low, completely inaudible. He put on his headphones and turned the volume to the maximum. Still couldn't hear. Snap! Zhou Dian angrily threw the headphones on the table. "Go find someone who can handle the sound," Zhou Dian shouted to Lu Hui. Lu Hui, who was tidying up clothes, nodded quickly, "Yes, young master." She was somewhat surprised. Young master's temper today was a bit too impatient, completely different from his usual calm and strategic demeanor. Was it because of that little rascal? Lu Hui saw the figure of Yang Chen in front of her, making her itch with hatred. Lu Hui walked out, and suddenly Zhou Dian's voice came from behind, "I'll send you the recording, have the technicians process it, and then send me the processed audio." In private room 503, Yang Chen opened a document and quickly typed the story he heard from Gao Shanlu. Of course, it was just a summary. At this moment, a gong sounded on the big screen, and today's auction officially began. It was a very long story. Even though Yang Chen was typing frantically, it took him half an hour to finish. Over 1,000 words of a short essay. Longer than a college entrance exam essay. This even reminded Yang Chen of the fear he had when he was dominated by essay topics in the past. Document sent. Zhou Ping picked up his phone, opened the document, glanced at it, and gradually showed a pained expression on his face. "So long." Zhou Ping sent a message, then pitifully looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen replied, "This is already the most concise version." Yang Chen wasn't lying. When Gao Shanlu told him about his life story, he listened for half an hour before reaching the Republican era. If he were to write everything, it would be a novel of over 100,000 words. If the online writer sprinkles water again, it will be a million-word masterpiece. Recite it a few more times, just remember the key information. Yang Chen comforted again. Zhou Ping lowered his head and silently read the short essay. Once, twice, 3 times. The pain on Zhou Ping's face became more severe. He thought of the fear dominated by reciting the entire passage in the past. Seeing Zhou Ping's appearance, Yang Chen felt much relieved in his heart. Sharing blessings is what good brothers do. The situation in the auction house was playing on the big screen. It had already auctioned off the 6th item, a porcelain from the Song dynasty. Through the screen, Yang Chen couldn't make them speak. To hear all things speak, Yang Chen must see them with his own eyes. No matter how far away, as long as he can see, it's not a problem, but it's not possible through the internet. This has exceeded the spatial range. Yang Chen wasn't in a hurry since they weren't planning to bid anyway. Half an hour quickly passed. Soon it was time for the auction of the painting High Mountains in Flowing Water. To be honest, from the first auction to the 11th, the final bids were all over 1 million. High Mountains in Flowing Water was not even considered a big deal in the auction house. The auctioneer opened the box and said loudly, "The 12th auction item is a bit unusual. It was originally priced at 680,000 in the first floor exhibition hall." Upon hearing this number, many people present had already guessed that this auction item is the famous painting High Mountains in Flowing Water by the Qing dynasty painter Wu Dan. After the auctioneer finished speaking, the scene immediately became noisy. People were whispering to each other. Some who knew about High Mountains in Flowing Water explained the situation to those who didn't. Meanwhile, more people were puzzled. "Please be a little quiet, everyone," the auctioneer called out. The scene quickly quieted down. The auctioneer said, "I've heard your doubts. You may wonder why an item from the first floor exhibition hall is being auctioned on the 3rd floor. In fact, this is not our auction house's decision, but a customer bought it and then entrusted us to auction it." After the auctioneer finished speaking, the scene became even more lively. "Who's so stupid? The first floor exhibition hall sells ordinary goods, and it's impossible to get a good price on the 3rd floor. This High Mountains in Flowing Water is almost the same. Although it's Wu Dan's work, it's from his early period when his painting skills were not very mature, so it doesn't have much collectible value. According to the current market, the value of this painting won't exceed 500,000. So, I really want to know who spent 680,000 to buy it and then brought it to the 3rd floor for auction. Actually, I'm more curious about how brain-dead someone has to be to think it could fetch a higher price at auction. Probably read too many novels. Those who come to the auction house are all old hands in this business. They can tell at a glance whether something is valuable, so only rare items can fetch a high price. and ordinary things won't even reach market price. The auctioneer allowed the audience to mock in various ways. Obviously, this was intentionally directed by Zhou Dian. Zhou Ping and Yang Chen heard all the insults and mockery. Zhou Ping, who was still struggling with reciting the entire passage, didn't even bother to listen to those words. Yang Chen nudged Zhou Ping and gave him a look. Zhou Ping looked at the big screen and immediately understood. He angrily said, "Laugh all you want, you simple-minded fools. My brother Qian and I can even spot the fake Qinkuan porcelain vase. My invincible big brother was fooled. Can't he see that high mountains and flowing water is worthless?" Zhou Dian, who was eavesdropping in the office, sat up straight upon hearing Zhou Ping's words. Only hearing Zhou Ping's voice continue, "Qian and I are here to challenge. I want to prove in this way that I, Zhou Ping, am no longer the brother that Zhou Dian can bully at will. I have grown up, I stand up, and I have my best brother." Yang Chen's voice came, "As long as we can gain your father's attention this time, we brothers can cooperate. I will support you with my knowledge, and we will definitely be able to make a mark in the world. By then, who knows who will be the next head of the Zhou family." Zhou Dian frowned, sneering, "Finally showing your true colors. But two inexperienced youngsters, thinking things are too simple. A prodigal son who was nothing to the Zhou family, and a bookworm who thinks he's invincible after reading a few days of books, actually dreaming of conquering the world and becoming the head of the Zhou family in the future? Delusional. However, I am indeed becoming more interested in what you two are up to. In this regard, second brother, you have indeed grown up a bit." Zhou Dian leaned back in his chair, his body swaying leisurely from side to side. Zhou Ping's voice came again, "My eldest brother definitely can't figure out why we are auctioning off the painting of mountains and rivers." Yang Chen's smug voice came, "He definitely can't figure it out. He thinks we didn't make a big deal out of the fake Qinkuan porcelain to save face for him. In fact, that was just to show your strategic vision. The real ace is in this painting. We spent 3.8 million to buy this painting of mountains and rivers. In this way, the money lost from the fake porcelain will return to your family. Moreover, buying the painting of mountains and rivers for 3.8 million will definitely cause a sensation. Your father will definitely know." Zhou Ping's voice, "By then, what I did at the auction house will naturally be known to my dad, not because I told him. He will see my strategy, my vision, and your ability." Yang Chen, "Exactly." Zhou Dian's swaying body suddenly stopped. His face expressionless, his eyes extremely cold. "So this is your plan. It really caught me off guard. My good little brother, you really impressed me this time. One trap after another, all interconnected. You seem to have many loopholes, but in the end, you have perfectly removed yourself. Impressive. Unfortunately, you are still one move short. You don't know, I heard every word of your conversation without missing a single one. I won't let your wishful thinking succeed." Zhou Dian made a phone call. "Lu Hui, come to my office immediately, I have something to tell you." Soon, Lu Hui arrived at Zhou Dian's office. To Lu Hui's surprise, Zhou Dian had swept away the previous gloom and even seemed somewhat triumphant. "Young master?" Lu Hui asked in confusion. Zhou Dian was really in a good mood. He pointed to the sofa opposite. "Sit." Lu Hui was pleasantly surprised and sat on the sofa obediently. Zhou Dian said, "I already know what my good little brother's intentions are." Lu Hui did not inquire further, but showed surprise and curiosity at the right time. Zhou Dian was very satisfied with Lu Hui's reaction. He continued, "Just now, they finally couldn't resist revealing their scheme." Lu Hui nodded, claiming 3.8 million for the porcelain is just the first step. They want to humiliate me. They didn't escalate the situation, nor did second brother have the idea of considering the overall situation, but rather laying the groundwork for his second step. Second step? This time Lu Hui was truly surprised. Exactly, auctioning off that painting is the second step they want to take. Zhou Dian chuckled coldly, "If it weren't for that bug, I really couldn't have imagined that my brother is already so wise, wanting to use the 3.8 million from the claim to buy this painting worth at most 500,000. This." Lu Hui instantly understood. She exclaimed, "So, for the Zhou family, there is no loss of 3.8 million, and it's not that kid surnamed Young who got 3.8 million, but the second young master. But wait, why didn't the second young master buy it himself, but let that young guy buy it?" Ding ding. Zhou Dian's WeChat notification sounded. It was an online document sent over. At the top of the week, a personal information file appeared. The name, prominently, was Yang Chen. Inside the information, from Yang Chen's birthplace to his parents to his educational background, even details about a girlfriend he had a year ago were all there. Zhou Dian quickly glanced through it. He chuckled, "Just as I expected." Lu Hui curiously looked at Zhou Dian. Zhou Dian said, "I found the information about that young kid with the surname He's just a poor boy. Not to mention spending 380,000 to buy a porcelain vase. Judging from his family situation, it would probably be very difficult for him to come up with 3,000. Zhou Dian had actually checked Yang Chen's information early on, and Lu Hui was not surprised. Losing over 3.8 million, it would be abnormal for Zhou Dian not to investigate. Lu Hui showed a sudden realization. So, the one who bought that porcelain vase is the second young master. Zhou Dian nodded. With a mocking tone, he confidently stated, however, in the end, the money was transferred to that kid surnamed Yang's bank account, and he was the one who signed the agreement. Although that kid surnamed Yang will definitely return the money to the second young master, how he returns it will be another matter. Lu Hui listened intently, playing the role of the audience to the fullest. With Lu Hui's support, Zhou Dian became even more interested. He continued, if that kid surnamed Yang privately returns the money to the second young master, who would know? The second young master did all this to make me unhappy, to show our father that he is capable and not foolish. Hence, the upcoming auction. By auctioning this painting, he spent 3.8 million to buy it back, and this money naturally returned to our Zhou family. At the same time, a broken painting worth 500,000 unexpectedly sold for nearly 4 million. This matter will definitely spread quickly in the collecting circle, and my father will naturally be the first to know. Lu Hui exclaimed appropriately, so, with this move, the second young master not only tricked you, the eldest young master, out of 3 million, but also managed to draw our father's attention to this matter without having to report it himself. Zhou Dian nodded, adding, more importantly, my father will see how he handled this matter. It may seem full of loopholes, but in reality, it is very meticulous. And I, in this whole affair, am just a monkey being played, a fool. Hearing Zhou Dian self-deprecate, Lu Hui quickly praised, but what they don't know is that all their schemes are already in the hands of the eldest young master. How will you break their plan, eldest young master? Zhou Dian leaned back in his chair, swaying his body from side to side, showing a relaxed demeanor. He said, the second young master's plan seems well thought out, but it has a fatal weakness. Lu Hui continued to play the role of a good sidekick. What weakness? Zhou Dian said, let someone else buy this painting. Lu Hui shook her head. Who would spend millions to buy a painting worth only hundreds of thousands? Zhou Dian smiled. Under normal circumstances, no one would buy it, but under special circumstances, someone might. Lu Hui was puzzled. Zhou Dian did not provide an answer. He continued, the most money the second young master can offer is around 1 million, and that's only if that woman keeps giving him money. He spent 380,000 on the vase, another 680,000 on the painting, meaning he shouldn't have much money left. So, the highest price he can offer won't exceed 4 million, but it cannot be denied that he should be able to raise several million elsewhere. If I remember correctly, among the VIP clients here today, there is Lin Yoji, right? Zhou Dian looked up and asked Lu Hui. Lu Hui immediately stood up and said, yes, young master Lin is in private room 504, opposite the second young master's private room. It must be fate. Zhou Dian smiled and continued, go tell Lin Yoji that as long as he bids on this painting, I will agree to cooperate with their family. Okay, I'll go tell him right away. Lu Hui nodded. Zhou Dian added, also, tell him that he doesn't need to spare any cost. If someone bids over 10 million, we won't bid anymore. Lu Hui asked in confusion, why? Zhou Dian smiled and said, second young master spent 4 million to buy this painting, which is within his means. If he has to spend over tens of millions, he will need to borrow money, which will be seen as challenging me by my father. I know my father very well. If second young master does that, it will be considered foolish in my father's eyes. What is second young master trying to achieve with this? It's to prove to my father that he is not foolish, so what we need to do is not let him buy the painting for 4 or 5 million. Lu Hui chuckled, young master, no matter what tricks second young master plays, he can't escape from your control. Zhou Dian felt flattered and waved his hand, go. Lu Hui left the office and headed straight to room 504 on the 5th floor. At the auction house at this time, the auctioneer felt that the atmosphere in the room was already intense. Everyone saw the owner of this painting as a joke. Then, the gavel sounded. The auctioneer announced, now, let's start the bidding for the 12th item, starting at 100,000, with each bid not less than 10,000, begin. Adding 10,000 each time? This guy is insulting me. Zhou Ping complained. In the office upstairs, Zhou Dian sneered, yes, I am indeed insulting you. In room 503 downstairs, Yang Chen smiled at Zhou Ping, after everything is revealed, your brother will know who is insulting whom. Zhou Ping was spirited, yes, I can already imagine my father scolding him for being foolish, I can't wait. In the office upstairs, Zhou Dian lit a cigar, took a puff, blew a few smoke rings, I am also looking forward to it. In room 504 downstairs, Lu Hui sat on the sofa, looking at the young man opposite. The young man, about 27 or 28 years old, with a crew-cut, square face, wearing a loose suit with the top button of the collar undone, revealing a thick and shiny gold chain inside. He had a girl on each arm, both around 18 or 19 years old. He was Lin Yoji. Although I don't understand why Brother Dian is doing this, I understand the rules. I won't ask too much, I will do as you say, not exceeding 10 million. I will definitely help Brother Dian win this painting. I really don't believe that anyone would be stupid enough to spend 10 million on such a piece of junk. Lin Yoji, with a watermelon in one hand and a drink in the other, spoke confidently. Lu Hui was used to the debauchery of these playboys. She crossed her legs, the black stockings accentuating her legs. Lin Yoji glanced at her, a hint of desire rising in him. But the next moment, he suppressed it. This woman, though tempting, was not someone he could scheme with. She was off limits as per young Master Zhou's orders. You know what to do. Young Master said that as long as you handle this matter well, he will seriously consider cooperating with your Lin family. Lu Hui told Lin Yoji. Lin Yoji was taken aback. He immediately dropped his casual demeanor, pushed away the girls on either side, gulped down the watermelon and drink, even straightened his clothes. Did young Master Zhou really say that? Lin Yoji asked. Lu Hui chuckled. Do you think I would dare to misrepresent young Master's promise? Lin Yoji stood up immediately, making a firm commitment. Sister Hui, please tell young Master that I, Lin Yoji, will definitely and unwaveringly complete this task perfectly for him. Lu Hui found Lin Yoji's transformation from arrogant to respectful amusing. Perhaps only someone like young Master can be called outstanding. Lu Hui thought, feeling pleased. Young Master and I will be watching your performance from upstairs. Lu Hui left with a smile. After Lu Hui left, Lin Yoji sat back on the sofa and immediately resumed his playboy demeanor. Come here, Lin Yoji beckoned to the two girls beside him. Two girls leaned on Lin Yoji's arms again, letting Lin Yoji hold them in various poses. Why do you think Zhou Dashao suddenly did something so unreasonable? Lin Yoji asked. The two girls hesitated for a moment, and one of them smiled and said, young Master Zhou must have his reasons for doing things. Lin Yoji also smiled, pinching the woman's nose and jokingly said, you are indeed clever. Auction house. After the auctioneer quoted a price, 2 full minutes passed without anyone bidding. The auctioneer had to call out, starting price is 100,000, does anyone want to bid? 100,000, buying this painting would be a big profit. After the auctioneer finished speaking, a sign was raised, I'll join in, 110,000. Seeing business coming in, the auctioneer immediately shouted, number 34, 110,000, does anyone want to bid higher? 150,000. The auctioneer shouted again, number 12 bids 150,000. 150,000, does anyone want to bid higher? I bid 200,000. 200,000. The auctioneer slammed the table. Zhou Ping looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen shook his head. 200,000, does anyone want to bid higher? 200,000 once. 200,000 twice. Zhou Ping was getting anxious. Yang Chen nodded at this point. Yang Chen immediately picked up the bidding device on the table, 500,000. The bidding device was a microphone directly connected to the auction house. 500,000, VIP number 3 bids 500,000. This painting has caught the attention of the VIP, is there anyone willing to bid higher? Box 504. Lin Yoji gestured to the girl beside him. The girl picked up the bidding device, and Lin Yoji pinched her thigh forcefully. The girl resisted the urge to hum, 1 million. Oh my god, VIP number 4 actually bids 1 million directly. This landscape painting by Wu Dan has fetched the highest price since its creation. I believe Master Wu Dan would be pleased in heaven. The auctioneer shouted emotionally again. Zhou Ping exclaimed, 504, isn't that right across from us? Xiangu, it's your turn to bid next, I'll go see who it is. After speaking, Zhou Ping silently added to Yang Chen, let's see if it's my brother's people. Yang Chen nodded. The entire auction house belonged to the Zhou family. As the second young master, Zhou Ping found it more convenient to check the situation. Of course, this was under the condition that Yang Chen did not use any cheating methods. Zhou Ping handed the bidding device to Yang Chen and then pushed the door open and walked out. Don't close the door, Yang Chen said to Zhou Ping. Okay. Zhou Ping left the door open. He walked to the door of box 504 and went in directly. Soon after, a man's surprised voice came from inside the box, Zhou's second young master, why are you here? The door closed, and the voice was no longer audible. However, this had no effect on Yang Chen. He just glanced at the door of box 504, and the door began to broadcast live for him. Lin Yoji stood up, warmly hugged Zhou's second young master, and even gave him a girl, but Zhou's second young master refused. Lin Yoji asked Joe's second young master how he had the time to come to the auction house and what instructions he had for him. Joe's second young master said, "Just heard that you spent 1 million to bid on that landscape painting?" Lin Yoji smiled and said, "Second young master, you don't know, this painting is not simple." Joe's second young master became interested. "Oh? How is it not simple?" Lin Yoji mysteriously said, "I have inside information, there is actually a treasure map hidden in this painting." Joe's second young master didn't believe it. Lin Yoji said, "I don't believe it either, but people like us just want some excitement. As for how much money to spend, it's just a number." Joe's second young master agreed deeply. Listening to the live broadcast of the room, Yang Chen thought to himself, both of them are not telling the truth. "I bid 1.5 million. Yang Chen said with the bidding device in hand. The emotions in the venue began to ignite. Something worth no more than 500,000 was now being bid up to 1.5 million. Is it that the more foolish a person is, the more money they have? The auctioneer began to shout, 1.5 million, VIP no. 3 bids 1.5 million. Why is VIP no? 3 bidding high continuously? Did I make a mistake earlier? Is there actually another story behind this painting? As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, a voice rang out, 3 million. The auctioneer widened his eyes, exaggerated his expression, and shouted, "There's a new VIP entering, VIP no. 8 unexpectedly bids 3 million in one go." Ha! The sudden appearance of VIP no. 8 surprised Yang Chen, Zhou Ping, Lin Yoji, and Zhou Den. Zhou Dian immediately asked Lu Hui, "Who is 508? Lu Hui immediately picked up her phone to check the registration records. After a dozen seconds, she somewhat puzzledly said, "It's Qian Hong." Zhou Dian frowned. Why would the second young master of the Qian family come to join in the fun? Could it be that he found out about me and my brother, so he's here to cause trouble? Lu Hui stood up. "Do you want me to investigate?" Zhou Dian shook his head. "No need, whether the second young master of the Qian family intervenes or not doesn't have much impact on me. Instead, I'm more interested in how my good brother will handle it." Box 504. When Zhou Ping heard about VIP no. 8 bidding 3 million, his brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. Lin Yoji looked serious. He was a bit confused. How could such a broken painting still attract 2 VIPs to compete for it? Is there really something fishy about this painting? Lu Hui did not tell him the true story of the painting, only asking him to acquire the painting within 10 million, no need if it goes above 10 million. Could this painting really have a treasure hidden in it? Zhou Ping deliberately exclaimed. Lin Yoji nodded thoughtfully, maybe it does. After that, Lin Yoji smiled at Zhou Ping, "Second young master, do you want to team up? If there's a treasure, we can split it." Zhou Ping immediately waved his hand. No, I don't have that much money. I'm not like you, you're the only son of your father, with money that can't be spent. I'm different, I have a budget for my money, so I dare not joke with my pocket money. Lin Yoji, seeing that he couldn't persuade Zhou Ping, didn't pursue it further. He took the bidding device and said, 3.5 million. The atmosphere in the venue became even more heated. Zhou Ping was now a bit confused. 2 bidders suddenly appeared, and he couldn't figure out which one was sent by his brother, or maybe both. Unable to understand, he turned to Qian Gu. Zhou Ping said to Lin Yoji, "Lin, you go ahead and play, my goal has been achieved, so I'm leaving." Lin Yoji waved to Zhou Ping. "Alright, second young master, I'll find you for a drink after I secure this painting, and then I'll take you to a place with many beautiful girls. Honestly, the girls in your family are too conservative." Zhou Ping chuckled. "Alright, then I'll follow Lin to broaden my horizons. Be a standard second-generation rich." Lin Yoji looked like a playboy. Zhou Ping imitated, "Be a standard second-generation rich." He pushed the door open, closed it, walked into 503, then closed it. Zhou Ping said to Yang Chen, "The person inside is Lin Yoji, the young master of the Lin Group. The Lin Group mainly deals in various jewelry and crafts, quite wealthy, but not as wealthy as my family." Yang Chen felt a bit annoyed by Zhou Ping's discreet flaunting. Why did the second-generation rich have to make things difficult for each other in front of a second-generation poor? But I'm not sure if he's with my brother, after all. Another no. 8 just popped up. Should I go check 508 again? Zhou Ping typed on his phone. Yang Chen shook his head, and replied on the phone, "No need to go, even if you go, you may not get an answer. Let's just wait and see." Zhou Ping became anxious and typed frantically, "How can we just wait and see? The price has already reached 3.5 million, all our money combined is only 5 million. If it goes over that, and this painting is bought by some random person, won't my Zhou family suffer a big loss? Can I appear holy in front of people, so that everything I care about seems trivial, and even if he sees it, how can I tell him about the painting? If I don't tell the truth, how can I face him?" Zhou Ping's worries are valid. But Yang Chen was not in a hurry. After the bid on the 8th, Yang Chen had already gone outside to take a look at the door of room 508. He already knew the situation of room 508 and room 504. Room 508's money is less, just here to join in the fun, not worth worrying about. It's Lin Yoji from room 504 that they really need to worry about. The bottom line is 10 million, and they only have less than 5 million now. In the short term, where can they get over 5 million? If there is enough time, Yang Chen has plenty of ways to get that 5 million. But now, he can only let Zhou Ping figure it out. This painting, to him, doesn't really matter. But it's more important to Zhou Ping. He absolutely cannot let the painting worth hundreds of millions slip away. The conflict between the two brothers, no matter how much they argue, it's not a loss for the Zhou family as long as the painting and money end up in their hands. But if the painting ends up in someone else's hands, the loss would be significant. Even Lin Yoji is not acceptable. If Lin Yoji buys it, how can they buy it back? It's a very difficult thing. And Yang Chen's plan to appear wholly in front of people next is all scrapped. If they insist on uncovering the truth, Lin Yoji will definitely be the biggest winner, while Zhou Ping and Zhou Dian will be the losers. Yang Chen replied, so, next is not about who is real or fake, those people, including the Lin family, have you figured out his true intentions? Zhou Ping shook his head in despair. Yang Chen replied again, so, next is to raise money. According to the current situation, 5 million is definitely not enough, you need to raise more money. How much is enough? Zhou Ping replied. Yang Chen asked, how much can you raise at most? Zhou Ping thought for a moment and replied, because I can repay in the short term, I think with my reputation, I can raise no less than 2 million in our group. I can also borrow some from my sister, my dad spoils her a lot, I really can't say how much money she has, but it definitely won't be less than 5 million. Yang Chen was amazed. Is this the gap between the poor second generation and the rich second generation? The pocket money of the other party is money that many people can't earn in their lifetime. This is not losing at the starting line. This is a starting line that many people can't even see in their lifetime without eating or drinking. Fortunately, I can make my son a rich second generation, and let my parents become rich as well. Yang Chen felt much more relieved. Then hurry up and raise the money. After Yang Chen replied, he added, the more, the better, preferably over 10 million. Okay. Next, Zhou Ping started to contact for fundraising. He first sent a loan message in the rich second generation WeChat group promising to borrow today and repay in full tomorrow, with personal guarantee. Then he sent a message to his sister. Soon, his sister replied, asking him to call back, citing too many fraudsters. Zhou Ping had no choice but to make the call. However, as soon as the call was connected, he panicked. He looked at Yang Chen anxiously, pointed to the phone, and then pointed to the table. There was a bug in the table. Yang Chen nodded, indicating him to continue the call. Then he mouthed to Zhou Ping, let your brother hear you borrowing money. Yang Chen already knew Zhou Dian's plan, knowing that Zhou Dian was waiting for Zhou Ping to lose his mind and borrow money. Now is the time to turn the tables. Zhou Ping, who was already flustered, didn't quite understand, but he instinctively chose to unconditionally trust Yang Chen. Zhou Ping's sister is named Zhou Ran, 1 year younger than Zhou Ping, currently a freshman in college. Zhou Ran has always been a good girl since she was young, with good academic performance. After graduating from high school, she directly got into the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Their father, Zhou Maochuan, dotes on this daughter to the core. Zhou Ping made a video call to Zhou Ran. Yang Chen glanced over and saw a girl wearing a pink bear pajama and a face mask sitting across from him. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, judging from her figure and outfit, she seemed to be a cute and lovely girl. Second brother, what do you need the money for? Zhou Ran asked as she patted the face mask on her face. Her voice was soft and pleasant. Zhou Ping replied, I can't tell you yet, but I can pay you back by tomorrow at the latest. Oh? Zhou Ran focused her gaze, and even through the face mask, her eyebrows furrowed. Second brother, where are you going to mess around? The decoration looks quite shady. No, don't jump to conclusions. Zhou Ping quickly denied. Zhou Ran didn't believe him at all. She smiled indifferently. Second brother, you don't have to deny it. I understand you rich second generations, it's okay to have some fun. The second generations I've met here spend much more lavishly than those in China. So, second brother, rest assured, I won't tell mom. I really didn't go to those kinds of places. Zhou Ping held up his phone and showed Zhou Ran around the room. When he pointed the camera at Yang Chen, Zhou Ping introduced, he's Yang Chen, my roommate, and we are doing something amazing. Hi, Yang Chen waved at Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran glanced at Yang Chen. Nothing special, nothing attractive. Oh. Out of respect for second brother, Zhou Ran reluctantly greeted Yang Chen. Then, Joe Ran disdainfully said to Joe Ping, with Big Brother backing you up at home, what amazing things can you do? Wait a minute, I remember, the decoration style in this private room looks a lot like the VIP room at Hongshan Auction House. Joe Ping said, I'm right here. Second brother, you've got guts, daring to cause trouble on Big Brother's turf? Joe Ran exclaimed, almost dropping her face mask. Exposed, Joe Ping didn't want to continue arguing with Joe Ran, and he was running out of time. In the blink of an eye, the bidding for the high mountains and flowing water painting had already reached 3.5 million. Joe Ping said to Joe Ran, stop the nonsense, I'm running out of time, quickly transfer the money to me. Joe Ran looked around and asked, how much do you need? Joe Ping replied, how much do you have? Joe Ran counted on her fingers, I have about this much money that I can access in China at any time. She held up 3 fingers. 3 million? Joe Ping's tone was a bit sour. Isn't it? Joe Ran fixed her fallen face mask, then continued, actually, if you're not in a hurry, I have about $1 million in my overseas account. Sigh. Joe Ping was too sour to form words. In the end, Joe Ping sighed, then let's go with 3 million, hurry and transfer it to my account. Joe Ran smiled and said, I can transfer it all to you, but I have one condition. Joe Ping wasn't surprised, I knew you would have a condition, go ahead. Joe Ran said, tomorrow morning, you have to tell me what you did. Joe Ping nodded, no problem, I'll pay you back tomorrow morning, and I'll tell you everything then. No. Joe Ran shook her head, I mean my tomorrow morning, it's currently midnight for me. Tomorrow morning, I will wake up between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, which is 8 hours from now, you have to tell me. Joe Ping counted on his fingers, 8 hours later, it wasn't even early morning here, so it was completely fine. Joe Ping said, okay, I promise you, hurry up. Joe Ran shook her phone, I've already transferred it, okay, I'm going to bed, good night, second brother. Click. The video call ended. After hanging up, Joe Ping immediately opened his mobile banking app. Beep 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 beep. Dozens of mobile banking messages popped up. Joe Ping quickly glanced at them, all were transfer messages. He opened his account, and there was already over 5.8 million in it. And this money was slowly increasing in increments of tens of thousands. He immediately checked the transaction details. From top to bottom, dozens of incoming transactions, tens of thousands at the low end, over 100,000 at the high end. The largest sum is 3.5 million, transferred by Joe Ran. He added a note, stinky second brother, don't let Big Brother beat you too badly. 3.5 million, which means the brothers in the group supported me with 2 million, so awesome. Joe Ping quickly calculated the result. He immediately sent a message in the group, thanks for the support, tomorrow, when I return victorious, I'll treat everyone to a feast at Guangming Fishing Port. After saying that, he closed the chat window and called out to Yang Chen, Chen go, we have over 10 million now, is that enough? Yang Chen nodded, it should be enough. This painting is the most crucial part of our plan, so it absolutely cannot be taken away by someone else. How much now? Joe Ping asked. Yang Chen pointed to the big screen and said, bidder number 8 has bid 5 million. Who knows who bidder number 8 is? Are they printing money at home? Bidding 5 million for a broken painting, ridiculous. Joe Ping cursed, then raised the bid paddle and said, 6 million. At the auction venue, the auctioneer's voice was hoarse, but he continued to shout, bidder number 3 has bid again, 6 million. From today onwards, this painting of mountains and rivers is destined to shine. 6 million, is there a higher bid? After the auctioneer finished speaking, no one said a word or answered. Everyone was confused by the competition in the 3 VIP rooms. Some even began to suspect if there was something fishy about this painting of mountains and rivers. Some even regretted, that painting has been hanging on the first floor for 2 years. If I had known, I would have bought it. I feel like I missed out on a lot of money. Maybe some second-generation rich are fighting over something? Like a woman? It's possible. The atmosphere in the venue became more lively. But on the 5th floor, out of the 10 private rooms, 8 were occupied, and the people in the remaining 6 rooms were also puzzled. Some of them had already started investigating who was in rooms 503/504 and 508 and what was going on. Some even called Zhou Dian directly to ask if there was something fishy about the painting. Zhou Dian replied to everyone, it's the mountains and rivers painting you all know. It was because of Zhou Dian's reply that they suppressed their curiosity and did not get involved. In room 504, Lin Yoji finished his cocktail and said, damn it, let's go all in. 100 million. Lin Yoji threw the bid paddle on the table and sneered, I want to see who would pay 8 figures for a broken painting. 110 million. Just as Lin Yoji finished speaking, a familiar voice came from the big screen. It was the person from room 503. Damn, I'm impressed, I have to see who this person in room 503 is. Lin Yoji stood up, walked to the door in 2 steps, pushed it open, and walked out. Bang! The door of room 503 was pushed open. Lin Yoji was stunned. Zhou Ping was also stunned. Second young master? Lin Yoji was full of question marks. The eldest young master asked him to bid on this painting. His biggest competitor was right across from him, turned out to be second young master Zhou. Did second young master Zhou also investigate his background? In Lin Yoji's mind, there was only one question at the moment: are these two messing with me? Zhou Ping was the first to react. He walked over with a smile. Lin, didn't expect you to come over in the end. Lin Yoji also calmed down. He looked at Zhou Ping and asked, second young master, what are you and your big brother up to? Zhou Ping didn't answer Lin Yoji's question. So, you bid on that painting because my big brother asked you to? Lin Yoji hesitated for a moment, glanced around, didn't say anything, neither confirming nor denying. At this moment, the auctioneer's final call came from the big screen. 110 million, any higher bids? 110 million once, 11 million twice, 11 million sold. Congratulations to VIP No. 3 for winning the early work of the famous Qing dynasty painter Master Wu Dan, the painting of high mountains and flowing water. The auctioneer shouted into the microphone. Ping Gu, it's time, Yang Chen said to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping said to Lin Yoji, if Lin Xiao doesn't mind, you can stay here and continue watching the show. Watching the show? It turns out these two brothers are fighting. Judging from Zhou Ping's appearance, it seems like he has already won. Impossible. Who is Zhou Daxiao? Zhou Ping is no match for Zhou Daxiao, especially on his turf. The situation is unclear. I better stay out of it. Lin Yoji immediately smiled and said, thank you, Xiao, but I have a girl waiting for me over there to accompany, so I have to take my leave. After speaking, Lin Yoji turned and walked away. He closed the door, took 2 steps, and arrived at his own room. He sighed, looking at the puzzled girls in front of him and the eerie atmosphere of the auction venue, and said, I can see what these two brothers are up to here. It seems like the eldest and the second are quite confident this time. Unfortunately, there is no gambling here. If there were, I would definitely bet on the eldest to win, because everything is within the eldest's expectations. Just as Lin Yoji finished speaking, the door behind him was pushed open. Who said there is no gambling? A young man from the urban rural fringe area, wearing a small suit, tight pants, and loafers, walked in, showing his ankles. Xian Xiao? Lin Yoji was surprised. Xian Xiao looked at Lin Yoji and said with a smile, I have always wondered who Zhou Dian found to compete with his brother, turns out it's you. Lin Yoji was delighted. Xian Xiao, do you know about them? Xian Xiao walked to the sofa with a smile, pulled the girl next to him into his arms and teased her. I know a little, Xian Xiao said contentedly to Lin Yoji. Lin Yoji quickly walked over, sat next to Xian Xiao, and poured him a glass of wine. Xian Xiao, can you tell me more? Lin Yoji asked respectfully. After drinking the wine, Xian Xiao smiled and said, it's a long story. Let's talk about the gambling first. You said you would bet on Zhou Dian to win, how much would you bet? Hearing Xian Xiao's words, Lin Yoji suddenly felt a bit nervous. Who is Xian Xiao? In Zhangzhou, his status is not lower than Zhou Dian's. Lin Yoji couldn't afford to offend him. Judging from Xian Xiao's attitude, Lin Yoji began to doubt whether his confidence in Zhou Dian was reliable. However, with his sharp business acumen, Lin Yoji instantly seized another opportunity. Befriending Xian Xiao. It's even better if I lose. Making Xian Xiao happy will establish a relationship between my family and the Qian family, which is no less than cooperating with the Zhou family. The more Lin Yoji thought about it, the happier he became. He looked confident, but there was also some doubt and uncertainty in his eyes. Zhou Daxiao has been in charge of most of the Zhou family's business for over 10 years, and Hongxian Auction House is his biggest stronghold. Can Zhou Erxiao still compete with his brother here? As far as I know, Zhou Erxiao has been bullied by Zhou Daxiao since he was young. Xian Xiao laughed. You don't need to worry about that. I just want to ask you, do you still want to bet? Lin Yoji instantly felt spirited again. With Xian Xiao's presence, of course, I will bet. Who do you bet on to win? Xian Xiao asked. Lin Yoji said, it must be Zhou Daxiao. How much do you bet? 200, 2 million. Lin Yoji gritted his teeth and called out. Xian Xiao laughed. Alright, 200 million it is, I bet on the second to win. Lin Yoji filled up Xian Xiao's glass again, trying to please him. Xian Xiao, can you tell me now what they are up to? Xian Xiao smiled. Let me briefly tell you. At this moment, Zhou Ping's voice sounded on the big screen in the venue. Please wait a moment, I have something to say about this painting. Xian Xiao, who was about to talk about the Qianlong vase incident, suddenly stopped. He pointed to the big screen and said with a smile, let's watch the show first. I think this time Zhou Er has received help from a master, maybe Zhou Dian is going to fall flat on his face. Lin Yoji said, buying a painting for 11 million that is worth no more than 500,000, even if he buys it himself, just the auction house commission alone, he would lose over 1 million. Looking at it from all angles, Zhou Dashou has still made a profit. Xian Xiao unexpectedly nodded and said, you're right, and I also know the reason why Zhou Dian let you bid up to 10 million. Originally, it was just their second confrontation, but when the price reached tens of millions, Zhou Ping became blinded by greed. At this moment, as the second young master of the Zhou family, he is too easily swayed by emotions, becoming the main point of contention. A mistake made by Zhou Dian's men that cost 4 million is just a minor issue. Foolishness is the biggest problem. Lin Yoji, I seem to understand, but at the same time, I feel like I don't understand at all. Xian Xiao did not explain to Lin Yoji, he continued, however, I am someone who enjoys excitement, that's why I inserted myself between you and Zhou Ping, betting that the two brothers will not cease fighting. Now I still want to betting that Zhou Ping is not as foolish as he appears, he still has a trump card, although I don't know what it is. But, isn't this more exciting and interesting this way, don't you think? Xian Xiao glanced at Lin Yoji. Lin Yoji immediately showed great admiration, Xian Xiao is absolutely right. I always thought that I, Lin Yoji, enjoy pursuing bets and excitement. But today, seeing Xian Xiao, I know that in your presence, I am not even worth a hair. Box 503. Zhou Ping put down the price meter. He looked at the short essay on his phone. He had already memorized the story of the painting High Mountains and Flowing Water by heart. He glanced at Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded at him. He tapped the table, leaned in, and whispered, brother, you will lose miserably this time. After speaking, Zhou Ping left 503 and headed straight to the auction hall on the 3rd floor. Office on the 6th floor. Zhou Dian frowned, he leaned close to the speaker and listened carefully. Once, twice, 3 times. Brother, you will lose miserably this time. He heard it clearly. A sense of unease surged in his heart. Could he have some other trick up his sleeve? Zhou Dian was suspicious. At this moment, Lu Hui, who had been silent on the sofa, stood up. She held her phone and called out to Zhou Dian, young master, the analysis of that recording is ready. Play it for me quickly. Zhou Dian urgently demanded. Lu Hui pressed the play button. Zhou Ping's voice came through, if you eat grapes, spit out the grape skins, if you don't eat grapes, you spit out the grape skins. Zhou Dian's face suddenly changed drastically, he exclaimed, this is bad, we've been tricked. They have already discovered the bug, they have been acting with me all along. Quick, stop Zhou Ping, make sure he doesn't get to the auction venue. By this time, Zhou Ping and Yang Chen had already reached the elevator, watching as the elevator was about to reach the 5th floor. Yang Chen looked at the elevator. The sound of the elevator rang in their ears. More than 10 people are coming up from the 1st floor to catch you, you better run. Yang Chen immediately grabbed Zhou Ping. Take the stairs, Yang Chen said. Zhou Ping was puzzled. Why? Yang Chen replied, your brother might make a scene and send people directly to catch you. No way, if he catches me, and my dad finds out, he will scold him to death. Zhou Ping shook his head in disbelief, but still followed Yang Chen. Suddenly, Zhou Ping asked in confusion, Xian Gu, how do you know the stairs are in this direction? Yang Chen was prepared, he blurted out, when we were on the 1st floor, I saw the layout of each floor. Zhou Ping believed him. With a mind filled with all sorts of impressive knowledge, a memory like a superhero, what couldn't he do? Soon, the two of them arrived at the staircase. Drip! The elevator opened. Whoosh! More than 10 people poured out of the elevator. These people looked around and immediately spotted Yang Chen and Zhou Ping. They are over there. The group of people rushed towards Yang Chen and Zhou Ping. Oh my, there are so many people, big brother, you really have no sense of honor. Zhou Ping was also flustered. You go first, I'll stop them. Yang Chen said to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping was shocked. Shen Ge, there are more than 10 people. Don't worry, I can handle it. Yang Chen pointed to his head. You know martial arts now? Zhou Ping was both shocked and delighted. Yang Chen shook his head and said, not yet, but it shouldn't be a problem to deal with these few people. After speaking, Yang Chen looked around. Countless voices appeared in his ears. In the midst of the noisy voices, Yang Chen quickly grasped useful information. He took 2 steps and arrived at a trash can. Bang! Yang Chen kicked over the trash can, and a stick over 30 centimeters long, made of rubber material, rolled out from the trash can. However, it could be used as a weapon at this moment. Xian Gu, brothers for life. Zhou Ping was moved, then ran into the corridor without looking back. Soon, more than 10 security guards also arrived. Yang Chen stood in the middle of the corridor. He held a stick and looked expressionless at the approaching security guards. He exuded an aura of being invincible. The security guards were instantly stunned and quickly hit the brakes. "Kid, if you don't want to die, get out of the way," a security guard shouted. Yang Chen glanced disdainfully at the security guard, then swept his eyes over the others. He snorted, "Die?" Then he suddenly shouted angrily, "You guys, come here." Whoosh! Several security guards were actually scared back by Yang Chen. The other security guards looked at each other, none daring to make the first move. "What are you standing there for? Get him! Take care of this kid, as long as no one dies, I'll take responsibility." "Damn, a bunch of useless people, scared by one person?" Angry shouts from Zhou Dian came through the security guard's intercom. The security guards instantly realized. "Yeah, why should we, more than 10 of us, be afraid of a young man? Get him!" A security guard shouted, and instantly, everyone rushed towards Yang Chen again. At this moment, a warning came to Yang Chen's ears. "Brother, run quickly, the defense is broken, we can't hold them back anymore." These voices were warnings from the security guards' clothing and accessories to Yang Chen. Just now, Yang Chen successfully intimidated the security guards for a moment according to their plan. Unfortunately, it was shattered by Zhou Dian's angry shout the next moment. Without any hesitation, Yang Chen turned and ran into the corridor. He closed the corridor door behind him and inserted the stick into the door handle. This was the strategy he had planned from the beginning. Even with the help of the security guard's personal belongings, he couldn't possibly defeat them. So, at the beginning, he asked everything he could around him. The trash can said there was a short stick hidden inside. The corridor door said its handle was circular and could be blocked with a stick. The security guard's personal items said these security guards watched a lot of gangster movies, so if Yang Chen acted tough as they suggested, he might be able to intimidate them for a moment. Thus, the simple delaying plan appeared in Yang Chen's mind. After inserting the stick, he looked at the surveillance camera in the corridor. "There are people blocking the entrance on the 3rd floor, your brother has been stopped and is about to be controlled," the surveillance camera informed Yang Chen. Yang Chen was not surprised. He quickly ran downstairs and asked, "How many people are there?" The surveillance camera on the 4th floor told Yang Chen, "There are 2 people." Yang Chen was relieved. 2 people, then there was no problem at all. 10 seconds later, Yang Chen rushed to the 3rd floor. In the corridor on the 3rd floor, Zhou Ping had already been restrained by 2 security guards. Zhou Ping roared, "You've gone too far? How dare you stop me? Don't you know who I am?" The 2 security guards held Zhou Ping down, showing a difficult expression on their faces. "Second young master, the eldest young master asked us to control you, please don't make it difficult for us." Zhou Ping looked up at the camera on the 3rd floor and cursed, "Big brother, you can't accept defeat, you have no martial ethics." On the 6th floor, Zhou Dian looked crazy, "I can't accept defeat? When I took over the family business, you were still wearing open crotch pants. I have experienced so many failures and hardships to get to where I am today, to support the Zhou family now. And you?" Zhou Dian's eyes revealed a sinister look, a wastrel born of a mistress, now colluding with outsiders to deceive the family's money, now wanting to ruin the reputation of the Zhou family. "I originally thought you had some integrity, not blowing up the porcelain bottle incident. I also admired the scheme you set up, it was indeed quite meticulous. But you and I have clashed, now you want to make a scene, to reveal the counterfeit porcelain at the auction. Let everyone in Jiangcheng know that I, Zhou Dian, your elder brother, have been deceived by you? I may not care about my reputation, so at the beginning, I could tolerate your antics, but now you have crossed the line, and crossing the line means facing punishment." Zhou Dian picked up the walkie-talkie, pressed the call button, "Bring him to the 6th floor for me, if he dares to resist, tie him up for me." The security guard who received the order immediately felt his backbone stiffen. 2 security guards said to Zhou Ping, "Second young master, you heard it too, cooperate." Zhou Ping angrily said, "Don't even think about it." One of the security guards took out a nylon rope. "Sorry, second young master. How dare you?" Zhou Ping raged. The security guard, helpless and evil, smiled, "Whether we dare or not is not important, what's important is that the young master has ordered it." After speaking, the security guard skillfully tied Zhou Ping's hands with the nylon rope. Just as Zhou Ping was about to curse, he heard a click. A wide tape sealed his mouth shut. "Second young master, let's go." The 2 security guards pushed Zhou Ping into the corridor on the 3rd floor. They were going to take the elevator to the 6th floor, which was faster and easier. Despair filled Zhou Ping's eyes. "In the end, I can't beat him. I really shouldn't have been so arrogant at the time. I actually went to mock him in advance. Once you make a wrong move, all is lost. I also owe Qian Gu, who helped me fend off more than a dozen security guards upstairs." Zhou Ping hung his head in defeat. "Is this admitting defeat?" A slightly panting voice came from behind the 3. Seeing that it was Yang Chen rushing over, Zhou Ping almost cried. Then he saw that Yang Chen didn't have a scratch on him. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Woo, woo, 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 woo." Yang Chen indicated he didn't understand what he was saying. Woo, 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 woo. Zhou Ping, in a fit of anger, slammed his head against the security guard next to him. Yang Chen understood the first half of what he said. Profanity. The security guards understood too, so they both ignored Zhou Ping and instead took out their batons, aiming at Yang Chen. Huffing and puffing, Zhou Ping caught his breath. He finally managed to push the tape off with his tongue. After being able to speak, Zhou Ping glared at the two security guards but didn't curse at them again. "Xian Ge, you took down those more than 10 guys upstairs?" Zhou Ping exclaimed. Yang Chen took a breath. Having run too fast just now, he was a bit out of breath. After catching his breath, Yang Chen stood with his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. "Just a dozen little punks, easy peasy, a piece of cake." Although unbelievable, Zhou Ping believed him without hesitation. He gloated at the two security guards beside him. "Xian Ge, help me take care of these two," Zhou Ping said casually. Yang Chen replied, "You'll have to cover the medical expenses." Zhou Ping didn't care, then break their arms and legs. "Anyway, looking at the current situation, we are definitely acting in self-defense. If we end up in court, I'll just have to pay some money." Yang Chen chuckled. "Alright, do you two want your legs broken first or your arms?" Yang Chen gestured mockingly at the two. The two security guards, seeing Yang Chen's stance, were suddenly afraid. "Hui Gu, what should we do?" a younger security guard asked the other. Security guard Hui Gu looked at Yang Chen, then at Zhou Ping, and remembered what they had said. He stamped his foot and cursed, "I'm just a security guard, not even making 5,000 a month. I'm done with this crappy job." After cursing, he smiled apologetically at Zhou Ping. "Second young master, I overstepped my bounds earlier. I, Zhang Xiaowei, am stopping here and now. I won't be an accomplice anymore. Please just let me go." Zhou Ping glanced at another security guard. The guard immediately smiled apologetically too. "Me too." Zhou Ping said, "Get lost, I promise not to cause trouble for you guys." "Okay, second young master." "Thank you, second young master." The two guards turned to leave. But Yang Chen suddenly called out, "Wait, young man, second young master has agreed to let me go." The guard looked at Yang Chen in fear. Yang Chen pointed at the walkie-talkies on their waists. "Leave the walkie-talkies." The two guards sighed in relief and immediately handed over the walkie-talkies. Yang Chen took the walkie-talkies and said to them with a smile, 10 seconds, disappear in front of me." Whoosh! It was as if a gust of wind blew by. The two guards disappeared in the corridor. "Xian Gu, quickly, untie me." Yang Chen walked over and looked at the nylon rope tied around Zhou Ping's wrist. "Xian Gu, can you untie this? I've read the security guard training manual here. Untying this knot is quite tricky. If not done correctly, it will tighten even more. Listen to me, I'll tell you how to." "All right." Yang Chen reached over and twisted Zhou Ping's wrist. Zhou Ping felt his wrist loosen, and the nylon rope came undone. Zhou Ping showed an expression of disbelief for the nth time. "Xian Gu, how did you do that?" Yang Chen pointed to his head. "Knowledge is power. You have knowledge that even includes this kind of obscure knowledge?" Zhou Ping was impressed. Yang Chen said, "Let's not talk about this now. Those people upstairs should be coming down soon. Your brother should also soon realize that his two security guards have defected." Zhou Ping's expression was like this. "Those dozen or so security guards were temporarily blocked by me on the 5th floor. They should be close to breaking open the door to the corridor now. As for those two guards..." Yang Chen gestured around and continued, "This is a blind spot for surveillance here, so we tricked those two guards. Your brother didn't see it, that's why I took their walkie-talkies. Now, your brother should have seen them." Zhou Ping understood. "So, you go quickly to the auction hall. I'm afraid your brother will soon have the auctioneer take down your painting," Yang Chen said. Zhou Ping nodded. "Okay, I'll go right away." Zhou Ping immediately ran towards the auction hall. 6th floor. Zhou Dian saw Zhou Ping on the monitor and was furious. "Useless, all useless. Quickly, let Xiao Fang take down that painting, then." "Oh, forget it." With a long sigh from Zhou Dian, in the surveillance of the auction hall, Zhou Ping pushed open the door and walked into the auction hall. Lu Hui looked at the defeated Zhou Dian and suddenly felt a bit sorry for him. She had known this man for nearly 10 years. This man had faced countless setbacks and difficulties, but he had never been defeated like today. Even Lu Hui didn't quite understand why Zhou Dian would be so defeated by such a seemingly insignificant failure. "Young master, even if second young master comes to the hall, we can completely bring him down," Lu Hui said. Zhou Dian chuckled. "Sure, we can definitely do that, but what's the use? It will only make my father think I'm even more incompetent." Whoosh! Zhou Dian took a deep breath. As if this breath had dispersed some of the pent-up frustration in his heart, he forced a light smile and said, "It's fine this way. I also want to see if my brother's next move is the same as what I expected." Lu Hui said, "Apart from humiliating you in front of the celebrities of Jiang City in the auction hall with your previous cleverness, what other possibilities are there? Could it be that the high mountains and flowing water painting is also fake? Master Wen and Master Hong have both authenticated it. It can't be fake. If it is, then we might as well close down this auction house." Here, Zhou Dian looked up at the ceiling, his gaze gradually drifting away. "It is because of this that I actually have a certain expectation, hoping that my younger brother is not so low-key, but has other cards that I can't imagine." In the auction hall, Zhou Ping walked up to the stage. Second young master. The auctioneer saw Zhou Ping and his eyes dodged a bit. Previously, when he introduced this painting, he was extremely sarcastic. Although he was following the instructions of the eldest young master. "You go to the side." Zhou Ping took the microphone and said expressionlessly. Zhou Ping didn't want to make things difficult for such a small pawn, but that didn't mean he had to be friendly. "Yes, second young master." The auctioneer quickly walked off the stage and went backstage. The people below saw Zhou Ping, and the atmosphere in the venue instantly became more lively. No one expected that the one who spent 11 million to buy this rubbish painting was actually the second young master of the Zhou family. Spending a high price to buy their own broken painting, what are the two brothers of the Zhou family up to? Everyone had this question in their minds. Zhou Ping looked at the people below the stage. He also glanced at the cameras arranged around. On the other side of the camera, there was the VIP room on the 5th floor and his brother's location. He knew that at this moment, everyone was watching him. He had imagined this scene many times, thinking he would be excited, nervous, or scared. However, he was surprised to find that he was very calm now. He brought the microphone to his mouth, cleared his throat, and said softly, "Yes, it's true, I spent 11 million to bid on this painting of mountains and rivers." After Zhou Ping finished speaking, the scene instantly quieted down. Everyone was looking at him expectantly, waiting for his answer. However, Zhou Ping didn't say anything. He just smiled triumphantly. "Actually, in the first floor exhibition hall, I also spent 680,000 to buy it." After Zhou Ping finished speaking, the scene became even quieter. Everyone looked at Zhou Ping as if he were a fool. After a dozen seconds, a sudden voice rang out, "Second young master Zhou, you are indeed as extravagant as the rumors say." After this voice, the venue exploded. People burst into laughter. Countless people began to mock Zhou Ping without reservation. Zhou Ping listened to those derogatory terms describing the second-generation rich, but he didn't get angry at all. If it were before, he would have lost his temper long ago. But now, he felt incredibly powerful. These words had no power in front of him. After the climax of the ridicule passed, Zhou Ping picked up the microphone again and said, "Let me ask you all a question." The scene instantly quieted down. Zhou Ping was very satisfied with this reaction. He scanned everyone and said, "Have you ever seen a genius?" Everyone showed puzzled expressions. "Second young master Zhou, are you out of your mind?" This sentence once again caused laughter in the audience. This time, Zhou Ping didn't wait for them to finish laughing. He looked towards the entrance of the auction hall. There stood a young man of 18 or 19 years old. It was Yang Chen. Zhou Ping continued, "I have seen a genius that none of your wisdom combined can match. It is he who planned everything today. He allowed me to come here and show you a famous painting that you all would fight to have." Famous painting? Second young master Zhou, are you trying to say that the famous painting you want to show is the mountain and river painting next to you? Someone called out. Zhou Ping gestured for the staff next to him to unfold the mountain and river painting. He solemnly touched the mountain and river painting, with a satisfied expression on his face, as if he were caressing a priceless ink treasure. In fact, he didn't feel anything. Zhou Ping finished his performance. He suddenly pointed at the person who had mocked him and said, "You got it right." After finishing speaking, he looked at everyone and smiled. "The ink treasure I'm going to show you today is this painting of mountains and rivers." Zhou Ping deliberately paused for a few seconds, then emphasized, "The painting within the painting." The moment the words "painting within the painting" appeared, the venue fell silent. Snap! Zhou Dian slammed the table and stood up. His originally calm face suddenly became fierce, almost gnashing his teeth as he said, "Painting within the painting? Young master?" Lu Hui was frightened. Zhou Dian ignored Lu Hui. His facial expression changed rapidly. Half a minute later, he unexpectedly returned to normal. "I finally understand, hee. I have been mocking him for having a small perspective, but it turns out that I am the one with a small perspective. I am the clown." Zhou Dian laughed bitterly twice and weakly sat back in his chair. "Young master, are you okay?" Lu Hui walked behind Zhou Dian and held his head in her arms. Zhou Dian enjoyed this familiar tenderness. He said, actually, from the beginning, the trap he set for me left me with no room for counterattack. If I did nothing, although I would still lose to him in the end, at least it wouldn't be as embarrassing as it is now. Lu Hui didn't understand. Why? Zhou Dian said, at the beginning, we said that the second brother did something wrong. He brought outsiders to swindle money from our Zhou family. Lu Hui nodded. Zhou Dian continued, in fact, we were not wrong. That money did indeed end up in Mr. Yang's account. Mr. Yang? Lu Hui was surprised by Zhou Dian's address to Yang Chen. This address carried respect. Seeing Lu Hui's confusion, Zhou Dian smiled and said, you don't really think all of this was done by my brother alone, do you? I know my brother best. He doesn't have that kind of ability or wisdom. This trap was planned by his classmate from the beginning. Later in the private room, he dismantled the 2 cameras and deliberately left the bug behind. Identifying the Qianlong porcelain vase as a fake, discovering the ink treasure hidden in the painting of mountains and rivers, easily finding the listening devices we installed, and effortlessly setting up such a trap, all of this should not be attributed to an 18 or 19-year-old young man. But sometimes, the world is unreasonable, and he is one of those unreasonable people. So, he deserves to be called Mr. By me. Lu Hui nodded in agreement. Zhou Dian continued, in fact, our initial thoughts were not wrong. My brother did want to reveal the secret of the painting within the painting through self-exposure. The painting within the painting is a technique used in the past to protect very valuable ink treasures, requiring extremely high skills, and the value of each painting within the painting can exceed tens of millions, even billions. This matter will cause a sensation in the entire Jiangcheng collection world, and may even cause a stir in the national collection world, so my father naturally learned about it. And my brother became the hero who timely discovered that the Qianlong porcelain vase was a fake and found the painting within the painting. He not only resolved the future impact of the Qianlong porcelain vase incident on Hongshuan's reputation but also saved me from a loss of millions. He. Zhou Dian chuckled twice and continued, so, from the beginning, he did not aim to humiliate me, but the final result turned out to be the greatest humiliation for me. From the beginning, he and I were not on the same level in this trap, it was too high level, and I admit defeat with all my heart. Lu Hui nodded. After listening to Zhou Dian's analysis, she also held Yang Chen in high regard. Then why did you say? Lu Hui hesitated to finish her sentence. Zhou Dian added, that I am a clown? Lu Hui quickly shook her head. That's not what I meant. I know what you mean. Zhou Dian shrugged indifferently, adjusted his head to a more comfortable position, and continued, actually, if I were to confront my brother directly, it wouldn't matter. But I let outsiders steal this painting, so I almost became someone who conspired with outsiders to cheat my own family's money. And, this money is not just tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, it's tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Lu Hui understood. At this moment, she completely admired that young man. She gently rubbed Zhou Dian's temples and comforted him. Fortunately, Lin Yoji didn't capture it on camera. The master shouldn't blame you. Zhou Dian smiled. My dad definitely won't treat me differently because of this small matter. But from today onwards, he will look at his second son in a new light, as well as that classmate behind his second son, Xiao Yang. 5th floor, room 504. A hearty laughter echoed in the room. Xian Xiao tilted his head back and laughed heartily, tears almost coming out of his eyes. Impressive. So it's a painting within a painting, this flip, I like it, I really like it. The second son of the Zhou family is not simple. After Chen Xiao finished speaking, he took out a business card and handed it to Lin Yoji. Add me on WeChat, transfer the money to me. Xian Xiao looked meaningfully at Lin Yoji. Lin Yoji winced for a moment, then suddenly realized something, and then exclaimed joyfully, thank you, Chen Xiao. Xian Xiao stood up, turned around, and left, waving his hand without looking back at Lin Yoji. No need to thank me, I just find you interesting, so I want to be friends with you. Xian Xiao left. Lin Yoji looked at the business card in his hand, then glanced at the high mountain and flowing water painting on the big screen. If I had been ruthless and taken a picture of this painting at that time, how great would that have been? Lin Yoji looked regretful. The girl next to him chuckled. I heard that paintings within paintings are very valuable treasures. If young Master Zhou knows about it and asks you for it, what will you do? Lin Yoji chuckled. I took it with my own skills. Does he think he can take it back? When he asked me to spend millions to buy trash, he didn't think about giving me money, but now it's too late to say anything. 3rd floor. In the auction hall, after a brief silence, the same man jumped out to question, are you sure it's a painting within a painting? With this man stirring up trouble, more doubts emerged. Exactly, talk is cheap. How can we believe this? A painting within a painting? Hongshuan's appraisers are well known in the industry. So many appraisers couldn't identify it. Where did young Master Zhou find a master who could? Afraid it's a fight between the brothers, unable to resolve it in the end, afraid of losing face if it gets out, so they came up with this ridiculous idea to save face? If you have the ability, reveal it to let us see, right? Zhou Ping sneered at the group of people. You want to see? Isn't that obvious? You came up with such a big thunder, of course we want to see if it's true. This time, just as two people were speaking, Zhou Ping immediately interrupted them. He smiled. If you want to see, it's not impossible. As soon as Zhou Ping finished speaking, everyone became excited. Zhou Ping looked up at Yang Chen. Zhou Ping did not memorize the short essay as they had agreed. When Yang Chen asked about Zhou Ping's personal belongings, none of them knew exactly what Zhou Ping was thinking. This indicated that Zhou Ping had changed his mind on a whim. At this moment, when Yang Chen saw Zhou Ping looking over, he instantly understood Zhou Ping's plan. He wanted to show off with Yang Chen in front of these celebrities in Jiangqing City. He wanted Yang Chen to unveil this painting in front of everyone and make a name for himself. But Yang Chen didn't want to. Appraisers and such, he had no interest at all. He just wanted to make more money quietly. Being famous was too flashy. As everyone knows, if a person is too flashy, they will encounter all sorts of troubles. Yang Chen immediately shook his head at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping didn't understand, but still chose to respect Yang Chen's decision. He thought for a moment and came up with another idea. As far as I know, there is another auction tonight. I will entrust my brother to unveil it at the auction tonight and then conduct an on-site auction. Welcome everyone to attend. After Zhou Ping finished speaking, he put down the microphone and walked off the stage directly. People spontaneously made way for Zhou Ping. At that moment, Zhou Ping felt that he had elevated his original intention of appearing saintly in front of others. He had initially planned to humiliate Zhou Dian publicly. However, he had just given up on that idea. Exposing Zhou Dian's various issues in public would indeed make him a laughingstock in the social circle of Jiangqing for a while, but it would also damage the reputation of the Zhou family. Sibling rivalry was not a good reputation either. Just now, Zhou Ping's thinking was unusually agile. He remembered a phrase he had read before: the art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Besieging a city is only the second option. Engaging in direct conflict with his own brother would be like besieging a city, the worst option. The best strategy was to subdue the enemy's mind. How to do that? His decision just now was aimed at subduing the mind. He did not reveal everything he knew before and even entrusted the task of exposing the truth to his own brother. To outsiders, it seemed like an unbreakable bond between brothers. But his father, Zhou Maochuan, would know everything. People in their circle, including Xian Xiao, would also know. And these were the people Zhou Dian cared about the most. However, he could not refuse Zhou Ping and had to cooperate with him in front of others to uphold the reputation of the Zhou family. This was subduing the mind. Cunning and dirty enough, Yang Chen gave Zhou Ping a thumbs up. Encouraged by Yang Chen's praise, Zhou Ping became even more excited, feeling like he wanted to raise a long tail behind him. Zhou Ping chuckled. When it comes to being cunning, I can't compare to you. From the beginning, you already involved my brother, and when you found out he was eavesdropping on us, you even gave him a code. My brother probably hates you by now. Who said I hate him? Zhou Dian appeared with Lu Wei. Zhou Dian carefully scrutinized Yang Chen. Yang Chen's youthfulness still shocked him. I have always respected talents like Mr. Yang, so even though I lost, I am happy to have met Mr. Yang. Was this trying to poach someone? Zhou Ping instantly lost his composure. He stepped forward, stood between Yang Chen and Zhou Dian, and warily said to Zhou Dian, he is my classmate, my roommate, my brother, and will always stand on the same side as me. Don't even think about scheming against him. Zhou Dian laughed. Mr. Yang is a rare talent, not someone's private property. Little brother, your words seem to imply that Mr. Yang is not your brother but your possession, a slave. You are sowing discord. Zhou Ping was furious. Yang Chen looked at Zhou Ping, feeling helpless. The eldest son of the Zhou family was indeed like a child playing a game with the second son. With just a few words, Zhou Ping's defense was broken. He pulled Zhou Ping back and thanked Zhou Dian with a smile. Thank you for your attention, young master. Zhou Dian handed his business card to Yang Chen. Mr. Yang, this is my business card. If you have any business in Jiangqing in the future, feel free to contact me. Yang Chen was waiting for Zhou Dian to say that. He accepted the card and said, to be honest, I do have a matter that I would like to ask for young master's help with. Zhou Dian was instantly delighted upon hearing this. It's not the strength of a person that one should fear, but the lack of needs. With needs, there are weaknesses. With weaknesses, one can strategize. Mr. Yang, please go ahead. Zhou Dian remained calm. Yang Chen said, I heard that there is a king's spear at today's auction. I wonder if I could take a look at it before it goes up for auction. The fact that the king's spear might appear at today's auction was not a secret. Zhou Dian was not particularly surprised by Yang Chen's request. After all, the king's spear had a notorious reputation. Since it appeared in the collector's circle, the debate about whether it was Xiang Yu's weapon was not the focus, but rather its malevolent nature. Everyone who had possessed it had met a tragic end. It could even be said that the king's spear's current status in the collector's circle was largely due to its malevolent nature. Zhou Dian had already figured out Yang Chen's background. He was that kind of genius, an unreasonable genius. A genius who has just entered the appraisal world with such abilities, heard about the whereabouts of the Overlord spear, and wanted to come and observe, which is indeed reasonable. Zhou Dian glanced at Zhou Ping. Despite Zhou Ping's previous spirited demeanor, he seemed to have reached the peak of his life. But now, facing his big brother who had suppressed him for 18 years, he was instantly subdued. There was no way to confront head-on. Yang Chen wanted to see the Overlord spear, and Zhou Ping couldn't possibly stop him. Humph! Zhou Ping turned his head in a proud and coquettish manner, maintaining his last bit of dignity. Moreover, Zhou Ping now understood. Yang Chen's visit to the auction house was not as he had said, to broaden his horizons and help others show off their talents. That's not right. Zhou Ping suddenly denied his own thoughts. I'm afraid Brother Qian's initial intention of broadening his horizons was to see the Overlord spear. His abilities may already be comparable to a national treasure level master, and only something of the level of the Overlord spear can broaden his horizons. I was narrow-minded. After finding reasons for Yang Chen's jerk behavior, Zhou Ping suddenly felt a lot more enlightened. Zhou Dian observed Zhou Ping's actions and expressions with keen eyes. The shrewd Zhou Dian instantly understood that Yang Chen was not being dominated by his younger brother, or not being influenced at all. With this in mind, Zhou Dian's thoughts also quickly became clear. If such a genius could be brought under my wing, then my Zhou family would probably dominate the Chinese collecting world and even move towards the international stage. With this in mind, Zhou Dian felt his blood begin to boil. Mr. Yang wants to observe the Overlord spear. That's naturally not a problem. It's just that the Overlord spear is quite evil, so I've invited a senior monk from the Great Buddha Temple to perform Buddhist exorcism on it. Sir, don't make fun of my superstition. You also know that many of the items in our collecting circle have come with some unexplainable phenomena. Zhou Dian said to Yang Chen. I understand. Yang Chen nodded, then smiled at Zhou Dian. Young master, you don't have to be so polite to me. I am classmates with Ping Gu, we are brothers. You are Ping Ge's elder brother, so you are my elder brother as well. You can just call me by my name or call me Xiao Yang. Then I won't be polite, Xiao Yang. Seeing Yang Chen giving him face, Zhou Dian also followed suit. Then you can call me Big Brother, just like Ping Ping. Calling me Big Young Master or something is too formal. Yang Chen also responded accordingly, Big Brother. Brother Qian, Big Brother will take you to see the Overlord spear. Zhou Dian became even more enthusiastic. In just a few words, Zhou Dian and Yang Chen seemed to have become like long-lost siblings who could talk about anything. Lu Hui and Zhou Ping followed behind Zhou Dian and Yang Chen, who were engaged in lively conversation. Zhou Ping looked at the two in front of him like a wronged little wife. Lu Hui admired Zhou Dian, thinking to herself, this man has always been so powerful. With just a few words, he managed to bring the enemy into his camp. Looking at this person, Lu Hui glanced at Zhou Ping from the corner of her eye, her expression immediately turning to disdain. How could there be such a big gap between someone born of the same father? Soon, they arrived at the place where the auction items were stored. It was a large warehouse with many separate rooms. Brother Qian, this is where Hong Xian stores auction items. I'm sure you've noticed that it's divided into 4 areas. Zhou Dian enthusiastically introduced to Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded, showing great interest. However, his gaze quickly swept over the warehouse. Voices began to appear in his ears one after another. I am in Zone 1, where today's first and second tier auction items are stored. I am in Zone 2, where temporarily stored first tier auction items are kept. I am in Zone 3, where temporarily stored second tier auction items are kept. I am in Zone 4, where temporarily stored third-tier auction items are kept. The security levels between us are different, with Zone 1 being the lowest and Zone 4 being the highest. 10 minutes later, Yang Chen had a full understanding of the warehouse situation. Zhou Dian introduced the No. 2 area. Yang Chen didn't want to waste time and said to Zhou Dian, Big brother, why don't we go straight to see the Overlord spear? Interrupted, but Zhou Dian was not displeased at all, he even blamed himself. I was too talkative. Chen Di, follow me. Zhou Dian led the 3 straight to the No. 4 area. At this moment, Yang Chen finally noticed the unnatural Zhou Ping. He looked at Zhou Ping's watch. Only this watch understood him the most. The Huawei watch was indignant for its owner. you are a traitor. You know that my owner and his big brother are not getting along, yet you are so happy talking to his big brother. I see you want to abandon my owner and join Zhou Dian. Humph, my owner really misunderstood you, even treated you as a brother. Abandon? Join? Betray? Yang Chen looked at Zhou Ping speechlessly. This heartless second-generation rich man was so fragile and sensitive in front of his big brother. This was due to a lack of security. Yang Chen didn't bother to explain anything to Zhou Ping. Firstly, it was unnecessary. Secondly, it was unnecessary. The warehouse was actually quite large. The four of them walked for a full 10 minutes before reaching the No. 4 area. 1, 2, 3, 4 areas. The No. 2 area was the largest, followed by the No. 3 area, then the No. 1 area, and the No. 4 area was the smallest. However, to enter the No. 4 area, you had to pass through 2 password doors. There was a corridor between the 2 doors filled with infrared beams. If someone touched the infrared beam without disarming the alarm, it would trigger an alarm, and the doors at both ends of the corridor would instantly lock. Only those with higher authority could open them. And there were only 2 people with the highest authority, Zhou Dian and Zhou Maochuan. With Zhou Dian leading the way, the 4 of them crossed the corridor and entered the interior of the No. 4 area. This was an exhibition hall of over 300 square meters, with dozens of cultural relics displayed. Yang Chen scanned the room. The cultural relics introduced themselves one after another. I am the Sea Dragon Ding, made during the Zhou dynasty over 2,000 years ago. My value is no less than 80 million. I am Li Bai's sword. My value is no less than 100 million. 100 million? Sword Saint Li Bai? Yang Chen joked to himself. But he was also shocked to hear that there were no items here worth less than 10 million. And the number of items here. You guys count. Yang Chen said in his mind. 55. There were a total of 55 items. The total value exceeded several billion. The Zhou family's heritage was terrifying. Ah! While Yang Chen was sighing in his heart, a scream suddenly came. A security guard in uniform ran out of a small room in a panic. The guard saw Zhou Dian and immediately shouted, "Young master, run, there are ghosts, evil spirits." Seeing the panicked guard, hearing the warning, and looking at the room the guard ran out of, Zhou Dian's face changed drastically. "Let's go, let's leave quickly." Zhou Dian grabbed Lu Hui, shouted at Yang Chen and Zhou Ping, and ran outside. Zhou Ping didn't understand. He caught up with Zhou Dian and asked, "Why are you running? What's happening?" Zhou Dian glanced at Zhou Ping and explained, "The Overlord spear is in that room. The master I invited is performing a ritual inside. If you want to die here, I won't stop you." After the warning, Zhou Dian pulled Lu Hui and continued to run outside. Zhou Ping was also alarmed. He quickly shouted to Yang Chen, "Shen Ge, let's leave here quickly. The evil outbreak of the Overlord spear is too strong. Even the master of the Great Buddha Temple can't suppress it. If it spreads here, we..." Before Zhou Ping could finish his sentence, he was shocked to see that Yang Chen not only did not turn back but continued to walk in. Zhou Ping was anxious. He hurried over, grabbed Yang Chen, and said, "Shen Ge, what are you doing? Didn't you hear me talking?" Yang Chen nodded, "I heard." "Then why are you still going in?" Zhou Ping shouted angrily. Yang Chen pointed to the guard running over and said, "What about him and the people inside?" Zhou Ping didn't know how to respond to Yang Chen for a moment. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zhou Ping said, "What we need to do now is to protect ourselves first. If those people encounter accidents, the company will provide them with sufficient compensation." Seeing that Yang Chen was still unmoved, Zhou Ping became more anxious and said, "I know you don't believe in these things, but listen to me, some things cannot be explained by science. Our family has been in this industry for decades. My father and brother have experienced many such incidents. My father told me that in the face of such things, ordinary people like us are powerless." Yang Chen looked at Zhou Ping and said, "I can handle it, you should leave first." "What?" Zhou Ping showed an incredulous expression for the nth time. In an instant, Zhou Ping reacted and was pleasantly surprised. "Are you saying that you have knowledge to deal with these supernatural events here?" Yang Chen nodded, "Sort of, I have to give it a try after all." Zhou Ping instantly calmed down and no longer felt afraid. Having witnessed so many miracles from Yang Chen, even if he understood exorcism, he could accept it. "What do you need me to do?" Zhou Ping asked. Yang Chen said, "Just wait for me here." After speaking, Yang Chen walked towards the small room at the far end of the exhibition hall. In the eyes of others, it was just an ordinary room. But in Yang Chen's eyes, it was completely different. He saw countless black monsters rushing out of the room. He heard those monsters roaring and cackling. He saw some monsters flying onto the security guard's head, opening their mouths wide and diving into the security guard's body. At first, he was startled when he saw this. But when he tried to ask what these monsters were, their roars and cackles suddenly turned into cries and pleas. I'm in so much pain, please save me. I've been trapped for thousands of years, I need liberation, please save me. Save me, I don't want to harm anyone anymore. So, Yang Chen asked, how can I save you? The beads. As long as you can remove the beads from our bodies, we will leave this world. Following the guidance of these monsters, Yang Chen saw the beads inside their bodies. How do I remove them? Yang Chen asked. The monsters screamed frantically. You can see us, you are not an ordinary person, you can touch these beads. Hurry, she's waking up. If she wakes up, we will lose our minds completely. Yang Chen strode forward. He was taking a gamble. After gaining the ability, no object had ever lied to him. So, he believed what the monsters were saying was true. However, this was only the second time he had encountered such ethereal beings. The last time was a few hours ago, with the two heavenly kings at the gate of the great Buddha temple. He couldn't be completely sure if what the monsters were saying was true. So, there was an element of risk. Although it was a gamble, Yang Chen was willing to try. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If there were indeed such supernatural phenomena, what about the essence of the Overlord Spear? Yang Chen approached the security guard. The monsters had already entangled the security guard and were burrowing into his head. The security guard's face turned pale, his pupils dilated, and his expression became extremely painful. Yang Chen looked at the monster's chest. There was a black bead there. Yang Chen reached out his hand. Pop! Yang Chen's hand reached into the monster's body, and he immediately felt a bone-chilling coldness. Hiss! The coldness made the hairs on Yang Chen's hand stand on end instantly. The temperature made him feel at least 10 degrees below zero. He quickly grabbed the bead. I can really grab it! Yang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Come out! Yang Chen pulled hard, and the bead was pulled out of the monster's body by him. As soon as the bead was pulled out, it instantly turned into flying ash. At the same time, the monsters that were wriggling frantically into the security guard's body stopped. Wisps of black energy emanated from their bodies, and they released the security guard. The security guard lost consciousness and fell to the ground with a thud. Soon, the black aura on the monster dissipated. It unexpectedly turned into the phantom of a 16 or 17-year-old boy. The phantom of the boy looked at Yang Chen, smiling. He bowed to Yang Chen, then completely dissipated. It was actually a person? Could it be a soul? Yang Chen was puzzled, quickly reciting the socialist core values in his mind. At the same time, his body did not stop at all. He walked over confidently, facing dozens, possibly hundreds of monsters without fear. His hand speed was extremely fast. In less than 10 seconds, he had grabbed hundreds of beads. After all the monsters' black auras dissipated, they turned into various human figures. There were men, women, old and young, and their clothes were from various dynasties, even including some modern clothes. Could all these be the people who died because of the Overlord Spear? Each restored human-like phantom expressed gratitude to Yang Chen, then dissipated. The phantoms disappeared one by one. In the end, only a strong man wearing clothing from the Qin and Han dynasties remained in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen noticed that the phantom of the strong man was more substantial than all the previous phantoms. Yang Chen looked into his eyes, and he was also looking at Yang Chen. Yang Chen was surprised to find that this phantom's eyes showed very clear emotional fluctuations, or rather, he seemed more human. The previous phantoms were just human shadows, and Yang Chen did not feel much emotion from them. Who are you? Yang Chen asked. The strong man smiled and said, I am Zhao Shu, the right general under Xiang Yu's command, who died in battle at the Wu River with Xiang Yu. Are you ghosts? Encountering something that could communicate, Yang Chen naturally would not miss this question. Ha, if you are referring to the ghosts defined by humans, we are not. Zhao Shu laughed heartily. Then what are you? Yang Chen asked further. Zhao Shu said, when we were born, we were given names. We are phantoms, a kind of phantom entity between existence and non-existence. A phantom entity. Yang Chen remembered the words of the two heavenly kings at the entrance of the great Buddha temple. He continued to ask, were you also born because of the incense offerings? Incense offerings? Zhao Shu shook his head in confusion. Feng Tu, I don't know what you mean by incense offerings, but I can explain our origins to you. Yang Chen nodded, please go on. Zhao Shu said, we are phantom entities, formed by the strong thoughts of humans. The incense offerings you mentioned should also be a kind of human thought. I see, so if human thoughts are kind, then you phantom entities are kind, and if the thoughts that form you are evil, then you are evil, right? Yang Chen asked. Zhao Shu shook his head again and said, Feng Tu, you are trapped in your narrow value system. Phantom entities cannot interfere with reality, so they cannot be classified as evil or kind, even from a human perspective. Cannot interfere with reality? But your previous actions. Yang Chen pointed out Zhao Shu's loophole. Zhao Shu shook his head again. At that time, we were not phantom entities but contaminated phantom entities. You can call it corrupt. Corrupt? Yang Chen recalled the words Zhou Ping said before. Corrupt outbreak. Zhao Shu nodded. Yes, corrupt. We are the thoughts attached to Xiang Yu's overlord spear. Some of us died for Xiang Yu, but more were killed by Xiang Yu's Han army. Normally, we cannot sustain ourselves on the overlord spear for too long. After several decades or hundreds of years, when no one worships us anymore, we will dissipate. However, shortly after, someone wrote a historical record, and my master's glorious deeds have been widely spread, lasting for over 2,000 years. Initially, Xiang Yu's name was only known among scholars. Originally, scholars were considered useless, but unfortunately, since the Sui dynasty, the imperial examination system was established, and studying became the only way to enter officialdom. The influence of scholars suddenly increased. It was also from that time that we gave birth to a body of falsehood. However, the overlord spear had been buried by the Wu River for hundreds of years, along with countless blood and bodies, creating an extremely cold environment for the overlord spear. We were nurtured in this environment, or you could say polluted. Decades later, we became corrupt. After becoming corrupt, we fought each other, and in the end, the corruption carrying Xiang Yu's endless resentment triumphed. It controlled us, making us absorb extreme colding energy for it, as well as the regrets of those who died on the Wu River. About 100 years ago, a fisherman salvaged the overlord spear, and the corruption of the overlord began to control us to kill because living people provided it with stronger nourishment, and that brings us to the present. Your power is strong. I sense the power of being impervious to all evil in you. I hope you can help it break free. It's about to awaken. Fong too, I have to leave too. Zhao Shu finished speaking, and his body gradually dissipated. Boom! A tremendously colding energy suddenly spewed out from a nearby room. This energy blew out, instantly lowering the temperature in the over 300 square meter hall to below 0 degrees. Why is it suddenly so cold? Could it be that thing coming out? Zhou Ping shivered from the cold. He was already starting to fear this sudden change, but he watched Yang Chen walking towards the room ahead and stayed in place. The cold air blew on Yang Chen, causing his body to shiver involuntarily. He walked to the door of the room. The room was not large. In the middle of the room was an altar with a nearly 2-meter-long spear placed on it. The spear exuded a colding energy all over. The chilling air that filled the entire exhibition hall emanated from this spear. Around the altar, several security guards and 2 old monks in robes lay in disarray. Are there still living people? Several monsters emerged from the security guards and old monks, immediately flying towards Yang Chen, showing their ugly teeth and claws. Yang Chen, with ease, effortlessly extracted their masters from inside them. Without the support of the beads, these corruptions quickly dissipated into black gas, transformed into human forms, and then dissipated. So it's Fong too. A deep voice appeared on the spear. The next moment, a man wearing a long robe, 8 feet tall, with a robust figure and a rugged face, emerged from the spear. He greedily looked at Yang Chen, as if he was about to devour him at any moment, but his eyes were still eerie double pupils. Yang Chen took one look, and his heart couldn't help but race. He had not been afraid of those completely inhuman monsters before. Now, facing this almost solid man, he was afraid. However, he did not flee. He looked up at the corrupt Xiang Yu and asked directly, "Can you harm me? Ha, human boy, are you crazy? I can't harm you." Xiang Yu's corruption was stunned after speaking, looking incredulously at Yang Chen and exclaimed, "What have you done to me?" Upon hearing Xiang Yu's response, Yang Chen instantly became emboldened. He confirmed 2 things. 1. All non-human entities cannot lie to him, whether they are conscious or unconscious. This cheat is really powerful. 2. He seems impervious to all evil. When dealing with those corruptions before, he found that those corruptions couldn't even get close to him. Even the most powerful corruption transformed by Zhao Shu could only slightly hinder him, unable to penetrate his body like they could with others. This is what Zhao Shu meant by the power of being impervious to all evil within him. Yang Chen immediately asked the second question without any hesitation, "Do you know martial arts?" Xiang Yu, in a rage, replied, "Human, answer my case. I am Xiang Yu, of course, I know martial arts." After speaking, Xiang Yu became furious and shouted in the air, "What's going on? Why should I answer his question? Sorcery, yes, he is a Feng Tu, must know sorcery. A Feng Tu who knows sorcery is too terrifying. I must kill him, eat him, and gain his power. By then, maybe I can break free from this broken existence. Human Feng Tu, you are ready to die." Before Xiang Yu could finish speaking, Yang Chen raised his head and asked, can I learn your skills? Xiang Yu sneered and laughed. You, a human, how could you possibly learn my skills? Well, there is a soul bead inside me, containing the essence of my past life's martial arts. You just need to purify the yin energy in the soul bead, then consume it, and you will gain all my past life's martial arts. Why? Why am I saying things I don't even know? What's wrong with me? Sorcery? What kind of sorcery is this? Xiang Yu was terrified for the first time. I must kill you, die. Xiang Yu transformed into a monster with 5 heads and 10 ghost claws. The 5 heads opened their mouths wide, and the 10 ghost claws extended sharp claws. It dove down towards Yang Chen. Its speed was extremely fast. Just as Yang Chen raised his head, it was already in front of him. The 5 heads shot out instantly. 1 head bit towards Yang Chen's head, 2 heads towards his arms, and 2 heads towards his legs. A claw extended in an instant, reaching for Yang Chen's heart. Prepare to be torn apart. Ha! The menacing Xiang Yu was stunned in place before it could finish its threatening words. At that moment, its 5 heads pierced through Yang Chen's body, and its claw pierced through his chest. However, it caused no harm to Yang Chen. It felt like an incomprehensible force within Yang Chen's body turned its claws and heads into nothingness. At the same time, it felt a warm hand in its chest. Its 5 heads quickly turned back, and in the next moment, all 5 faces were filled with fear. No, if you take it away, I will die. Spare me, Feng Tu, I can serve you. Since ancient times, Feng Tu has had the habit of nurturing evil. My power is many times stronger than ordinary evil. Feng Tu, I can be your best assistant. No, not an assistant, a servant, please spare me. Nonsense. Yang Chen looked disdainfully at the monstrous Xiang Yu. He pulled out a fist-sized bead from Xiang Yu. Ah! Xiang Yu screamed, and countless black energy released from its body. Its huge body began to shrink and gradually return to human form. After more than a minute, Xiang Yu finally regained his original appearance. At this moment, Yang Chen could no longer sense any evil aura from him, only dominance and heroism. Feng Tu, thank you for freeing me, Xiang Yu said. Yang Chen shook the cold bead in his hand and said, each takes what they need. Xiang Yu smiled, in fact, sparing his life and nurturing him as a servant would be more beneficial to you. Throughout history, countless Feng Tu have failed to cultivate such a powerful evil. Yang Chen looked at Xiang Yu and said, a beggar like you is not worthy of the name Xiang Yu, a true hero. Ha, thank you for the praise, little Feng Tu. Sinking for 2,000 years, before dissipating in regret, I can still meet such an interesting little Feng Tu. I, Xiang Yu, have no regrets in my life. Xiang Yu laughed heartily. In the laughter that only Yang Chen could hear, Xiang Yu dissipated. Farewell, hegemon. Yang Chen bowed to the empty space. The evil was completely resolved. Yang Chen gained a lot. The biggest gain was not the beads in his hand, but through this operation, he confirmed 2 things and had a doubt. The first confirmation, he has a power in him, as Xiang Yu and Zhao Shu said, this is a power that nothing evil can invade. The ability to hear all things speak should be brought by this power, but I don't know if this ability is attached to this power, or if this power is the main manifestation. I will explore more in the future. Yang Chen made a judgment. The second confirmation, besides humans, currently there is nothing that can lie to him. More importantly, when things he asks questions answer, strictly speaking, it is not limited to whether their consciousness knows or not, but whether their essence knows or not. This is a bit complicated to explain. A simple example is Xiang Yu's evil. Xiang Yu's evil does not know if it can harm Yang Chen, but it still gave an answer. So, I can preliminarily judge that even if I ask something wise, the one answering my questions is not the self-consciousness of this wise thing, but its essence. Essentially, it is no different from other unconscious bricks, tiles, or electric poles. Finally, there was a doubt. What is Feng Tu? Why do Zhao Shu and Xiang Yu call me Feng Tu? Yang Chen looked down at the beads in his hand and asked, hey, do you know what Feng Tu is? A voice of a 6 or 7-year-old child came from the beads. Feng Tu is the name for the chi-refining soil that appeared over 2,000 years ago. They can possess extraordinary power through a certain cultivation method. The reason why they call you Feng Tu is because they sense extraordinary power in you. It's really impressive for an ancient relic that has lived for thousands of years to know so much. Yang Chen asked again, is the power in me the same as Feng Tu's power? The bead replied, similar, but the power in you is purer than the power cultivated by Feng Tu. Understood. Yang Chen asked, is there still Feng Tu now? The bead replied, yes, but they rarely walk the earth now. Why? Yang Chen wondered. The bead replied, after humans entered modern civilization, they no longer believe in ghosts and gods. Moreover, humans have acquired more powerful, almost world-destroying power. Therefore, Feng Tu cannot mentally control ordinary people, nor can they suppress ordinary humans with their power. There have been several incidents where some important figures captured Fong Tu for research purposes, so Fong Tu chose to seclude themselves. Sliced? It turns out that humans are the most terrifying after all. It's no wonder that the real reason for Fong Tu not appearing in the Dharma ending age both surprised and seemed so scientifically reasonable to Yang Chen. Fong Tu have all gone into seclusion. Yang Chen suddenly felt a little more courageous. In this vast world, he could still roam freely. However, I need to keep my abilities more secret, or I might end up being sliced. With this in mind, Yang Chen couldn't help but shiver with goosebumps on his body. Sliced. Too terrifying. After dealing with the association and clearing up his doubts, Yang Chen put the beads into his pocket. By now, the temperature in the room had returned to normal. Zhou Ping's cautious voice appeared outside the door. "Jian Ge, how are you?" Only after feeling the chill that filled the hall disappear did Zhou Ping dare to approach. However, because he didn't hear any movement from Yang Chen, he didn't dare to show himself. Yang Chen said, "Come in, I have resolved the evil." At the door of the room, Zhou Ping immediately jumped out. He looked at the long spear on the altar. Just an ordinary long spear. Then he looked at his old classmate Yang Chen. Zhou Ping rubbed his eyes, looked again, and more astonishment appeared on his face. Yang Chen asked, "What's wrong with you?" Zhou Ping ran over, looked Yang Chen up and down, then nodded. "Really, I didn't see it wrong." "What?" Yang Chen asked. Zhou Ping said, "Guang, I see a faint white light on you." "Cough, that is the light of merit," came an old voice. The two turned to see an old monk waking up. The old monk looked kindly at Yang Chen. Although he was very old, his eyes were exceptionally bright. The old monk stood up, walked to Yang Chen, and clasped his hands together, chanting, "Amitba Buddha, this humble monk Yuanjin, thanks the donor for purifying those evils." In this day and age, the donor can still stand up, which is a great virtue. Donor can rest assured, my junior brother and I will never disclose the donor's information. We will take responsibility for everything here. Zhou Ping was confused. "Old monk, what are you talking about?" The old monk didn't even look at Zhou Ping. Yang Chen already understood the situation and knew what Yuanjin meant. He also regarded Yang Chen as Fong Tu. To thank Yang Chen for saving his life, he and Yuanjin would publicly claim that they had resolved the evil of the tyrant's spear. Although it was a misunderstanding, Yang Chen believed that this misunderstanding was better for his safety. He immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Yuanjin." Master Yuanjin clasped his hands together. "Amitba Buddha." Yang Chen said to Zhou Ping, "Ping, let's go." But, this. Zhou Ping felt that the old monks were not sincere. Clearly, it was Yang Chen's credit, but they took it away like this, acting as if he should thank them. What puzzled him even more was that Yang Chen actually went to thank them. Yang Chen did not explain, just continued to walk outside. Zhou Ping had to follow. Outside the door, Yang Chen said to Zhou Ping, "Ping, you must keep what happened just now confidential. It was Master Yuanjin and Master Yuan Fa who dealt with the evil. We were saved by them. Can I know the reason?" Zhou Ping asked. Yang Chen, "No." Zhou Ping, "Oh. The less you know, the better for you," Yang Chen added. Zhou Ping nodded. "I understand, my dad always says things like that to me." Yang Chen thought for a moment, feeling like he had taken advantage. "It's good that you know, obedient son." Yang Chen laughed heartily. "Damn it, Yang Chen, you bastard, taking advantage of me." Zhou Ping was furious and threw a punch. Yang Chen anticipated it and easily dodged, then ran towards the exhibition hall door. Zhou Ping, unwilling to give up, chased after him. "Stop, I promise not to kill you." Outside Zone 4, Zhou Dian and Lu Hui stood at the entrance with serious expressions. It had been over 10 minutes, and Zhou Ping and Yang Chen had not come out. "Young master, shall we send someone in to check? It's been so long, and the second young master hasn't come out yet," Lu Hui said to Zhou Dian. Lu Hui understood Zhou Dian very well. Although Zhou Dian often wanted to suppress Zhou Ping, he truly regarded Zhou Ping as a member of the Zhou family. "All right, you go find a few young and strong men." Zhou Dian's words were cut off as two people walked out from the entrance of Zone 4. One was carefree, the other limping with a resentful face. "Mr. Yang, you're both safe, that's great." Zhou Dian saw the unharmed Yang Chen and Zhou Ping and greeted them happily. After inquiring about Yang Chen's well-being, he just glanced at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping, holding his thigh, was also unwilling to talk to Zhou Dian. Yang Chen said to Zhou Dian, "Thank you for your concern, we are safe thanks to the protection of Master Yuanjin and Master Yuan Fa." "I see," a hint of relief flashed in Zhou Dian's eyes. With one sentence, Yang Chen hit on the thing Zhou Dian most wanted to know. "How is the situation inside now?" Zhou Dian asked. Yang Chen said, "The security guards you arranged were all knocked out by the evil, although they are not in danger of life, they will probably all fall seriously ill. As for Master Yuan Fa, he has exhausted his energy and fainted, while Master Yuanjin is finishing up. No casualties, that's fortunate. Brother Qian, there has been an incident inside, regarding the observation of the Overlord Spear. It may have to be postponed for a while, but rest assured, I won't arrange the auction for the Overlord Spear today. Once things are settled here, I will notify you immediately, and you can come over anytime, Zhou Dian said to Yang Chen. Zhou Dian is giving the order to expel guests. Yang Chen understood. He shook his head and said, after experiencing this incident, I no longer want to observe the Overlord Spear. It's just too bizarre. Thank you for your previous kindness. If there is anything I can help with in the future, I will do my best. Zhou Dian showed understanding. That's good. The Overlord Spear is indeed bizarre. It's better to have less contact with it. I will have Secretary Lu escort you out. Lu Hui walked to Yang Chen's side and said, Mr. Yang, please, second young master, please. Guided by Lu Hui, Yang Chen and Zhou Ping left the warehouse. When Lu Hui returned, Zhou Dian's face had turned cold. Young master? Lu Hui was surprised. Zhou Dian snorted, I'm fine, just a little annoyed at that kid's lack of understanding of the situation. Lu Hui agreed, indeed, he is a kid who doesn't understand the situation. When he needs your help, he calls you big brother without hesitation, but as soon as he doesn't need you, he quickly distances himself. It seems he is determined to stand with the second young master and oppose you. Zhou Dian's eyes grew colder. Come with me inside to see the situation. I feel they haven't told the truth. Lu Hui followed behind Zhou Dian into Zone 4. In the exhibition hall of Zone 4, they first saw the security guard lying not far away on the ground, the same guard who had come out earlier to warn them. Go check if he's still alive, Zhou Dian said to Lu Hui. Lu Hui hurried over, checked the guard's breathing, and after a moment, she breathed a sigh of relief. Young master, he's still alive, just his breathing is weak. When evil enters the body, this is what happens. Let's not worry about him for now, let's go inside, Zhou Dian said, then looked up at the surveillance cameras arranged around the exhibition hall. The indicator lights of the cameras were not on. It's been so long, and the cameras still haven't returned to normal. The power of this evil is something I haven't seen in decades in this industry. If it were an ordinary person, just a touch of this evil would probably cost them half their life. Zhou Dian suddenly paused, then turned to look outside the door, chuckling coldly, I finally know what's abnormal. Young master, what have you discovered? Lu Hui walked over, asking in confusion. Zhou Dian chuckled coldly, we've been deceived by that kid, he's hiding his skills. Hiding his skills? Lu Hui was puzzled. Zhou Dian pointed to the unconscious security guard, then to the entrance of the exhibition hall. He ran out of the room where the Overlord Spear was placed, and then we left. Now he's passed out in that spot, which is more than 10 meters away from where we entered earlier. Zhou Dian's eyes flashed with a look of, there can only be one truth, so, how did my brother and that kid walk out unscathed? Didn't he say Master Yuanjin protected them? Lu Hui said. Zhou Dian chuckled coldly, Master Yuanjin and the others are still in that room and haven't come out. If Master Yuanjin could protect them, why didn't he protect the security guard who was closer to him? Lu Hui blinked. Are you saying that this kid named Yang has the ability to resist evil? Zhou Dian took a breath, as far as I know, besides the masters who have long been in the Taoist and Buddhist sects, ordinary people like us have no way to resist evil, and there are no such things as legendary artifacts. Then how come this Yang and the second young master are completely unharmed? Lu Hui was even more puzzled. Zhou Dian said, let's go inside and ask Masters Yuanjin and Yuan Fa, then we'll know. But what if they don't say anything? Lu Hui asked. Zhou Dian chuckled and said, it is said that the more profound a master of Buddhism is, the higher the moral standards they hold themselves to, and there is a strict rule for monks that they must not lie. Coming out of the warehouse, Zhou Ping asked Yang Chen, Shenge, I need to go pay, let's go together. I also need to use your money to settle the account. They spent 11 million to take a picture of the high mountain and flowing water painting. This money must be settled with the auction house. The 11 million is transferred to the auction house, which is the purchase process. Then the auction house will deduct a 10% commission and transfer the remaining money to Zhou Ping, which is the settlement process. This is why even if they buy their own auction items, they still need to have enough money. Having obtained what he wanted, Yang Chen couldn't wait to leave and deal with the pearls in his pocket. So, he shook his head at Zhou Ping. I have some other things to do, Pingu, you go ahead. 7 million, I'll transfer it to you via Alipay. Will you come tonight? Zhou Ping asked. Yang Chen replied, I probably won't make it. Zhou Ping sighed, alright, you're busy now, I understand. I'll send you a live video tonight, after all, this grand event was created by you. Okay. Yang Chen nodded, took out his phone, opened Alipay, and found Zhou Ping's account. Transfer. 4,700,000 yuan. The money has been transferred, take a look, Yang Chen said to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping's phone also rang. He picked it up and saw the Alipay payment notification. When I go back tonight, I'll bring Zhao Feng and Shou. We'll go to the Haojue Club to have fun, my treat, Zhou Ping said. The Haojue Club, the most luxurious private club in Jiangchang, a nationally renowned place for spending money. In the Haojue Club, whether it's food, drinks, or entertainment, if you can think of it, they can provide it. You'll be spending a lot, Yang Chen remarked. Zhou Ping patted his chest confidently. After tonight, we'll be millionaires. Spending tens of thousands at the Haojue Club, that's just a drop in the bucket. They parted ways. Yang Chen went downstairs and left the Hongshan auction house. The bright but cold sunset shone on his face, making him feel the chill of winter. Yang Chen took out the pearls from his pocket and asked, "Little pearl, tell me, how should I consume you?" This dark and shiny pearl, when pressed, was a bit chewy. Ignoring the lack of taste, it did resemble a marinated egg. Marinated egg. Scratched out. The tender voice of the pearl sounded, "If you want to consume me, you must first remove the cold air inside me. After removing the cold air, you can swallow me directly." "How do I remove the cold air inside you?" Yang Chen asked. The pearl said, "There are two methods. The first is on a sunny day with a temperature above 30 degrees, expose me to the sun for 12 hours, and the cold air inside me will dissipate." Yang Chen looked at the sunset and felt the bone-chilling cold wind. Next, the pearl continued, "The second method is a bit more complicated. I need to be roasted without direct contact with flames. The roasting temperature should not be lower than 100 degrees. For temperatures between 100 and 150 degrees, I need to be roasted for 15 hours. For temperatures between 150 and 200 degrees, 6 hours of roasting are required. 250 degrees is the highest temperature I can withstand. Only 1 hour of roasting is needed to completely purify the cold air inside me." After hearing the pearl, Yang Chen quickly summarized, "So, I can't burn you with flames, but I need to provide you with temperatures between 100 and 250 degrees, preferably stable and constant high temperatures for roasting." "Yes, that's it." The pearl's tone unexpectedly carried excitement and eagerness. In the past, Yang Chen would have been curious if someone was so eager to seek death. He would have truly pondered whether these things really had their own consciousness. Now, after experiencing the corruption of the Overlord Spear, he had basically confirmed one thing. These inanimate objects speak, but it doesn't mean they have their own consciousness. It is Yang Chen who has bestowed them with consciousness, which does not belong to them but to Yang Chen. The value of this consciousness is to serve Yang Chen. Shu suddenly sighed. "It's a pity, such equipment is hard to find. If you can find a Taoist from Fengtu and use their alchemy furnace, maybe it's possible. But nowadays, most of the Fengtu have already secluded themselves. Even if you find them, they may not necessarily help you, and may even covet your power, which could be detrimental to you." Yang Chen asked in confusion, "Is it really that troublesome?" Shu replied, "Yes, it is that troublesome. You should know that I have accumulated the cold air of thousands of years in my body. If it could be easily resolved, I would lose face." Yang Chen said, "Do you know something called an electric oven?" Zhu asked, "What is it for?" Yang Chen explained, "It is used for baking food. Household ones can provide temperatures ranging from tens to over 200 degrees, and because it uses electricity, there is no flame, and the temperature can be maintained absolutely constant. So modern humans are really so powerful, ordinary people can use advanced alchemy furnaces that only ancient Fengtu could use to bake and eat food. No wonder in this era, the Fengtu have all secluded themselves. How can those Fengtu compete with such modern humans?" Shu muttered a few words, then regretfully said, "For so many years, I have always spent my time in the exhibition hall, actually never truly touched human society, and haven't even interacted with many humans. Those I did interact with were quickly devoured by the one I was staying with. Then I will take you to see the electric oven," Yang Chen promised. Shu became excited. "Great." Yang Chen said, "I'll buy you an expensive one, imported." Shu replied, Imported is good, just like you men, always wanting to ride big horses." "I don't." Yang Chen quickly denied. Shu sneered, "We understand you the best." Yang Chen immediately changed the subject, "I'll also buy you some cumin, pepper, chili powder. After it's baked, can you cut it open?" Shu said, "Yes." Yang Chen smiled, "Then I'll buy some soy sauce, sesame oil, chili oil, balsamic vinegar, oyster sauce." Shu said, "I'm not a braised egg." "I know you're not a braised egg." Yang Chen carried Zhu along the road, thinking to himself, "The ingredients are easy to prepare, the electric oven is easy to buy, and Dog East can deliver from the supermarket in 30 minutes. The difficult part is where I will make this braised egg in the electric oven. Dormitory? No, with such high power, turning it on could cause a power outage for a whole floor. Go to a friend's house? What if they want a share of my braised egg? Go to a restaurant? Renting someone else's electric oven to bake a braised egg might be seen as crazy. Even eating a braised egg is so troublesome. How about just buying a sweet? Hongshan Auction House, 3rd floor, Auction Item Storage Warehouse, Zone 4. Zhou Dian and Lu Hui walked to the small house at the end of the exhibition hall. They saw several security guards lying on the ground in disarray. On the altar in the center of the exhibition hall was the Overlord Spear. When Zhou Dian saw the Overlord Spear, his brows immediately furrowed. Even from several meters away, separated by a glass cover, he could still feel the difference of the Overlord Spear. The chill on it had disappeared. At this moment, it looked like an ordinary long spear. Below the altar, 2 old monks were sitting cross-legged, chanting scriptures. When they saw Zhou Dian, Yuan Zhan and Yuan Fei stopped chanting. They stood up. Yuan Zhan greeted Zhou Dian with a bow. Amitba, Master Zhou, the evil on this spear has been completely purified. During the purification process, some of your staff were injured, but rest assured, we have checked on them, and they are all fine, just need some rest to recover. Zhou Dian showed joy on his face. He walked forward, bowing back to Yuan Zhan and Yuan Fei. Thank you, masters. Yuan Zhan said, Master Zhou has donated so much money to Defo Temple. This money will contribute to the good development of Defo Temple. As monks of Defo Temple, we naturally need to do our best to help Master Zhou. After the pleasantries, Zhou Dian did not continue to beat around the bush. He directly asked, Master, I have one more thing to ask. Yuan Zhan said, Master Zhou, please go ahead. Zhou Dian asked, have you seen my younger brother, Zhou Ping? Yuan Zhan nodded, yes, I have. Zhou Dian asked again, thank you for saving his life during the outbreak of evil. Yuan Zhan shook his head and said, your younger brother is blessed, those evils cannot harm him. What do you mean? Zhou Dian asked in surprise. Yuan Zhan smiled and remained silent. Zhou Dian showed a knowing expression. He clasped his hands together in front of Yuan Zhan. I understand. Lu Secretary, please escort the 2 masters. Yuan Zhan and Yuan Fei bowed to Zhou Dian again, then left gracefully. Lu Hui returned after a dozen minutes. Zhou Dian had already opened the glass cover of the Overlord Spear and was caressing the body of the spear, praising, indeed, it is a good spear. Back? Zhou Dian didn't even look up. Yes, Lu Hui nodded. Have you seen that card? Zhou Dian pointed to the table where Yuan Zhan and Yuan Fei had performed their rituals. On the table lay a black card with a laser-engraved darker black dragon. Take this card to 59, Sanglong Street and have them make Yang Chen disappear from Jiangcheng within 3 days. Zhou Dian smiled, his eyes filled with cunning. Jiangcheng cannot have such a powerful person. Young master? Lu Hui looked at Zhou Dian in surprise. Zhou Dian put down the Overlord Spear and walked down from the platform. Don't understand? Zhou Dian asked Lu Hui. Lu Hui nodded. Zhou Dian asked, how did Yuan Zhan describe my younger brother? Lu Hui recalled, Master Yuan Zhan said, the second young master is deeply blessed, those evils cannot harm him. Deeply blessed, how do you think my brother is deeply blessed? And so deeply blessed that even the evils that have plagued so many people cannot harm him? Zhou Dian sneered. Lu Hui couldn't connect the words deeply blessed with Zhou Ping when she thought of his appearance. If he was truly deeply blessed, how could he have been suppressed and rubbed on the ground by his brother for over a decade? Did Master Yuan Zhan lie? Lu Hui doubted. Zhou Dian laughed. Master Yuan Zhan, with profound knowledge of Buddhism, can subdue the evils on the Overlord Spear. How evil the Overlord Spear is, you have also read the information. In just the 40 years since it was modified, it has caused more than a dozen owners to die untimely deaths, and hundreds of people have died as a result. To subdue such strong evils, Master Yuan Zhan should not lie or break his precepts. Lu Hui nodded. Zhou Dian's expression turned cold. Therefore, when Master Yuan Zhan said my brother is deeply blessed, it does not mean he is personally deeply blessed, but that he has encountered a benefactor who has made him deeply blessed. So who is this benefactor? Yang Chen! Lu Hui exclaimed. Zhou Dian said, a young man with extraordinary talent for appraisal, he was able to escape unscathed with Zhou Ping in the outbreak of evil. Barring accidents, within 5 years, his name will resound in the circles of collections, cultural relics, and archaeology. With such a person's help, my brother will truly have the ability to compete with me for the future helm of the Zhou family. Lu Hui realized the seriousness of the situation. Are you going to get rid of him? Lu Hui asked. Zhou Dian said, if he is willing to leave Jiangcheng, he can live, and I can even give him a big gift. If he insists on opposing me, then I will have to deal with him without mercy. I understand, I will go now. Lu Hui picked up the black card and left. Zhou Dian looked towards the end of the exhibition hall and muttered to himself, I hope you understand the situation. I really don't want such a genius to die prematurely. It would be a huge loss for the entire collecting world. Zhou Dian took out his phone and saw that the signal had improved significantly. Impurities appearing will seriously affect the surrounding electromagnetic waves. Almost all electronic devices will malfunction. Now, everything is starting to return to normal. Zhou Dian called the head of the security team and asked him to come over to take the collapsed security guard to the hospital. At the entrance of Defosi Temple, an extended car stopped. Yuan Jin and Yuan Fa got out of the car. The people seeing them off bid farewell to Yuan Jin and Yuan Fa. After the people from Hongshan auction house left, Yuan Fa said to Yuan Jin, Senior brother, didn't you promise Master Yang that you wouldn't reveal his identity as Feng Tu? Yuan Jin replied, When did I disclose Master Yang's identity as Feng Tu? Yuan Fa was a bit anxious. At the auction house, Zhou Dian asked about his second brother's situation. We both know he was probing about Master Yang. You said Zhou Ping is deeply blessed and impurities cannot harm him. Isn't that telling Zhou Dian that Master Yang has the ability to restrain impurities? Yuan Jin smiled. Is being able to restrain impurities the same as being Feng Tu? Yuan Fa was speechless. Yuan Jin continued, the two of us took on the impurities of the exorcism halberd, which concealed Master Yang's identity as Feng Tu. Being brought there by the two young masters of the Zhou family, Master Yang should be a young and promising appraiser. It is reasonable to say that he has the ability to restrain impurities. Impurities fear most what? They fear Yang energy. With strong Yang energy and a righteous heart, naturally, all impurities are kept at bay. Master Yang is such a person. Only in this way can Master Yang's identity as Feng Tu be completely concealed. If it is said that we protected Master Yang and Master Zhou Ping, there would be loopholes. If someone with ill intentions finds out about this, they could easily guess that Master Yang not only can restrain impurities but also has the ability to eliminate them, then his identity as Feng Tu would truly be revealed. Yuan Fa suddenly realized, I see, senior brother's considerations are indeed meticulous. Ba, it's a pity. Yuan Jin sighed. Yuan Fa asked in confusion, why are you sighing again, senior brother? Yuan Jin said, what does it mean to have an appraiser with strong Yang energy, a righteous heart, and impervious to all impurities? It means that he can touch countless cursed artifacts, resolve most of the cursed artifacts, and he will be a promising appraiser with unlimited prospects, Yuan Fa said. Yuan Jin sighed again and said, judging from Zhou Dian's temperament, he doesn't seem like an easy person to get along with. The conflicts between the two young masters of the Zhou family are well known in Jiangcheng, so I have also caused trouble for Master Yang. Master Yang easily resolved the impurities on the exorcism halberd. Zhou Dian is just an ordinary person. To Master Yang, he is at most an annoying fly. Even if he causes trouble for Master Yang, I don't think Master Yang will blame you or me, Yuan Fa said. Yuan Jin put his hands together, Ba. Uncle Yuan Jin, Uncle Yuan Fa, congratulations on your successful exorcism once again, one step closer to complete merit. A middle-aged chubby monk with a smiling face walked out. The person was the current abbot of Defosi Temple, Xuanmiao. Deciding to go buy a house and bake eggs, Yang Chen acted on it. He hailed a taxi and headed towards Hangda City near the school. Yang Chen was only in his second year of college, so naturally, he wanted to buy a house near the school. The best community near Zheng University was Hangda City. Recently, although Hangda had some problems, the Hangda property was not affected. Hangda City was completed 5 years ago, and many professors and teachers from Zheng University bought houses there. There were also many relocated households in Hangda City, most of whom became landlords, renting specifically to students from Zheng University. Some rented for long-term postgraduate studies, and some rented for playing poker daily. Because it was commercial housing, the environment here was much better than the street full of daily rental houses. Therefore, some wealthy young men preferred to come to Hangda City to play poker. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Hangda City. Yang Chen paid the fare. He stood at the entrance of Evergrande City, his gaze passing over the tall buildings, finally resting on a row of townhouses. Tell me, which house among you for sale has the best value for money and won't be affected by poker playing? Yang Chen asked in his mind. After a moment, a gloomy woman's voice sounded, that would be me, my value for money is very high, and there isn't even a resident next to me. The eerie voice gave Yang Chen goosebumps. Your voice. Because I have killed someone, the haunted house replied. A haunted house? Yang Chen instantly felt unafraid, even somewhat pleased. Speak normally. Yang Chen snorted. Indeed, the voice of the house's woman normalized. Okay, but I really did kill someone. In the past, Yang Chen would have been apprehensive about a haunted house. But now, he was full of righteousness, impervious to evil, let alone non-existent ghosts. Was the person who died a woman? Yang Chen asked. The haunted house replied, yes, so I use her voice. She was a very beautiful woman. Tell me more about her. Yang Chen inquired. The haunted house continued, her name was Chao Shanshan, a female student at Jiang University. 3 years ago, when she was a sophomore, she was kept by a boss who doted on her, so he bought me for her to live in. Shortly after, she became pregnant, the boss asked her to abort the child, but she refused. The boss got angry, hit her, and then she cut her wrists in the bathtub. 3 years ago, a senior sister? Yang Chen instantly recalled hearing rumors about this school. He had always been unsure if they were true, but he never expected to come to the actual place today. In the rumors, this woman had a tragic end. She had been dead for 7 or 8 days before the neighbors smelled the stench. When the woman's parents arrived and saw their daughter's unrecognizable body in the morgue, they fainted. Later, the incident was ruled a suicide. The man involved never showed up. Legally, the man was not responsible, but morally, he owed her. However, Yang Chen was not a saint. Although he felt sorry for the senior sister's tragic death, he didn't pity her at all. She chose to be a kept woman. The man indeed treated her well, providing her with good food and drink. When she became pregnant, given the man's status, it was impossible to keep the child, so asking her to abort was reasonable. She was an adult who couldn't handle the situation and chose to end her life. Firstly, she was irresponsible to herself. Secondly, she was irresponsible to the child in her womb. The man was scum for wanting to abort the child, but wasn't she as well? Lastly, she was irresponsible to her loving parents. Just because of a trivial matter, she caused her parents to suffer, choosing the wrong path and ending her own life, leaving a mess for her family, school, and society. Yang Chen despised such a person. Yang Chen asked again, is the owner of the house still that boss? The haunted house replied, yes. Tell me about him. Yang Chen requested. The haunted house provided details. Su Xiaowei, originally from Ludong, married into Jiang City 20 years ago, took over the Bishan Real Estate Development Company from his father-in-law 10 years ago. Founded the Bishan Group 5 years ago, has a son and a daughter. The son's surname has been changed back to Su, but most of the shares of the Bishan Group are still in the hands of his wife, Zhang Lan. Got it. Lastly, tell me your unit number. Yang Chen said. The haunted house replied, Block 1, Unit 101, Building 12 in Zone 1. All right. Yang Chen looked around at the entrance of Evergrande City. The curtains of 3 real estate agencies caught his eye. Which one of you has the listing for Block 1, Unit 101, Building 12 in Zone 1? Yang Chen asked. The voice from the nearest agency replied, we do. This house has been on the market for 3 years, and no one dares to buy it. Brother, I see that you have a strong positive energy. You can definitely suppress it. Yang Chen ignored its cleverness. He walked directly into this agency. The agency was not big, with a house of 12 square meters, with a male and a female staff inside. The female staff saw Yang Chen first and immediately smiled and asked, hello, how can I help you? Yang Chen looked at the female staff. The personal information of the female staff appeared in his ear. Ran Zi, 28 years old, local in Jiangcheng, has 8 demolished houses at home, only child, single. Stop. Yang Chen immediately stopped the introduction of the earrings worn by the female staff. Yang Chen said to Ran Zi, I want to buy a house in Hangda City. Ran Zi immediately smiled, sir, you have a good eye. Hangda City is right next to Jiangda. Whether you live here or rent it out, Hangda City is a very good choice. I happen to have several houses for sale here. The layout, floor, and location are all very good. If you are convenient, I can take you to see them now. Yang Chen shook his head. He didn't want to waste time with Ran Zi, and said directly, I want to buy the row house in Building 11, Unit 1, 101 in Area 1. Building 11, Unit 1, 101? Ran Zi was puzzled. She looked back at the male colleague behind her. The male colleague also looked puzzled for a moment, then his face changed slightly. He immediately stood up, walked to Yang Chen, and said with a smile, Sir, this row house 101 is indeed for sale, but according to the regulations, I must tell you some information about the house. Someone died there. Yang Chen said directly. The male staff was stunned. Yang Chen continued, it was a female college student who committed suicide by cutting her wrist. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Ran Zi suddenly realized. She hadn't been here for long, and this house had been on the market for 3 years, mainly not under her responsibility. But after all, this house was a murder house, so she had heard some things about it. Now that Yang Chen mentioned it, she remembered. She looked at Yang Chen in puzzlement. It's really a strange world. Nowadays, there are still people actively buying murder houses? The male staff was also puzzled, but since Yang Chen had mentioned it, he wouldn't refuse. The male staff said to Yang Chen, since you know everything, shall I take you to see the site? Yang Chen shook his head and said, no need, just tell me how much this house is. The male staff said, the owner has listed the price with us at 4.5 million. If you are sincere, I can contact the landlord, you two can meet, you can negotiate, and 4 million should be able to secure it. 4 million for a row house in this location is indeed cheaper than the market price, but as a murder house, it's not so straightforward. As for how much a murder house should sell for, Yang Chen didn't know. So, he looked at the male staff's watch. The sound of the watch came, based on my years of experience with the owner, this house is worth a maximum of 2 million. The real estate market is not doing well overall now, giving half of that is already good. No wonder this house couldn't sell. Yang Chen said to the male staff, then contact him, I hope to meet him in half an hour. Half an hour, the owner is usually busy, it may not be possible. Before the male staff finished speaking, Yang Chen added, after the negotiation, I will pay the full amount directly. The male staff immediately agreed, that's easy. Su Xiaowei arrived quickly. In less than 20 minutes, he drove to the agency. When Su Xiaowei saw Yang Chen, he was stunned. He didn't expect the buyer to be such a young man. Mr. Su, let me introduce you. Mr. Yang is interested in buying your house, he can pay in full, but the price needs to be lower. The male staff introduced Su Xiaowei. Su Xiaowei nodded, feeling much relieved in his heart. What does an 18 or 19-year-old young man know? He must be good at deceiving. Su Xiaowei walked over, his face full of smiles. Su Xiaowei, Xia Yang, you can also call me Brother Su or Brother Hui. Yang Chen glanced at Su Xiaowei. Standing at around 1.7 meters tall, his figure had already become plump, his hair showing signs of graying, and he looked quite haggard, especially with heavy dark circles and eye bags. What's more exaggerated was that he was still wearing a thick down jacket, looking like a bear. In theory, Su Xiaowei was definitely one of those typical poor boys trying to turn their lives around. In his 30s, it was supposed to be the most vigorous time of his life, he shouldn't look so worn out. What could have caused him to become like this? Yang Chen wondered. Wow. Just then, a sudden baby's cry appeared in Yang Chen's ear. Yang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Behind Su Xiaowei, he saw the figure of a woman holding a semi-formed baby in her arms, blood still flowing from her wrist. Because he has sinned, he is repaying his debts, the woman said ominously. Hiss. Su Xiaowei suddenly took a cold breath, shivering involuntarily, and said, don't you have the air conditioning on here? It's too cold. The two staff members of the agency looked at each other. Although the air conditioning was not turned on, it was not that cold because it was just evening. More importantly, with the equipment Su Xiaowei was wearing, it shouldn't be this cold even in the northeast. Yang Chen said to Su Xiaowei, Brother Su, let's go inside. It's windy here at the entrance, definitely cold. Su Xiaowei nodded quickly, yes. There was a small reception room in the agency. Once inside, Ran Zi turned on the air conditioning for them and then poured 2 cups of hot water. Yang Chen and Su Xiaowei sat face to face. The female ghost also followed Su Xiaowei in, blowing cold air on his neck. How can I drive you away? Yang Chen asked in his mind. The female ghost said while blowing cold air, you have strong yang energy, if you blow your breath on me, I can only leave. Yang Chen looked at the female ghost. She said this without any expression on her face, apparently not very wise, unable to realize she had said something she shouldn't have. Yang Chen asked again, how did you appear? The female ghost replied, it's because of him. I died and should have dissipated from the world, but he felt guilty and secretly set up a memorial tablet for me and the child, hoping to find solace through worshipping us. But what he didn't expect was that because of his years of worship, the child and I gradually gained a false body, and could influence him, making his body empty, causing him to have nightmares every day, and never find peace. So that's it. No wonder there is an old saying that ghosts fear evil people. Ghosts are not really afraid of evil people, but because evil people do evil without any shame. The so-called ghost, the favorite is someone like Su Xiaowei, not a good person, but not completely bad either. Ram looked at it, picked up the cup, pretended to blow on it, and blew a breath in Su Xiaowei's direction. The breath blew onto Su Xiaowei's face. Su Xiaowei looked displeased, but before he could express it, Yang Chen laughed. Brother Su, do you feel much warmer now? Su Xiaowei was surprised. Huh? It's really not cold anymore. Strange, not only is it not cold, it's even a bit hot. Yang Chen and Ran Zi secretly complained, it's only a few degrees outside, and you're wearing equipment for -20 degrees, it's abnormal not to feel hot. Xiao Yang, no, Mr. Yang, have you noticed something about me? Su Xiaowei, also an experienced person, instantly understood that the change in him was due to this young man in front of him, so he immediately switched to a respectful address. Yang Chen looked at Ran Zi. Ran Zi was very curious, so she pretended not to see Yang Chen's signal, and even began to ostentatiously wipe the electrical appliances and furniture nearby. Looking at this pretending to be foolish older leftover woman from a wealthy family, Yang Chen also found it very interesting. Since you don't want to leave, then stay here and listen. Anyway, if you get scared, you can't blame me. Yang Chen was speechless in his heart. He had a look of knowing everything and started to deceive Su Xiaowei. To be honest, since I was young, I have learned some family-inherited Taoist mysticism. Today, when I passed by here, I immediately noticed something unusual about that house. So I calculated it, even if the vengeful spirit of that woman has come out to cause trouble after her death, the first person it would seek out is the person she hated the most. So I had the staff here contact you directly. So, to be precise, I didn't just come to buy a house, I came to save you, Mr. Su. Yang Chen looked sincere. When he saw the female ghost, Yang Chen had another idea. If it was just a simple haunted house, he would buy it. Now, he not only didn't want to spend money on this house, he also wanted to make a profit. Taoist mysticism? Save me? Su Xiaowei's face changed drastically. Mr. Yang, are you saying that the reason I have been feeling unwell recently, unable to eat or sleep well, and having nightmares is because I am being haunted by her vengeful spirit? Yang Chen nodded. Yes, when you felt cold just now, it was because she was blowing air on you from behind. I blew air on you just now to drive her away. Ran Zi's ears twitched, she was so excited. She never expected that she would encounter such an interesting thing just by coming out to experience life. Working outside was indeed more interesting than just waiting to collect rent. Su Xiaowei was already sweating profusely from what Yang Chen said. Under normal circumstances, he would never be easily deceived like this, but he had not been eating or sleeping well for over 10 days, and his nerves were extremely fragile. At this moment, what Yang Chen said provided him with the most reasonable explanation for his recent abnormality. Mr. Yang, save me, Su Xiaowei pleaded. Yang Chen said, to save you, it's not up to me, but up to you. Su Xiaowei respectfully asked for guidance, please advise me, Mr. Yang. Yang Chen pretended to be profound, took a sip of water, and Su Xiaowei, being shrewd, immediately understood Yang Chen's meaning. He took out a checkbook, tore out a check, and signed his name on it. As long as Mr. Yang can save me, you can fill in any amount on this check. Su Xiaowei handed the check to Yang Chen. Yang Chen looked at the blank spaces on the check. Units of tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. The highest amount was in the hundreds of thousands. Mr. Su was generous. Yang Chen continued to pretend to be profound and said, about that house. Before Yang Chen could finish, Mr. Su directly exclaimed, I'll also give the house to Mr. Yang. Done. Yang Chen smiled happily. He made money and got the house. It was time to perform miracles. Yang Chen pretended to say to Su Xiaowei, all things have causes and effects. 3 years ago, you did something wrong, so you are facing the consequences today. You thought you could easily avoid Xiao Shanshan's parents, but you couldn't escape the condemnation in your heart, so you wanted to set up a memorial tablet for them both to find psychological comfort? You know everything. Su Xiaowei was completely shocked. Yang Chen laughed. The mysteries of Taoism are not something an ordinary person like you can fathom. Su Xiaowei was convinced, completely convinced. The checks in the house he gave away earlier were because Su Xiaowei, who was at his wit's end, saw Yang Chen as a lifesaver. Several million and a house, if they could really help him recover, then it was worth it. If he had encountered a fraudster, he believed he could make Yang Chen regret it. But at this moment, he let go of his last bit of worry. The lifesaver Yang Chen had become a life-saving big tree. Please save me, sir. Su Xiaowei stood up, bowed deeply, and begged. Yang Chen calmly bowed to Su Xiaowei, then said, relying solely on me can save you temporarily, but not from the bigger issue. Su Xiaowei understood Yang Chen's meaning and asked, Sir, what do I need to do? Yang Chen replied, completely resolve the past events, let go of your burdens. Only when you let go of your burdens, can you stand upright with a clear conscience, and naturally be impervious to evil. Su Xiaowei nodded, I will follow your arrangements. Yang Chen looked behind Su Xiaowei and saw the female ghost returning. The effect of the previous aura had worn off. The female ghost leaned over Su Xiaowei's neck and blew cold air. Su Xiaowei shivered immediately, hugged his arms tightly, and asked Yang Chen, Sir, has she returned? Yang Chen nodded. Su Xiaowei ran to Yang Chen's side and knelt down, Sir, please save me quickly. Yang Chen looked at the female ghost and thought, I will make him apologize to your parents, give them a large sum of money as compensation for his past heartlessness. Now tell me, how can I help you transcend? The female ghost said blankly, there is a gray bead inside me, the root of our impurity. If you remove it and expose it to sunlight, it will dissipate, and I will vanish with it. Yang Chen understood. He reached out, and his entire palm directly entered the female ghost's chest. He grabbed a bead the size of a fingernail. As the bead was pulled out, it turned into a wisp of black gas and dissipated in the sunlight. Subsequently, the female ghost and the semi-formed baby in her arms also released wisps of black gas. The baby disappeared first, followed by the female ghost. The impurity formed by Qiao Shanshan's resentment was far inferior to the impurity on the halberd, lacking its own intelligence, driven only by the instinct to retaliate against Su Xiaowei. As the female ghost dissipated, Su Xiaowei immediately felt warm and no longer cold. He stood up excitedly, ignoring the sweat on his forehead. "Sir, is it resolved?" Yang Chen nodded. "The female ghost has been sent away by me, but you still need to do what you should do. If you don't, there will be a loophole in your heart, and she will come back to find you." Su Xiaowei nodded. "I will go now. I really owe Shanshan. 3 years ago, when her parents went to identify the body, I was actually there, but I didn't dare to show up. Firstly, I didn't want things to escalate, and secondly, I really didn't know how to face them. Do you know now?" Listening to the story and feeling both excited and resentful, Ran Zi suddenly exclaimed through gritted teeth. Su Xiaowei looked at Ran Zi but did not answer her question. "Sir, may I have your contact information? After I finish this matter, I will host a banquet to thank you. Your extraordinary skills have impressed me, and I have some connections in Jiangcheng. I can introduce you to some people there," Su Xiaowei said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen shook his head. "There's no need for introductions. Everything in the world is about fate. I came here today, saw that house, learned about your situation, and our fate ends here. I saved you, took your money, and our fate is fulfilled. If we have fate in the future, we will naturally meet again." Su Xiaowei sighed inwardly but also understood that such matters could not be forced. He said to Ran Zi, "Go prepare the property contract. I will sign it now." Ran Zi left grumbling. She was quite displeased with this scumbag. In a short while, a complete property contract was brought over. Su Xiaowei looked over the contract terms and found no major issues. He handed the contract to Yang Chen. "Sir, this house is worth around 6 million at market price. Of course, due to that reason, it's listed at 4.5 million with no takers. But with your profound Taoist skills, this house is yours, and it will surely appreciate in the future, even surpassing its current market value. So, we wrote 6 million in the contract, and of course, I will be the one providing the money." At this point, he took out a bank draft book again, wrote a check for 7.2 million, and handed it to Yang Chen. "This is a 7.2 million check. You can fill in the blank check I gave you before, consider it as 10 million. The total amount is 17.2 million, which is the service fee I'm giving you. The service fee is subject to a 20% tax, so the 7.2 million you will receive will be exactly 6 million after tax. Then you will need to transfer this money to my account. In a society governed by law, paying taxes legally is necessary. Although you are a high-ranking individual, we still need to abide by the law and be law-abiding citizens. I'm sure you understand." Yang Chen nodded. "I understand. You have thought this through." Su Xiaowei continued with a smile. "Therefore, you must provide me with an address and contact information. When I return to the company, I will have the finance department draw up a service agreement, and I will personally bring it to you." Yang Chen thought for a moment, took out his phone, and showed his WeChat QR code. "Add me as a friend." Su Xiaowei was overjoyed. He thought it would be good enough to get a phone number, but he didn't expect Yang Chen to ask him to add him on WeChat. Being able to connect on WeChat would make their relationship much closer than just having a phone number. Su Xiaowei quickly took out his phone to scan the code and requested to add Yang Chen as a friend. After Yang Chen accepted the friend request, he said, "Once the service agreement is ready, just come to 101 directly. Also, without my permission, do not disclose my contact information to anyone." Su Xiaowei immediately assured, "Rest assured, I swear by the honor of the Su family that I will not disclose your detailed information to any third party without your permission." Yang Chen nodded. "Let's sign the contract." After signing the contract, Yang Chen took the keys, property deed, and a stack of property purchase contracts to Evergrande City. Signing the contract doesn't mean the house belongs to Yang Chen yet. They still need to go through the property rights transfer process. However, for Yang Chen, this was not important. What mattered was that he finally secured the location for the roasted egg and even made an extra 10 million. He was one step closer to becoming the world's richest man. With the house and money in hand, whether Su Xiaowei would follow through with his promise to remove Qiao Shanshan's memorial tablet and apologize to her parents was up to him. Although the evil spirit of Qiao Shanshan had been eliminated, if Su Xiaowei still felt guilty and obsessed over it every day, even worshipping her, over time, the evil spirit of Xiao Shanshan might return. This evil spirit's appearance was not due to Xiao Shanshan's death but because of Su Xiaohui's strong sense of guilt. Just like the two heavenly kings at the entrance of the great Buddha temple, they were formed by people's devout worship and the incense they offered. However, they represented positive energy, unlike the negative energy of Xiao Shanshan. Xiao Shanshan's evil spirit only targeted Su Xiaohui as evil. Regardless of whether the virtual body was righteous or evil, it could not affect reality. Xiao Shanshan affected Su Xiaohui but not others. So, if a person keeps doing good deeds and has a sense of justice, is it possible for a positive virtual body that only targets him to appear around him? Yang Chen speculated on this result but couldn't be sure. I'll go to the great Buddha temple another day and ask those two heavenly kings. Yang Chen made up his mind. Soon, Yang Chen arrived at the door of 101. He took out the keys, opened the door, and a spacious and bright living room appeared before him. Surprisingly, the house was so clean that it was almost spotless, not at all like a house that had been on the market for 3 years without being sold. Additionally, the furniture and appliances in the room were all complete, and the floor was clean. Yang Chen touched the floor and found it almost dust-free. He took off his shoes and walked in barefoot. As soon as the system detected someone entering, the lights in the living room automatically turned on. The smart speaker placed aside suddenly spoke, "Shanshan, welcome home." Then, the humidifier placed in another corner also turned on automatically. Moist air was released from the humidifier. Clang! A crisp sound. It was from the kitchen. Yang Chen looked in that direction. One of the glass panels said to Yang Chen, "The wall-mounted boiler has started boiling water, and this house has underfloor heating." Luxurious, Yang Chen commented. He glanced at the smart speaker not far away, which was also a foreign fruit brand. There was no one else here, so he directly asked, "Tell me, how is this house maintained like this?" The smart speaker replied directly, "After my female owner passed away, this place was actually left idle for about half a year, and the whole house was covered in dust. Later, my male owner came back and spent a whole day cleaning the inside and outside of the rooms, restoring all the furniture and appliances to their original state. After that, he never came back, but there is a cleaner who comes every day to clean." After listening to the smart speaker's response, Yang Chen was speechless for a moment. Is he sentimental? Xiao Shanshan died because of him, and he didn't even notice anything unusual for 7 or 8 days, nor did he come to find out. Is he heartless? Yet he acted like this. With this contradictory mindset, who else but you would be unclean? Yang Chen chuckled twice and continued, "I'll go bake the eggs first." Kitchen, yes, you, kitchen door, is there an oven in the kitchen? Yang Chen called out to the kitchen door. The cook's voice replied, "There must be an oven, and it's a high-end one. Are there seasonings? Chili powder, 5-spice powder, cumin powder, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and the like?" The cook answered, we have them all, new owner, are you going to cook?" "Don't worry, the seasonings here are all new, not opened, and not expired. Su Xiaohui is a good person. Not only did he give me the house and money, but he also saved me the time to clean the room, buy an oven, and seasonings." He walked into the kitchen. The kitchen was indeed very large, with over 20 square meters. A 1 square meter oven was placed in the corner of the countertop. Such a big oven? Baking bread should be no problem, right? Yang Chen exclaimed. The oven replied, "I was bought because my female owner wanted to bake bread, but unfortunately." "Unfortunately what?" Yang Chen asked. The oven said, "Unfortunately, she tried it once, found kneading the dough too tiring, and gave up. I have never been used since. It's been 3 years, I've been bought and placed here for 3 years, and I'm still a virgin. Do you understand my suffering? Do you have a membrane? Still a virgin." Yang Chen mocked. "I did have a membrane when I first arrived, but it was killed by the installation master during installation." "Damn! So, am I still a virgin?" The oven was overjoyed. Yang Chen opened the cabinet and found various seasonings. All the bottles and jars were brand new and unopened. Yang Chen took out the pearls, washed them with water, and placed them in a small bowl. He opened the oven door, put the bowl of pearls inside, and turned on the oven power, setting the temperature to 250 degrees and the time to 1 hour. Next is to prepare the sauce. Yang Chen prepared another small bowl. Chili powder, a little. Cumin powder, a little. Salt, a little. Chicken essence? Forget it. Salt, a little. Soy sauce, 2 spoons. Oyster sauce, 1 spoon. Vinegar, half a spoon. Sesame oil, half a spoon. It would be even better with some minced garlic and scallions. Yang Chen turned to look at the refrigerator. "Do you have garlic and scallions there?" The refrigerator replied, "Yes." Yang Chen walked over and opened the refrigerator door. Wow, the refrigerator was packed full. Vegetables on one side of the door, fruits on the other side. Rows of drinks on the left door, rows of milk and yogurt on the right door. Yang Chen opened the lower door. Inside were bags of beef and lamb chops, all top quality. Yang Chen picked up a bag of beef. Imported M9 plus prime cut snowflake beef. Yang Chen asked, "How much are you worth?" The steak mood, "My retail price is 300 yuan per piece, 150 g per piece. 1 ounce is 100 yuan, 1 pound is 1000 yuan? Truly a world of the rich," Yang Chen commented. Closing the door, Yang Chen found scallions and garlic on the left side of the upper door. After cutting the scallions and mashing the garlic, Yang Chen prepared the sauce. He took a sniff. "Tastes good, now just waiting to eat the braised eggs." Setting down the sauce, Yang Chen walked out of the kitchen to inspect the villa. The villa was large, with 3 floors, and at the very top, there was even a small attic. With a total of 8 bedrooms, 3 shared bathrooms, 1 on each floor, and 4 master bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. Although some of the bedrooms had no bedding on the beds, there were sealed quilts and bedding sets in the cabinets. After inspecting the upstairs and downstairs, Yang Chen found a master bedroom on the 2nd floor, made the bed, and tidied up a bit. Just then, a bell rang downstairs. Yang Chen walked out and looked towards the kitchen on the 1st floor. Chef called out, "Master, the eggs are ready, come down for dinner." Going downstairs to the kitchen, Yang Chen took the pearls out of the oven. Originally as black as charcoal, the pearls now shone like jade. Were these still preserved eggs? Using tongs, he took out the steaming pearls, rinsed them with water to cool them down. Yang Chen then placed the pearls on a cutting board, found a knife, and tried to cut them. Surprisingly, they could indeed be sliced. 3 cuts into 8 pieces, like plum blossoms. Although they no longer looked like preserved eggs, Yang Chen still prepared to eat them as such. Plating them, he carried the plate and sauce to the dining room. Picking up a piece, dipping it in sauce, and putting it in his mouth. In the next moment, Yang Chen felt the chewy pearl instantly turn into a liquid, carrying the fragrance of the sauce as it slid down his throat and into his stomach. Smacking his lips, he felt somewhat unsatisfied. "Haven't tasted the flavor yet. Wait, what is this?" As the liquid from the pearls entered his abdomen, Yang Chen instantly felt strange knowledge flooding his mind. It was someone practicing marksmanship. The person's face was unclear, only a vague figure could be seen, but with each move they practiced, it was deeply imprinted in Yang Chen's mind. Over a minute later, the figure in Yang Chen's mind disappeared. He had fully absorbed the martial arts from that piece of pearl. The third move of the Overlord Spear, the intercepting spear move? Could it be that the Overlord Spear has 8 moves? Yang Chen asked. The remaining 7 pearls then spoke up. Yes. I am the first move, the lifting spear move. I am the second move, the capturing spear move. I am the 8th move, the encircling spear move. Perhaps it was fate. Cutting the 8 pieces, it perfectly matched the 8 spear techniques. Yang Chen no longer hesitated. One by one, he ate the remaining 7 pieces. A few minutes later, he had fully mastered the 8 spear techniques. The Overlord Spear, with a total of 8 moves, had no specific names, only 8 words: lift, capture, intercept, seize, entwine, flip, circle, encircle. These 8 words became the foundation of various spear techniques in later generations. The Overlord was naturally gifted with divine power, and his martial arts talent was extremely high. He created the Overlord Spear technique without needing to name it. Each of his moves had already reached the highest level of simplicity, without any need for fanciness. 1 force overcomes 10. With a single strike of his spear, he could crush anything. It seems I'll need to strengthen my training and strengthen the future, Yang Chen sighed. The Overlord Spear technique was indeed powerful, but it required immense strength, and the stronger the strength, the greater the power. With Yang Chen's current strength, he couldn't even unleash 1% of the Overlord Spear's power. Up! Using his hand as a spear, he picked up the plates and bowls on the table. Entwine! Changing the position of his hand, a unique vibration appeared on his hand. His hand circled around the plates and bowls, and they instantly began to rotate in the air, then paused in mid-air. Encircle! Yang Chen's gestures changed again, and the strength in his hands changed accordingly. He lightly tapped on the plate. The plate instantly began to revolve around Yang Chen, very stable. Flip! Yang Chen changed his gestures again, and the strength in his hands changed. He tapped on the bowl. The bowl actually rolled in the air, flipping around Yang Chen, but not a drop of sauce spilled out. Return to your place. Yang Chen patted the plate and bowl separately. The plate and bowl drew an arc and flew into the kitchen sink. The plate was below, and the bowl was above. The sauce still didn't spill a drop. Incredible skill. Yang Chen was amazed by his own performance. Just like this. If I encounter those 2 blondies again, I can take on 100 of them alone. Even if they are the bodyguards of Hongshan Auction House, I can handle 50 of them. Ding ding. The phone rang. Yang Chen picked up the phone and saw a text message from the bank. 500,000 deposited? Yang Chen was puzzled for a moment, about to open the text message to check the details, when the phone suddenly vibrated, and Gao Ping was calling via video. Yang Chen answered. Is it done? Yang Chen asked. Zhou Ping laughed. It's done, and my dad even called me, not only caring about my studies but also inquiring about your situation. Xiangu, we have one this time. No, Xiangu, where are you? Zhou Ping noticed something different behind Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't hide it either. I just bought a house, in Evergrande City, in a row. Damn. Xiangu, didn't you say you were broke? Zhou Ping exclaimed. Yang Chen said, I happened to come across a haunted house, so I helped the owner solve the problem, and the owner was so happy that he gave me the house and also gave me 10 million in labor fees. Giving a house and 10 million? Xiangu, I bow to you, you make money faster than me. Tonight, after the auction, I won't treat you, you treat me. Your money-making speed makes me jealous. Zhou Ping exclaimed. Yang Chen laughed. It's just a small matter. Zhou Ping shook his head and continued, just kidding, I said I'll treat you, so I will treat you. Tomorrow, let's go somewhere else to have fun, and you treat me again. Okay. Yang Chen didn't refuse. Zhou Ping's expression suddenly became serious. Now let's talk about something serious. Yang Chen, seeing Zhou Ping's sudden change in demeanor, asked in confusion, what's wrong? Zhou Ping shook his head and said, it's not a big deal, but I heard some uncertain news about you from my brother, so I want to warn you. Yang Chen said, go ahead. Zhou Ping said, I heard that my brother asked Master Yuanjin about some things related to you. I know my brother's character. If he finds out that you have greater abilities and you are not available to him, and our relationship is so good, I'm worried he might do something against you. Okay, I understand. If your brother doesn't go too far, I will spare him for your sake. Yang Chen said. Zhou Ping. No, Xiangu, you didn't understand what I meant. I'm saying to be careful. My brother has been in the business world for decades, and he has a lot of connections in both legal and illegal circles. If he really does something against you, buzz. Yang Chen's phone vibrated again. It was a call from Zhou Mengmeng. Yang Chen said to Zhou Ping, okay, I got it. If I find out that your brother is really against me, I will inform you in advance. I have a call to take, so I won't talk to you now. After that, Yang Chen hung up the phone. Zhou Dian might be against him? Yang Chen wasn't too worried. Having perfectly inherited the legacy of the Overlord Spear technique, he understood the power of the Overlord Spear technique the best, and he knew how powerful he was now. Moreover, his strength would multiply as he continued to enhance his own power. Unless Zhou Dian sent 100 assassins directly, he could completely remain fearless. But he couldn't tell Zhou Ping specifically. Zhou Mengmeng's call came just in time. Yang Chen answered the phone. Hello? Zhou Mengmeng's urgent, frightened, tearful voice came through. Senior, save me. Zhou Mengmeng sent a distress message to Yang Chen. Yang Chen was not surprised, and even felt it was a bit late. He had beaten up the two fat and thin yellow-haired guys yesterday at noon. They were originally going to Zhou Mengmeng's house to collect debts, but because of Yang Chen, they didn't go. Originally, they would have gone to collect debts yesterday evening or today during the day. So, last night, Yang Chen told Zhou Mengmeng that if she encountered something she couldn't handle, she should notify him immediately. Where are you? Yang Chen asked. Zhou Mengmeng's message immediately replied, I'm at home. A few hooligans have come to my house. My parents have hidden me, they are looking for me. I hear footsteps. They're here. Senior, I'm so scared. Yang Chen, tell me your address, I'll come over right now. Yang Chen waited for a moment, but no one replied. Yang Chen realized something was wrong. He immediately put away his phone, ran to the door, put on his shoes, and left. Standing at the gate of Hongda City, Yang Chen looked at the vehicles coming and going on the road. He looked at his phone again, still no reply. He sent a message, tell me your address. Still no reply. It seems she has been caught by those people. I forgot to ask for her detailed address. What should I do? Yang Chen pondered for a moment, and in the next moment, he came up with a solution. Actually, I just need to find an item she brought home. Thinking about it, he immediately took action. Where would Zhou Mengmeng have brought something home? Definitely in her dormitory. Yang Chen looked around, and under a tree by the roadside, he saw a shared bike. He scanned the code to unlock it. Yang Chen rode the bike and rushed towards Jiangda. As he rode, his speed increased. He felt a continuous stream of power on his legs. And as he pedaled faster, he felt the strength in his legs increasing rapidly. At the same time, he felt his reactions becoming sharper, and at certain moments, he could even catch the surprised expressions of the electric bike owners he overtook. Yang Chen's speed increased. Soon, he was riding at 30 kilometers per hour. He even overtook the delivery guy on an electric motorcycle. A delivery guy with big kangaroo ears stopped in surprise, took out his phone and took 3 photos, then sent them to their group. Brothers, I just saw a scene from a kung fu movie. In his photos, Yang Chen's legs were almost pedaling in a circle. In just over a minute, Yang Chen arrived at the bottom of Zhou Mengming's dormitory building. He parked the shared bike and looked up at the dormitory building. Tell me, which dormitory is Zhou Mengming in? Yang Chen asked. The building immediately replied, Dorm 403. 403? Yang Chen looked up at the 4th floor and called out, Dorm 403, respond. I'm here, bold rascal, what do you want to do? A voice came from the second balcony from the left on the 4th floor. The dormitory was dark, indicating that there was no one inside. It was already dark outside. Yang Chen looked around, thinking about how to get up to the dormitory building. He had 3 ideas in his mind. The first one, find Zhou Mengming's roommate, then persuade her to get one of Zhou Mengming's personal items, with a certain risk of being seen as a pervert. The second one, go to the dormitory supervisor to explain the situation, allow him to go upstairs, and break into the room to find Zhou Mengming's personal items, with a 99% chance of being seen as a pervert, and then being taken to the police station. The third one, break in directly, with a 100% chance of being chased by the dormitory supervisor, reported to the police, and then taken to the police station as a pervert. The fourth one, sneak up, sneak in, with a very high success rate, but if failed, would be seen as a pervert and taken to the police station. Looks like I can only choose the fourth one. Why is it that when a girl goes into a boy's dormitory, she can just yell at the dorm supervisor to find her boyfriend, but when a boy goes in, no matter what the reason, he will be kicked out? Yang Chen complained unhappily. Sneak up there? How to get up there? Yang Chen stood downstairs, looking at the balcony railings on each floor. Only the first and second floors had anti-theft bars, while the third floor and above had railings over a meter high. Yang Chen touched his thigh and felt the strength within him. When he rode his bike here, he fully realized his transformation. His strength was growing rapidly. Without a doubt, it must be the bead that brought this change. It not only gave Yang Chen the King's Spear technique, but also a surge of power. This power would quickly strengthen Yang Chen's body. Maybe I can jump up there. Yang Chen bent his knees, gathering strength in his thighs and calves. Hoo! Yang Chen exerted force with his legs, and in the next moment, he leaped over 2 meters high. His feet effortlessly crossed the balcony of room 203. Yang Chen landed on the ground. He looked up at room 403. He had found a way to enter room 403. Yang Chen looked around. Students would occasionally pass by on the nearby road. I need to find something to cover my extraordinary appearance, otherwise if I'm discovered and photographed, I'll have to go on the run. Especially now with smartphones being so powerful in taking photos, even at night they can make it look like daytime, Yang Chen muttered as he felt himself all over. His hand reached into his pocket, and he suddenly felt a silky sensation. Yang Chen was pleasantly surprised as he pulled out a pair of black stockings. It was a birthday gift from his crazy older sister, mocking him for being in his second year of university and still not having a girlfriend. Yesterday, he had considered wearing these to the lottery center to claim a prize, only to be advised by a startled taxi driver that there was a mask shop nearby, so the stockings did not serve their purpose. I didn't expect that in less than a day, you would actually come in handy, Yang Chen said. The voice of his older sister came through the stockings. I will eventually realize my greatest value. Yang Chen, why use the voice of a crazy goddess? The stockings still sounded like his older sister. It's a reflection of your inner self. Why is it my voice? You should ask yourself, my foolish little brother. Yang Chen seemed to have already seen his older sister wearing black stockings, stepping on him in high heels, laughing arrogantly. Yang Chen suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. It was too terrifying. Yang Chen wanted to throw away the stockings, but after looking around and feeling around, he couldn't find anything better. Alas, what a fateful connection. Yang Chen sighed deeply. Time was running out, and he couldn't afford to delay. He gritted his teeth, spread the stockings with both hands, and put them on his head. In the next moment, a pervert with stockings on his head leaped up. He jumped onto the balcony of room 203. He grabbed the anti-theft bars of the balcony with both hands, his feet on the ledge of the balcony. With another effort from his hands and feet, he leaped up like a monkey once again. He reached the balcony on the 3rd floor. Leaping once more, he arrived at the position of room 403's balcony. He reached out and grabbed the railing of the balcony, gently pulling himself up and landing on the balcony of room 403. Some clothes were drying on the balcony. Crossing the balcony, he pushed open the door. A row of black, white, floral objects that would be censored if named entered Yang Chen's eyes. Yang Chen quickly turned his head away. He had seen these things before, but so many of them had a very strong impact on an 18-year-old boy. Yang Chen cleared his mind and with unparalleled determination, he broke through the inner barrier. Finally, he entered the legendary girls' dormitory. The girls' dormitory was cleaner than he had imagined. Each girl's bed had a small curtain hanging. A faint fragrance permeated the entire room, something unseen in the boys' dormitory. Yang Chen didn't have time to carefully observe the differences between the girls' and boys' dormitories. Besides, he wasn't a pervert, even though what he was doing now was quite perverted. Yang Chen scanned the 4 beds, and the one on the left near the door said, "I am Zhou Mingming's bed." Yang Chen walked over, lifted the bed curtain, and looked at her bedding. The quilt was neatly folded, the bedsheet was neatly spread, and there was a half-meter-long plush dog at the head of the bed, with a cute cat head embroidered on the pillow. None of these mattered. He asked directly, "Does anyone know where Zhou Mingming lives?" The bedsheet, quilt, pillow, plush dog, and others all responded, "Don't know. My owner has never taken me home." None of them knew. He couldn't possibly go through each bed to find out. That would be too abnormal. Yang Chen thought of himself pinching a fat bug, and followed the guidance of the bug straight to Zhou Mingming's house. A chill ran through his body instantly. Too abnormal, too extreme. Yang Chen immediately shook his head vigorously, shaking off this abnormal idea. Yang Chen looked under the bed and saw a desk. On the desk were a computer, various books, cosmetics, toiletries, and so on. Yang Chen asked directly, "Does anyone here know where Zhou Mingming lives?" The computer said, "I know, I've been there." "Yang Chen, you're too big, I need something smaller." A hairpin said, "I'm small enough, take me, my owner won't notice your abnormal behavior. I'm doing this to save someone." Yang Chen defended himself. Without hesitation, he took the talking hairpin in his hand. He found what he was looking for. Yang Chen broke through the inner array again and arrived at the balcony. The cold wind blew in from outside. Yang Chen took a deep breath and felt incredibly relaxed. He looked downstairs, turned around, and jumped down. 4th floor, over 10 meters high. With Yang Chen's current strength, if he landed directly on the ground, he wouldn't die, but he would definitely break a bone. He stopped at the 3rd floor, reached out and grabbed the railing of the balcony on the 3rd floor, quickly reducing his falling speed. Following the same method, he reached the 2nd floor, grabbed the railing, and then landed smoothly. He looked around. There was no one on the street at this moment. He stepped towards the flower pond, then suddenly retracted. He scanned everything around him and asked himself, "Has anyone seen me?" The dormitory building across the street said, "I'm in room 508, someone in room 404 saw you. Did they take a picture?" Yang Chen asked. The dormitory building replied, "Room 508 took a picture." Yang Chen, "Thank goodness I wore a mask, sis, thank you. Are they still watching here now?" Yang Chen asked. The dormitory building said, 3 people in room 508 are holding their phones, looking for you, and the last person is about to inform the counselor and call the police. Yang Chen, give me directions, I need to leave immediately. The dormitory building said, walk 30 steps to the left, then come out from under the ginkgo tree, that's the blind spot of room 508. Yang Chen followed the instructions, quickly walked 30 steps to the left, flashed under the ginkgo tree, then tore off his disguise, took off his clothes, and whistled as he walked out. He avoided the surveillance, evaded the search from room 508, and arrived on the main road, then went a little further to find a shared bike. Riding the bike, he sped away, leaving Jiangde in just over a minute. The moment he left the gate of Jiangde, Yang Chen instantly felt incredibly relaxed. He took the hairpin out of his pocket and pinned it on his collar. "Guide me," Yang Chen said. The hairpin replied, "From here, go west for 1.2 kilometers, then turn south." Yang Chen pedaled forward, increasing his speed rapidly. 10 kilometers per hour, 20 kilometers per hour, 30 kilometers per hour, 50 kilometers per hour. The chain of the shared bike began to make a creaking sound, as if it could break at any moment. He reached the intersection 1.2 kilometers away. Yang Chen slightly slowed down, then dove down, smoothly turned the corner, and continued to accelerate south. By this time, it was already past 8 in the evening. There were only a few food delivery guys running on the non-motorized lane, and there were hardly any pedestrians. The vehicles on the motorized lane had already started to jam up. Because of this, Yang Chen chose to ride his bike to Zhou Mingming's house. His strength was enough to make the shared bike reach speeds of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour, and he could avoid traffic jams. 10 minutes later, guided by the navigation, a fruit stand appeared before him. Laozhou Fruits and Vegetables. Yang Chen read the store name. He was in the right place. Yang Chen parked the smoking car on the side of the road. Lao Zhou Fruits and Vegetables had its lights on, but the door was closed. Yang Chen looked at the door. What's going on inside? The door replied, 5 people came to collect debts from my master, but my master couldn't pay, so they have now taken my little master. The specific situation is on the 2nd floor, I can't see. 5 people? Yang Chen paid no attention. He pushed the door. It wouldn't budge. Yang Chen took a few steps back. Standing in the middle of the road, he looked at the 2nd floor. There were several figures at the window on the 2nd floor. Yang Chen asked the window on the 2nd floor, "What's the situation inside?" Urgently, Zhou Mingming's voice came from the 2nd floor window. "Those thugs are about to assault my little master. My little master is terrified. Please save her quickly." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen didn't hesitate. He leaped and effortlessly jumped outside the 2nd floor window. Through the window, he saw a scene that made him furious. 2 big men were tying Zhou Mengmeng to the bed, with wicked smiles, about to remove her clothes. Zhou Mengmeng was crying, tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with fear and despair, but she couldn't make a sound as her mouth was gagged. On the other side of the bed stood 3 eager men, a burly man with a fierce look, flanked by the fat and thin yellow-haired men whom Yang Chen had fought before. Next to the burly man were a man and a woman tied to chairs. The man struggled angrily, and the woman cried, almost fainting. These beasts were doing this in front of Zhou Mingming's parents. For the first time in his life, Yang Chen felt a surge of anger and an impulse to act. "Stop right there!" Yang Chen shouted, punching the glass window. Bang! The entire window shattered instantly. Yang Chen landed on the floor, scanning the 5 men with icy eyes. His rationality was overwhelmed. He wanted to kill. No, to kill these beasts. The glass shattered out of thin air. Then, another person jumped in from the window. This was the 2nd floor. Everyone was startled by this sudden turn of events. However, when they saw that the newcomer was a 17 or 18-year-old boy, the expressions of the 5 thugs relaxed. What could a 17 or 18-year-old boy do? Zhou Mingming's parents were first shocked, then pleasantly surprised, and finally disappointed upon seeing Yang Chen. Only when Zhou Mingming saw Yang Chen did her already despairing heart come alive again. After the fat and thin yellow-haired men recognized Yang Chen, instead of being afraid, they showed cruel expressions. The thin yellow-haired man glanced at the fat one. The fat one understood and immediately said to the leader beside him, "Boss, it's this guy. He's in cahoots with Lao Zhou. He beat me and my brother yesterday." The leader looked at the thin yellow-haired man, who nodded immediately and added, "He even said that even if you, boss, came, he wouldn't recognize his own mother after he's done with you." The leader was furious. He looked at Yang Chen and chuckled, "Kid, you've got guts. You think you can beat me to the point where I won't recognize my own mother? Heh, I haven't heard that in a long time." Before the leader could finish, Yang Chen leaped forward like a cheetah. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the leader. He reached out, his big hand directly hitting the leader's face. "Nuisance!" Yang Chen coldly uttered 2 words. The next moment, with a bang, Yang Chen pushed the leader's head, sending him flying, and then slammed his head directly onto the floor. The floor was smashed with cracks. Blood instantly flowed on the floor. The boss rolled his eyes and fainted. This scene happened too quickly. Too brutal. It scared everyone present. Yang Chen stood up and glanced at the 2 yellow-haired men. The 2 yellow-haired men felt a sudden heat in their crotch, their legs went weak, and they collapsed on the ground. Today's Yang Chen was even more brutal than yesterday's Yang Chen. Yang Chen ignored the 2 yellow-haired men and walked towards the 2 big men at the head of the bed. The 2 big men were fat, but not loose fat like ordinary fat people, it was tight fat. Such people were very strong. Normally, a young man like Yang Chen would not be feared by 5 or 6 of them. However, their boss, who was in a life-threatening situation, was lying there. Yang Chen's strength and brutality made them immediately surrender. "Brother, it's all a misunderstanding, we just wanted to scare her, we didn't mean to." Before the 2 big men could finish their words, they felt a blur in front of them. Yang Chen, who was originally 2 meters away, was already in front of them. "Spare!" The 2 big men were shocked, but before they could say the word life, they felt a huge force in their chests. Boom! The 2 big men fell on the wall like 2 cannonballs, and the brick wall instantly cracked like a spider web. Bang! Bang! The 2 big men weakly fell off the wall. Cough, cough, cough. They coughed violently, spitting out large amounts of blood. The blow just now had injured their internal organs. Although they did not faint like their boss, the intense pain from their conscious organs made them feel worse than death. Yang Chen had no expression on his face as he walked step by step. He looked at the 2 big men without any emotion, as if he were looking at 2 pigs. This scene directly terrified the 2 big men. They ignored the intense pain from their internal organs and began to beg for mercy. Have mercy, have mercy. We know we were wrong, we are willing to compensate. Yang Chen sneered, mercy? You lowly creatures, do you even deserve to live? Yang Chen walked up to one of the big men, lifted his foot, and stomped fiercely on his head. Senior, don't. A scream came. Yang Chen's eyes flickered, and his foot stopped instantly. The big man looked at the foot that was close to him, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Yang Chen glanced around, furrowing his brows. What happened just now? What did I do? Yang Chen was puzzled. He had all his previous memories, but his previous ruthlessness also scared him. That wasn't him, but it seemed to be him. No, that's me, the lawless me, the one who doesn't care about the law, doesn't care about anything, only cares about the me inside. Why did I enter this state? Did the power in the bead influence me? Yang Chen was puzzled, but no one could give him an answer. Fortunately, Zhou Mengmeng spit out the clothes in her mouth and woke up him in time, preventing him from making a big mistake. In today's society, it is a society ruled by law. Regardless of the reason, killing someone will result in legal responsibility. Yang Chen retracted his foot, looked at the big man who had fainted, and ignored him. The boss lying on the other side, as well as the two big men, although seriously injured, were not in danger of their lives. Yang Chen walked to the bedside, untied the rope on Zhou Mengmeng's arm, and apologized, I'm sorry, I'm late. This sentence completely broke Zhou Mengmeng's defenses. She burst into tears and threw herself into Yang Chen's arms, holding his back tightly and crying, not late, not at all. Yang Chen gently patted Zhou Mengmeng's back, comforting her. 2 or 3 minutes later, after the crying, Zhou Mengmeng's emotions began to stabilize. She came out of Yang Chen's arms, looked at the wet patch on Yang Chen's chest, and blushed, Senior, you saved me again. Yang Chen said, you just saved me. Saved you? Zhou Mengmeng was puzzled. Yang Chen pointed to the big man who had fainted in the corner and said, if it weren't for you, I would have become a murderer. Zhou Mengmeng looked at the unconscious big man and asked anxiously, they're not dead, are they? Yang Chen shook his head and said, don't worry, they're not dead yet. Yang Chen untied the rope from Zhou Mengmeng's leg. Zhou Mengmeng jumped off the bed and quickly ran over to untie her parents. While untying them, Zhou Mengmeng introduced, Mom, Dad, he is my senior, Yang Chen, very capable. Zhou's parents nodded. This is not just capable, this is extremely capable. Zhou's father, Zhou Xingli, stood up and said to Yang Chen, Xiaoyang, our whole family thanks you for saving us, especially Mengmeng. Yang Chen said, Mengmeng and I are classmates. I knew she was in trouble, so it was only right to save her. Zhou's father nodded, took his daughter's hand, and handed her over to Yang Chen, saying, Xiaoyan, uncle has one more thing to ask of you. Now, immediately take Mengmeng and leave. I will take care of things here. Yang Chen looked at Zhou's father's clothes. In a few seconds, he knew enough information. He admired and looked at Zhou's father with emotion. Zhou's father, Zhou Xingli, also known as Zhou Laosan, said that because he knew that behind Gui Jianlong, there was a gang called the Black Dragon Gang. The Black Dragon Gang would never let Yang Chen off easily for beating up Gui Jianlong and his group so badly. He was very grateful to Yang Chen for saving them, especially his daughter. He now wanted Yang Chen to take Zhou Mengmeng away. He would call the police and take responsibility for everything here. Regardless of whether his idea was realistic or not, just this intention made Yang Chen very touched. This was a man. Although he already knew the answer, Yang Chen still symbolically asked, Uncle, what do you mean? Zhou Xingli sighed and said, Xiaoyang, you don't know, this guy is called Gui Jianlong, and he has a big gang behind him. Zhou Xingli repeated the situation that Yang Chen already knew. When Zhou Xingli finished speaking, Zhou Mengmeng panicked. Firstly, she didn't want Yang Chen to be involved because of her. Secondly, she didn't want her father to be in danger. Senior. Zhou Mengmeng, at a loss, looked at Yang Chen for help. Yang Chen gently patted her hand and comfortingly said, Don't worry, nothing will happen, we will all be fine, trust me. Zhou Mengmeng instantly felt a sense of security, nodding, okay. After comforting Zhou Mengmeng, Yang Chen said to Zhou Shengli, Uncle, let me handle this matter. You can. Zhou Shengli wanted to question but couldn't. Yang Chen's words were firm and confident. Compared to himself, he not only wanted to take on this responsibility, but he didn't know if he could succeed. Yang Chen nodded to Zhou Shengli, I can handle it. Yang Chen let go of Zhou Mengmeng's hand and looked at the 5 thugs on the ground. Black Dragon Gang? Yang Chen looked at the skinny guy with yellow hair, are you Zhao Shi? The skinny yellow-haired guy panicked and replied, Yes, I'm Zhao Shi. I'm asking you, how did you guys come here? Yang Chen asked. Zhao Shi said, by car, that Jinbei van, the one you saw. Yang Chen nodded, pointing to the fainted Gui Jianlong Yanlong and the other big man on the other side. You two, each of you carry one down. Yang Chen said. The skinny and fat yellow-haired guys quickly got up, and after a simple division of labor, the skinny yellow-haired Zhao went to carry Yang Long, and the fat yellow-haired guy went to carry the unconscious big man. Yang Chen looked at another big man still groaning in the corner and said, "If you don't want to die, stand up on your own." The big man, seeing Yang Chen's gaze, involuntarily trembled all over, then quickly got up. This movement stirred his internal injuries, immediately causing him to grimace in pain, but he didn't dare to stop for a moment. "Meng Meng, wait for me here, I'll be back in at most 2 hours. After Yang Chen finished speaking to Zhou Mengmeng, he apologized to Zhou Mengmeng's parents, uncle and auntie. "The situation was urgent earlier, so I broke in through the window and accidentally broke your window." Zhou Mengmeng's parents quickly shook their heads and said, "It's okay, it's okay." Yang Chen led 2 intact, 1 half-injured, and 2 unconscious thugs downstairs. Outside the door, not far away was a Jinbei van parked. Yang Chen hadn't paid attention before due to the rush. He opened the door. Yang Chen sat in the driver's seat. The skinny blonde man carefully placed Yang Long on the seat. The fat blonde man also wanted to be careful, but he was too fat and couldn't fit the big man in for a moment. Yang Chen turned around and sneered, "Play dead again, and I'll throw you to the back of the car." Everyone shuddered at his words. Throw to the back of the car. This guy is not human. He's a devil. The unconscious big man was the first to open his eyes and smiled apologetically, "Please spare me." Seeing this, the fat blonde man let go directly. The big man, after all, was seriously injured and almost rolled under the car without the fat man's support. When everyone got into the car, Yang Chen sat in the driver's seat and looked back at the barely awake Yang Long, asking, "Crossing Dragon? What rank are you in the Black Dragon Gang?" "I won't say," Yang Long said defiantly. Yang Long's companion said, "He is the 7th of the 12 guardians of the Black Dragon Gang." With the answer, Yang Chen sneered, "Not talking?" Yang Chen skillfully found a bundle of rope. He threw the rope to the fat man. "Fat man, tie up your boss and throw him to the back of the car. I want to see if he's tough or just talk tough." Another drag. The 5 thugs were speechless. The fat man dared not move. Smack! Yang Chen raised his hand and slapped him. After the previous struggle, Yang Chen had absorbed a lot of power from the beads, and his strength had surpassed that of ordinary people by a lot. With this slap, he directly swelled the fat man's half face. The fat man covered his face, tears streaming down, looking pitifully at his boss. "Boss, I'm sorry, I was forced to." Yang Long was furious. "Fat man, how dare you?" Before Yang Long could finish his sentence, the fat man had tied up Yang Long's hands. Then he took the other end of the rope out of the car and walked towards the back of the car, ignoring Yang Long's curses and threats. At this moment, in the fat man's heart, no matter how big the threat Yang Long posed, it was not as terrifying as Yang Chen. Yang Chen was not human to him. "Bro, the rope is tied." The fat man walked back and called out to Yang Chen. "The room." Yang Chen started the car. "Throw him out," Yang Chen said. No one moved. Yang Chen sneered, "If you don't throw him, I'll throw the 3 of you to the back." "3? Not me." The fat man was suddenly touched. For some reason, he was just touched. "Boss, I'm sorry." Feeling threatened, the skinny blonde man and the 2 big men immediately turned against Yang Long. Yang Long was grabbed by the 3 and was about to be thrown out of the car. Yang Long finally caved in and shouted, I'll talk, I'll talk, I'll talk." "Stop," Yang Chen said. The 3 immediately stopped. All 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like they had a narrow escape. Yang Long said, "Our Black Dragon Gang has a leader, 2 deputy leaders, and 12 guardians, totaling 15 people. I rank 7th among the 12 guardians." Yang Chen chuckled, "Should have said so earlier, would have saved you a lot of trouble." After laughing, he glanced at the fat man, who quickly untied the rope and returned to the car. Yang Chen continued, "Where is your gang's headquarters?" Yang Long remained silent. Yang Chen glanced at the skinny blonde man. "Hit him." The skinny blonde man hesitated for a moment, then immediately asked, "Where should I hit him?" Yang Chen said, "Slap him." As he spoke, Yang Chen took out his phone and played a DJ track. "Follow my beat, keep hitting until he talks." "Devil." The skinny blonde man, with a bitter face, said to Yang Long, "Boss, I'm sorry." Smack, 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 smack. The rhythmic sound of slaps echoed in the Golden Cup car. The song was not finished. The swollen dragon crossing the river was completely convinced. I said it all. "Big brother, please stop him." Yang Long begged for mercy. Yang Chen signaled to the skinny yellow-haired guy with a glance, and the skinny yellow-haired guy understood immediately, stopped, and then put his hands in his pockets and rubbed them hard. His hands were swollen. Yang Chen turned off the music on his phone. He said to Yang Long, "I may lack patience, but my eyesight is good. I can tell if you're lying at a glance. If I catch you lying, then..." Yang Chen glanced at the skinny yellow-haired guy. The skinny yellow-haired guy almost cried. "Brother, can we switch?" Yang Chen chuckled. "Is your hand hurting?" The skinny yellow-haired guy nodded, then he felt a cold gaze shooting at his face. He turned his head and saw the swollen dragon head boss. He quickly smiled apologetically, shaking his head. "No, boss, I feel sorry for you, I can't hit you anymore. Hitting you hurts me in my heart. If I hit you again, I'll be heartbroken." The more the skinny yellow-haired guy explained, the angrier Yang Long became. "I'll bite you to death." Yang Long angrily rushed forward, wanting to use his hands, but found them tied up, so he resorted to biting. Clang! Yang Chen tapped the steering wheel. Immediately, all 5 people in the car quieted down, as silent as cicadas in winter. Yang Chen said, "Keep causing trouble, and I'll throw you out and drag you behind the car." All 5 people shook their heads in fear, indicating they would behave. Yang Chen looked at the skinny yellow-haired guy and said, "Don't be afraid of your hand hurting, you can take off your shoes and use them to hit." A flash of surprise appeared in the skinny yellow-haired guy's eyes. Yang Long was almost going crazy listening to this. This guy is a devil, even scarier than a devil. "Big brother, rest assured, I will speak, I will say whatever you ask, I will not hide anything," Yang Long assured, patting his chest. Yang Chen looked at the fake green water ghost on Yang Long's hand. He got the answer he wanted. Yang Chen chuckled. "Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Where is your headquarters?" Yang Chen asked. Yang Long said, "In Longting Building, that is the industry of our Black Dragon Gang, also our headquarters." Yang Chen knew he was not lying. For every question he asked, he would first get the answer from the personal items on Yang Long's body, but he still had to go through this process. Soon, Yang Chen asked all the details about the Black Dragon Gang, focusing on what illegal business they were mainly engaged in. After getting the answers he wanted, Yang Chen said to Yang Long, "Call your boss, have him gather your 2 deputy gang leaders and 12 guards, tell him you've got a deal worth 10 million. Yang Chen took out the check given to him by Su Xiaowei and waved it in front of Yang Long. Seeing the number on the check and Su Xiaowei's name, Yang Long looked at Yang Chen with even more awe. Previously, it was more fear, now it was mixed with respect. Yang Long knew Su Xiaowei, the head of Bishan Group. Although he married into the family, he managed to overturn his status as an in-law through his own abilities, to the point where his wife's family voluntarily changed their children's surname back to Su. He was like a modern version of a successful son-in-law. Su Xiaowei himself was definitely among the top echelons in Jiangchang. When the Black Dragon Gang leader saw him, he would also greet him with a smile. As for Yang Long, when he saw Su Xiaowei, he wouldn't even dare to meet his gaze. Holding a check for 10 million from Su Xiaowei instantly elevated Yang Chen's status to that level. Could it be a descendant of some mysterious family? Fell in love with Zhou Laosan's girl? We were thinking of doing something to that girl before. Won't survive. Yang Long knew he had hit a hard wall, but he didn't realize it was this hard. He was completely scared. It was obvious that Yang Chen was now going directly to settle the score with the Black Dragon Gang. "I'll be beaten to death by the boss." Yang Long immediately accurately predicted his own fate. Yang Chen couldn't read minds, but when he saw Yang Long suddenly looking terrified, he got a similar answer from the green water ghost. He didn't correct Yang Long's assumptions. He just coldly said, "Make the call now, and you'll live." "You'll live. I'll live." In an instant, Yang Long felt a warm current flowing through his body. He was alive. Yang Long immediately took out his phone and smiled ingratiatingly at Yang Chen. "Big brother, can I take a picture of your check so the boss can trust me?" Yang Chen raised the check again. Yang Long took a photo of the check. In the photo, besides the check, there was Yang Chen's hand, but not his face. Smart move. After taking the photo, Yang Chen sent a WeChat message to the boss and made a voice call. Over a minute later, the call connected, and the voice of a middle-aged man with a bad temper came through. "Lao Chi, are you looking to die? I'm about to grab my gun and mount my horse, you almost scared me to death. Damn it, if you can't give me a good enough reason, I'll cut you tomorrow." Yang Long quickly smiled apologetically. "Boss, I've landed a big deal, a whopping 10 million, but the client says I'm too low-ranking and wants to meet you and see the strength of our Black Dragon Gang." 10 million? Ha, if you can bring me 10 million, I'll give you my favorite Shinner to play with for 3 days. Mocked the Black Dragon Gang boss. When Yang Chen heard the name Shenner, he noticed that all 5 people in the car couldn't help but swallow involuntarily. Yang Chen didn't bother asking who Shenner was. What's the point of being pretty? She might even be a bus. Yang Long hurriedly explained, "Boss, this is really a big client, and he's brought 10 million with him. I've sent you a picture, just taken, please take a look." Half a minute later, the voice of the Black Dragon Gang boss came through, sounding serious. "It's actually a check from Mr. Su, who is the other party." Yang Chen said directly, I'm Yang Chen, a nobody, just happened to have some acquaintance with Mr. Su. A nobody? Who would believe that? The more he said that, the less likely it was. Both parties at the end of the call thought the same way. The Black Dragon Gang boss chuckled, so Yang, you're right here, huh? If you're doing a 10 million deal, our Black Dragon Gang should indeed show some sincerity. However, I'd like to ask, what kind of deal does Yang want to make? Yang Chen smiled, what kind of deal it is? I need to make sure that your Black Dragon Gang has the ability to earn this 10 million before I say. The Black Dragon Gang boss wasn't angry either. Yang, you're right. In that case, I'll gather the people now. All the cadres of our Black Dragon Gang will be present. You let Yang Long bring you to our headquarters. You should have seen Yang Long's abilities. He's only ranked 10th in our Black Dragon Gang, so we won't let you down. Yang Chen said, I hope so. The Black Dragon Gang boss said, Yang Long, take care of Yang. Yang Long assured, boss, you can rest assured. The Black Dragon Gang boss hung up the phone and lay down on the bed. The woman who had been waiting by his side for a long time coquettishly tried to climb over. The Black Dragon Gang boss glanced at her sideways and said, get out. The woman still wanted to act cute, but the Black Dragon Gang boss's eyes turned cold. I don't want to say it a second time. The woman got scared. She hurriedly climbed off the bed, picked up a few pieces of underwear in a panic, didn't bother to put them on, hugged her chest, and ran out naked. After the woman left, the Black Dragon Gang boss picked up his phone and made a call. After a moment, the call connected, and the Black Dragon Gang boss immediately put on a smile. Mr. Su, it's me, Zhao Wei, from the Dragon Soaring Building. Nothing major, just inquiring about a person. His name is Yang Chen. He says he has some acquaintance with you. Mr. Yang? I understand. Thank you for your guidance. I will definitely take good care of Mr. Yang. Goodbye, Director Su. Let's meet at the Haojue Club when you have time, my treat. My family is strict. Let's have tea. I happen to have some boxes of premium De Hongpo tea here. I will send them to you another day. Alright, goodbye, Director Su. Hung up the phone, the excited leader of the Black Dragon Gang jumped off the bed. It's done, my Black Dragon Gang is going to prosper. Being called Mr. by Director Su, saying that people with great abilities can come to us for help. It's the destiny of my Black Dragon Gang. Zhao Wei immediately called the 2 deputy gang leaders, and then asked the 2 deputy gang leaders to call the other 12 guards to gather at the Longting building in half an hour. After making the call, Zhao Wei, naked, walked into the dressing room, looked at himself in the mirror, admiring his muscular body with a few poses. He put on a sharp suit, sprayed oil on his hair, styled it, shaved his beard, and finally sprayed some cologne on himself. After all this, it had been over 10 minutes. He went downstairs, got in the car, and drove to the Longting building. His place was very close to the Longting building. 5 minutes later, he arrived. In the underground parking lot, he parked his car in his designated spot, then took the elevator to the top floor of the building. Although he lacked education and was a gangster, he was used to being refined, so he had a decent office on the top floor of the building. He even set up a bookshelf on the left side of the office, filled with Chinese and foreign classics. Not a single one of them had been opened. Sitting on his boss chair, he poured himself a glass of red wine and savored it. Besides the dryness, he didn't feel anything else, but he liked this style. It didn't matter if it tasted bad, as long as it was expensive. With just one sip, he drank hundreds of dollars. Soon, the 2 deputy gang leaders arrived with the 12 guards, except for Yan Long. After entering, the 2 deputy gang leaders asked directly, Boss, what's going on? Why did you call us all here so late at night? Zhao Wei smiled and said, I won't hide it from you all, our Black Dragon Gang has an opportunity to move up. What opportunity? Everyone was surprised. Zhao Wei said, we have to thank Lao Chi for this. Lao Chi happened to meet a master who has a deal worth 10 million yuan and wants to cooperate with our Black Dragon Gang. 10 million is not a small amount, but it's not exactly an opportunity, right? One deputy gang leader questioned. Everyone nodded. Zhao Wei took a sip of wine, making a bitter face, but he looked like he was enjoying it. Of course, if it's just 10 million, it's not exactly an opportunity for our Black Dragon Gang. Although we are not big, we make tens of millions a year, quite easily. But this master has a check from Su Xiaowei. I called Director Su, and he highly respects this master, calling him Mr. and saying that it's our destiny to be friends with Mr. Yang. You tell me, who could be a person that Director Su respects so much? The 2 deputy gang leaders and the 12 guards were shocked, then they all became excited. One of the deputy gang leaders pointed upstairs and asked, is it the person on the top floor? Close enough. Zhao Wei took another sip of wine, showing off his style. If our Black Dragon Gang can get close to someone up there, receive their protection, then in the future, Whether we want to go straight or continue with some shady business, we won't have any worries. The future of our Black Dragon gang will be bright. 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 Everyone cheered. Buzz. Zhao Wei's phone on the table vibrated. A message appeared on the screen. Yang Long, boss, we have arrived at headquarters. Where are you guys? Zhao Wei glanced at everyone, signaling them to quiet down. They immediately fell silent. Zhao Wei opened the chat window and replied, bring Mr. Yang to my office, and tell Mr. Yang that we are waiting for him here. Yang Long, okay, boss. He put down his phone. Zhao Wei looked at the gang members in front of him and pointed to the 12 guardians, saying, the 11 of you, line up in 2 rows at the door. When Mr. Yang comes in, show the power and hospitality of our Black Dragon gang, understand? Understood, boss. Go! The 11 people rushed to the door and lined up in 2 rows. 6 on the left, 5 on the right. Zhao Wei then said to the 2 deputy bosses, later, you 2 will stand by my side, when I talk to Mr. Yang, we will have some drinks, you 2 have good eyesight, keep an eye on refilling the drinks. Yes, boss, the 2 deputy bosses agreed. Zhao Wei got off the boss's chair, went to the liquor cabinet, took a bottle of expensive imported champagne in 2 tall glasses. He placed the liquor and glasses on the coffee table at the guest seating area. He uncorked the bottle, skillfully shook the bottle to allow the liquor to fully contact the oxygen in the air. Unlike champagne, red wine doesn't need much aeration, you can drink it directly. But there are still some tricks. After shaking for a moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. He's here. Zhao Wei signaled everyone to be ready. He sat on the sofa next to the coffee table, and the champagne was neatly placed on the table. The footsteps stopped at the office door. The next moment, the door was pushed open. A young man entered with 5 people. Welcome, Mr. Yang. The 12 guardians bowed and shouted in unison. Yang Chen showed no surprise at this scene. When he stood at the door, he asked the door, and the door had already informed him of the situation inside. But the 5 people behind him were almost startled by this scene. It was only at this moment that everyone saw Yang Chen and the 5 people behind him. They didn't recognize 4 of them, but one of them looked familiar, like a pig's head. Mr. Yang? Zhao Wei stood up and asked. Yang Long immediately ran to Yang Chen's side and said to Zhao Wei, boss, yes, he is Mr. Yang. Who wants to do business with us? You are. Yang Long? Zhao Wei was surprised. At a certain 5-star hotel. In a certain presidential suite. Mr. Su lay on the bed feeling refreshed. Since he started having nightmares, it had been a long time since he felt so good. His body was warm, filled with energy, giving him a feeling of being 18 again. He deliberately loosened his robe, revealing his broad and solid chest. There was no longer anything blowing cold air on his neck. He opened his phone and browsed through various messages. When he saw Zhao Wei's call records, he immediately remembered that young man. It's time to handle that matter. I hope this investment will bring high returns. He sent a message to his secretary, tomorrow, prepare a labor settlement contract. The settlement amount is 17.2 million, we will cover the taxes. The finance department quickly replied, Mr. Su, is there something wrong? Zhao Wei replied, today I met a master, although he is young. He immediately identified the source of my recent troubles at a glance, and with a little effort, he solved the problem for me. This is his service fee. What kind of master is this, so amazing? The finance department was surprised. Shortly after, the finance department replied the next day, should we investigate first? Mr. Su smiled and directly made a voice call. After connecting, Mr. Su said to the finance department on the other end, he is a college student, of course, I won't easily trust him, but he does have some miraculous abilities. I, Su Xiaowei, have been in the business world for more than 20 years, and have achieved my current position because I dare to take risks. So I choose to believe in him, believe that he has real skills, so I will generously give him money, whatever he asks for. Of course, he did cure my illness, you have seen the difference today. The finance department nodded in agreement with Mr. Su's words. Su Xiaowei continued, of course, I'm not afraid that he's a fraud. If he really is, he will have to transfer the money to his own account. If he takes my house, it will have to be transferred, and I even voluntarily paid him taxes. He won't make it to tomorrow, I will have all his information in my hands. If he's a fraud, I will make him beg for life and wish for death. And maybe it's my lucky day, I was planning to check on that kid in a few days, but today a member of the Black Dragon gang came to ask me about him. This kid is really something, we parted ways in the afternoon, and in the evening he's off to do business with a gang. Perfect, let this gang handle it, test this kid, and save me a lot of trouble. The finance department agreed after hearing Su Xiaowei's words. He nodded and said, I'll draw up the contract now, the money. Su Xiaowei interrupted, I gave him a check. The finance department chuckled, Su, you always think ahead. Su Xiaowei said, get it done quickly, I have some other matters to attend to. The finance department nodded understandingly, Su, you're busy. He hung up the phone. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. The door opened, and a graceful figure walked in. Upon hearing Jiao Wei's words, Yang Long almost cried. He felt so wronged. It was just collecting a debt. But now it had turned into this. Under the threat of someone inhuman, he betrayed the organization. If that inhuman person destroyed the organization, he could survive. If not, he would definitely be killed by the organization. Yang Long said to Jiao Wei, Leader, it was me. Jiao Wei was suspicious. He looked at Yang Long and then at Yang Chen. Yang Chen's youth surprised him. What happened to your face? Jiao Wei asked. Yang Long had already consulted Yang Chen about this issue in advance. According to their agreement, Yang Long told the truth. Mr. Yang and I got acquainted through a fight. Yang Long said. Acquainted through a fight? It was quite a brutal fight. Speaking of which, Jiao Wei immediately noticed the two big men behind them, their faces pale. With years of fighting experience, he could tell that these two men were seriously injured. Could it be this kid's doing? What's his background? Jiao Wei had some doubts in his mind, but he didn't pay too much attention. Even if Yang Chen was up to no good, all the cadres of the Black Dragon Gang were present, and they were on his turf. Could a young man like Yang Chen, alone, really cause trouble? Jiao Wei approached and greeted Yang Chen. You must be Mr. Yang? Yang Chen walked up to Jiao Wei, looked at him, and said, You are the leader of the Black Dragon Gang? Indeed, I am. Jiao Wei replied with a smile. At the same time, several voices appeared in Yang Chen's ears. It was the voices of the Black Dragon Gang members. My master Jiao Wei has been slacking off lately, you alone can take on 100 of him. My master is the deputy leader, he has been practicing boxing hard lately, he might be able to handle you. My master is. Several voices finished speaking one after another. Yang Chen summed it up in his mind, indeed, there was no match for him. Yang Chen felt confident. He glanced around and asked Jiao Wei, Are your two deputy leaders and the 12 guardians of the Black Dragon Gang all here? Jiao Wei said, They are all here. What business does Mr. Yang want to discuss? Do you need me to show you the capabilities of our Black Dragon Gang? Yang Chen smiled, no need for a demonstration. With that, Yang Chen suddenly made a move. He directly grabbed Jiao Wei's head, boom. Yang Chen lifted Jiao Wei into the air and slammed him hard onto the coffee table behind him. The table and the wine shattered. Red wine mixed with Jiao Wei's blood flowed on the floor. It was hard to tell which was wine and which was blood. This scene happened so suddenly. Everyone was stunned. The only ones who felt normal were Yang Long and his group. Even seeing the leader in such a state, Yang Long felt a bit happier. He was thrown to the ground like that at the time. But he didn't hit the coffee table at the time, at least reducing some of the external injuries. Leader! Leader! The two deputy leaders reacted immediately. They quickly shouted for Jiao Wei. The 12 guardians also reacted and rushed over. 11 people surrounded Yang Chen, each with a fierce look in their eyes. Who are you? One of the deputy leaders shouted at Yang Chen. Yang Chen casually took out a tissue from the drawer and wiped his hands. There was red wine and blood on his hands. Of course, it was Jiao Wei's blood. Before Yang Chen could answer, Jiao Wei woke up from a semi-conscious state. The intense pain all over his body was driving him crazy. He didn't care what Yang Chen was up to, he just wanted revenge. What are you waiting for? Attack together, kill him, I want to skin him alive. Jiao Wei roared. With Jiao Wei's command, the two deputy leaders and the 11-12 guardians rushed forward. Fists and kicks came at Yang Chen from all directions. The current Yang Chen, unlike before, remained calm. At this moment, not to mention combat skills, in terms of strength, he already surpassed everyone here. Dealing with these people, he didn't even need to use the power techniques from the Overlord Spear Art. His hand speed was extremely fast, reaching out to grab the wrist of the first person who attacked. Damn! The person exclaimed, feeling an irresistible force coming at him. Then he was sent flying. Boom boom boom. A series of booming sounds. Yang Chen turned this person into a windmill. The other 12 people were instantly knocked away. After spinning around, Yang Chen threw the twisted bodies to the ground like throwing away trash. Taking down a gang was that simple. Yang Chen looked down at Jiao Wei. Jiao Wei retreated in fear. He was scared. Was this still a human? A person weighing nearly 200 pounds could be swung like a windmill in his hands? Who are you? What do you want? Jiao Wei shouted hoarsely. Yang Chen squatted down, looking at Jiao Wei with a smile. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I will destroy your Black Dragon Gang. Jiao Wei exclaimed. Why? How did my Black Dragon Gang offend you? Why do you seek such revenge? Yang Chen shook his head. In fact, your Black Dragon Gang did not offend me. Then why are you doing this? With your strength, you are definitely not an ordinary person. Why bother with our small Black Dragon Gang? Jia Wei was extremely aggrieved. Yang Chen said, there are two reasons. Jia Wei and all the other conscious people perked up their ears. After the battle just now, everyone understood. This guy in front of them was not someone they could contend with. Who could swing a person weighing nearly 200 pounds like a windmill? But even in death, one must be clear. Yang Chen extended a finger and said, the first reason, as a good young person of the new era, it is our duty to uphold social justice, fight evil. Nowadays, the crackdown on illegal activities in society is so severe. Who gave you the courage to still engage in this? So, if I hadn't encountered you, it would have been fine, but since I did today, I must take you down and restore peace to society. Jia Wei felt that this person was like a lunatic. He protested, brother, this is a matter for the police. Yang Chen nodded solemnly, that's why I will call the police later. Let them deal with you, I'm just paving the way for them. Everyone. Regardless of how desperate these people were, Yang Chen continued, the second reason, you can do loan sharking, but to resort to violence for debt collection, and not just that, but also attempting to rape someone's daughter. Such evil deeds, if I don't make you pay, I would be failing my own strength. Violence for debt collection? Attempted rape? Jia Wei looked angrily at Yang Chen. Yang Long shrugged and told the truth, it was Zhou Laosan. He borrowed money from our family and didn't return it when it was due. We didn't actually intend to assault his daughter, just wanted to scare him, but Mr. Yang happened to see it, so. Yang Long pointed to his own pig-like face, then to his two half-injured henchmen, as well as the 12 Taibaoan deputy gang leader lying on the ground. The root of the problem was here. Jia Wei no longer hated Yang Chen. Really, not at all. He just wanted to tear Yang Long, the bastard, apart. Mr. Yang, about that matter, I deeply apologize, we will. Jia Wei wanted to salvage the situation. But Yang Chen bypassed him and went to his computer. He sat down, looked at the computer. And there was a password. You don't need to say it, I already know, you have done many other illegal things, much worse than violent debt collection. Such as naked loans. Such as soliciting in certain places. Through your hands, there must have been at least 100 female college students forced into prostitution. And running underground gambling dens. Seizing territory by force, you've done that too. Murder, you've done that too, right? You are full of evil deeds, executing you wouldn't be excessive. After Yang Chen finished speaking, he asked, what's the computer password? Jia Wei had already given up. Yang Chen knew so much, indicating that they had no room for negotiation. I won't tell you, Jia Wei said stubbornly. Yang Chen glanced at Yang Long, untie him and beat him. Yang Long immediately perked up at the command. He quickly signaled the fat guy with yellow hair next to him to untie him. After the rope was untied, Yang Long walked up to Jia Wei. He rubbed his hands, extremely excited. Then, he heard the familiar DJ music. Keep up with the beat, or I'll throw you off the building. Yang Chen said. Yang Long didn't care about Yang Chen's threat at all. What he cared about was the first half of the sentence. Keep up with the beat. Those unforgettable 4 words. He looked at Jia Wei, squeezed out a hint of pain and helplessness. Leader, the pain is in my heart for hitting you. I'm sorry. How dare you? Smack! Before Jia Wei could finish his sentence, Yang Long had already swung his arm, slapping him in the face. Then, another slap followed. Smack, smack, smack. The rhythmic slaps perfectly matched the song played by Yang Chen. 2 minutes later, Jia Wei was dazed. He shouted, stop, I. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Chen suddenly tapped the keyboard twice. He laughed heartily, you actually guessed it right, Gui Jianglong, you don't need to hit him anymore. Gui Jianglong stopped, panting heavily, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Jia Wei was even more confused. The password was guessed? He looked at Yang Chen, who was skillfully clicking the mouse. He suddenly felt like crying. If the password was guessed, then were all the beatings I endured before in vain? This computer contained almost all the information of the Black Dragon Gang, including various illegal gains, videos of naked loans, and more. Yang Chen effortlessly found them all, then packaged them and placed them on the computer desktop. You have quite a lot of illegal gains over the years, it looks like it's over 10 billion, even after years of extravagance, you still have over 50 million in your account. Yang Chen opened a website and entered the bank's website. He turned the computer screen towards Jia Wei. Tell me the account and password. Yang Chen said. This was Jia Wei's lifeline. So you came for the money of our Black Dragon Gang, hee. Even if you kill me, I won't let you succeed. Jia Wei shouted. Yang Chen chuckled, as you wish. The mobile DJ started playing again. Yang Chen looked at Yang Long. What are you waiting for? Yang Long rubbed his hands, cautiously asked, can I take off my shoes? After the rhythmic slapping just now, Yang Long truly felt the pain that the skinny yellow-haired guy had experienced. This pain, it really hurt. Yang Chen smiled at Yang Long and said, okay. Yang Long, do you dare? Crossing the river dragon, don't you want to live? How dare you treat your helper like that? The 2 deputy gang leaders and 11 bodyguards saw Yang Long really taking off his shoes, preparing to use the soles of his shoes to greet the gang leader, and they all started cursing. Yang Long gritted his teeth and said, if I don't do this, will you let me go? After joining Mr. Yang, I have figured it out. I can only have a glimmer of hope by wholeheartedly serving Mr. Yang. Everyone fell silent. Jiao Wei, with a swollen pig-like face, coldly looked at Yang Long, who had a similar expression, and said, Yang Long, you will die a miserable death. Yang Long sneered, boss, that's only if you can stay alive. A hint of fear flashed in Jiao Wei's eyes. The mysterious but extremely powerful Yang Chen really made him very afraid. No matter how much a person has experienced, they will always feel fear towards the unknown power. The end here is unknown. He glanced at Yang Chen. Yang Chen pointed to the computer screen. Jiao Wei became even more agitated. He shouted, go ahead, even if you beat me to death, I won't talk. Besides, this is a society under the rule of law. No matter who you are, if 10 or more of us die or are disabled here, you won't be able to escape responsibility. These words did make Yang Long feel a bit fearful. He turned to look at Yang Chen. Yang Chen remained calm and indifferent to Jiao Wei's words. Indeed, he was a big shot. Yang Long suddenly gained confidence. Boss, I'm sorry. Clap, 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 clap. The rhythmic and crisp clapping echoed in the office. Everyone except Yang Long and Yang Chen frowned upon hearing this rhythmic clapping. Each clap made their hearts skip a beat. This time, Jiao Wei became more stubborn. When the song ended, he still didn't beg for mercy. The DJ stopped. Yang Long, panting heavily, looked at the swollen and disfigured Jiao Wei and said, boss, you said it. Jiao Wei mumbled unclearly, toxin, won't. Yang Long turned to Yang Chen and asked, Mr. Yang, should we continue? Yang Chen smiled and said, he's a tough guy, no need to continue. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Chen then asked, do the 2 deputy gang leaders know the company's account password? The 2 deputy gang leaders were so scared that their hair almost stood on end. They quickly shook their heads and said, we don't know, only the boss knows the company's account password. Yang Chen said, I don't believe it. Cross the river dragon, go and check. We really don't know. Brother, spare us. Boss, please, I don't want to become a pig head. The 2 deputy gang leaders wailed. They were seriously injured and couldn't even stand up. When they saw Yang Long approaching, they crawled away in fear. However, Yang Long, who had become addicted to it, wouldn't let them go. He walked up to one of the deputy gang leaders, straddled him, and slapped his face crooked with the sole of his shoe. The other one was still crawling further away. Yang Long turned to a skinny guy with yellow hair and said, Skinny, what are you waiting for? Go and do it. Skinny yellow hair made up his mind and rushed over, straddled the other deputy gang leader, took off his shoe, and started hitting the faces of the 2 deputy gang leaders. Yang Chen easily obtained the account passwords he wanted. He simply wanted to punish Jiao Wei and the 2 deputy gang leaders. From the personal belongings of these 3 men, he learned about all the bad things they had done. Those misdeeds were too numerous to mention and despicable. Writing them down would lead to the rejection of this chapter during review. Hearing the list of misdeeds from their personal belongings, he felt extreme hatred. When the song ended, the 2 deputy gang leaders had already lost their voices from shouting. Yang Chen turned off his phone. He turned the computer screen around. It seems you really don't know, Yang Chen said with a smile. This sentence almost made the 2 deputy gang leaders cry. They nodded vigorously with their big pig heads. Yang Chen said, in that case, let's not fight for now. Yang Long, skinny yellow hair, and the 2 deputy gang leaders all breathed a sigh of relief. Then Yang Chen's gaze turned to the remaining 11 Tai Bao. The 11 Tai Bao were on the verge of collapse. They all shouted, Big brother, the deputy gang leaders don't know, we know even less. Yeah, we're just doing the work. Big brother, you have to believe us. Yang Chen sneered, I don't believe you. Yang Chen looked at Yang Long and the other 4, and they all understood each other's intentions. They all grabbed their shoe soles and rushed towards the 11 Tai Bao. A few seconds later, the office once again echoed the rhythmically strong early hit song by Zhou Dong, Double Sticks, followed by the accompaniment of clapping and screaming in sync with the beat. Like a symphony, it was very pleasant to listen to. Another song finished. The clapping stopped. There were 11 more pig heads in the office. Yang Long and the other 5 were exhausted. Yang Chen leaned back in his chair, propped his feet up on the table, and said with some emotion, "It seems that you are all heroes, really not saying anything. However, it doesn't matter if you don't speak, your account passwords are not difficult for me." Yang Chen looked at Jiao Wei and smiled. "You asked Su Xiaowei about my situation, didn't he tell you that I am from the Taoist sect, with unparalleled Taoist skills? I can see everything about you from birth to death with just one glance. A small account password is naturally not a problem for me." Jiao Wei was suspicious, but after hearing Yang Chen's words, he tried to show an expression of disbelief, but his eyes were so swollen that he could not make any expression. However, it was too easy for Yang Chen to understand what he wanted to do. He chuckled coldly, "Don't believe me?" Yang Chen put his feet down and typed on the keyboard a few times. Then he turned the computer screen back around. The account and password were already filled in on the screen. When Jiao Wei saw the account number on the account, his eyes, which had swollen into slits, suddenly widened. "How? Even if you know my account number, you can't possibly know the pass." Click. The mouse clicked. The bank account was logged in on the computer screen. "No, it's impossible, no." Jiao Wei screamed in agony. "Boss, don't worry, even if he gets in, what can he do? Where can he transfer the money to? The country has strict foreign exchange controls now, especially on money laundering. If he wants to transfer all our millions, he can only transfer it to his own account. By then, the police won't let him off." One of the deputy gang leaders shouted at Jiao Wei. Jiao Wei suddenly felt a little relieved. He suddenly felt grateful for this modern rule of law society. In the end, they could survive, their assets could be preserved to some extent, all because of the rule of law they hated the most. Yang Chen smiled. "Who said I want your dirty money?" "Then you." Jiao Wei realized something was wrong. Then they saw Yang Chen open the Red Cross website and effortlessly donated all the money in their accounts to the Red Cross. You're not human." Jiao Wei howled in pain. Seeing his account emptied, Jiao Wei felt hopeless. It's over. The Black Dragon Gang is really over. He, Jiao Wei, is also finished. He looked up at Yang Chen in confusion, held back for a moment, and finally asked, "Since you know the account and password, why pretend to force us?" Yang Chen laughed. "Did I force you?" Yang Chen's laughter abruptly stopped, his face turning cold. "I just found a reason to beat you." "You?" Jiao Wei gritted his teeth, swallowed the words he was about to curse. He asked, "Why are you doing this to our Black Dragon Gang? It can't really be because of those ridiculous reasons you mentioned, right?" Yang Chen smiled. "Ridiculous? Jiao Wei, in this materialistic era, aren't your reasons laughable?" Yang Chen shook his head. "I hope you can study hard and improve your moral and ethical standards during the time you enjoy free meals, actively cooperate with the country's labor reform, and elevate your thoughts." Yang Chen stood up, walked to Jiao Wei, patted him, and took out his phone. He lit up the screen and shook it in front of him. Recognition failed. "I'm also silly," Yang Chen self-deprecatingly said, skillfully entered the phone's unlock password. Then, he pressed 3 keys. "What are you doing?" Everyone was shocked, including Yang Long and others. They were all too familiar with the sound of those 3 keys. Yang Chen smiled. "A good citizen is destroying the gangsters who lend money at high interest rates. Next, naturally, I will report to the police and let them punish you bastards. Hello, 110 Police Center." A sweet and pleasant yet authoritative female police voice came. Yang Chen said, "Police sister, I want to report a gang organization lending money at high interest rates. I saw many girls without clothes holding ID cards on their computers, and many videos that cannot be mentioned. They are all bad people. Please send someone to arrest them quickly. Can you tell me your location and the location of the organization you mentioned?" the female police asked. Yang Chen said, "On the top floor of Longting Building, there are many of them. I'm very scared, please hurry." After that, Yang Chen hung up the phone. After doing all this, Yang Chen looked around. Guided by the items in the room, he found a pair of gloves. Then he began to erase his fingerprints and footprints. With the guidance of the items in the room, he could accurately locate every fingerprint and footprint he left behind. A few minutes later, he had cleaned up all the traces he left in the room. He returned the phone to Jiao Wei. "So you can't stand the light." Jiao Wei looked as if he had discovered Yang Chen's secret, but being a fool, only Yang Chen could understand. Yang Chen smiled. "What you said is right and wrong. I just don't want trouble." After that, he looked at Yang Long and the other 5 people. "I'll give you 5 a chance. Go to the police station and surrender voluntarily now. I can let you go, otherwise." Yang Chen raised his hand, and the 5 people were immediately frightened and promised, "Mr. Yang, rest assured, we will go surrender now, and promise to actively reform ourselves inside, and become useful members of society in the future." Yang Chen was very satisfied and waved his hand. "Get lost." The 5 people crawled out in a hurry. Outside, Fatty Huang Mao asked Yang Long in a low voice, "Boss, do we really have to surrender?" Yang Long slapped Fatty Huang Mao on the head, "Not surrendering, do you want to commit suicide? Haven't you seen how perverted that demon king is? If we provoke him, perhaps inside is the safest place for us. Moreover, we have never been valued in the gang. We haven't really been involved in serious criminal activities. We just lend money at high interest rates. Today, we were just fooling around with the Demon King's woman. It was just a moment of impulse, and we just wanted to scare Zhou Laosan, not really do anything." "Right, boss is right." The 4 people flattered. Seeing the expressions of the 4 people, Yang Long suddenly became furious. He kicked skinny Huang Mao to the ground and scolded, "Zhou Laosan's daughter is as tender as water. If I really had such thoughts, wouldn't I let Iron Egg and the others go first? When have you seen me like eating leftovers?" "Well, boss, we are a bit wrong this time," Fatty Huang Mao said. Yang Long turned around and said softly, "Perhaps this is the reason why we were spared by that demon king. Haven't you heard what he said? He is not an ordinary person, he has Taoism. He can look at you and know everything about you from birth to death. Although I think he is bragging, he easily opened the leader's computer and accurately entered the account password that only the leader knew." So what?" the 4 people asked. Yang Long whispered, "So I think he must really have extraordinary abilities. He saw that I didn't really have improper thoughts about his woman, but we did scare his woman after all, and really laid hands on his woman, so we deserved this beating." Fatty Huangmo said, "Me and second brother didn't get beaten." Yang Long got angry again. He grabbed his shoe sole and chased after Fatty Huangmo to hit him. "It's because I care about you, didn't let you two pretend to be bad guys, but in the end, one of you tied me up and wanted to drag me behind the car, and the other slapped my face as if it didn't cost anything. Damn, now I think about it, I just want to kill you two directly. Boss, stop hitting, we really care about you. Although it's hitting you, but it really hurts in our hearts. I want you to hurt in your hearts, damn it. Now when I hear this, I want to kill you two even more. Clearly it's my hands that hurt. Do you have a heart in your fingers? Damn it." In the office, Yang Chen used the power and skills of the Overlord Spear technique to tap on the necks of the 3 gang leaders and 11 Taibao. All 14 people instantly passed out. With this force, they shouldn't wake up for 4 or 5 hours, right? Yang Chen's voice had just fallen, and 14 voices appeared in his ear. "I will wake up in 4 hours and 28 minutes. I will wake up in 6 hours and 45 minutes. I will wake up in 4 hours and 30 minutes. I will." Yang Chen was pleasantly surprised. Can it be like this? Yang Chen laughed. He had always been able to hear inanimate objects like bricks and tiles speak. He could hear plants like flowers and trees speak. He could also hear animals, birds, and insects speak, but he couldn't hear humans speak. Today, he heard it. So I just need to make them lose consciousness to get answers from humans. Their bodies will be under my control. Yang Chen was very happy. He had taken down this criminal organization. Countless young ladies would be rescued from the abyss today. What surprised him even more was his further understanding of his abilities. First, delete the surveillance that brought me here. Yang Chen happily arrived at the computer, following the computer's instructions, easily found all the surveillance videos about himself. Delete. Completely delete. Deleting all surveillance information, Yang Chen put the hood of his clothes on his head, and then left the Dragon Soaring building. A few minutes later, 2 police officers arrived at the Dragon Soaring building as directed by 110. What shocked the 2 police officers was that the huge Dragon Soaring building had its doors wide open at the moment, and all the security guards in the duty room had passed out. They immediately reported the situation to headquarters and called for backup. Then the 2 police officers checked the surveillance videos in the security room. Throughout the building, except for the top floor office, there was no light anywhere. The 2 police officers went upstairs. After reaching the top floor, they were surprised to find that the office door was open. When they walked in, the scene before them made them even more shocked. Dozens of people with swollen faces like pig heads were lying neatly on the floor. They called out to these people several times, but no one woke up. They checked their breathing, and they were all breathing. Only then did the 2 police officers breathe a sigh of relief. These people, like the security guards in the duty room, have all passed out. One police officer said. The other police officer looked serious. What's going on here? Where is the person who made the report? Try calling the person who made the report. The police officer dialed the report phone number provided by the 110 emergency center. A few seconds later, the phone rang on one of the pig heads. This? The police officer took out a phone from Jiao Wei. They were even more puzzled. The caller's phone was among this group of victims. The police hung up the phone, and the phone wallpaper revealed a line of text. Everything you want to know is on the computer. Two police officers quickly ran to the computer. The computer screen was on. There was a folder on the desktop. Folder name, Black Dragon Gang Crime Evidence. The police opened the folder, and a large number of forms, documents, and videos appeared. They randomly opened a few, and the next moment, their faces changed dramatically. Call the command center, send someone to the Dragon Tower immediately, we have made a major discovery. At the same time, in a police station not far from the Dragon Tower, 5 men walked in. Excuse me. Before the duty officer could finish, the 5 men, as rehearsed earlier, lined up and bowed neatly, saying in unison, "Comrades, we surrender." After leaving the Dragon Tower, Yang Chen scanned a shared bike and found there was one that hadn't been locked before, so he had to call a Didi. The Didi app was downloaded early, so it could still be used now. The ride-hailing car arrived quickly. 10 minutes later, Yang Chen returned to Zhou Mingming's doorstep. He got off the car and immediately saw the shared bike in front of the fruit shop. He locked the bike and paid 2 yuan. It had been over 2 hours. He entered the shop and went upstairs. The originally messy room had been cleaned up. The floor with a smashed pit was covered with a piece of cloth. The 2 human-shaped cracks on the wall were covered with 2 large handsome guy posters. Yang Chen looked at the 2 handsome guys, feeling somewhat familiar, probably some popular star. Yang Chen didn't bother to ask who they were. The Zhou family members who were using cardboard to cover the broken window saw Yang Chen and immediately stopped their work. Then, Yang Chen felt a fragrant breeze coming towards him. A soft body threw itself into his arms. "You're finally back." The voice was soft and pleasant, filled with excitement, emotion, and gratitude. Yang Chen gently patted Zhou Mingming's smooth back and said with a smile, "Mission accomplished, I'm back." The 4 words "mission accomplished" brought great joy to Mr. and Mrs. Zhou. They didn't know Yang Chen's background. They had asked Zhou Mingming, but she didn't know much about Yang Chen, only that he was her classmate, had saved her, was wealthy, and had great intelligence. Of course, when Zhou Mingming mentioned these advantages of Yang Chen, Mr. and Mrs. Zhou silently added another one in their hearts: good at fighting, wealthy, good at fighting, intelligent, interested in their daughter. This made Mr. and Mrs. Zhou see Yang Chen as a potential son-in-law. As for Yang Chen's true identity, they didn't dare to think too much about it, but they did think about it a lot. Now, Yang Chen said the mission was accomplished. That meant their problem had been completely solved. They could live peacefully from now on. Zhou Mingming didn't have as many thoughts as her parents. When she heard the words "mission accomplished," the first thing she thought of was whether Yang Chen had gone into danger and if he was injured. She hurriedly felt around Yang Chen. "Are you hurt?" Yang Chen felt itchy from her touch and quickly dodged. "Don't touch me, your parents are watching." Zhou Mingming quickly turned around and saw her parents pretending not to see, working hard to fix the cardboard on the window. Zhou Mingming's face turned red in an instant, even her ears and neck turned red. She broke out in a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. She lowered her head, feeling embarrassed and shy. Seeing this, Yang Chen patted his pocket and found no tissues, only the pair of stockings he had used twice and hadn't thrown away yet, so he gave up the gentlemanly act of handing a tissue to the beauty to wipe her sweat. He said to Zhou Mingming, "I'm not hurt. I called 110 and reported the Black Dragon Gang's hideout directly. We should see the news tomorrow." Zhou Mingming breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Yang Chen, and felt extremely proud. He was indeed as resourceful as he was yesterday. Fighting with people like a thug has never been his style. He used to be so violent, almost losing control of himself. Does he not care about me too much? Thinking of this, Zhou Mingming suddenly dared not look at Yang Chen, lowering her head, almost burying her chin into her chest. Buzzing. At this moment, Yang Chen's phone rang. He took it out and looked at it. It was a call from Zhou Ping. Yang Chen answered. Zhou Ping's somewhat displeased voice came through. "Chen Go, where are you? Why haven't you replied to my messages?" Yang Chen looked at Zhou Mingming and gestured that he needed to take the call. Zhou Mingming nodded. Yang Chen walked to the stairs outside the door. Zhou Mingming let out a sigh of relief. Yang Chen walked away, making her feel instantly lighter, but also a bit empty. "I dealt with some things." Yang Chen didn't explain in detail. Zhou Ping, being sensible, didn't inquire further, but asked, "Are you at Hangda City, in the villa you bought?" Yang Chen said, "No, I'm at Zhou Mingming's house." "Damn! So you went to see your mother-in-law, your relationship is developing too fast. Did you buy the villa for your sister-in-law?" Zhou Ping excitedly asked. "Yang Chen, what are you thinking?" "Something happened at Zhou Mingming's house, I came to help out. Mingming and I are just friends, not the kind of relationship you're thinking of, don't tarnish her reputation." He. I see you want to be a scumbag." Zhou Ping chuckled, then asked, "We're going to Guangming fishing port for dinner, can you come?" "I can. Yang Chen nodded. Zhou Ping joked, "Bring your sister-in-law." Yang Chen was about to refuse, but when he looked up, he saw Zhou Mengmeng standing at the door. Zhou Mengmeng was looking at him with expectant eyes. Against his better judgment, Yang Chen said, "Okay." He didn't emphasize to Zhou Ping that she wasn't his sister-in-law. Upon getting Yang Chen's reply, Zhou Ping burst into laughter. "Then I'll invite a girl too. Can't let you guys bully us, just feel sorry for Zhao Feng and Shou. Yang Chen, the two of them can make a pair." Zhou Ping, "Then how are we going to eat? Guangming Fishing Port, a meal costs several thousand." Yang Chen, "Then let your girlfriend invite 2 more girlfriends." Zhou Ping, "Why not let the sister-in-law invite?" Yang Chen, "Generally, the prettier a woman is, the less attractive her girlfriends will be." Zhou Ping, "Although your words make me feel a bit disappointed, what you said is true. Although my girl is also pretty, she can't compare to my sister-in-law after all. I'll handle this." He hung up the phone. Zhou Mengmeng looked at Yang Chen with a smile. "Senior, my girlfriends are all pretty. Are they your dormitory roommates?" Yang Chen asked. Zhou Mengmeng nodded. "Yes, her name is Wen Shiran, she's a very pretty girl." "So, does that mean I'm not good looking? How does this make sense?" Wen Shiran, Yang Chen has seen her before. When he sneaked into the dormitory at night, Yang Chen saw her photo in Zhou Mengmeng's dormitory. She was indeed quite beautiful. Yang Chen said, "This shows that you are an extraordinary woman, confident and unconcerned about looks, so you don't need unattractive girls to highlight your beauty, nor do you bother comparing beauty with other women." Zhou Mengmeng felt extremely happy inside, but remained calm on the surface. Senior understands women very well. Setting the stage. However, this didn't stump Yang Chen. Yang Chen looked at Zhou Mengmeng's earrings. It was an accessory that had accompanied Zhou Mengmeng for many years. The earring said, "Based on my understanding of my master, the answer she wants now is." She doesn't even know what answer she needs, she just wants to know what answer you will give, and then react with different emotions based on your answer. Hee, women. How do you solve this problem? Yang Chen asked. Earrings, the most direct way to solve a life-threatening question is to change the topic. She didn't have a strong desire to pursue this answer in the first place, she just wanted your attitude, so express your attitude in a different way. So complicated. I didn't quite understand, but it seems impressive. Yang Chen felt like he was taking a course in dealing with scumbags. How to change the topic? Yang Chen continued to ask. Earrings, the first way, confess. Go straight up, ask my master, regardless of whether others think you are beautiful or not, but I think you are beautiful, would you like to be my girlfriend? So greasy, I didn't expect Zhou Mengmeng to have such greasy CEO fantasies. Yang Chen looked at Zhou Mengmeng with some surprise. At the same time, he said to the earrings in his heart, next. He had a good impression of Zhou Mengmeng, but he didn't want to develop that kind of relationship with her for the time being. Ambiguity is fine. Confirming the relationship is not. He didn't want to be a scumbag. It's because of the abilities he has gained. As the saying goes, a man without fault carries the burden of his crime. He has now learned the Overlord Spear technique, and ordinary people are no longer his opponents. To a certain extent, he already has the ability to protect himself. But what if there are people with extraordinary combat skills? Moreover, in the modern world, the fastest way to kill is with guns. This gun is a real gun. Yang Chen is still just a mortal, he can't dodge bullets. Even if the Overlord resurrects, he can't withstand bullets. Once his secret is exposed, this ability will inevitably bring him unimaginable danger. He can barely protect himself, how can he protect Zhou Mengmeng? However, a good match between a handsome gentleman and a beautiful lady. It's the age of youthful infatuation. Faced with such an outstanding girl, how could Yang Chen bear to reject her outright? Let's keep it ambiguous. Earrings, then the second way, provoke her, and then change the topic. Go up to her and ask, Meng, who is not very pretty, would you like to accompany me to the class reunion? The first half of the sentence will make her feel a bit resentful, but she won't mind because she is confident, knowing that you are saying this on purpose. It's because of this hint of resentment that she won't pursue your attitude anymore, but will want to give you a little scolding. After all, hitting is loving. At the same time, the second half of your sentence will quickly shift her attention. You asking her to accompany you to the class reunion is a kind of declaration of status. You want her to integrate into your circle of friends, so she will agree, she will be excited, she will forget the impulse to scold you earlier, and then go dress up. Maybe even worry about whether she will embarrass you because she didn't have time to put on makeup. After all, a woman who cares so much about you, her heart is with you. Yang Chen felt like he had gained a lot from listening. This earring is simply a love manual. This accessory not only can make money, fight, appraise treasures, punish evil, but also can become the most understanding of women's hearts. Can you imagine? The more this ability is developed, the more incredible it feels. Yang Chen asked, is there a third way? Earrings, scumbag, there isn't. There is no third way. Yang Chen chose the second way without hesitation. He took a step forward and walked up to Zhou Mengmeng. Zhou Mengmeng felt the pressure coming from Yang Chen and her heart rate suddenly accelerated. Senior, what are you doing? Zhou Mengmeng felt her tongue slightly tied. Yang Chen looked down at Zhou Mengmeng's eyes and asked, so, Mengmeng, who is not very pretty, would you like to accompany me to the class reunion? She's my roommate, my best friend. Just as the earrings said. When Yang Chen finished the first half of the sentence, Zhou Mengmeng frowned and pretended to be angry, ready to raise her small fist to hit Yang Chen. But when she heard the second half of Yang Chen's sentence, she suddenly stopped, pretending to be angry, and with a bit of a girlish and coquettish tone, she said, I'm not pretty, how can I accompany you to the class reunion? Yang Chen? This is not what we agreed on. Yang Chen looked at the earrings. Earrings? Ah, a woman's heart is like the depths of the sea, I can't help it either. So what should I do? Yang Chen asked. Earrings, you also sigh, pretending to be reluctant to leave, she will keep you. Why do I feel like bargaining in a wholesale market? Love novice Yang Chen expressed his opinion. Earrings, this is just a pretentious love. Yang Chen pretended to be reluctant, sighed, it doesn't matter if it's beautiful or not, I just want to invite you to go with me and introduce you to my good friends. Since you are unwilling, then forget it. I'm willing. Zhou Mengmeng hurriedly interrupted Yang Chen's words. I'll accompany you, but wait for me, I need to freshen up and change clothes, and discuss with my parents, after all, it's so late, I have never been out with other boys. After speaking, Zhou Mengmeng ran into the house. Yang Chen's muttering voice came from behind her, didn't we go out together last night? Zhou Mengmeng stumbled and almost fell. Idiot senior. Zhou Mengmeng cursed Yang Chen in her heart with resentment. When she ran into the house, she slammed the door shut. Leaning against the door, she calmed down. She muttered to herself, because, it's only you. Half an hour later, Yang Chen had already repaired the windows for Zhou's parents, and Zhou Mengmeng came out of her room confidently. She had dressed up carefully. She was not from a wealthy family, couldn't afford high-end cosmetics, and couldn't buy expensive clothes. But she was beautiful. She wore a thin windbreaker, a white tight turtleneck sweater inside, a pair of blue skinny jeans, and white sneakers. Her oval face, moisturized by masks and moisturizers, looked more delicate. She had also slightly trimmed her eyebrows, making them look longer and her eyes bigger and more spirited. Below her small nose were shiny red lips. Yang Chen didn't understand these things about women, so he didn't know how lips could be so enticing, always making people want to take a bite. Her long hair was tied in a simple ponytail. This outfit looked simple but was just right in every way, transforming Zhou Mengmeng from her previous cute style to a more elegant and heroic look. More beautiful. Yang Chen, an 18-year-old who had never been with a woman, felt a bit thirsty. He sat on the sofa, staring at Zhou Mengmeng, strategically picking up a glass of water to drink. Zhou Mengmeng was very satisfied with Yang Chen's infatuated reaction, but she deliberately ignored Yang Chen and instead turned to Zhou's father standing next to Yang Chen and asked, Dad, do I look good? Zhou's father, you look good. Yang Chen, you look good. Yang Chen. Mengmeng, quickly put away the kitchen knife hidden in your dad's hand. Uncle, listen to me, this is completely a misunderstanding. 5 minutes later, Yang Chen fled from Zhou Mengmeng's house in a sorry state. 1 minute later, Zhou Mengmeng also came out. Yang Chen was puzzled, why did you come out too? Zhou Mengmeng smiled, my dad asked me to come out. Yang Chen. Zhou Mengmeng giggled, my dad was just scaring you, but he also wanted to tell you that if you dare to bully me, he won't let you off. Yang Chen pursed his lips, he can't beat me anyway. Zhou Mengmeng also pursed her lips, then why did you run so fast just now? Yang Chen arrogantly turned his head to look at the sky, I was afraid of hurting him, after all, he's your dad, also my elder. Seeing Yang Chen's arrogant appearance, Zhou Mengmeng felt even more delighted, feeling that she and Yang Chen were getting closer. Yang Chen's various performances before, whether it was outsmarting Li Zhaoshan, the son of Mr. Li, or instantly defeating those thugs who came down from the sky today, or going out and easily dealing with the Black Dragon Gang just by mentioning his name, all made her feel that Yang Chen was not an ordinary person. He was so powerful like a celestial being in the sky, making her want to reach out and touch but always feeling like she couldn't reach. She was anxious. She felt inferior. She even felt a bit tormented. Now, Yang Chen's tsundere appearance made her suddenly realize that he was just an ordinary boy. She walked up to Yang Chen, took his arm, and asked, where are we going? His arm was wrapped around hers, a touch she had never experienced before. It stimulated Yang Chen's brain like an electric current. His body stiffened for a moment, and even walking felt somewhat unnatural. We're going to Guangning Fish Harbor. Yang Chen slightly bent over. Zhou Mengmeng felt Yang Chen's awkwardness. She looked up at him, but couldn't figure out why. She wanted to look down. Yang Chen quickly took out his phone, blocking Zhou Mengmeng's line of sight. Let's take a taxi, I'll call one now. Zhou Mengmeng's attention was successfully diverted to Yang Chen's phone. After selecting the destination and calling for a car, Yang Chen's attention was also partially diverted, and he began to adapt to the restraint on his arm, no longer feeling the stimulating electric current. The car was called and someone accepted the order. Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He then put his phone back in his pocket. Zhou Mengmeng finally looked down and didn't notice anything unusual. What happened just now? I feel like you're walking abnormally. Zhou Mengmeng asked in confusion. Yang Chen looked down at Zhou Mengmeng. Her hairpin told Yang Chen a sentence, which instantly filled him with great joy. Who doesn't like a girl without a driver's license? Soon, the car arrived. Zhou Mengmeng quickly let go of Yang Chen's arm. Yang Chen suddenly felt that his arm had lost its warmth, feeling a bit lonely in this cold wind. So, you mean you are the crossing dragon of the Black Dragon Gang? You are the crossing dragon's little brothers. You are very intolerant of the illegal activities of the Black Dragon Gang, and you also feel guilty about some of the measures you have taken over the years, so you came to surrender and report the Black Dragon Gang? Officer, that's what we mean. Yang Long and the other four nodded in unison. The police officers taking the statements from Yang Long and the others were somewhat incredulous. This was the most absurd reason for surrender they had ever heard since becoming police officers. What happened to your head? A police officer asked. Yang Long said, I was playing poker and fighting the landlord with them. I was just too unlucky today, so they beat me up badly. Skinny Huang Mao extended his slightly swollen hand. Officer, it's true, look at my hand, it's all red. We and Brother Long are brothers, hitting him hurts us in our hearts. So, I said I wouldn't fight anymore, but Brother Long is stubborn and principled. He says gambling is about character. If he loses, he's willing to admit defeat, and the agreed bet must be honored. So, if we fight, we have to fight 100%. Ah. Skinny Huang Mao rubbed his still slightly sore palm with a pained expression. Yang Long gritted his teeth, touched his own hand. The refreshing tingling sensation instantly dissipated the anger in his heart. He nodded to the two police officers taking the statements. That's right, officer. And, you should quickly send people to the Dragon Soaring building. The criminals of the Black Dragon Gang are all there. If you send more people, you should be able to catch the gang leader, deputy gang leader, and the other 12 Tai Bao. These audacious guys dare to play with society, lend money at high interest rates, and mistreat so many female college students. Just thinking about it makes me heartbroken. I hate myself for not having the courage to stand up earlier. Yang Long became more and more passionate as he spoke, as if he really was a repentant bad guy. At this moment, the voice of the captain came through the earphones of the two police officers. Alright, let's stop the interrogation here. Detain these 5 people first. Xiao Zhao, Xiao Lu, you two come out. The command center has given us new orders. Go to the Dragon Soaring building. Dragon Soaring building? The 2 young police officers were surprised. They closed the statement book and quickly left. Captain, what's going on? 2 young police officers asked in confusion. The captain looked solemnly at the 5 people in the interrogation room. None of these 5 guys have told the truth, but their report on the Black Dragon Gang should be true. Get ready, in 5 minutes, the whole team will depart. The answers to all of this should be at the Dragon Tower. The Dragon Tower. Looking at these 14 idiots in front of him, Captain Wang Tai of the Chang'an District Criminal Police Brigade was about to explode. Are you saying that you, with a head as big as a pig, were also beaten up for losing at poker and landlord? Wang Tai exploded. Also? Jiao Wei, with only a slit left for his eyes, narrowed it even further. It seems that those 5 traitors have also been caught. I really can't afford to provoke that guy, but you 5 traitors, when we meet inside, you will have a taste of your own medicine. Jiao Wei thought bitterly. Jiao Wei nodded to Wang Tai. Leader, that's how it is. You played poker and knocked out everyone? A police officer asked critically. Jiao Wei, with a bold face, shouted, yes, leader. And how do you explain the things on the computer? Wang Tai asked. Jiao Wei, with a bold face, said, we had a change of heart. We felt we shouldn't continue down this path. Faced with such resistance to the end criminals, Wang Tai was momentarily at a loss. He called a few colleagues over. What do you think? Wang Tai asked. It definitely wasn't really playing poker, a young police officer laughed. Wang Tai gave the young police officer a sideways glance. The young police officer quickly wiped the smile off his face. After a moment of contemplation, an older police officer said, in fact, we have been investigating the Black Dragon Gang for quite some time, and we have already discovered their illegal lending activities, but we have no evidence, so we haven't taken action against them. Now they have been caught like this, and it was reported by Jiao Wei's phone. I listened to the recording of the call, and it wasn't Jiao Wei's voice. So, the old police officer paused, leaving everyone anxious. Wang Tai, acting as the captain, said, boldly, everyone knows you have a wealth of experience in handling cases, so stop beating around the bush. The old police officer finally said contentedly, so, they must have provoked someone they shouldn't have, so the other party directly wiped out their hideout. The current villains have also learned to use the law, no longer just resorting to violence like before. And the reason they dare not tell the truth is that they are finished. The things on the computer can put them in jail for 10 to 20 years. So, they have nowhere to run. They might as well curry favor with the people who are after them, so that they can have an easier time in prison in the future, at least not living in constant fear. Wang Tai added. The old police officer gave a thumbs up. The captain is amazing. What about the 5 who turned themselves in? A young police officer asked. The old police officer looked at the young police officer with relief and said, you hit the nail on the head, these 5 guys are the key to this mysterious case. Several police officers' hearts were once again stirred. Uncle Lee, please tell us quickly, the young police officers urged. The old police officer said, we must find that person, otherwise we won't be able to write this report. We've reviewed the surveillance footage of the Dragon Tower, it's been completely wiped clean, we can't find anyone coming to or leaving the Dragon Tower in the hour or two before and after the alarm was raised. But why did these 14 people pass out here? And even the security guards in the security room of the Dragon Tower also passed out? However, those 5 guys went to the police station to turn themselves in? Especially one of them, who, like the people here, is also wearing a pig head. So, it was actually those 5 people who caused trouble for the Black Dragon Gang. The captain hit the nail on the head. The old policeman chuckled, alright, so all we need to do is access the surveillance around Longting Building. From 3 to 4 hours ago until now, find out who those 5 guys brought to Longting Building. In an instant, the idea was opened up. Wang Tai laughed. Xiao Zhao, this task is up to you. Xiao Zhao is a new policeman who just joined this year. He was the young policeman who kept interrupting before. He was also one of the policemen who took records in the interrogation room at the police station. Xiao Zhao stood at attention and saluted. Yes, Captain. Go quickly and give me the results as soon as possible, Wang Tai said. Xiao Zhao left. He walked to the entrance of Longting Building, looked around, and quickly identified several traffic surveillance cameras. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Rong, it's me, Xiao Zhao. Are you working overtime at the traffic police station today? How do I know? I'm always paying attention to you, Rong. Can you do me a favor? In a moment, I'll send you photos of 5 people. Can you help me check if they appeared at the entrance of Longting Building tonight? Okay, let's have a meal. I'll treat you tomorrow night. 10 minutes later, a video was sent to Xiao Zhao's phone. Xiao Zhao opened it and saw a pig head leading 4 henchmen, with a young student-looking man in front of these 5 people. This young man seemed ordinary at first glance, but upon closer inspection, he appeared quite extraordinary, even becoming more handsome the longer you looked at him. Yes, I'm a genius. Xiao Zhao turned and ran into Longting Building. 5 minutes later, he arrived at Jiao Wei's office. Upon entering, he shouted to Wang Tai, Captain, I found him, I found that person. Xiao Zhao handed his phone to Wang Tai. Several policemen also approached upon hearing the commotion. Wang Tai, looking at Yang Chen, was puzzled. This young man looks like a student, and he seems gentle and weak. How could he make the Black Dragon Gang fear him like that? Captain, let me see the video, suddenly said the old policeman Li. Wang Tai handed the phone to Li. Li opened the video again, and as he watched Yang Chen in the video, his brows furrowed tighter. Li, do you know him? Wang Tai asked in confusion. Li put down the phone and looked at his colleagues nodding. Not exactly know him, but I have seen him. His name is Yang Chen. Last night, I was on duty for a while at the Fengsha police station for a friend. This young man and his girlfriend happened to come to the security guard at the police station, saying someone extorted 100,000 yuan from him. The extortionist, everyone knows, is that bastard Li Zhaoshan. Oh, what exactly happened? Wang Tai asked eagerly. Li continued, that bastard Li Zhaoshan wanted to extort money from his disabled father. Yang Chen and his girlfriend happened to encounter them, and they took the old man to the hospital, even paying 10,000 yuan for medical expenses. Then Li Zhaoshan had one of his cronies pretend to be a policeman to extort money from Yang Chen. Yang Chen directly gave him 100,000 yuan. When Li Zhaoshan and his accomplices went to celebrate with drinks, Yang Chen and his girlfriend turned around and reported the case. And later, as I understand it, Yang Chen even hired a caregiver specifically for the old man, and the old man praised him highly. He even sought the old man's permission to deal with Li Zhaoshan. What a turn of events! Wang Tai exclaimed, according to what you said, This Yang Chen should be a kind-hearted but also vengeful young man, and quite resourceful as well. Li nodded. It's not a case of the pot calling the kettle black. I suddenly feel happier. Wang Tai laughed heartily, and after a moment, he said to Li, I'll leave it to you to contact this kid. Have him come to the office tomorrow to make a record. He did a good deed and doesn't want recognition? That won't do. I'll at least apply for him a Good Samaritan Citizen Award. That night, many people in Zhengcheng received a message in advance. The Black Dragon Gang was handed over to the police by a mysterious person, with solid evidence, and the police are seizing everything related to the Black Dragon Gang. Many people gloated. Some were curious about the identity of the mysterious person. Many immediately called their companies to have them destroy any records of dealings with the Black Dragon Gang. A mysterious person? Yang Chen appeared during the day, and then another mysterious person who could easily bring down the Black Dragon Gang appeared at night. It seems that there is a storm brewing in Zhangcheng. Zhou Dian hugged Lu Hui beside him, looked at his phone, and smiled. At the same time, Su Xiaohui saw this news. He was first shocked, then burst into laughter. Master is truly a master. It seems I underestimated your abilities. I wonder if Jiangcheng, this small pond, can accommodate such a big dragon like you. Jiangcheng has been too calm for too long. It's time for some waves to appear. 20 years ago, I seized an opportunity and achieved my current status. But I want to move up further, which is too difficult. Perhaps this is the second chance in my life. I, the Su family of Jiangcheng, want to prosper for a long time. We must step out of Jiangcheng, even out of China. 59, Sanglong Street. It was a small bungalow with blue brick tiles. In front of the small bungalow was a small courtyard. The courtyard was tidy, with flowers, grass, and a small path paved with gravel. There was a trellis on either side of the path, covered with grapevines. It was winter, and the grapevines were bare, but one could still imagine the beautiful sight of grapes hanging on the path in spring and summer. At the end of the path, in front of the bedroom of the small bungalow, there were two trees. One on the left was a jujube tree, and one on the right was also a jujube tree. This rural scene contrasted sharply with the surrounding high-rise buildings. The room was brightly lit. In the kitchen, there was a fire pit with crackling firewood. A pot hung above the fire, boiling with steam. An elderly couple in their 50s or 60s were sitting by the fire, roasting sweet potatoes. The husband used a stick to pull out a roasted sweet potato from the fire, not minding the heat. He blew on the sweet potato to remove the ash, revealing the tender red flesh inside. The aroma of the roasted sweet potato filled the kitchen. Wife, here's a big one for you. The husband handed a large sweet potato to his wife. She peeled it, took a bite, and closed her eyes in enjoyment. This winter is colder than previous years. The husband tossed the sweet potato peel into the fire. The wife nodded and said, Jiangcheng has been too peaceful for too long. It's time for a change. It's a pity about the Black Dragon Gang. I quite liked that young man Zhao Wei. The husband tossed the last piece of sweet potato peel into the fire, wiped his hands on his pants, and cleaned his fingers. The wife, seeing this, looked disgusted. After all these years, you're still so careless. The husband laughed. Some bad habits never change. What's your plan for the kid Zhou asked us to deal with? The wife asked. The husband replied, I looked at his information. He's a promising young man. It would be a shame if he were ruined, so let's use diplomacy first. Zhou's goal is simple. He just doesn't want this young Chen to become a threat to his position as the second in command of the Zhou family in the future. Then let's try sending him abroad. Find a good university for him as an exchange student. After a moment of thought, the wife continued, let Xiao Sai handle this matter. I heard he's causing trouble at his club again, working on some murder mystery script. It's probably his woman's idea, always causing trouble. The husband held his wife's hand and said with a smile, I heard that he has made a lot of money, and the income of the Haojue Club has also seen a significant increase. That's why they say behind every successful man is a wise wife, and you, my dear wife, are my wise wife. You talk too much. The wife looked disdainful, but her hands remained securely in her husband's. Guangming Fishing Port. Yang Chen took Zhou Mengmeng upstairs to the reserved private room. Inside the room, there were 3 men and 3 women. Zhou Ping was indeed a well-known second-generation rich. In such a short time, he managed to find 3 very attractive girls. 3 men and 3 women, each paired up. The girl next to Zhou Ping was the most beautiful, obviously meticulously dressed, sitting beside Zhou Ping with adoring eyes. Zhao Feng and Shou Shou each had a girl by their side. Zhao Feng was a bit awkward, stealing glances at his companion next to him, trying to find a topic but not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, his companion was engrossed in her phone the whole time, not even looking at Zhao Feng. Shou Shou was more talkative than Zhao Feng. The girl next to Shou Shou was much friendlier than the one next to Zhao Feng. They chatted and even played games. Yang Chen entered with Zhou Mengmeng. The 6 people stood up when they saw Yang Chen and Zhou Mengmeng. Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, and Shou Shou's eyes lit up when they saw Zhou Mengmeng, but then they didn't look again. Xian Gu, you're too slow, we're starving waiting for you. This was Shou Shou. Zhao Feng, no longer reserved in front of his companion, laughed heartily. Xian Gu, I heard from Ping Gu that you guys stole the show at his brother's auction house this afternoon. Such a good thing, and you didn't invite me and Shou Shou, not brotherly enough. Zhou Ping patted the empty seat next to him and said, Xian Gu, come sit here, you're the star today, the main seat is reserved for you. Unlike Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, and Shou Shou, the 3 women in the room instinctively showed hostility when they saw Zhou Mengmeng. Then, they looked at Yang Chen. With his ordinary appearance and cheap clothes, their hostility towards Zhou Mengmeng disappeared instantly, replaced by a hint of pity. What's with that expression? Yang Chen wondered. He glanced at the clothes and accessories of the 3 girls. After a few seconds, he got his answer. The world of women is indeed bizarre, Yang Chen concluded in his mind. He sat down at the table. Yang Chen asked Zhou Ping, have you ordered yet? Zhou Ping replied, we've all ordered, I haven't let them bring it up yet, you and your wife can order a few more dishes. Yang Chen handed the menu to Zhou Mengmeng. Mengmeng, order whatever you want, don't look at the prices, today is my treat. Zhou Mengmeng felt embarrassed and wanted to refuse, but Yang Chen quickly added, also, order a few dishes for me, we've been busy for half the night, and I'm a bit hungry. Zhou Mengmeng immediately felt motivated to order. Unbeknownst to her, after Yang Chen spoke, all 6 people looked at him and Zhou Mengmeng with strange looks. Zhou Ping even gave Yang Chen a thumbs up and raised his eyebrows, mouthing, half the night? Xian Gu, impressive. Yang Chen didn't expect his unintentional words to cause such a misunderstanding among his unscrupulous roommates. He glanced at Zhou Mengmeng. Mengmeng was still focused on the menu and didn't notice the strange atmosphere around her. So Yang Chen didn't correct Zhou Ping and the others. The situation was getting more complicated, and he couldn't say, it's not what you think, I just took care of a few thugs and incidentally dealt with the Black Dragon Gang, turning their members into pigs. To ordinary people, this was too unbelievable. Yang Chen didn't want to attract that much attention. Straightforward Zhao Feng, seeing Yang Chen silent, immediately asked, Xian Gu, did you bring your wife to see the villa you bought in Hangda City, which is why you're late? Zhao Feng and Shou Shou each said a sentence, instantly attracting the attention of the 4 women present. Zhou Mengmeng looked at Yang Chen with some surprise, then lowered her head to continue looking at the menu. Zhou Mengmeng knew Yang Chen was wealthy, but she didn't expect him to be this wealthy. However, when she looked up and saw the plain-looking Yang Chen, she accepted it calmly. The gazes of the other 3 women towards Yang Chen were filled with admiration, especially the woman next to Zhao Feng, who even put down her phone, blinked her big eyes, and in an instant felt that this ordinary man had an indescribable charm, becoming more and more attractive the longer she looked. Zhou Ping looked somewhat speechless at Zhao Feng. This guy wanted to bring up a topic to catch the attention of the girls around him, but in the end, it was Yang Chen who ended up being the focus. He then looked at Shou Shou. This guy had a mischievous smile on his face. Obviously, he was intentionally boosting Zhao Feng's presence. Zhao Feng's attempt to be clever had backfired, Shou Shou was up to no good, Zhou Ping felt helpless, and the reactions of the other 3 women, Yang Chen understood them all immediately. He had no thoughts about these 3 women, especially the woman next to Zhao Feng, which even made him feel a bit disgusted. The reactions of these women, and the information he gathered from them, made him feel that Zhou Mengmeng was even more precious. In this materialistic era, how did she manage to maintain such a pure heart? Senior, I've chosen this, and this, what else do you want? Zhou Mengmeng handed the menu and pen to Yang Chen. I love everything you've ordered. Zhou Mengmeng was extremely happy. She squinted her big eyes and said with a smile, really? These are all my favorites. Yang Chen replied, what you love to eat is what I love to eat. Zhou Mengmeng was overjoyed for the second time, feeling as sweet as if she had eaten honey. We haven't even eaten yet, and you're already feeding us dog food. Zhou Ping complained, then leaned his face towards his female companion. Ran, give your brother a kiss, brother is so hurt, he needs to be healed. A pair of red lips pecked on Zhou Ping's face. Zhou Ping was satisfied. Shou Shou looked at his female companion and she playfully said, what are you thinking? We're not at that stage yet, but I'll watch your performance in the future. Shou Shou's fighting spirit was ignited. Zhao Feng sneakily glanced at his female companion. She caught Zhao Feng's gaze, a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes, then she lowered her head to continue playing with her phone. Shou Shou is a bit of a show-off, Zhao Feng is not quite suitable, I'll talk to him later. Yang Chen thought to himself. He handed the menu to Zhou Ping. Ping Gu, let them serve the dishes. Zhou Ping pressed the call button on the pen. The door opened. The waiter who had been waiting outside walked in. Zhou Ping said to the waiter, serve the dishes. Yes, sir. The waiter respectfully walked out, picked up the walkie-talkie on his waist, served the dishes to VIP room 203. At Bright Fish Harbor, diners can be divided into 3 levels. The first level is dining in the main hall, where diners do not have a dedicated server, and a dozen or so servers serve over 100 tables in the main hall. The second level is regular private rooms, where one server is responsible for 4 private rooms, and the private rooms are generally adjacent to each other so that the server can quickly respond to guests' needs. The third level is the VIP private rooms, where one server is dedicated to one private room. The server stands outside the door, ready to respond at any time. Without the consent of the guests inside, the server will not enter the private room, giving guests the utmost privacy and respect. Next, as the organizer, Zhou Ping introduced the 3 women to Yang Chen. The one next to him was Sun Ran, also a second-generation wealthy individual, just not as wealthy as Zhou Ping. She was a fun-loving girl, a freshman at Jiang University, and his best friend. The other 2 girls, one named Zhang Dan, the one next to Zhao Feng, and one named Xuan, the one next to Shou Shou, are both classmates of Sun Ran. Later, Zhou Ping introduced Yang Chen to the 3 girls. He is the most awesome person I have ever met in my life. Yang Chen, my roommate, my brother. Yang Chen and the 3 girls nodded in agreement, considering themselves acquainted. Zhang Dan, like a shy little girl, whispered to Yang Chen, "Senior Yang Chen, I heard from Ping that you are a top student. You even got a full score yesterday. I always encounter some problems in my studies recently. Can I add you as a friend?" Yang Chen looked at her phone. Fruit 13 Max. The new model of Fruit released this year, costs over 10,000 each. Fruit 13 Max, she's pretending. Yang Chen asked, "Who bought it for you?" Fruit 13 Max, one of her pursuers bought it for her. "How many pursuers does she have like this?" Yang Chen asked again. Fruit 13 Max, from the notes in her WeChat, 13. So she's a pond owner. No wonder she's always playing with her phone. Yang Chen smiled at Zhang Dan. "Sorry, Junior, I still have to tutor Meng Meng. I don't have time to help you with your doubts." Zhang Dan glanced at Zhou Meng Meng. Zhou Meng Meng looked puzzled. A hint of disgust flashed in Zhang Dan's eyes. So she's a green tea, pretending quite well. Zhao Feng said to Zhang Dan, I averaged over 90 in my freshman courses. If you don't understand anything, I can help you. Zhang Dan didn't even think about developing the idea of making him a backup, considering Zhao Feng's average looks and family background. She was about to refuse, but then she thought about it and suddenly smiled. "Thank you, senior. I didn't expect your grades to be so good." Zhao Feng instantly felt like a spring breeze, feeling that he had finally found a common topic with Zhang Dan, and found the advantages that could attract Zhang Dan. This scene seemed ordinary to Zhou Mengmeng and Shou Shou, but it was different in the eyes of the other 2 women, Zhou Ping and Yang Chen. As women, Sun Ran and Xiwan instantly understood Zhang Dan's intentions. Zhou Ping was an experienced player in the field of love affairs, and he saw his good brother about to fall into someone else's trap. The reason why the pond owner let him in was for the bigger fish, Yang Chen. Zhou Ping didn't like such utilitarian women. He frowned at Sun Ran. "I asked you to bring a girl over, not a schemer." Sun Ran also felt embarrassed. But at this moment, she had no choice but to lower her head and apologize softly to Zhou Ping. When a woman acts coquettish, men usually have no good way to deal with it. Zhou Ping had to say to Sun Ran, "Forget it this time, I will handle it with my brother later, just don't let her bother my brother." Sun Ran nodded. Next, the dishes and wine were served. Zhou Ping was the center of attention at Hongshan today, and he was very happy. 2 hours later, everyone was full and drunk, and Zhou Ping was even a bit confused from drinking too much. "Where are we going next?" Zhou Ping asked. Sun Ran supported Zhou Ping and said, "You're already drunk, don't go back to school, I'll take you to a hotel, have a good bath, and then sleep." Zhou Ping looked at Sun Ran and chuckled. "You want to take advantage of me, I won't let you succeed." Sun Ran was furious and kicked Zhou Ping. "Who wants to take advantage of you? I'm Sun Ran, a lady, what advantage can I take from you? You know what advantage you want to take from me." Zhou Ping smiled and said to Yang Chen, "Shen Ge, let's go to Haoju. I heard they are expanding new business there and starting to do script killings. Let's go and have some fun." Haoju. Script killing? These 2 words piqued the interest of the 4 girls present. Script killing is a popular entertainment activity nowadays, highly sought after by young people. In recent years, young people have been pursuing more diversified forms of entertainment. Script killing and escape room are the most typical ones. This change directly led to the rapid decline of KTV, which had flourished in major cities for nearly 20 years. A large number of KTV entertainment venues began to close down. Even old entertainment clubs like Haofu have to change now. This indicates that even the wealthiest people are starting to pursue diversified entertainment. And the script killing initiated by Haofu will definitely be more interesting. After all, there is nothing that money can't solve. As long as the money is in place, everything is not a problem. Yang Chen looked at Zhou Mengmeng, who seemed eager to try. Yang Chen smiled at everyone and said, "Alright, let's play script killing at Haofu." The term script killing is actually a foreign import. It is a live-action role-playing murder mystery often played at Western banquets. Initially, it was only circulated online in China on a small scale, and it even sparked a wave of script-killing mini-games. Later, a famous TV station produced a script-killing variety show, which became very popular. Subsequently, offline physical store scene script killing became popular, and the script themes expanded from murder mystery to supernatural, horror, and more. Players go to the venue, choose a script task, read the corresponding script, search for clues in the venue, and then find the real culprit. 10 years ago, a certain well-known supernatural author wrote many similar supernatural novels like Script Killing. They were very exciting, but most of them are no longer available now. This is a digression, better left unsaid. The purpose of script killing is to play suspense, to give players the feeling of being the protagonist. After leaving Guangming fishing port, the group called 4 ride-hailing cars. Yang Chen and Zhou Mengmeng shared one. Shou and Shiwan shared one. Zhao Feng was very happy and wanted to ride in the same car with Zhang Dan. Zhou Ping gestured to Sun Ran. Sun Ran understood immediately, walked over, and held Zhang Dan's arm, saying, "Zhang Dan, let's share a car." "Senior Zhao Feng, I'll leave my sister Ping Ping to your care." Zhao Feng was a bit unhappy. Zhou Ping called out to Zhao Feng, come over, we're about to leave. Zhao Feng then walked over. Yang Chen got on the last car with Zhou Mengmeng. On the way, the driver glanced at Yang Chen in the rearview mirror, then at Zhou Mengmeng. He was slightly stunned by Zhou Mengmeng's appearance. His gaze towards Yang Chen was filled with envy. The driver smiled and said, "I guess you guys are going to Haofu to play script killing, right?" Zhou Mengmeng asked in surprise, "Master, how did you know?" Excited to be asked by a beauty, the driver instantly perked up and laughed. "Today, I've already taken 3 trips to Haofu." "That's quite something. I heard Haofu was very expensive," Zhou Mengmeng said. Zhou Mengmeng meant that those who can afford to go to Haofu wouldn't take a ride-hailing car. There are 1 or 2 oddballs like them, which is actually quite rare. The driver said in a mysterious tone, "Yes, in Jiangchang, Haofu was definitely the most expensive entertainment club. But the girls I've taken to Haofu, like you, are all beautiful. I heard they don't need to spend money." "Don't need to spend money? Why?" Zhou Mengmeng was even more puzzled. The driver looked at Zhou Mengmeng with more surprise, then at Yang Chen, focusing on the pinduoduo clothes Yang Chen was wearing. He suddenly showed a pitiful look. This look was directed at both Yang Chen and Zhou Mengmeng. One was a loser pretending to be rich, the other a naive and beautiful girl who didn't understand anything. Yang Chen easily got the answer from the driver. He didn't say anything. Wearing pinduoduo clothes all over indeed easily led to misunderstandings. He never thought about changing clothes just to show off. He didn't need these things to satisfy his vanity. The driver continued, "So you guys are really here to have fun, huh? You're in luck then. The Haofu Club really goes all out. The sets they create are incredibly realistic. What's even scarier is that they reportedly hired over 100 online writers specializing in suspense and supernatural stories, paying them 10,000 yuan per script. And if their script gets selected for use, they get a direct payment of 1 million. When I heard about this, I wanted to give it a try too. I mean, 1 million is no joke. If I could write a qualified script in half a month, that's still 20,000 a month, way more than what I earn driving a taxi every day. But alas, my Chinese language skills were terrible back in school. Passing was a struggle, especially those 800-word essays, they were a nightmare for me. Oh well, looks like I'm not destined to make that kind of money. 1 million? That's a lot of money," Zhou Mengmeng exclaimed. Although she hadn't played in a script-killing game before, she had heard about it from friends and online sources. In Jiangcheng, the cheapest offline script-killing games cost around 70 to 80 yuan. The most expensive ones were only 2 to 300. Now Haofu was charging 1 million for a script? How many years would it take to recoup the costs? Script-killing games require a high frequency of new scripts. The driver looked at Yang Chen with more sympathy and said, "It seems like you guys didn't do your research. Do you know what kind of place Haofu is? It's the biggest money pit in Jiangcheng, where the rich and powerful play. A bottle of beer there can easily cost over 100 yuan. As for the ticket to the script-killing game, I heard it's 10,000 per person, and that's not even for the premier script. The premier scripts cost 100,000. 10,000 yuan? That's too expensive." Zhou Mengmeng was shocked, feeling a bit embarrassed as she glanced at Yang Chen. She thought that Yang Chen agreed to go to Haofu because he saw that she wanted to go. Yang Chen smiled at Zhou Mengmeng and reassured her, "Don't worry, even if it's the premiere, we're not short on money." Seeing Zhou Mengmeng still looking worried, Yang Chen added, "During dinner, you saw how happy Zhou Ping was, saying he made a big profit at the Hongshan auction house." Zhou Mengmeng nodded. Yang Chen continued, "I also made a small profit, not much, just 3.8 million. The driver's foot almost slipped on the gas pedal. He chuckled, thinking Yang Chen was boasting. Making a small profit of 3.8 million, that's quite a boast. In a city like Zhangcheng, what could one do to make a small profit of 3.8 million? The driver master looked disdainful. After being shocked by Yang Chen's claim of making 3.8 million, he immediately didn't believe it. Zhou Mengmeng believed it. Setting aside Zhou Ping's identity, based on her trust in Yang Chen, she wouldn't doubt that he was lying to her. More importantly, she thought that with Yang Chen's abilities, making 3.8 million in an afternoon was normal. Blind trust. Her previous worry wasn't about whether Yang Chen had that much money, but about not knowing exactly how much money Yang Chen had. Yang Chen glanced at the driver master, seeing his disbelief. He didn't bother to continue pretending. Zhou Mengmeng believed it, and that was enough. However, after this incident, the driver had no desire to speak further. With the impressive 3.8 million in the afternoon, anything he said would pale in comparison. Tasteless. Soon, they arrived at the Haofu Club. Zhou Ping and the others were already waiting at the entrance for Yang Chen and Zhou Mengmeng. Yang Chen looked at Zhao Feng, who was standing next to Zhang Dan. Zhang Dan had changed quite a bit from before. She no longer ignored Zhao Feng like she used to, nor did she intentionally flirt with him. Instead, she maintained a proper distance like an ordinary friend. Zhao Feng's expression was somewhat complicated. He couldn't help but sneak glances at Zhang Dan, but when he saw her expression, he would retreat, his eyes filled with uncontrollable disappointment and even a hint of disdain. Obviously, Zhou Ping had talked to Zhao Feng and informed him about some of the information he had learned about Zhang Dan from Sunran. A social butterfly. Zhao Feng already knew that it was impossible for him to have anything real with her, and at the same time, at his age, he was very resistant to Zhang Dan's extensive socializing with fellow students. Although he had not reached the level of being a playboy, playing with emotions was still unethical. "Let's go, Pingu, you lead the way. We three country bumpkins have never been to such a high-end place before," Yang Chen said to Zhou Ping with a smile. Country bumpkins? The four women all looked at Yang Chen in surprise, then chose not to believe it. Being valued by Zhou Ping to the extent of being able to buy a villa worth 6 to 7 million in Hangda City, he must be a second-generation rich kid. Zhou Ping also thought that Yang Chen was self-deprecating. He still firmly believed that Yang Chen was some big shot hidden among the second-generation rich kids in his circle. Zhao Feng and Shosho felt that what Yang Chen said was right, and because of Yang Chen's self-proclaimed country bumpkin, the two of them suddenly felt empowered. Unity is strength. Faced with the extravagant consumption of hundreds of thousands, they were no longer timid, only excited. Although Zhou Ping thought that Yang Chen was self-deprecating, he did not expose him. Taking the lead, he led everyone into the Haowai Club with ease. The Haowai Club is also a membership-based club. Non-members must make reservations in advance to enter. At the front desk, Zhou Ping took out a Haowai VIP Supreme card. The receptionist immediately became exceptionally respectful upon seeing Zhou Ping's card. "Esteemed guest, welcome to the Haowai Club. How may we assist you?" Zhou Ping said, "I heard that you also started doing murder mystery games here?" The receptionist smiled and said, "Yes, we at Haowai have developed 6 live-action scripts, namely the Pure Suspense Murder on a Rainy Night, Republic of China Mystery 1, Period Drama Great Tang Mystery, and Supernatural Horror Old Elm Tree, No. 8 Capital, Visitor from Hell. Among them, Visitor from Hell is a script we just launched today, and the venue will open in 10 minutes. Guests, you are lucky, there is still a venue available for booking for Visitor from Hell." Supernatural horror? Zhou Ping looked at the girls. The girls all showed expressions of eagerness and fear. Some were pretending, some were genuine. Zhao Feng and Shosho were even more excited. In the past, when men took women out to play, they most enjoyed watching horror movies and swimming. Now men have 2 more options: horror script killings and escape rooms. Of course, there were also mishaps. If a woman was not scared into his arms, he would be the first to be scared and run away alone, losing both the wife and the soldiers. Zhou Ping looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen saw through Zhou Mengmeng's thoughts and smiled. "Then let's play this Visitor from Hell." Zhou Ping smiled. "I knew Brother Qian spoils his wife." Zhou Mengmeng blushed again. She lowered her head, fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, and occasionally stole glances at Yang Chen. This little gesture made all the men present feel moved. But the other 3 women had a different reaction. They all saw 2 words on Zhou Mengmeng's head very unanimously: green tea. And it was the kind with very high tea artistry. Sun ran beside Zhang Dan, chuckled softly, "See, give up, you are not her match." Zhang Dan glanced at Yang Chen, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes, then nodded. The receptionist continued, "Guests, the first release script can only be purchased by booking the entire venue, with a cost of 1 million. Visitor from Hell has a total of 12 player roles. Guests can choose the remaining roles, and our club will arrange trained personnel to fill in, ensuring that guests have a great time." Yang Chen took out his bank card, handed it over, and said, "Swipe the card." "Okay, sir." The receptionist took Yang Chen's card with both hands. Soon, the receptionist issued the invoice and tickets, swiped the card, had Yang Chen enter the password, and then returned the card to Yang Chen. "Dear guests, the venue for Hell's arrival is on the 6th floor, please follow me." The welcoming staff, who had been waiting on the side, came over, respectfully bowed, and then guided Yang Chen and the others to take the elevator. Upon reaching the 6th floor, under the guidance of the welcoming staff, they had their tickets checked and arrived outside the Hell's arrival venue. At this moment, the venue's door was still closed, with a display screen on it flashing a countdown. In front of the door, a red cloth was hung horizontally. On both sides of the door were displayed paintings introducing the script of Hell's arrival. Two beautiful female staff members in uniforms stood at the door, one holding a tray with scissors on it, and the other holding a stack of cards tied with black strings. 10 minutes quickly passed. When the countdown on the door reached 0, the female staff member with scissors walked over and invited Zhou Ping, Yang Chen, and others to cut the cloth. The group lined up in front of the Hell's arrival venue door, while the venue staff prepared to take photos. The female staff member handed the scissors to Yang Chen. As Yang Chen was about to cut the red cloth, a lazy and somewhat intoxicated young man's voice interrupted, followed by 3 intoxicated young men walking over with 6 women in their 20s. The young man at the front spoke, took out a card, and imperiously said, "Kid, there's 2 million in this card, take it and give up the venue." The rumored brainless second-generation rich villain? It was actually encountered in real life. Yang Chen felt like he had entered a world with cheat codes, truly marvelous. 2 million in exchange for their tickets. If it weren't for encountering Su Xiaowei before, Yang Chen might have been tempted. After all, he had at most 4 million at that time. Now, he was a millionaire. The value of 2 million that could tempt him was close to 0. However, before Yang Chen could respond, Zhou Ping couldn't hold back and angrily shouted, "Li Gaoming, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few bucks. We've already secured this place, it's ours. Don't talk about 2 million, even if you bring 5 million, if we look at you a bit more, we'll consider it our loss. If you don't want trouble, get lost now." "Ha!" The 3 drunken men finally noticed Zhou Ping. Li Gaoming, the leader, laughed, "So it's Zhou Er, you've really grown some balls after a few days. If it were your brother talking to me like this, I might tolerate it, but you, a bastard without any inheritance rights in the Zhou family, what gives you the courage to talk to me like this? A bastard without inheritance rights." One insult after another. Each word pierced Zhou Ping's heart, instantly breaking his defenses. F***K, who the hell are you talking about? Zhou Ping's eyes turned red in an instant, ready to rush out and fight Li Gaoming, but was stopped by Yang Chen. "Calm down," Yang Chen said to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping angrily said, "It's fine if he insults me, but if he insults my mom, I have to kill him. Xiangu, we're brothers, don't stop me." Yang Chen remained unmoved. "What will you achieve by fighting him? End up in the hospital if you lose, or in jail if you win. Do you think Auntie will be happy?" Zhou Ping calmed down a bit instantly, but the anger still raged within him. Seeing this, Yang Chen added, "Of course, we can't let him off easily either. He came to provoke us, so we have to fight back." Zhou Ping was pleasantly surprised. "Xiangu, what do you have in mind?" At this moment, Li Gaoyang's provocative voice rang out again, "Useless Zhou Er, don't even dare to fight? You are indeed useless as they say." This young master was originally in a good mood, thinking of spending this 2 million to make everyone happy, but now, be sensible and get lost, or I'll show you what real suffering is. Zhou Ping couldn't resist wanting to retort, but Yang Chen shook his head at him. Yang Chen returned to his original position. Sun Ran and the other 3 women were feeling nervous. They knew Li Gaoming. The eldest young master of the Li family, the most famous prodigal son in Jiangcheng, is lawless. The strength of the Li family is second only to the Zhou family. Zhao Feng and Shou quietly asked Zhou Ping, "Ping Ge, who is this person, looks very impressive." Zhou Ping gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "The eldest son of the Li family." Zhou Meng heard Zhou Ping's words and suddenly felt a little scared, but when she looked up and saw Yang Chen's calm expression, she immediately felt relieved. After all, just a few hours ago, Yang Chen had saved her and even directly destroyed a gang organization. The impact caused by those gangsters was much greater than that of any young master. So, she now has almost blind trust in Yang Chen. Yang Chen looked at Li Gaoming. Without anyone else introducing him, the personal belongings of Li Gaoming and others had already revealed all their information to Yang Chen. Li family's eldest young master Li Gaoming. Yang Chen chuckled twice. A young man behind Li Gaoming sneered and shouted, "You know who we are, so get your people out of here and make way for our boss Li." "Am I talking to your master, or should a dog like you keep barking?" Yang Chen retorted directly. When it comes to verbal attacks, no one can compare to Yang Chen. He can pinpoint all your weaknesses. The young man in front of him is just trying to climb the social ladder, even putting aside his pride to flatter Li Gaoming. Calling him a dog is fitting. However, the more such a person is, the less he can tolerate others speaking to him like that. "You're asking for it." The young man became furious, pushed aside two women beside him, rolled up his sleeves, and walked towards Yang Chen and his group. Yang Chen didn't even look at the young man, but smiled at Li Gaoming. Li Gaoming was now sober. He looked at Yang Chen, who was still calm, recalling the scene where Yang Chen stopped Zhou Ping earlier. To make Zhou Er so obedient, could it be that this guy in tattered clothes has an extraordinary background? He thought, and then he saw Zhou Meng next to Yang Chen. For a moment, Li Gaoming felt a beam of light shining into his heart. This woman was too beautiful. He even felt that the two heavily made-up women he was holding were vulgar. He quietly let go of the two women, and his opinion of Yang Chen rose a few notches. "Song Chang, come back." Li Gaoming, who was unsure of the situation, called back his dog. Song Chang glared at Yang Chen resentfully, then returned to Li Gaoming's side and said indignantly, "Li Xiao, I don't mind that kid insulting me, but he disrespected you. I must teach him a lesson." Li Gaoming smiled, "I understand your intentions, but this guy might be a bit unusual, let's use diplomacy first." Song Chang immediately flattered, "Li Xiao, your consideration is thoughtful, I was impulsive." Li Gaoming was pleased with Song Chang's flattery. He nodded and said with a smile, "Wait on the side first, I'll ask this guy who he is." Song Chen walked to the side. Li Gaoming looked at Yang Chen. Instead of directly asking him, he sarcastically said to Zhou Ping, "Zhou Er, you are becoming more and more useless, finding a hillbilly as your backer? Could it be a nouveau riche from another province? Ha, when your old man finds out, I wonder if he will think you are promising? Ha ha ha." Li Gaoming's two companions behind him also laughed. The staff of several Hawaii clubs present were trying hard to hold back their laughter. They were used to seeing high-ranking officials and nobles here. Zhou Ping rarely came here to play, so they didn't know him, but they knew the name Zhou Er. Previously, they were puzzled as to why the second young master of the Zhou family would be so friendly to a poorly dressed hillbilly, even appearing to be in a lower position. Now, it was all clear to them. The second young master of the Zhou family was trying to curry favor with a nouveau riche hillbilly. It was indeed quite amusing to think about. Zhou Ping was not angry. Firstly, Yang Chen was not a hillbilly, so Li Gaoming's attack was directly ignored by him. Secondly, Li Gaoming's mockery was mainly aimed at Yang Chen, the one who used cheats to get ahead, mocking him as a country bumpkin. Zhou Ping even looked forward to the scene where Yang Chen would be embarrassed. Therefore, Zhou Ping, who didn't mind causing trouble, immediately added fuel to the fire. He called out to Yang Chen, "Shen Gu, he's mocking you as a country bumpkin parvenu." Yang Chen was not angry at Zhou Ping's provocation. He understood Zhou Ping's intentions. Zhou Ping wasn't trying to set up Yang Chen or use him as a shield. He had enough confidence in Yang Chen. His elder brother, Zhou Dian, was much stronger than Li Gaoming. Was Yang Chen afraid? Not only was he not afraid, but he also set a trap for Zhou Ping and played him from start to finish. Later, when Zhou Dian tried to recruit Yang Chen pretended to agree, but once he achieved his goal, he turned against Zhou Dian. Every time Zhou Ping recalled this, he felt a mix of satisfaction and occasional disbelief at Yang Chen's behavior. However, as good friends, how could he let Zhou Ping off the hook? He directly scolded Zhou Ping, "Is he blind? Are you blind too?" Zhou Ping immediately retorted, "It's because I'm not blind that I'm telling you he's blind." "So you knew he was blind, I thought you didn't." Yang Chen suddenly realized. Zhou Ping, with a look of resentment, said, "You just understood? I think you've been bewitched by a beauty, that's why your brain has dulled." Zhou Meng whispered to Yang Chen, Senior Zhou Ping is bad, always using vulgar language like me, don't learn from him." Zhou Ping, I'm bad? Yang Chen nodded in agreement, yes, I definitely won't learn from him. The three of them bantered back and forth, completely ignoring Li Gaoming. What made Li Gaoming even more furious was that Zhou Ping and Yang Chen were subtly insulting him with every word they said. "Enough!" Li Gaoming shouted. Yang Chen and the others turned to look at Li Gaoming. Despite some hesitation, Li Gaoming had already made up his mind to teach this upstart country bumpkin a lesson. Conflicts among second-generation rich were normal. Li Gaoming had offended many second-generation rich over the years, but it had never affected his family's business. Children fighting, as long as they were mindful, usually wouldn't affect the relationship between the two families and sometimes could even serve as a bridge. Li Gaoming said to Yang Chen, "Little brother, today I don't want to start a conflict, but this hellish newcomer is challenging me, so I must respond. Give me face, and I'll promise you this, you and your people can play freely at the Haojuet today, and I'll foot the bill. We can consider this a truce, what do you say?" Li Gaoming, who was arrogant and lawless, actually said such words. Many people around him were surprised, especially his two followers behind him. Li Gaoming believed he had given enough face to Yang Chen and Zhou Ping. He looked at Zhou Ping. Yang Chen, as an outsider, might not understand Li Gaoming's character, but Zhou Ping should. He had given them an out. Yang Chen didn't get it. Zhou Ping should have picked up on it. However, to his disappointment, Zhou Ping remained unmoved by Li Gaoming's gesture. "Do you think I'm short of money?" Yang Chen sneered and continued, "In this world, everything revolves around reason. The opening of this hellish newcomer was arranged by me, and the basic rule is first come, first served. So, Li young master, please step aside." He refused. He actually refused the goodwill offered by Li young master. Many people around were surprised and then looked at Li young master with anticipation. Li young master's face instantly darkened. He felt a sharp pain in his face. "So you're refusing the toast and choosing to drink the penalty, hee hee. An outsider like you dares to be so arrogant in Zhengcheng. Don't you know this is our territory?" Li young master sneered twice and continued, "You still want to talk about reason? Hee hee hee, then let me explain it to you." After speaking, Li Dashao took out a VIP membership card with a gold border, identical to the one Zhou Ping had. It was the Supreme VIP membership card of the Grandeur Club. He waved the membership card in front of the surrounding staff and asked, "Who is in charge here?" A male staff member in his late 20s hurried over and said, "Dashao, I am the manager of this building. What can I do for you?" Li Gaoming said, "According to the rules of grandeur, supreme members have priority to use all unused venues of grandeur, right?" "Yes," the manager nodded. Li Gaoming pointed to the Hell's Visitor venue and asked, "Has this venue been used?" The manager shook his head and said, "It has not been used yet, nor has it been inaugurated. It is still in the reservation stage." Li Gaoming provocatively looked at Yang Chen and said, "I want to play in this venue, now, immediately. Get rid of these troublemakers for me." "Alright, Dashao, please rest at the nearby booth. I will have someone bring you a cup of tea, and I will inform you shortly after I handle this situation," the manager said to Li Gaoming. Li Gaoming shook his head and said, "No need, I'll stay here and watch." The manager was not surprised by Li Gaoming's response. He bowed slightly to Li Gaoming, then walked over to Yang Chen and the others, casually taking the ticket list from a female staff member. After looking at the names on the list, the manager approached Yang Chen and apologetically said, "Mr. Yang, and everyone, I'm truly sorry. According to the rules of grandeur, supreme members have priority. As you have not used this Hell's Visitor venue yet, we can only transfer it to Mr. Li Gaoming. Of course, we cannot let you bear this loss for nothing." The manager smiled and continued, "To compensate for your loss, we will immediately refund Mr. Yang's deposit and provide you with a free murder mystery game in another venue of your choice. You are being too unfair. What if we disagree?" Zhou Mengmeng exclaimed angrily. The manager looked at Zhou Mengmeng and patiently said, "Of course, you can continue to stay here as long as you do not affect our normal operations. You are still valued guests to us. If you do disrupt our operations, we will first explain the situation to you. If reasoning does not work, we will have to gently escort you out and then seek compensation for the losses caused to the club, including but not limited to reporting to the police and appealing to the court." Zhou Mengmeng was left speechless by the manager's words. She suddenly felt that this manager was even more terrifying than the thugs of the Black Dragon Gang. Those people were bad, but she could see their badness. This manager, on the other hand, appeared polite and reasonable, yet she felt a sense of terror. Helpless, she instinctively looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen had not spoken yet, but he waved a gold-bordered card in front of the manager. Zhou Ping sneered disdainfully, "You lowly thing with dog eyes, do you see what this is?" The manager saw Zhou Ping's supreme membership card. His expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. He bowed and smiled at Zhou Ping, "Second young master Zhou, as a supreme member, you can certainly use this venue. However, the payment was made by Mr. Yang, so if you want to use your priority, you need to pay. According to the rules of grandeur, supreme members are not allowed to be used by others, you should know that." "Then I'll pay now." Zhou Ping was about to take out his bank card, but the manager shook his head and said, "Based on first come, first served, your priority should be after Mr. Li Gaoming, so this venue still belongs to Mr. Li Gaoming. Is that so? Yang Chen suddenly sneered. Did the manager make sense? Absolutely not. Membership cards are not transferable, of course, there is no problem. But as long as this member is in the team, who pays the bill is none of the restaurant's business, right? However, this matter cannot really be argued with the manager. Doing so will only make oneself lose face. In the end, it may even make oneself lose a lot of face. Especially, for such regulations, the merchants still have the final say in the overlord clause of the merchants. So, since the manager is already unreasonable, Yang Chen is not prepared to reason with him. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, the manager still asked apologetically, Mr. Yang, do you have any other requests? Yang Chen said, I don't ask for much, just go and call your boss, Fong Beisai. The manager was stunned for a moment. Fong Beisai is indeed the boss of Haojue, but he is the behind-the-scenes boss. The front desk boss of Haojue is Mu Chunfeng, an extraordinary woman. In Jiangcheng, only a few people know about the relationship between Haojue and Fong Beisai, and even fewer people know that Fong Beisai is the behind-the-scenes boss of Haojue. Even in Haojue, only a few senior executives know about the relationship between Fong Beisai and Mu Chunfeng. The manager in front of him is one of them. Of course, these inside stories cannot escape Yang Chen's notice. A flash of surprise in the manager's eyes passed, and then he immediately returned to normal. He pretended to look puzzled and asked, I don't know who Mr. Yang is referring to. The boss of our Haojue is surnamed Mu, not Smack. Before the manager could finish his sentence, Yang Chen walked over and slapped the manager to the ground. In an instant, the entire hall, including Zhou Ping and others, was stunned. No one expected that Yang Chen would actually dare to take action in Haojue, especially those who know the details of Haojue, like Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping was a little scared. Making trouble in Haojue is completely different from making trouble in Hongxian. After all, Hongxian is their own place. No matter how much trouble they make, nothing serious will happen, and they also have their limits. Now, this slap from Yang Chen. Xian Gu. Smack, smack, smack. Zhou Ping was about to speak when a series of slaps sounded. Li Gaoming clapped hard, looking at Yang Chen, his face admiring and playful. Awesome, kid, I admire you. Although I don't know who you are, you dare to hit someone in Haojue. Let me give you a thumbs up first, you're awesome. Ha ha. As Li Gaoming's voice fell, footsteps approached. A dozen security guards with electric batons ran over. Each of these dozen security guards exuded a fierce aura. That was a murderous intent. Li Gaoming was afraid that Yang Chen didn't understand, so he explained proactively, Kid, to make you understand clearly, brother kindly tells you that many of the security guards in Haojue used to be mercenaries overseas. Each of them has shed a lot of blood. If you beg for mercy now, you might still survive, but you will probably lose a hand or a foot, but you will still be alive, right? Ha, didn't expect to see such a good show today. The appearance of a dozen security guards made Zhou Ping and others even more frightened. Zhou Mengmeng was also scared, but she was not so scared. When she saw Yang Chen's calm face, she felt safe. Her fear was purely because those security guards looked too intimidating. Clear the scene at Haojue, irrelevant people, leave immediately. The captain of the security team shouted. Many people at the scene immediately left, and no one dared to take out their phones to take pictures. Soon, only Yang Chen and the other 7 people, the manager who had climbed up from the ground, and Li Gaoming sitting on a chair on the side, holding a cup of wine and waiting to watch the show, remained at the scene. The captain of the security team was not happy with Li Gaoming, but Li Gaoming occasionally waved the supreme membership card in his hand, so the captain of the security team couldn't say anything. Are they causing trouble? The captain of the security team asked the manager. The manager nodded, pointed at Yang Chen, and said fiercely, yes, it's them. They don't hesitate to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. The captain of the security team looked at Yang Chen, his brows slightly furrowed. Yang Chen dressed plainly, without the air of a privileged person. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary young student. Did you hit Manager Liu? The head of security asked. Yang Chen nodded, without any hesitation. Does this guy not know how to be afraid? The head of security chuckled in anger, sneering, do you know what consequences there will be if you cause trouble at our Haofu? Yang Chen chuckled, if I really say it, you all. Yang Chen pointed at the security guards one by one, his voice turning cold, all of you should be taken to the 3 Li graves and shot. The 3 Li graves were rumored to be a place where convicted criminals were executed. Then you should know that we have eyes and ears everywhere in Jiangcheng. So no matter who you are, today, you will not be able to leave Haofu intact. The head of security pulled out a dagger and threw it at Yang Chen's feet. I see you're young, so I'll give you a chance. Cut off 2 of your fingers yourself, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, if we do it, you won't just lose 2 fingers, but a whole hand, or even your life." A murderous intent erupted from the head of security. Instantly, almost everyone present couldn't help but shudder. Zhou Ping, with trembling teeth, cried out, "Captain Xian, I'm Zhou Ping. My dad is very close to Sister Mu. Can you give me a chance?" "Young Master Zhou, your dad is your dad, and you are you. Even if your dad came, he wouldn't have this much face. The rules of Haofu are law in Haofu, and no one can defy them." The head of security coldly shouted, "So, don't try my patience, otherwise, even if you are young Master Zhou, I won't let you leave Haofu intact." Thud! Zhou Ping was overwhelmed by the head of security's murderous aura, filled with great fear, his legs involuntarily giving way, and he fell to the ground. "It's over, it's really over this time," Zhou Ping muttered with a trembling voice. Zhou Ping's reaction directly caused panic among the others. Everyone looked at Yang Chen. They were surprised to find that Yang Chen remained calm and composed, without any fear. "Xian Gu, you." Zhou Ping didn't finish his sentence, and Yang Chen smiled at them. "It's okay, don't be afraid." After speaking, Yang Chen bent down to pick up the dagger. He tested the sharpness of the blade with his fingers, finding it very sharp. The head of security was initially surprised and puzzled by Yang Chen's calm demeanor. However, when Yang Chen picked up the dagger and tested the blade, he sneered inwardly, "To save face, he can endure so much." The head of security believed that Yang Chen was just saving face. He didn't believe that a young man of 18 or 19 could turn the situation around in this way. Of course, if Yang Chen really wanted to resist, a dagger, to the head of security, was not worth mentioning. However, to the head of security's disappointment, Yang Chen did not resist, nor did he cut off his own fingers. Instead, he looked up at the surveillance camera hanging in the corner of the room. He smiled, "Fong Beisai, aren't you coming down yet?" Standing in the Haofu clubhouse, everything within his sight would inform Yang Chen of everything happening. During the argument between Zhou Ping and Li Gaoming, during the manager's twisted reasoning, Yang Chen understood everything about Haofu. So, he knew that Fong Beisai was currently watching everything in his and Mu Chuanfeng's room. At the same time, he also knew that Fong Beisai was looking for him. Why he was looking for him, he didn't know yet. It was only when he saw Fong Beisai that he would find out why he was being sought. "Kid, it seems you won't listen unless you're taught a lesson," the head of security angrily shouted. He felt that this kid in front of him was a weirdo, and a weirdo with a problem in his head who didn't know the severity of the situation. So, he was ready to make Yang Chen suffer a bit. He took 2 steps forward and was about to grab Yang Chen's collar. Yang Chen didn't even look, raised his left hand, and the back of his hand hit the security team leader's wrist perfectly. At the moment when his hand back touched the security team leader's wrist, Yang Chen's fingers suddenly trembled, and a cunning force instantly acted on the security team leader's wrist. The security team leader was shocked. He quickly withdrew his wrist, rapidly stepped back, and swung his right arm, spinning 3 times in place before removing the force on his wrist. At this moment, his right hand had no strength left, and his wrist swelled visibly at a rapid speed. That last move almost disabled his wrist. If he hadn't practiced and known how to remove the force, all the bones in his wrist would have been crushed. Internal martial arts? The security team leader looked at Yang Chen in shock and awe. A young man who looked about 18 or 19 years old turned out to be an expert in internal martial arts. This completely shattered his worldview. Martial arts can be categorized as internal or external. Most people only practice external martial arts, which rely on muscular strength. Very few people practice internal martial arts, which rely on the strength of the fascia. In terms of power attributes, internal martial arts are generally stronger than external martial arts. However, the security team leader had immersed himself in external martial arts for over 30 years, and he had also been a mercenary overseas for over 20 years, his skills soaked in the blood of many. Practicing martial arts is one thing. Practicing martial arts and killing people is another. Practicing martial arts, killing people like cutting grass, is yet another matter. Although internal martial arts are powerful, to be able to harm a master like the security team leader, one must have reached a high level of proficiency in internal martial arts. It is well known that few people can practice internal martial arts, and even fewer can master it. If 1 out of 1,000 people can practice internal martial arts, then only 1 out of 10,000 practitioners can reach a high level, requiring years or even decades of dedicated practice. How old is he? How can he have such high proficiency in internal martial arts? The security team leader's heart was in turmoil, and he was also afraid. A master of high-level internal martial arts was simply not his match. Perhaps only Mr. Fong can intervene. No wonder he knows Mr. Fong and specifically asked for him to come out. He must come from a certain lineage or family, and he is here specifically to find Mr. Fong. Suddenly, the security team leader felt that everything had become clear to him. "Sir, I have offended you, please forgive me." Realizing this, the security team leader immediately apologized respectfully. Yang Chen's watch confirmed his speculation. Yang Chen understood the security team leader's thoughts. He found this story quite interesting. Am I a mysterious inheritor of internal martial arts, here to challenge Fong Beisai? Yang Chen felt like he had inadvertently opened the door to a new world. Intentionally looking proud, Yang Chen raised his hand and threw the dagger. The dagger turned into a stream of light and fell at the security guard's feet, embedding itself in the concrete like tofu. The entire blade plunged in. This was a skill in using force. Yang Chen only knew how to use it but didn't know its name. Now he knew it was called internal martial arts, using the force generated by the fascia, known as internal force or internal strength. The security team leader looked down at the dagger, and a cold sweat dripped down his ear involuntarily. He was completely certain. Yang Chen was a master of internal martial arts, a master who could easily kill him with a flick of his hand. "Thank you, senior." The security team leader bowed and exclaimed. The reversal happened too quickly, not even half a minute had passed. The people present only saw the security team leader getting angry, running up to grab Yang Chen's collar. Then, the security team leader, as if seeing a ghost, stepped back several steps, spun in place 3 times, and then began to apologize respectfully to Yang Chen. Everyone looked on in confusion. The only one who remained calm was Zhou Mengmeng. A few hours ago, Yang Chen beat someone in front of him, much more explosive than this. There are large pits on the floor of her house and human-shaped cracks on the wall, and they haven't figured out how to remedy it yet. Bang! Good kung fu! Good kung fu! A hearty middle-aged man's voice came. This voice was full of energy, even shaking some glass objects in the room, causing cracks. Zhou Mengmeng and others were also extremely uncomfortable with this sound. Covering their ears was of no use. Yang Chen frowned slightly. "Testing me?" Yang Chen walked to Zhou Mengmeng's side and held her hand. He raised his tiptoe, a force transmitted from his dantian all the way down to his tiptoe. Thud! Yang Chen's tiptoe touched the floor. A muffled sound appeared on the floor. This vibration spread throughout the hall in an instant. The next moment, everyone no longer felt uncomfortable. The glassware in direct contact with the floor also stabilized. A burly and handsome middle-aged man appeared, embracing a stunningly beautiful woman. The man touched the 2 small mustaches at the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, "I never expected that the person my parents introduced me to would turn out to be an accomplished master of internal martial arts, and so young at that. With such inheritance, you made Zhou Dian lose face, which makes sense. What does this have to do with anything? Who is this man? How dare he embrace Miss Mu like that? And an accomplished master of internal martial arts? Making Zhou Dian lose face? What did Zhou Dian lose face over? Did I drink too much and sleep for several days?" Li Gaoming was confused. He jumped off his chair, ran over with a smile, and respectfully called out to Mu Chunfeng, "Miss Mu." Mu Chunfeng looked at Li Gaoming, smiled, a smile that made one feel as if bathed in a spring breeze. "Nephew Li, you always know how to cause trouble for me." Li Gaoming pointed to Yang Chen and others. Mu Chunfeng glanced at Yang Chen, did not look at Li Gaoming again, but still said, "He is not someone you can afford to provoke, and you are lucky today that Mr. Sai is here. Otherwise, even if it were me, I'm afraid I would have to leave with my tail between my legs. So, before things get out of hand, you better leave." Li Gaoming finally realized the seriousness of the situation. This plain-dressed guy was really someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Without hesitation, Li Gaoming ran away. Yang Chen turned his head to look at Li Gaoming. Fong Beisai's muscles twitched slightly. Yang Chen glanced at Fong Beisai and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't lay a hand on him." Fong Beisai clasped his hands. "Thank you, little brother, for sparing me." Yang Chen replied, "It's not about sparing you, it's just not worth my time." Fong Beisai's brow muscles twitched. Mr. Sai, we are incompetent." The head of security brought the manager over to apologize. Fong Beisai gave the manager a cold look. The manager was so scared that his legs went weak instantly. Mr. Sai, please spare me." The manager knelt down and begged for mercy. Mu Chunfeng chuckled, "Whether you live or die is not up to us. Young man, he broke the rules, do you want his arms, legs, or head?" She said this in her usual gentle manner, but the content felt extremely chilling. Zhou Mengmeng, who had never been too afraid, involuntarily shivered, instinctively hiding behind Yang Chen. Only in Yang Chen's shadow could she feel safe. Yang Chen was also very unhappy with Mu Chunfeng and their callous attitude. Although he was also unhappy with the manager who distorted right and wrong, he never thought of killing him, nor could he. He couldn't bring himself to do something as cruel as breaking someone's legs or arms. Mu Chunfeng handed over the authority to deal with the manager to Yang Chen, seemingly giving him face, but Yang Chen felt she had other intentions. He looked at the accessories on Mu Chunfeng. Who knows her best among you? Yang Chen asked in his mind. One of Mu Chunfeng's earrings responded, I know her best. Is she trying to test my character? Yang Chen asked in his mind. The earring replied, yes. So, do they really think I come from some mysterious sect or family? Yang Chen asked again. Earring, yes. Yang Chen continued, what is their mission? How do they plan to do it? Earring, that depends on Feng Beisai, I can't accurately guess. Yang Chen looked at the items on Feng Beisai's body. Can any of you give me an answer? Yang Chen asked. We can't give you an accurate answer, but we can tell you accurately that Feng Beisai really wants to fight you and test your true level. Want to fight me? Yang Chen looked into Feng Beisai's eyes. The eyes are the windows to a person's soul. From this window, Yang Chen saw nothing. It was a pair of calm eyes. It seems I need more stimulation. Yang Chen thought to himself. All the items on Feng Beisai's body exclaimed, yes, yes. Yang Chen did not answer Mu Chunfeng, but said to Feng Beisai, being bitten by a dog, a lesson is enough, but I also don't like the miserable sound of dogs, especially when my friends are here. Feng Beisai laughed heartily, little brother is indeed extraordinary, Songli, take him down, a bit further. Yes, Mr. Sai, the head of security said respectfully. The manager was terrified, he cried out hoarsely, Mr. Sai, Miss Mu, spare me, I sob. Before the manager could finish speaking, Feng Beisai flicked the air, a burst of energy shot out, hitting the manager's throat directly. In an instant, the manager could no longer make a sound, only whimpering in pain. The head of security quickly carried the manager and disappeared around the corridor corner. Following that, the manager's voice abruptly stopped. Feng Beisai chuckled and said, little brother is right, noisy voices are indeed annoying, now it's better, the world is quiet, and the mood has improved a lot, I wonder if little brother's mood has improved. Yang Chen smiled, so. Feng Beisai looked at Yang Chen's expression. After a moment, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He couldn't figure out the peculiar expression on Yang Chen's face. You all can go down too, Mu Chunfeng said to the other security guards. Yes. The security guards left one after another. After the security guards left, Mu Chunfeng said to Yang Chen, this is not the place to talk, why not come to my guest room, where I have brewed some good tea, we can drink tea and chat. To be honest, my daughter Sai actually has some other things to discuss with you. Yang Chen didn't need to ask about the items on Mu Chunfeng's body, he knew what Mu Chunfeng was referring to. After seeing Feng Beisai, he knew something that made him very unhappy. Zhou Dian entrusted that Sanglong couple to deal with him, that Sanglong couple planned to use diplomacy before resorting to force, they contacted foreign universities for him to study abroad. This matter was handed over to Feng Beisai. Now, Feng Beisai hesitated. He couldn't quite figure out Yang Chen's background. Yang Chen also wanted to understand what decision Feng Beisai was going to make. He was not going to accept any arrangements from the Sanglong couple, nor would he succumb to their threats. But he didn't have much information about the Sanglong couple. The items on Feng Beisai's body could provide very little information because they had never seen the Sanglong couple. So, Yang Chen also wanted to have more contact with Feng Beisai, to understand who the Sanglong couple really were and how powerful they were. Feng Beisai was very powerful. Yang Chen asked if he could defeat Feng Beisai. The clothes on Feng Beisai's body still couldn't provide an accurate answer, because they had never seen Feng Beisai in battle. This was the time when Yang Chen, after getting the cheat, couldn't get the most accurate answer. Alright. Yang Chen agreed, but then said, however, my friends came to play the murder mystery game at your place, and now it has turned out like this. Mu Chunfeng chuckled, Yang Chen's friends are our Halyu's VIP guests. I will give each of them a Supreme VIP membership card, with 500 million consumption vouchers loaded in each card. They can come to Halyu for consumption anytime, and the vouchers never expire. This can be considered as a small compensation for the unpleasant incident just now. I wonder if Yang Chen is satisfied. It was really generous. The 7 of them each received a Supreme VIP membership card with 500 million loaded in it. Although they were consumption vouchers, they could be spent like money, not like some vouchers that require a certain amount of spending to get a discount. Yang Chen looked back at the group. Zhou Ping was indifferent. Zhou Mengmeng had no reaction, she didn't even know what the card was for. Zhao Feng and Shou Shou were a bit excited to hear about the 500 million. Sun Ran, Zhang Dan, and Xuan's eyes lit up. The 3 of them were truly surprised by this unexpected fortune. After the twists and turns before, their attitude towards Yang Chen had completely changed, especially Zhang Dan, who no longer had the intention to flirt as before, only feeling ashamed and embarrassed. Since someone wanted it, Yang Chen did not refuse anymore. Then I will thank Miss Mu on behalf of my friends. Yang Chen bowed to Mu Chunfeng. Yang Chen, you're too polite. Mu Chunfeng chuckled, then said to Zhou Ping and the others, later, my staff will take you to get your membership cards. After that, you can play freely at Hallyu. Tonight, all your expenses are free. As for Yang Chen, Sai and I will borrow him for a while. I hope you can understand. Borrow Yang Chen? Zhou Mengmeng became nervous first. Zhou Ping, Xiao Feng, and Shou Shou also nervously looked at Yang Chen. As for the last three women, they had no real relationship with Yang Chen, so they had no reaction. Yang Chen held Zhou Mengmeng's hand, gently pressed it twice, and whispered, don't be afraid, I'll be fine, and you'll be fine too. Then he said to Zhou Ping, Shou Shou, and Xiao Feng, have fun, I'll be back soon. Are you really okay? Zhou Ping asked. Yang Chen said, I'm fine. Zhou Ping, we'll wait for you to come back. Yang Chen smiled, okay. Zhou Ping then turned to Fang Beisai and Mu Chunfeng, if you do anything to harm my brother, I definitely won't. Fang Beisai didn't even look at Zhou Ping. Mu Chunfeng chuckled, little Ping Ping, when you grow up to your brother's level, then you can say such tough words. Zhou Ping suddenly felt ashamed. Yang Chen looked at Mu Chunfeng and smiled, I believe, Miss Mu will soon see that day. Mu Chunfeng and Fang Beisai looked at Yang Chen in surprise. Mu Chunfeng smiled at Zhou Ping, you have indeed made a good friend. Fang Beisai showed no interest in the relationship between Yang Chen and Zhou Ping. He said to Yang Chen, young little brother, can you come with me at ease? Yang Chen took a step forward, brother Fang, please lead the way. Fang Beisai led Yang Chen out of the hall. Only Mu Chunfeng and Zhou Ping were left in the hall. Soon, a staff member rushed in. He respectfully bowed to Mu Chunfeng, Miss Mu. Mu Chunfeng said, from now on, you will take over Wang Shang's position. The man was first surprised, then overjoyed the next moment. He excitedly bowed and thanked, thank you for promoting me, Miss Mu. I, Zhao Xiling, will definitely not let you down. Mu Chunfeng showed no emotional response to Zhao Xiling's assurance. She had heard too many such assurances and thanks. She had dealt with too many people who made such promises to her. They are VIP guests of Hallyu. You go and get them each a Supreme card, top up 500 million in each card, and then tonight, you take them around Hallyu. Whatever they want to play, you must satisfy them, Mu Chunfeng said. Zhao Xiling looked at Zhou Ping and others in surprise, then called out without hesitation, big sister, rest assured, I will definitely make sure the guests have a good time. That's good. After saying that, Mu Chunfeng left in a huff. Watching the swaying and charming figure of Mu Chunfeng, Zhou Ping gritted his teeth and finally said, big sister, I already have the Supreme card. Mu Chuan didn't even turn her head, just waved her hand and said, then charge him 10 million, second young master Zhou, you may become the future head of the Zhou family, and 10 million is worthy of your status. Upstairs, in the reception room, Fang Beisai and Yang Chen sat on either side of the tea table. Fang Beisai poured a cup of steaming hot tea for Yang Chen. The tea was really good tea. Before even drinking it, the aroma of the tea alone was comforting. Yang Chen took a sip. He immediately felt a warm flow entering his abdomen. In this warm flow, there was even a hint of energy, making his body exceptionally comfortable. Good tea. Yang Chen couldn't help but praise. Fang Beisai also took a sip and smiled, of course it's good tea. It's stolen from my master. Is brother Fang's master the couple of Sanlong? Yang Chen asked. Fang Beisai laughed, you really know, yes, I did study under the couple of Sanlong. I grew up abroad, experienced many hardships since I was young, and even became a mercenary, witnessing countless killings. But in this world, what goes around comes around. I was betrayed, hunted down to a dead end. Then I met my master and mistress. They said my talent was good and asked if I wanted to practice with them. At that time, I didn't know what cultivation was, I only knew how to kill. So I asked him, can you help me kill those people? Guess what happened next? Fang Beisai asked Yang Chen. Yang Chen sipped his tea, smiled and remained silent. He didn't know, he didn't want to guess, and he didn't want to say he didn't know, it wouldn't be cool. Fang Beisai pursed his lips, you're really boring. After complaining, Fang Beisai's gaze once again became profound, as if he had returned to that time. At that time, there were over 100 people chasing me, they surrounded me in an abandoned factory building. I had no way out. My master looked at the people coming from outside the factory, he just smiled and said, didn't expect it to be so simple. After that, he and my mistress disappeared in front of me, I only felt a gust of wind blowing by, and they were gone. I was so scared at that time, I even thought I was hallucinating out of despair. But, a minute later, they both came back. Still as calm as before, like two ordinary old people. My master walked up to me and said, your wish has been fulfilled, now come practice with me, you have good potential, in 2 years it will be wasted. What is potential? I didn't understand. I was conflicted at that time. I hoped that the old man and old lady were real, but instinctively felt that such miraculous people and things were impossible. So I cautiously ran to the warehouse door, and what I saw was an endless sea of corpses. Those people who were chasing me, they didn't even have time to scream in agony, or even to escape, they all died. At that moment, my worldview collapsed. How could there be such powerful people in the world? Then my master and mistress came back to me, asking if I was willing to practice with them. I agreed. Of course I agreed, only a fool wouldn't agree. So I started learning internal martial arts like this. It's been over 20 years now, and I have finally reached the level of a grandmaster, just a step away from the legendary grandmaster. My master said I am an extraordinary genius. My achievements in the future will definitely surpass his and my mistress's. I have always believed this. I am also proud, until today, when I saw you. Yang Chen, a sophomore at Zhengde University, comes from an ordinary working-class family with average academic performance. Yang, as a skilled practitioner of internal martial arts, don't you think the identity you fabricated is too crude? Fong Beisai saw through Yang's expression. He's probing your background, Fong Beisai's clothes told Yang. Yang was not surprised. Even without Fong Beisai's clothes, he had already guessed. He only asked out of habit, completely certain of his guess. Faced with Fong Beisai's question, Yang did not answer, but instead asked, I didn't expect Zhou Dian to think highly of me. Actually inviting the senior experts Luo Tsang and Chang Long to deal with someone as insignificant as me. Fong Beisai was surprised, then his eyes revealed a knowing look. He laughed heartily. Yang, you truly understand. Yang nodded. I've heard a bit. Fong Beisai said, since you don't want to talk about your background, I won't force you. But to cultivate such a genius as you, perhaps only those legendary places my master mentioned, which have not appeared in hundreds of years, could do so. A legendary place? Another new term. Yang glanced at Fong Beisai's belongings. We don't know, all of Fong Beisai's belongings said in unison. For someone with many secrets, Yang's probing was not as effective. Having been defeated several times, Yang even felt an impulse. He wanted to knock out Fong Beisai and extract all the information. Could he win? Even Fong Beisai's belongings didn't know. They had not seen Fong Beisai take action, let alone use his full strength. So Yang avoided the topic once again. He smiled at Fong Beisai. I wonder, how does brother Fong plan to deal with me? Fong Beisai laughed heartily. To be honest, before meeting you, my master and mistress had prepared 2 strategies for you. Simply put, it's diplomacy before force. My mistress told me, you are also a genius, and if personal grudges were to lead to your demise, the world would lose much excitement, which is not good. So the elders asked me to contact a foreign university. I found you, and as long as you agree, you can go abroad for further studies as an exchange student, specializing in appraisal. And if I don't agree? Yang asked. Fong Beisai awkwardly smiled, not answering Yang's question, but said, Zhou Dian doesn't know you at all. He thinks you are just talented in appraisal, and he believes in the background information you presented. Now that I've met you and roughly know your identity, Zhou Dian's commission is naturally void. Not to mention, he can't afford to deal with a master like you. Even if he could, my master and mistress wouldn't lay a hand on you. Why? Yang asked. Fong Beisai said, there are very few skilled practitioners of internal martial arts in this world, and even fewer who frequently engage in the world. If there are no grievances, they rarely fight each other. My master and mistress wouldn't lay a hand on you for some worldly money, let alone the existence behind you that we can't afford to provoke. Yang suddenly found this conversation familiar. Fong too. Yang instantly remembered. After purifying Xiang Yu's corrupt body, Xiang Yu's illusory body and the bead had told Yang many things about Fong too. Now that spiritual energy had depleted, most Fong Tu had secluded themselves and rarely appeared in the world. Are Fong Tu and practitioners of internal martial arts related? If not, would they have any connection? Fong Beisai's belongings couldn't answer Yang. It seems only meeting the couple Luo Long can provide answers, Yang thought to himself. Yang smiled at Fong Beisai. In that case, brother Fong, why did you bring me here? Fong Beisai said, 2 things. Yang asked, please tell me, brother Fong. Fong Beisai raised a finger. The first thing, I hope to have a match with you, where we both give our all. Yang Chen was puzzled. Why? Fong Beisai said, our internal family practice can generally be divided into 5 realms: initial understanding, entering the hall, integration, reaching the peak, and returning to the basics. I have been in the realm of entering the hall for 5 years. I am almost 50 years old, and my vitality has begun to decline. If I cannot quickly reach the realm of integration, I will be stuck in the realm of entering the hall for the rest of my life. So, I need to fight, I need a thrilling battle. But there are very few practitioners of internal family practice in this world. My master and mistress are far superior to me in realm, so I have been searching for practitioners with a realm similar to mine for years. Meeting Yang Lao Di today is like a gift from the heavens for me, Fong Beisai, hoping that Yang Lao Di can fulfill my wish. A thrilling battle. Yang Chen hesitated. He couldn't determine Fong Beisai's true intentions. He also had no way of knowing if he could defeat Fong Beisai. Without full confidence, he didn't want to engage with Fong Beisai. After all, he was truly just an ordinary person, lacking the background that Fong Beisai and others had imagined for him. If he got injured in a fight he couldn't win, he would have nowhere to turn. Seeing Yang Chen hesitate, Fong Beisai immediately said, "Of course, I won't let Yang Lao Di help me for nothing." With that, Fong Beisai stood up. He walked to a cabinet in the corner of the room. Opening the cabinet, inside was a safe. After fingerprint verification and entering a password, the safe opened. Fong Beisai took out a dark brown box from the cabinet. Seeing Fong Beisai's cautious demeanor, Yang Chen immediately asked, "What's inside?" The box replied, "Inside me is a gathering spirit pearl." Gathering spirit pearl? What is it used for? Yang Chen asked again. The box replied, "It can enhance the power of practitioners of internal family practice. The one inside me is said to provide 20 years of power to such practitioners, considered a superior item among gathering spirit pearls. Even Fong Tu would be interested if he saw it. Do you know about practitioners of internal family practice and Fong Tu?" Yang Chen immediately became interested. The box said, "Of course I know, after all, I am the box that stores gathering spirit pearls. What is the relationship between practitioners of internal family practice and Fong Tu?" Yang Chen asked eagerly. The box replied, "I don't know about that. I only know that Fong Tu's status is generally higher than that of practitioners of internal family practice, and he is more mysterious. If we must make a comparison, it's like internal family practice versus external family practice. I know that Yang Laodi's background is mysterious. With such a young age and such cultivation, you must also have extraordinary talents and treasures. But this gathering spirit pearl of mine should allow Yang Laodi to take a closer look," Fong Beisai said with some pride, pushing the box towards Yang Chen. As the box opened, a strange power overflowed, filling the body with strength with just one breath. "This," Yang Chen suppressed his astonishment. The voice of the pearl came, "This is spiritual power, Tu Lao Mao. Clearly you are just an ignorant bumpkin, yet my master treats you as a mysterious figure. What a fool." Yang Chen ignored the pearl's sarcasm. He just asked, "What benefits will I gain from consuming you? You have consumed a Yin pearl before, which mainly recorded some memories of the illusory body, allowing you to learn the Overlord Spear technique. But you are still just an ordinary person. Although there is some power in the Yin pearl for you to absorb, at most it can only help you reach the level of entering the hall. I am different. I can directly enhance your power by 20 years, allowing you to directly reach the realm of integration or even the peak," the gathering spirit pearl said proudly. "In that case, why doesn't Fong Beisai consume you?" Yang Chen asked again. The gathering spirit pearl replied, "If he doesn't break through to the realm of integration, consuming me would be useless, and it might even be harmful to his practice." "How so?" Yang Chen asked. "Soul gathering pearl, you can liken the body of an internal martial arts practitioner to a bottle, with the practitioner's skill or true power being the water inside the bottle. Practitioners at different levels imply that their bottles are of different sizes. Fong Beisai is currently only at the level of entering the door, his bottle is already full, it would be a waste for him to absorb me, and it might even cause a sudden surge in his internal power, damaging his foundation of practice. So he gave me to you in exchange for a battle with you. If he can break through because of it, he will have gained a lot. Exchanging a chicken rib for a level advancement," Yang Chen said. "Soul gathering pearl, although you compare me to a chicken rib, I'm not happy about it, but you're right." Yang Chen nodded. He understood. "Can I defeat him?" Yang Chen asked the most crucial question. As good as the soul gathering pearl is, if it cannot guarantee his safety, he would have to give up. "Soul gathering pearl, I've been in the box for years, I haven't seen him in action either. Ask the box should know." Yang Chen looked at the box. "The box, you can't defeat him, but he also can't seriously injure you. Moreover, you have acquired the Overlord Spear technique, but you can only use it superficially at the moment, and you haven't fully absorbed the power in the Yin Pearl. So I suggest you accept Fong Beisai's proposal. By competing with him, it's not just his opportunity, but also yours. You can use the pressure he gives you to absorb the power of the Yin Pearl faster, and become more familiar with the Overlord Spear technique. So, I'm the one who benefits the most?" Yang Chen thought to himself. The box, in theory, yes. In theory? The box, your current strength is still inferior to his, so you may get injured. If you can digest and absorb the power of the Yin Pearl as quickly as possible, your strength can surpass Fang Beisei's quickly. By then, you might even reach the level of a master who comprehends the essence of internal martial arts. Even if Fang Beisai breaks through, he won't go back on his word. But if you don't bring him the pressure he wants, he may not dare to act against you due to fear of your background, but he is likely to go back on his word. Understood. Yang Chen looked up at Fang Beisai and asked, Brother Fang, what is the second thing you want to say? Fang Beisai became a little anxious. Could it be that Brother Yang doesn't value the soul-gathering pearl? Yang Chen shook his head. The soul-gathering pearl is excellent. It can enhance my power for 20 years, which is extremely helpful for my practice. Fang Beisai admired him greatly. Brother Yang has a good eye. To be honest, this soul-gathering pearl has been a treasure in my master's collection for 50 years. He gave it to me to lay the foundation for my third stage of practice. I am only half a step away from the third stage now, but I can't cross it. If I stop at this stage in my life, the soul-gathering pearl would be useless to me. If Brother Yang brings me the opportunity to enter the third stage, and I give the soul-gathering pearl to Brother Yang, then it's also a gain for me. Yang Chen respectfully clasped his hands. Brother Fang is generous, I agree. Please tell me the second thing now. Fang Beisai was overjoyed. He laughed heartily. The second thing is actually very simple. After our competition, Brother Yang, you must come with me to visit my master and master's wife. Yang Chen looked at the box. The box had been with the Tsanglong couple for many years. They knew the character of the Tsanglong couple very well. Will there be any danger? Yang Chen asked. The box, what Fang Beisai said earlier is true. Among internal martial arts practitioners, unless there is hatred or conflict, they will not easily engage in conflict. Yang Chen was reassured. Okay, then I will visit the senior Tsanglong couple with Brother Fang when the time comes. With Yang Chen's reply, Fang Beisai was extremely happy. He stood up and stuffed the box containing the soul-gathering pearl into Yang Chen's arms. There's no time to lose, Brother Yang, let's go and see how we match up now. Yang Chen said, Brother Fang, please lead the way. Fang Beisai, Brother Yang, please. The two of them left the reception room and arrived at the elevator. Fang Beisai pressed B3. The elevator doors closed. Mu Chunfeng stood not far away, watching the numbers on the elevator display continuously decreasing. She muttered to herself excitedly, Sai, you must succeed. Soon, they arrived at B3. The elevator doors opened, revealing a huge training ground in front of them filled with various training equipment. In the center of the training ground, there was a platform that was about 400 to 500 square meters in size, made of large stone blocks. Mu Chunfeng and Yang Chen approached the platform. Fang Beisai asked Yang Chen if he needed to prepare anything, to which Yang Chen shook his head. Fang Beisai gestured towards the platform and said, Yang, please. They both stepped onto the platform, standing 2 to 3 meters apart, facing each other. Fang Beisai, as the host, asked Yang Chen to make the first move. Yang Chen, knowing he was not yet strong enough to defeat Fang Beisai, decided to take the initiative. He swiftly approached Fang Beisai and launched an attack with his finger as a spear. Fang Beisai easily dodged the attack and then countered with a powerful move called Giant Elephant Stomping the Sky. The force of the attack was overwhelming, and Yang Chen felt he had to evade it. As the attack approached, Yang Chen felt a surge of power within him, unlocking his potential and allowing him to counter the attack with his own mastery of the spear technique. In the end, Yang Chen successfully defended against Fang Beisai's attack and managed to turn the tables with his own powerful moves. Fang Beisai smiled even more happily. Of course it counts, you are also at the half-step Grandmaster level, and I am also at the half-step Grandmaster level. The cultivation technique you practice may be much stronger than mine. You are simply the opportunity given to me by the heavens. After speaking, Fang Beisai casually flicked his hand. The box containing the spirit-gathering pearl flew out, landing on a pillar not far away. Fang Beisai said, as long as you, Brother Yang, can defeat me, or I break through to the half-step Grandmaster level during our battle, this pearl will be yours. The breakthrough just now had exhausted all the power of the Yin Pearl. At this moment, Yang Chen only felt full of strength. Fang Beisai's words also filled him with fighting spirit. Brother Fang, please. Yang Chen and Fang Beisai fought again. At this moment, in Fang Beisai's eyes, Yang Chen's move seemed very simple and plain, but there was no flaw at all. If he couldn't clearly feel that Yang Chen had only reached the level of entering the room, he would even think that he had reached the legendary state of returning to simplicity. In Yang Chen's eyes, Fang Beisai's attacks, although still powerful and sharp, no longer gave him the feeling of being unbeatable as before. The two of them exchanged blows quickly, soon engaging in hundreds of moves. The more they fought, the faster, more excited, and more immersed they became. The marble platform, 1 meter square, was constantly shattering under their impact. The 400 to 500 square meter platform was riddled with holes in less than 2 hours of their fight. Yang Chen fought more smoothly as he continued, and his world in his eyes became smaller and smaller, until only Fang Beisai remained. Behind Fang Beisai, he saw a broader world of martial arts. That was the realm of grandmasters, where one had comprehensively mastered internal martial arts. Those at this level were called grandmasters or martial arts grandmasters. This realm was also known as the Grandmaster realm. Yang Chen saw the Grandmaster realm. Fang Beisai saw it too. They both had a thought in their minds. As long as they defeated the person in front of them, they could reach that realm. They attacked each other frantically. Fang Beisai felt the pressure from Yang Chen increasing. This pressure did not make him afraid but instead more excited. Under this pressure, he quickly discovered some misconceptions and shortcomings in his understanding of martial arts. And indeed, he found that Yang Chen's martial arts attainments were far superior to his own. This allowed him to quickly understand things that he had previously been unable to comprehend. Yang Chen felt that Fang Beisai was weakening, but suddenly he became stronger. When the strengthened Fang Beisai exerted pressure on Yang Chen, it made him more adept at utilizing the power within his body. Yang Chen did not have an enlightenment bottleneck, only a strength bottleneck. Fang Beisai, on the other hand, had plenty of accumulated strength, but he had a significant enlightenment bottleneck. The two of them continued to fight until dawn. When the first rays of morning sunlight shone on Jiangchang, Yang Chen and Fang Beisai, who were fighting on the third floor of the Haojue underground arena, instantly felt a change in the power of heaven and earth. This change allowed them to grasp the larger world of martial arts in an instant. In that moment, both of them reached the Grandmaster realm. But this was only temporary. To seize it, they still had to defeat the person in front of them. This was the persistence that drove them to fight through the night. Ha, Brother Yang, I feel the power of the Grandmaster. Take my final blow. Fang Beisai laughed loudly, and his body suddenly struck a very strange posture. At the same time, a force several times stronger than before erupted from him. The 8th layer of Dragon Elephant Technique, the power of one dragon, dragon soars and elephant dances. The power of one dragon? During the battle, Yang Chen had long known that Fang Beisai practiced the Dragon Elephant Technique. The Dragon Elephant Technique had a total of 13 layers. The first layer had the power of one elephant, and reaching the first layer was equivalent to reaching the first realm of internal martial arts, the threshold of understanding. When the Dragon Elephant Technique was practiced to the second layer, one would possess the power of 2 elephants. On the third level, one will possess the power of 4 elephants. On the fourth level, one will possess the power of 8 elephants, entering the second realm of internal martial arts, entering the room. On the fifth level, the power of 16 elephants. On the sixth level, the power of 32 elephants. On the 7th level, the power of 64 elephants. On the 8th level, the power of 128 elephants combines into one, forming the power of a dragon, which is a comprehensive integration. Compared to the power of elephants, the power of the dragon has undergone a qualitative improvement. It is not simply the sum of 128 elephant powers, its power is much stronger than the sum of 128 elephant powers. Therefore, at this moment, Fang Beisai is many times more powerful than before. However, at this moment, Yang Chen also realizes the essence of power. His entire body's power is comprehensively integrated at this moment. His power is not as strong as Fang Beisai's, but his understanding of power application has directly reached the peak of a grandmaster. Faced with Fang Beisai's attack, Yang Chen shows no fear. He laughs and says, "I'll also strike you with my capture technique." Boom! The two collide, and a huge shockwave explodes around them in an instant. The 400 square meters of marble instantly shatters. The two are sent flying and land on the ground. Puff! Blood spurts from each of them. Then, they burst into laughter, their breath deep and stable. They have reached the Grandmaster level. With one strike, they both achieve the title of Grandmaster. Yang, this spirit-gathering bead is yours. Fang Beisai tosses the bead to Yang Chen. Yang Chen takes the bead and puts it in his pocket, saying, "Thank you, Brother Fang. Just keeping my promise." Fang Beisai laughs heartily, "But congratulations to you for successfully advancing to the Grandmaster level." Yang Chen bows, "I also thank Brother Fang." Fang Beisai smiles, "It's your personal destiny. You are so young and talented, far surpassing me. Let's not say more about this. Today, as I advance to the Grandmaster level, I will go and share the good news with my master and mistress. Also, I will inform them about your situation. A new martial arts Grandmaster has appeared in Zhangchang. In the coming days, Yang, you will be busy." Coming up from the underground third level, they arrive on the first floor. The elevator door opens, revealing Muchenfeng and a new floral Cheongsam standing outside. Seeing Muchenfeng, Fong Beisai walks out with a hearty laugh. Yang Chen follows out of the elevator because he sees Zhou Mengmeng running towards him behind Muchenfeng. Zhou Mengmeng excitedly runs to Yang Chen, grabbing his arm and looking him up and down carefully. "Senior, are you okay?" Zhou Mengmeng asks with concern. Yang Chen smiles, "I'm fine." Seeing that Yang Chen seems truthful, Zhou Mengmeng relaxes. "Where are the others?" Yang Chen asks Zhou Mengmeng. Zhou Mengmeng replies, "They are sleeping in the nearby lounge." "Why aren't you sleeping?" Yang Chen asks. Zhou Mengmeng says, "I can't sleep." "Worried about me?" Yang Chen is touched. Zhou Mengmeng stubbornly shakes her head. "No, I just can't sleep." "Silly girl. Everything about you has already given me the answer." Yang Chen is very moved and gently holds Zhou Mengmeng's hand. "Brother Fong, Sister Mu, it's getting late. We should leave now," Yang Chen says to Fong Beisai and Muchenfeng. Fong Beisai hands a business card to Yang Chen, saying, "This is my card. After I meet my master and mistress, I will contact you. They would probably like to meet you." Yang Chen says, "My phone number." Before Yang Chen can finish, Fong Beisai interrupts, "I have your information in detail. I gave you the card so that when I contact you, you won't mistake me for a nuisance caller." Yang Chen feels a bit embarrassed. He should have asked how to read the card earlier. "Okay, I'll wait for your call, Brother Fong." With that, Yang Chen leaves with Zhou Mengmeng. They go to the nearby lounge and wake up the 6 people sleeping inside. It's already 7 o'clock. They have a simple breakfast outside. "Where are we going next?" Sun Ran asks. Zhou Ping said, "We still have an exam this morning, so we definitely have to go back to school. We stayed out so late last night, you should take Zhang Dan and she want to find a place to rest." Sun Ran nodded, "Alright, I'll find a hotel nearby." After breakfast, Sun Ran took Zhang Dan and she won to the nearby Hilton. "I'll go back to school with you, I love my bed. I'll sleep better on my own bed in the dormitory," Zhou Mengmeng said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded, "Alright." Yang Chen called a ride-hailing car, and Zhou Ping also called one. On the way back, Zhou Mengmeng couldn't help but ask Yang Chen, "Senior, what did that person want from you last night?" Yang Chen didn't hide it. "He wanted to fight me. As a reward, he gave me a bead." Yang Chen took out the spirit-gathering bead to show Zhou Mengmeng. Zhou Mengmeng didn't understand the spirit-gathering bead, but she could tell that it was extraordinary. Even if it was just a pearl, the size of half a fist, it was worth a lot of money. Zhou Mengmeng was surprised. "He gave you such a valuable pearl for a fight, is that person crazy?" Yang Chen put away the bead and smiled. "He made a profit, but I also made a profit. Overall it's a win-win situation." "Win-win?" Zhou Mengmeng didn't understand. Yang Chen said, "I won twice." Yang Chen did indeed win twice. Once, he took advantage of the pressure from Fong Beisai to fully absorb the power of the Yin bead ahead of time, and also broke through to the Grandmaster level. Another time, he got the spirit-gathering bead. With this bead, he could directly increase his power by 20 years, and soon, he might be able to reach the peak Grandmaster level. At that time, he would truly have the ability to protect himself. He really made a big profit from that fight. Back at school, Yang Chen first took Zhou Mengmeng to the dormitory building. Zhou Mengmeng was reluctant to leave Yang Chen, and encouraged him, "Senior, you must do well in the exam, strive to pass." Yang Chen said, "I'll show you a perfect score." Zhou Mengmeng didn't believe it. "You haven't reviewed at all, and you haven't slept all night. If you can get a perfect score, then I'll." "Then what?" Yang Chen asked with a mischievous smile. Zhou Mengmeng blushed. "I'll tell you when you really get a perfect score." After speaking, Zhou Mengmeng ran into the dormitory building without looking back. Yang Chen smiled. Then what? He already knew. There was no time to go back to the dormitory to get a pen. Yang Chen and the other 3 bought 4 pens at the supermarket and went directly to the exam room. The 4 of them arrived at the exam room to the sound of the exam bell, and found their seats under the angry gaze of the invigilator. This exam was on philosophy. Philosophy? All based on memory and reading comprehension? Who understands reading comprehension better than me? 20 minutes later, Yang Chen finished the exam paper confidently, handed it in early, and left. Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, and Shou Shou were already asleep on the table. After leaving the exam room, Yang Chen strolled around the campus. He began to ponder some questions. What kind of world is this really? Fong Beisai said he would be busy for a while. What exactly was he busy with? I feel it's necessary for me to figure these things out. Yang Chen looked around. A 27-story building caught his eye. It was the newly built foundation teaching building named Fong Yi Building. It was said to be donated by a certain alumnus, and the building was named after this outstanding alumnus. Soon, Yang Chen took the elevator to the top floor. Then he came to the entrance of the stairwell leading to the rooftop. The entrance was locked. This didn't stop Yang Chen. He took out a hairpin from his pocket. Straightening the hairpin, he inserted it into the lock. The lock made a slight gasping sound in Yang Chen's ear. Yes, that's it. A little more force. A bit more strength. Move to the left a bit. Yes. 5 seconds later, with a click, the lock opened. Yang Chen pulled out the hairpin, bent it back to its original shape, and put it back in his pocket. This tool can also pick locks? Yang Chen felt like a genius. On the rooftop, Yang Chen looked out and saw a quarter of Jiancheng at a glance. Tell me, where are Mr. and Mrs. San Long? Yang Chen asked. Yang Chen's gaze swept around, but there was nothing that could answer his question. Finally, a bird suddenly flew into his field of vision. Do you know where Mr. and Mrs. San Long live? Yang Chen asked. The bird replied, Mr. and Mrs. San Long naturally live on San Long Street. San Long Street? Yang Chen opened his phone and the map. Search, San Long Street. No corresponding location found. The phone map can't find it? Yang Chen looked up at the sky. The bird had already flown away. Yang Chen could only ask about the things he could see. Where is San Long Street? Yang Chen asked. Buildings, cars, landscape trees. Countless scenes passed before his eyes. Finally, a building answered. Sanglong Street is just 100 meters away from me. Yang Chen was surprised and continued. Why can't the map find it? The building replied, because Sanglong Street was the old name, now it's called Chang'an Street. Chang'an Street? Yang Chen searched the map again and found it. He searched for 59 Chang'an Street. The location was significantly different from where the building was located. Chang'an Street 59 was on Chang'an West Street, while the building was on Chang'an East Street. Do you know Mr. and Mrs. San Long? Yang Chen asked the building. The building replied, are they the old man and old lady who always barbecue in the yard? I know them very well. How powerful are they? Yang Chen asked. The building replied, I don't know, in my eyes, they are just two ordinary old people, except they love barbecue and beer. Oh, I've seen them roast sweet potatoes too. Yang Chen sighed. What's your name? Yang Chen asked. The building replied, Wan Tai Building. All right. Yang Chen immediately called a ride-hailing car and went downstairs. When he reached the school gate, the ride-hailing car was already waiting there. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Wan Tai Building. Wan Tai Building had 28 floors. Which floor can I get a good view of 59, Sanglong Street? Yang Chen asked Wan Tai Building. Wan Tai Building replied, 16th floor, regular customers can enter. There is a very good spot in the northeast corner where you can see 59, Sanglong Street perfectly. Yang Chen entered Wan Tai Building, took the elevator to the 16th floor, and quickly found the spot in the northeast corner. Opening the window, a quaint courtyard with a Jiangnan-style villa appeared before Yang Chen's eyes. There was also a big G parked outside the courtyard. Feng-Bei's car? Yang Chen asked, looking at the big G. The big G replied, not at all. Confirmed, this was the place. Yang Chen looked at the small house and asked, are Mr. and Mrs. San Long inside? The small house replied, yes, they rarely go out now. Yang Chen asked, tell me the detailed information about Mr. and Mrs. San Long. The small house replied, Sanglong, namely Luotsong and Changlong, Luotsong is female, Changlong is male. Luotsong was born in. Wait. Yang Chen interrupted the small house's response. Knowing the names is enough. Yang Chen continued, what realm are Mr. and Mrs. San Long in? The small house replied, both of them have reached the realm of grandmasters, with Changlong's combat power being much stronger than Luotsong's, but Luotsong thinks Changlong is slightly weaker than him. It seems even masters have to please their wives, Yang Chen commented. The small house replied, indeed, Luotsong is a bit petty and jealous. Considering that Changlong was quite a ladies' man when he was young, since being with Luotsong, he hasn't even raised a mother cat. Yang Chen said, so women are the same everywhere. The small house replied, not necessarily, Muxiuchen is very good, and your Zhou Mengmeng is also very good. Yang Chen, I was just talking about the girlfriend of a bald guy. One last question, will the Sanlong couple be harmful to me? Yang Chen asked. Xia Fengzi, no. Yang Chen immediately felt relieved. Alright, your task is completed. Yang Chen closed the window, went downstairs, and left Wan Tai Building. With the safety issue confirmed, Yang Chen proceeded to do some of his own things. First, he needed to deposit the money. The 2 checks given by Su Xiaowei totaled 1,720,000, which he needed to deposit into his own bank account. Soon, Yang Chen arrived at the bank. He took a number and waited in line. Over an hour later, it was finally his turn. When he presented the checks and explained the situation, the bank staff made a phone call and then respectfully escorted Yang Chen to the VIP room, where the bank manager came over to assist him. 59, Sanglong Street. As you said, it is indeed possible for him to come out from the unsearchable land, otherwise, he wouldn't be so young, with such high martial arts attainments, and such high talent. And you might have guessed wrong, he may have only had a rudimentary level of strength at the beginning, it was the pressure you gave him that allowed him to directly break through to the advanced level, and after your night of battle, he also entered the realm of a grandmaster. Chan Long stroked his beard and said to his beloved disciple. Fong Beisei's expression became serious. Mu Chunfeng exclaimed, crossing two major realms in one night, how is that possible? Luo Tsang smiled and said, it is highly possible. The unsearchable land is a legendary place with great magical powers, where the people cultivate the way of heaven. They are not particularly focused on martial arts, but that doesn't mean they don't practice martial arts. Fong Beisai was finally shocked. Master, are you saying he cultivates the way of heaven in the unsearchable land? Chan Long said, only this can explain why he has such accomplishments at such a young age, and such talent. Luo Tsang smiled again and said, of course, there is also another possibility. Mu Chunfeng had the best relationship with Luo Tsang. She sat beside Luo Tsang, holding Luo Tsang's arm and coquettishly said, Grandma, tell us quickly. Luo Tsang indulgently looked at Mu Chunfeng, then smiled and said, not all those who cultivate the way of heaven reside in the unsearchable land, there are also many who live in the mundane world. So, this young Chen may have received the inheritance of a powerful practitioner from the unsearchable land. Chan Long said, regardless of his background, our Jiangcheng has gained another Grandmaster level expert, Mr. Zhou should be very happy when he finds out. Luo Tsang nodded, Shaosai has also reached the Grandmaster level, we can explore that secret realm again. At the mention of the secret realm, Fong Beisai immediately became excited. Shaosai, go find Zhou Maochuan now, inform him of the situation, and ask him when he is ready to go to that secret realm? Chan Long said to Fong Beisai. Fong Beisai stood up, yes, master, I will go now. With the money deposited, Yang Chen obtained a VIP customer status at the bank. Yang Chen left the bank, looking at the cars coming and going on the main road. It's time to buy a car. Suddenly becoming rich in just 3 days, Yang Chen increasingly felt the inconvenience of not having a car. Before, he stayed in the dormitory playing games every day. He didn't even have the chance to earn money for public transportation, let alone a car. Fortunately, he got his driver's license a few months ago. What kind of car to buy? Yang Chen didn't know much about cars, but he had a cheat. As he walked on the road, there were many cars parked on both sides. He saw a red sedan with a logo that looked like a big H. Yang Chen asked, what kind of car are you? The sedan replied, I am a well-known brand Honda from a country where the sun rises. The car of the foot basin chicken. I heard your cars are called fragile coffins, is that true? Yang Chen asked with a smile. The sedan replied angrily, it's all jealousy, blatant commercial attacks. Although it's true that our skin is thin, it's to increase cushioning. In the case of a rigid collision, it's very irresponsible for passenger safety. Yang Chen, say something I can understand. The sedan slumped, there may be some issues with the basic configuration, but there should be no problem with pure imports. Indeed, it's still the fault of the comprador. Would other joint venture cars be better? Yang Chen asked inexplicably. The sedan replied, you should ask the crowd next to you. Yang Chen glanced at the white sedan next to him. The white sedan said, we are not fragile. The red sedan retorted, shameless, you may not be fragile, but you leak oil, burn engine oil, and make graduate students cry while sitting on the engine compartment. The white sedan was furious, that's the Benben, what does it have to do with me? The red sedan sneered, aren't you all German cars, pa, we actually share a character. Trash oil cars, arguing? Times have changed, darling, the future belongs to electric cars. Don't you believe me? Look at how handsome I am. A Meow 3 parked nearby, mocking directly. The white and red sedans immediately stopped and united against the outsider. Trash electric car, range anxiety. Trash electric car, brake failure. Meow 3 said, I accelerate quickly, I handle well, you old relics destined to be eliminated, you are just jealous of me. The white sedan said, I don't spontaneously combust. The red sedan said, my brother, hybrid, the guarantee of oil cars, the guarantee of electric cars, much better than your half-baked self. Meow 3 said, hee hee, if that's true, let's compare sales figures? Another big red sedan parked next to the 3, with a bright Chinese character on its forehead, joined the chat, heard someone wants to compare sales figures? Meow 3 exited the chat. The white and red sedans were about to speak when the Chinese character sedan said, only comparing new energy, oil cars are outdated. Benben and the crowd also exited the chat. Yang Chen looked at the Chinese character sedan. At first glance, this car actually felt like a giant dragon lying on the ground. Who are you? Yang Chen asked. The Chinese character sedan shouted, I am Dahan. Is it good to drive? Yang Chen asked. It can only be described in one word, awesome. That's 2 words. Yang Chen was speechless. Electric car? The Chinese character sedan said, can't you see the huge air intake? I am a hybrid, consuming 5 L per 100 kilometers, the guarantee of oil cars, the enjoyment of electric cars, and the battery is absolutely safe, no combustion, no fire, charging and discharging can reach 5,000 times. Oh, you don't understand what that means. In simple terms, even if you drive me to scrap, the battery won't be wasted. It sounded impressive. And this car looked pretty good. How's the acceleration? Yang Chen asked. The Chinese character sedan replied, if you buy the top model, the acceleration is 2.9 seconds per 100 kilometers. No concept. The Chinese character sedan added, give me a pair of wings, and I can take you flying. Suddenly, Yang Chen was moved. I'll go with you, is it easy to order now? Yang Chen asked. The Chinese character sedan said, there happens to be one left at the 4S store in Xiaolu district. Hurry and call to reserve it, I have the manager's phone number, I'll tell you. Yang Chen called the 4S store manager. The call was answered, Yang Chen explained the situation, and the manager immediately reserved the last Dahan for Yang Chen. Yang Chen hailed a taxi and rushed to the 4S store. Fang Beisai arrived at the Zhou family ancestral home. Mu Chunfeng followed him, accompanied by 2 young and beautiful women, each carrying gifts. When visiting the Zhou family, one cannot come empty-handed. They entered the Zhou family ancestral home, where the butler was already waiting at the door. Mr. Feng, Miss Mu, you have arrived, our master is already waiting for you in the study. The butler greeted Fang Beisai and Mu Chunfeng. Mu Chunfeng took the gifts from the 2 women beside her and handed them to the butler, saying, we came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts. We know Uncle Joe loves tea, so we brought 2 boxes of Wui Mountain De Hong Pao. The butler accepted with a smile, our master will surely love it. He handed the tea leaves to other servants and led the 2 to the ancestral home study. The butler led Fang Beisai and Mu Chunfeng to the study door. Master, Mr. Fang and Miss Mu have arrived, the butler called out at the study door. Creak. The study door opened, revealing a middle-aged man in tang suit behind it. He looked to be in his 50s, but his eyes were sharp and his skin was in good condition, indicating a healthy lifestyle. This man was Zhou Maochuan, the head of the Zhou family, the father of Zhou Dian and Zhou Ping. Greetings, Master Zhou, Mu Chunfeng and Fang Beisai bowed. Mr. Mu, Master Fang, please come in. Zhou Maochuan stepped aside and said, please, have a seat. Mu Chunfeng and Fang Beisai entered the study. Tea was already brewed on the table, emitting a fragrant aroma. Please, have a seat, Zhou Maochuan pointed to the 2 seats next to the tea table. The 3 of them sat down. Zhou Maochuan poured tea for Mu Chunfeng and Fang Beisai until it was 7 parts full, signifying fullness. They each took a few sips. Fang Beisai said to Zhou Maochuan, I have 3 matters to discuss with Master Zhou today. Zhou Maochuan nodded, please proceed. Fang Beisai said, the first matter is that we have 2 grandmasters in Jiangcheng. Oh? Zhou Maochuan looked at Fang Beisai and felt his vitality. He smiled, congratulations, Master Fang. Fang Beisai laughed, thank you, Master Zhou. Zhou Maochuan asked, who is the other one? Fang Beisai smiled at Zhou Maochuan, it's your second son's classmate. Zhou Maochuan was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, that kid is actually a practitioner of internal martial arts. Fang Beisai shook his head, my master and master's wife speculate that he probably comes from a mysterious place like Fangtu or has inherited the Fangtu lineage. This is truly unbelievable. Zhou Maochuan exclaimed. Fang Beisai smiled, that's why your second son can't be considered a wastrel, his luck is quite good. Zhou Maochuan's eyes flickered, and he asked with a smile, what about the second matter? Fang Beisai said, the second matter is related to young Master Zhou. Oh? Zhou Maochuan furrowed his brows slightly. Fang Beisai continued, yesterday, Zhou Dian asked my master and master's wife to help deal with Yang Chen. Of course, he only wanted Yang Chen to disappear from Jiangcheng. Zhou Maochuan suddenly understood, because of Hongshuan's matter? Fang Beisai said, it seems Master Zhou is already aware. Zhou Maochuan smiled, how could I not know what happens in my own house? Zhou Dian was too petty in handling this matter. Thank you, Master Feng, for informing me. I will personally apologize to this Mr. Yang later. Fang Beisai said, he has a good relationship with your second son, so he shouldn't be implicated in the entire Zhou family because of this matter. Zhou Maochuan smiled, then changed the subject, what about the third matter? Fang Beisai said, the third matter is that my master wants me to ask if you are considering the secret realm. Zhou Maochuan smiled, indeed, it should be considered. With 2 grandmasters from your master and master's wife, plus you and Mr. Yang, the risk should be minimal if we go to the secret realm again. Master Fong, report back to Chanlong when you return. Give me a month to prepare, and we will set off in a month. Also, there is one more thing I need to ask of Master Fong. Fong Beisai said, please go ahead, Master Zhou. Zhou Maochuan said, let me handle the matter of persuading Mr. Yang to accompany us to the secret realm. You can relay this to your master. A hint of displeasure flashed in Fong Beisai's eyes, but before he could speak, Zhou Maochuan added, Mr. Yang and Zhou Ping have a close relationship. I plan to invite him to my house tonight as a guest, firstly to apologize to Mr. Yang on behalf of Zhou Dian, and secondly to resolve this matter smoothly. I believe even if Mr. Yang comes from an untraceable place, he should be willing to help. Fong Beisai nodded, that sounds good. Zhou Maochuan smiled, this way, the chances of success are higher. Fong Beisai nodded again, Master Zhou's consideration is thorough. After finishing speaking, Fong Beisai stood up and said, I won't stay long after finishing this matter. Master Zhou, I bid farewell. Zhou Maochuan immediately stood up and saw Fong Beisai and Muchenfeng off. Outside the old mansion gate, Zhou Maochuan, with the butler, watched as Fong Beisai and Muchenfeng drove away. After the car had gone far, Zhou Maochuan looked in the direction the car had left and said, Lao Huang, go and bring madam over, then have the kitchen prepare a table of family feast for the evening, enough for 5 or 6 people. Yes, master. The butler left. Zhou Maochuan returned to the study, sat on the sofa, thought for a moment, took out his phone, and sent a message to Zhou Ping, son, what are you doing? 5 minutes later, Zhou Ping's message came back, just finished the exam. How did it go? Zhou Maochuan asked. Zhou Ping, fell asleep, we'll make up for it after the winter break. Zhou Maochuan, all you know is to play. Before Zhou Maochuan could finish his sentence, Zhou Ping replied, Dad, don't scold me first, there's a reason for this. Yesterday, I won several million from my brother and also recovered over $1 billion in losses for our family. So last night, my roommate and I went to Haofu to play for a while, then forgot about the exam. Besides, it's just Maja, I can catch up during the winter break. Zhou Maochuan deleted half of the message about losing. I already know about the auction house matter, you did well. You have a good roommate who did so much for you, you should treat him well. Send me your and Yang Chen's student numbers, I'll call the school leaders and ask them to be lenient. Whether you pass or fail doesn't matter, Yang Chen has helped our family so much, we can't afford to fail because of your playfulness. Zhou Ping? Dad, have you been drinking? No, didn't you quit drinking? Anyway, you're not acting normal. But it doesn't matter, since it doesn't matter if I pass or fail, you don't need to contact the school leaders. Yang Chen is a god, a study god, he can get full marks by just glancing at the book. Just glance at the book and get full marks? That's right. He is the legendary Fong Tu. Fong Tu, a nearly godlike figure, with the ability to have a vast knowledge and photographic memory, is indeed extraordinary. Ah, missed an opportunity to curry favor. Zhou Maochuan felt a bit regretful. Zhou Maochuan, full marks, impressive, study hard next semester. Zhou Ping? Dad, am I your real son? Zhou Maochuan directly ignored Zhou Ping's question. Son, bring Yang Chen home for dinner tonight. Zhou Ping was instantly excited, forgetting his previous grievances. He asked Yang Chen to take him to Hongshan auction house to show off in front of people, all for this moment. Okay, at the old mansion? Zhou Ping confirmed. Zhou Maochuan, yes, at 6 o'clock in the evening, I'll have Lao Huang pick you up from school. Zhou Ping, I'll first ask Qian Gu about the time, I'll let you know the exact time later. Zhou Maochuan, okay. Zhou Ping sent a message to Yang Chen, Qian Gu, are you in the dorm? Yang Chen, no, I'm at the 4S store. A picture of a gray sedan was sent along with the message. Qian Gu, are you buying a car? Zhou Ping asked. Yang Chen, yes, I've been feeling too busy with work these days, either riding a shared bike or taking a taxi. I think having a car would be more convenient. Zhou Ping, buying a car is normal, but Qian Gu, with your current financial status, buying a Porsche wouldn't be a problem. Why buy a domestic one? Yang Chen, I don't need to show off with a car logo. Zhou Ping, that makes sense, then buying a Volkswagen is good. The Fidian, a favorite of low-key men. Yang Chen, the Fidian leaks oil. Zhou Ping, don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors, domestic cars are all traps. Yang Chen, I test drove it, this car is great, the handling is very smooth, acceleration is very fast, braking 100 kilometers per hour in 2.9 seconds, like flying a plane, although I've never flown a plane. Let's not talk about it for now, I'm in the middle of signing a contract. After I pay, I'll take you for a ride and then you'll know. Zhou Ping, okay. Zhou Ping, Qian Gu, wait, I have something to discuss with you. Yang Chen, go ahead. Zhou Ping, my dad messaged me, asking me to bring you to my house for a meal, probably to thank you for what happened at Hongshan. No, your dad wants to see me because he knows I might be fun too. Yang Chen thought to himself, but did not reveal the truth to Zhou Ping. In the world of Neijia practitioners, he hadn't figured things out yet, let alone the world of Feng too. It's better for ordinary people like Zhou Ping to know as little as possible about such matters. Yang Chen replied, "Great, our goal has been achieved. If everything goes well, your dad should start cultivating you soon." Zhou Ping, whether he cultivates me or not doesn't matter, I just want them to respect me. Let's not talk about this. When are you free this afternoon? My dad will send someone to pick us up. Yang Chen, why send someone? We can just drive there. You can't possibly not know the way back home. Zhou Ping, true, let's do that then. I'll wait for you at school. Oh, there's also a history exam this afternoon, don't forget to come back. Yang Chen, I'll be back before noon. Zhou Ping, then bring lunch for the three of us. Yang Chen, okay. Zhou Ping opened his dad's chat window again. Dad, you don't need to have Lao Huang pick us up, we'll drive there in the afternoon. Did you buy a car? Zhou Maochuan asked. Zhou Ping, I haven't had the chance to buy one yet, Xiange did. He's currently signing a contract at the 4S store. What kind of car does he like? Zhou Maochuan asked. Zhou Ping thought for a moment and replied, Xiange probably doesn't have a specific preference for cars, he bought one mainly because he's been busy these days, always taking taxis or riding shared bikes, which is inconvenient, so he bought a domestic car for commuting. Zhou Maochuan suddenly felt like he had missed another opportunity. Then, around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll have a family feast prepared at home. Your brother and your mom will be there. Zhou Maochuan said. Zhou Ping, my brother too? Zhou Maochuan, of course, the whole family should be together. Zhou Ping, Dad, you don't understand the slang of young people nowadays, so don't use it randomly, it's cringeworthy. Isn't it about being a happy family? Zhou Maochuan asked. Zhou Ping, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Bishing Group headquarters. Su Xiaowei opened his phone and looked at the local news for the day. Front page headline, Illegal H-related organization Black Dragon Gang successfully raided by the police last night. Large amounts of evidence related to illegal lending, collection, and H-related activities were found. Specific details are currently under further investigation by the police. The news just came out now. It seems like there's a lot of dirt on the Black Dragon Gang. Su Xiaowei tapped on his phone, looked out the window, his gaze gradually wandering. A joint effort to crack down on H-related activities. Why make things difficult for each other in the martial world? Su Xiaowei joked for a moment, then smiled. Why bother with all that? I just need to know if he has real skills. I'll find a chance to talk to Zhou Maochuan about this. The Zhou family in Jiangcheng has connections everywhere, but they might not necessarily know the truth about the Black Dragon Gang being wiped out. Su Xiaowei thought he could boast a bit in front of Zhou Maochuan, and suddenly felt excited, and among the old folks in Jiangcheng, he's the most superstitious, but also the richest. It's like a stroke of luck for me, ha. 4S store. After signing the contract, paying the money, getting the car, and putting on the temporary license plate, Yang Chen drove back to school. There was no way there would be parking spaces inside the school. The school providing some parking spaces for electric bicycles was already quite considerate. Cars were simply out of the question. But this didn't pose a problem for Yang Chen. The villa he bought in Evergrande City came with 2 underground parking spaces. Parked the car in one of the parking spaces, Yang Chen returned to school, and then bought 3 meals for Zhou Ping, Xiao Feng, and Shou Shou in the school cafeteria. He didn't buy one for himself. In the afternoon, he was going to eat the Gathering Spirit pill. According to the Gathering Spirit pill, it is better absorbed on an empty stomach. He brought the food back to the dormitory. Zhou Ping, Xiao Feng, and Shou Shou were all lying on the bed playing King of Glory. The 3 hungry men smelled the fragrance of the food in Yang Chen's hands and instantly felt like they had seen their own family. Brothers, sorry for the wait, the food is here. Zhou Ping was the first to put down his phone and jump off the bed. When he got the food, he felt like he was missing something in his hand, so he picked up his phone again, watching Douyin while eating. Xiao Feng and Shou Shou did the same. Yang Chen looked at the 3 of them eating while watching girls dance, silently feeling sorry for their teammates for 3 seconds. Xiange, Ping said you bought a car? Xiao Feng asked. Yang Chen said, yes, I bought a Han. Xiao Feng immediately got excited. Han is great, the strongest new energy car on the internet, the pride of domestic products. Zhou Ping scoffed, only those who don't buy cars are easily influenced. Shou Shou put down his chopsticks. Pingu, you should read more news, the B brand is rising, with sales of over 100,000 a month, much better than that Tesla in the US. The only drawback is that it has not yet gone international, still focusing on the domestic market. Zhou Ping said, I still don't believe that domestic products are that good now. Xiao Feng was unhappy, he said, Pingu, you are biased. Zhou Ping chuckled, I'm not biased, I'd been through it. Yang Chen didn't care about cars, couldn't afford them before, and now he didn't have time to make up for it. But he heard enough stories from those cars at the 4S store. He smiled. In fact, domestic cars are following the path of domestic phones to a certain extent. In the era of Nokia, domestic phones could only be those feature phones given with top-ups. Later, it was finally possible to do something special on their own, but still ended up with a running light imitation phone, suitable for square dancing, but unfortunately couldn't make it to the mainstream. Until the emergence of smartphones later, the mobile phone industry changed its track, so domestic phones rose with the strong hardware ecosystem in China. Domestic cars, oil cars also have no chance. The Ben car is strictly speaking impossible, unless they stop. To surpass, the best way is to change tracks, and new energy cars are changing tracks. The B car field has been deeply cultivating new energy for over a decade, and now it's time to harvest. Without any surprises, in 5 to 10 years, the pattern in the automotive industry will be similar to that in the mobile phone industry. I didn't expect Xian Gu to be so knowledgeable about cars. Zhou Ping and the others praised Yang Chen. Yang Chen said, it's necessary, hurry up and eat. After eating, I'll take you for a ride. Half an hour later, Yang Chen drove out of the underground parking lot with Zhou Ping and the others. They drove all the way to the outer ring road. The road on the outer ring was newly built, undeveloped, surrounded by farmland, and sporadically you could see a few construction sites of newly built residential areas. The newly built road was wide, flat, and had few cars. Yang Chen smiled, hold on, I'm going to accelerate now. After speaking, Yang Chen stepped on the gas pedal. Wow! X3. A few minutes later, the car stopped. The door opened, and the three of them rushed out of the car, squatting on the side of the road to vomit. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the four of them returned to school. 20 minutes later, Yang Chen handed in his paper, came out of the examination room, and found a shared bike straight to the pharmacy. Hello, I want to buy these medicines. Yang Chen took out a pre-written prescription. There were all kinds of herbs on it. Surprisingly, there were 99 kinds of Chinese herbal medicines. Most of them were big tonics like ginseng and deer antler. The pharmacist glanced at the prescription and asked in shock, who is this for? Yang Chen said, it's for me. The pharmacist immediately advised earnestly, young people shouldn't take medicine randomly. If your body isn't doing well, you can go for a specialized checkup. Yang Chen. The medicine was prepared. In the sympathetic gaze of the pharmacy staff, Yang Chen left in a hurry. As a young and strong man, being looked at by a woman in her 30s in such a way made him feel embarrassed. Yang Chen awkwardly scratched out several 3-bedroom apartments on the floor. After leaving the pharmacy, Yang Chen drove back to Hangda City. Usually, a clay pot is used for decocting herbs, but in modern society, there are plenty of convenient tools available. For example, a pressure cooker. The pressure cooker told Yang Chen, bro, use me, I can help you fully decoct the medicinal ingredients with my high temperature and pressure, and in a shorter time. Yang Chen didn't believe it and asked the spirit gathering bead. The spirit gathering bead said it had been in this little box since it was born and had never seen anything like this. When asked the little box, it said, I'm not the spirit gathering bead, I don't know if this method is more effective. So, Yang Chen decided to give it a try. Back at home, he went to the kitchen, found a large basin, poured in some water, and rinsed the herbs twice. It is essential to rinse the herbs with cold water to reduce the loss of medicinal properties effectively and clean off any dust and debris. After cleaning, Yang Chen put all the herbs into the pressure cooker. Then he took out the spirit gathering bead and cleaned it with water. Who knows how many people have touched this bead? Yang Chen is not a germaphobe. He also put the clean spirit gathering bead into the inner pot and added water. The water should not be tap water but purified water. Purified water, also known as rootless water, was hard to come by in ancient times. In some legends, this water can be used to exorcise ghosts. Willow branches and peach twigs dipped in guanyin water can be used to drive away evil spirits. Guanyin water is actually dew, which is also purified water, though not entirely pure. Add water just enough to cover the herbs. Cover the lid and start the soup mode. Go play a couple of games. 2 hours later, Yang Chen angrily threw his phone. A bunch of idiot teammates, are they on vacation from elementary school? In 2 hours, he played 6 games and lost every one of them. It's outrageous. Just as Yang Chen was furious, the pressure cooker made a dripping sound. It's done. Yang Chen put on his slippers and jumped off the sofa. In the kitchen, Yang Chen didn't release the pressure from the pressure cooker immediately. Instead, he asked, is it at the optimal state of decoction? The pressure cooker replied, let it sit for 5 minutes, then you can release the pressure. Yang Chen nodded at his phone. The phone said, here I am, master, what are your orders? This was the actual voice of the phone's voice assistant that all major manufacturers come with. Yang Chen said, "Remind me in 5 minutes." The phone replied, "I have set an alarm for you in 5 minutes." Yang Chen leaned against the doorframe and started watching TikTok videos of girls dancing. Time flowed like water, and watching the girls made time pass even faster. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The alarm went off. Yang Chen turned off the phone, released the pressure from the pressure cooker, and instantly a strong medicinal fragrance filled the entire kitchen. When the pressure in the pressure cooker was released, Yang Chen opened the lid, and the whole room was filled with a rich medicinal aroma. This medicinal fragrance, when smelled, made one feel refreshed and energized. Yang Chen looked inside the pressure cooker. The herbs had boiled into a soft mess. The spirit-gathering bead was nowhere to be seen. The medicinal juice was a milky white viscous fluid. Yang Chen took out the inner pot, found a funnel and a large bowl, placed the funnel on the bowl, and poured the herbs and medicinal juice from the inner pot. Soon, a bowl full of milky white medicinal juice appeared. The strong fragrance filled the air, and a whiff of it made one's mouth water. Yang Chen blew on it, opened his mouth, and sucked in, feeling a strong force pulling in his mouth. The medicinal juice in the bowl turned into a stream as thick as a thumb, swirling upwards, and was sucked into Yang Chen's mouth. As the medicinal juice spiraled upwards, it also dissipated the heat. As the medicinal juice entered his stomach, Yang Chen immediately felt the thick heat of the medicinal juice. The hot stream was quickly absorbed by Yang Chen's internal organs, then circulated through his limbs and bones. After finishing the soup, Yang Chen swiftly moved to the living room, lifting the spear, capturing the spear, blocking the spear, taking the spear. In the living room, Yang Chen continuously practiced the hegemon spear technique. The 8 forms of the hegemon spear technique in his hands were sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes fierce and sometimes gentle, sometimes straightforward and sometimes cunning. Initially, he practiced the 8 forms in sequence, but soon he began to improvise, executing each move as it came to mind. The transitions between moves were initially a bit rough, but with continuous practice, they quickly smoothed out. This was true mastery. Each of the 8 forms of the hegemon spear technique could be executed effortlessly, without any obstacles, but he had not reached the peak yet. Yang Chen continued to practice relentlessly. Soon, there were changes in the techniques he was using. The hegemon spear technique consisted of lifting, capturing, blocking, taking, entwining, flipping, circling, and looping. He began to gradually merge 2 of these forms. By combining the 8 forms in pairs, a total of 28 new forms could be created. Yang Chen was not lacking in insight, as he directly received insights from the Yin Pearl. What he lacked was strength, both in quantity and application. After consuming the spirit-gathering pearl, he now possessed the strength required for this stage, but he still needed to refine his skills in applying that strength. Soon, the fusion of lifting and capturing was successful. The fusion of lifting and blocking was successful. The fusion of lifting and looping was successful. The fusion of circling and looping was successful. After a full hour, Yang Chen finally mastered the 28 combined forms. He was now just half a step away from reaching the pinnacle, but that half step was like a chasm. The power within him had stabilized, indicating that the power provided by the spirit-gathering pearl had been depleted. One spirit-gathering pearl, equivalent to 20 years of cultivation, had mostly been consumed in mastering the combined forms. Now that he had successfully merged the 8 forms in pairs, his next challenge was to combine them in groups of 3. Combining the 8 forms in groups of 3 could create a total of 56 forms. The difficulty of combining 3 forms together was much higher than combining 2, and the quantity doubled. It might require not just 2 or 3, but possibly even 10 spirit-gathering pearls. One spirit-gathering pearl equaled 20 years of cultivation, but that didn't mean Yang Chen needed to cultivate for 20 years for each pearl. People's talents varied, and their cultivation speeds differed greatly. The concept of 20 years of cultivation was a quantification based on the average level of internal cultivators. Some individuals had exceptional talents and could achieve in one day what ordinary cultivators achieved in 100 or 1,000 days. After mastering the 3-form combinations, there would be 4-form combinations, with even greater difficulty and a total of 70 forms. Following that would be the 5-form combinations, reducing the number of forms to 56. Then the 6-form combinations, with 28 forms. Next, the 7-form combinations, with 8 forms. Finally, the 8-form combination, with only 1 form, but its difficulty would surpass all previous combinations, and its power would naturally be greater. The path to becoming a grandmaster was long and arduous. Of course, the difficulty of ascending to the peak of grandmaster status was closely related to the profoundness of Yang Chen's cultivation in the hegemon spear technique. Since Yang Chen had directly inherited the hegemon's legacy, he did not need to seek enlightenment. Without the extraordinary talent of the hegemon, ordinary individuals would never be able to reach the level of Grandmaster. Yang Chen was not exceptionally talented, he simply had a strong external support. Therefore, he could not progress at an extraordinary speed. I must find more spirit-gathering pearls, Yang Chen told himself. Glancing at his phone, he saw that it was almost 5 o'clock. Checking his notifications, he found dozens of messages and over a dozen missed calls, all from Zhou Ping. Yang Chen opened the message window. Xiangu, we've finished the exam, where are you? Xiangu, we're going to Hangda City to find you. Xiangu, why aren't you answering the phone? Xiangu, we're outside the door, knocking but no one's answering, are you not home? Xiangu, are you asleep? Xiangu, we're outside playing King of Glory, if you see this message, please reply quickly. Yang Chen hurried to open the door. He was too engrossed in his practice. He didn't hear the phone or the knocking. Opening the door, the 3 people sitting in the hallway all turned around, their eyes full of resentment. Xiangu, you're at home? The 3 of them said in unison. Yang Chen smiled apologetically, sorry, I got too caught up in something just now, didn't check my phone or hear the knocking, come in quickly. The 3 of them said in unison, we'll wait until we finish this round. What's that smell? It smells so good. The strong medicinal scent in the room wafted over to them. It had been over an hour, but the scent still lingered. The 3 of them forgot about playing games, all stood up and rushed into the room, looking around. Zhou Ping, Xiangu, what are you making? Why does it smell so good? Xiao Feng, Xiangu, you didn't hear us knocking, are you eating alone in there? Shou, could it be that you've already finished eating? Yang Chen thought to himself, indeed, I was eating alone. However, he quickly remembered the leftover medicinal dregs in the ladle. To him, those dregs were just waste, but to Zhou Ping and the others, they were powerful tonics. Yang Chen said to the 3 of them, I've finished eating alone, but there's some left, perfect for you guys. Wait for me in the living room, I'll prepare it for you. Yang Chen pointed to the sofa in the living room. What are you up to? Why so secretive, is it some kind of aphrodisiac? Zhou Ping smirked, but still followed Yang Chen to the sofa. Zhao Feng and Shou also followed Zhou Ping. Yang Chen went to the kitchen. The 3 on the sofa took out their phones and checked. They had lost the game. Their teammates were cursing wildly in the chat window. Without any embarrassment, the 3 of them quit the game. In the kitchen, Yang Chen looked at the medicinal dregs and asked, did you guys outside see that? How can I prepare this for them to consume? This was the 3rd time Yang Chen had asked the entities about consumption. The entities said, the effects of the medicine on us are already minimal, even less than the residual medicinal juice on our bodies, but for ordinary people, this is a rich supplement. All 3 of them are strong and healthy 18-year-olds, with good resistance to tonics. If you crush us into a paste, then dilute it with water and give them each a bowl to drink, I guarantee they'll be able to perform 7 times a night before they turn 30. Yang Chen, I didn't ask about the last part. The entities said, we are the reflection of your deepest desires. Yang Chen stubbornly raised his head, I will never admit that my mind is full of HS. He found a blender, poured the medicinal dregs into it, and added some water. After a loud noise, the dregs turned into a paste. He then poured hot water into the blender, dissolved the paste, and poured it into 3 large bowls. 3 bowls of potent medicinal paste were made. Yang Chen held one in each hand and another in his wrists as he walked out of the kitchen. Come and take it. Yang Chen called out to the 3 people. They hurried over, each taking a bowl. Zhou Ping looked at the slightly milky soup and sniffed it hard. Xiangu, what is this? It smells really good. Gurgle gurgle. A few gurgling sounds. The 3 turned to look. Zhao Feng had already finished a bowl of medicinal dregs. Burp. Zhao Feng burped and said, it's quite tasty, although I didn't really taste much. Xiangu, is there more? Yang Chen, no more. Zhao Feng looked a bit disappointed. Yang Chen then said to Zhou Ping and Shou, drink it while it's hot, hurry up. This is a great tonic made from dozens of precious Chinese herbs. After drinking this bowl, I can guarantee that you can be vigorous every night before you turn 30. Gurgle gurgle. Zhou Ping and Shou drank without hesitation. 5 minutes later, Zhao Feng and Shou felt exhausted, and Yang Chen arranged a bedroom for each of them to rest. Then, he and Zhou Ping left the villa, went to the underground garage to get the car, and headed to Zhou's old house. On the way, Zhou Ping kept looking at himself in the rearview mirror, posing left and right. Xiangu, don't you think I suddenly look much thinner and more handsome, especially these eyes, so spirited? Yang Chen glanced at Zhou Ping and said, indeed, you look thinner, like a young man, not greasy at all. Zhou Ping chuckled proudly, how did you make that medicine? It's so effective. Yang Chen said, some things are better kept secret. Speaking of the gathering spirit pearl, it's pointless to talk about it. Zhou Ping pouted unhappily, then suddenly smiled and said, can we really be so strong every night before 30? Yang Chen, you can try it tonight. I must try it. I feel like I have an abundance of energy right now, with endless strength in my body. Zhou Ping straightened his waist forcefully, then smirked, by the way, after drinking your medicine, not only did I become stronger, but also thinner and more handsome. Shou Shou and Zhao Feng are sleeping like they've been hit by frost. Is it because I'm stronger than them, so I absorbed it well, while they are weak and unable to absorb it, feeling overwhelmed? Yang Chen, Zhao Feng and Shou Shou are still virgins, so they absorb better. Because they absorb too well, they need to sleep to free up most of their energy to digest this power. When they wake up, you will find that they are stronger and more handsome than you. As for you, because you are too weak, most of the energy of the medicine goes to fill your deficiency, and the rest, your body can digest without needing to allocate extra energy. Zhou Ping suddenly felt like a frostbitten eggplant, so, in the future, will I be inferior to them? Yang Chen glanced at Zhou Ping and immediately knew what he was referring to. He smiled and said, it depends on talent, the Zhou family has strong talent. Zhou Ping's drooping ears suddenly perked up, his face full of pride, my dad didn't let me down. Next, on the way back to their old house, Zhou Ping was excited all the way. When they arrived home, the steward Lao Huan was already waiting at the gate. Second young master, you've become even more handsome during your time at school, Lao Huan said somewhat surprised to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping chuckled proudly, of course, what about my mom and them? Steward Lao Wang said, they are waiting inside for you. Zhou Ping said to Yang Chen, Shengu, have the car parked in the garage. Also, there are gifts you bought for my parents in the trunk, go get them. Yes, second young master, Lao Huang agreed, and had a household security guard drive the car away while he went to the trunk to get the gifts. The three entered the house. Yang Chen saw a middle-aged man and woman coming out of an old house. The man was much older, over 50, while the woman was relatively younger, under 40, but due to good maintenance, she looked like she was in her 30s. Without asking who they were, Yang Chen could guess that these two were Zhou Ping's parents. Mom, Dad, look at me, what changes do you see? Zhou Ping rushed out and showed off in front of his parents. Zhou Ping's mother looked at her son up and down, suddenly feeling sorry. Ping Ping, are you not eating well at school? You've lost weight. Zhou Ping, Mom, you must have vision problems. Zhou Machuan glanced at Zhou Ping, a hint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Then, he looked at Yang Chen, gratitude evident in his eyes. My master guessed that it was you who helped his son, so he is very grateful, Zhou Machuan's watch informed Yang Chen. Men are generally nostalgic, wearing a watch worth millions for over a decade, using a pen worth tens of thousands for a lifetime, and an 18-year-old woman can like a basketball player for a lifetime. Women are different, not wanting to wear out-of-season clothes no matter how much they cost, no longer liking expensive cosmetics if their idols change, liking a teenage basketball player at 18, a well-built company executive earning $80,000 a month at 28, and not liking people at 38, going straight to liking dogs, with a little wolf dog on the left hand and a little milk dog on the right hand. Finally, at the age of 48, she likes grandpas with low pensions. Going off track. The watch Zhou Maochuan wore was a Patek Philippe. What exactly is Patek Philippe? Yang Chen did not understand, nor did he bother to find out. The watch introduced itself as a Patek Philippe, and it was a limited edition, with only 8 siblings worldwide. It had been with Zhou Maochuan for over 30 years. The Zhou family was indeed wealthy. After hearing the words of Zhou Maochuan's watch, Yang Chen immediately understood one thing: Zhou Maochuan did know his identity, and even knew some abilities of the internal family practitioners, and even knew about Fong too. Yang Chen stepped forward, bowing to Zhou Maochuan and Zhou Ping's mother. Hello uncle, hello auntie, I am Yang Chen, Zhou Ping's roommate. Little Yang, no need for so much courtesy, Zhou Maochuan said with a smile to Yang Chen. Zhou Ping said to his mother, Mom, Xiangu also bought gifts for you, you will definitely like them. Zhou Ping signaled to Lao Huang, who immediately walked over. Zhou Maochuan said, it's cold outside, let's talk inside. They went into the living room of the old house. Zhou Maochuan asked Yang Chen to sit wherever he liked. After sitting down, the housekeeper brought over freshly brewed tea. Zhou Ping placed the purchased gifts on the table, then opened the first box. Inside was a jade bracelet. The moment Zhou Ping's mother saw this bracelet, she fell in love with it. The bracelet, whether it was the luster, style, or the texture on it, struck a chord with Zhou Ping's mother's heart. She felt like the bracelet was specially tailored for her. Zhou Ping's mother picked up the bracelet with a hint of infatuation. Zhou Ping said, Shengu was right. Zhou Maochuan asked, what did little Yang say? Zhou Ping said, Shengu asked me what you both like. I said my mom likes jade jewelry, and then Shengu took me to a jade store, picked this bracelet, and said, my mom will definitely love it when she sees it. After finishing, Zhou Ping pointed to his mother who was holding the bracelet lovingly. Zhou Maochuan was surprised and asked, "So, is the gift in this box chosen by little Yang for me?" Zhou Ping nodded, pushed the box in front of his father, and said with a smile, "You should take a look yourself, but let me make it clear first, you can't get angry. This is all Qian Ge's heartfelt gesture towards you, and it's quite expensive, even more expensive than this bracelet, costing Qian Gu over $1 million. Over $1 million? And I can't get angry?" Zhou Maochuan was even more curious. He opened the box, and a cute Maitreya Buddha jade pendant appeared. The moment Zhou Maochuan saw this jade pendant, he felt a wave of Buddhist chants in his ears. With his broad knowledge, Zhou Maochuan immediately knew that this was no ordinary item, but a protective amulet that had been blessed by a powerful monk with great magical powers. Furthermore, it might even become a magical tool. Wearing such an amulet not only protected the wearer from harm and evil, but also ensured smooth sailing in all matters. Spending 100,000 on such a treasure was truly a huge gain, not to mention $1 million. If Zhou Baishan saw it elsewhere, he would not hesitate to pay $1 billion for it. "This is too precious," Zhou Maochuan said to Yang Chen. Zhou Ping laughed and said to Zhou Maochuan, "Dad, don't underestimate Qian Gu. Qian Gu is very capable now, with excellent appraisal skills. With just one move, he can easily make millions in minutes. If you think this 1 million jade pendant is expensive, then in the future, you should introduce more business to Qian Gu." Zhou Maochuan looked at his son speechlessly. "Is this a matter of 1 million? This is a matter of billions." Yang Chen said to Zhou Maochuan, "Ping Gu and I passed by Tianxiao and happened to see a big monk selling protective talismans. I saw this one among them, couldn't bear to see it being neglected, so I bought it. It also happens that I need to buy a gift for uncle, so from this perspective, it's also destined between it and you, uncle." With Yang Chen's words, Zhou Maochuan suddenly understood. "In that case, I will accept it." Zhou Maochuan laughed and continued, "Xiao Yang, it's my son's fortune to know you, and it's fate between my Zhou family and you. I already know what Ping Ping did at Hongxian, and what Zhou Dian did, I also know. When Zhou Dian comes later, I will let him apologize to you in person. Whether you want to hit or punish him, it's up to you, as long as you can vent your anger." Zhou Ping was confused. "Dad, what do you mean? Why does Big Brother need to apologize to Qian Gu? Why are you making it sound so serious?" "Because I asked that person from Sanglong Street to take action." Zhou Dian's voice came from outside the door. "Brother?" Zhou Ping turned his head in confusion. Zhou Dian walked in from outside the door. Judging by his appearance, he should have arrived early. Zhou Maochuan and Zhou Ping's mother showed no change in expression. Yang Chen also didn't. When he saw Zhou Maochuan, he had already asked many questions. The most important one was what Zhou Maochuan wanted to do. Zhou Maochuan had Zhou Ping bring Yang Chen back, not to thank Yang Chen for saving the losses at Hongxian Auction House through Zhou Ping, nor out of concern for the younger generation, but for two purposes. 1. To save Zhou Dian. Zhou Dian went to Sanglong to deal with Yang Chen. Although he did not explicitly say he wanted to kill Yang Chen, if Yang Chen did not cooperate, this would be the only way. Of course, this was based on the assumption that Yang Chen was just an ordinary person. Fang Beisai discovered that Yang Chen was a practitioner of internal martial arts and immediately informed his master and mistress. Sanglong would not kill a grandmaster-level internal martial artist for Zhou Dian, not to mention that Yang Chen's mysterious background likely came from an even more powerful and mysterious place, possibly the mysterious Fangtu. Even if Sanglong wanted to kill, Zhou Dian could not afford the price. Sanglong wouldn't kill, but the grudge had already been formed. Offending a grandmaster-level internal martial artist. Zhou Dian's life was basically hanging by a thread, waiting to be taken away, depending on Yang Chen's mood. Zhou Maochuan had to save Zhou Dian, after all, he was his own son. 2. To make friends with Yang Chen, and if possible, to bring Yang Chen into his own camp. This involved exploring a secret realm. Exploring the secret realm required a large amount of equipment and supplies, but the main force to enter the secret realm had to be internal martial artists. Zhou Maochuan had cooperated with Sanglong couple for many years and gained countless benefits, but all he had been doing, or could do, was to prepare supplies and equipment for Sanglong. The treasures obtained in the secret realm were only waiting to be distributed. If he could rely on Zhou Ping's relationship to bring Yang Chen into their camp, then in this exploration of the secret realm, he and Sanglong would have a greater say in the distribution of treasures, and could get more benefits. This was a habit Yang Chen had developed recently. When encountering something, he would habitually ask about the relevant objects, clarify the ins and outs of the matter, and make sure he had a clear understanding. Even when buying gifts for Zhou Ping's mother and Zhou Maochuan, he asked about an item on Zhou Ping, the longevity lock that Zhou Ping had been carrying since childhood. Zhou Ping did not wear this thing at school, but he would always wear it when he returned home. Zhou Ping's reason was that as a young man of 18 or 19, he was a good youth armed with scientific thinking and firmly opposed to this feudal superstition. The actual situation was that the object was too heavy and uncomfortable around the neck. The reason he had to wear it home was because his parents were superstitious, especially his father Zhou Maochuan. If they found out he wasn't wearing it, they would nag endlessly. Yang Chen learned what Zhou Ping's parents liked from this longevity lock. Then, following the clues, he easily found the most suitable gift. Zhou Dian walked up to Yang Chen, looking at his youthful face with a complex expression. Zhou Dian, apologize now, Zhou Maochuan said sternly. Zhou Dian gritted his teeth and knelt down with a thud. He said in great pain, I shouldn't have gone to Tsanglong to deal with you. I apologize to you. Whether you want to kill or mutilate me, I, Zhou Dian, will not frown, as long as you don't blame the Zhou family. Zhou Ping was stunned. His older brother, who had been rubbing him on the ground for over 10 years, was now kneeling down like a dog admitting his mistake. Zhou Dian had thought about killing him, but honestly, Yang Chen didn't feel anything about it. It was like an ant thinking it could kill an elephant. The elephant wouldn't be angry at the ant's behavior, just find it amusing. Of course, this was also because Yang Chen had grown to this level. Zhou Dian's actions didn't harm him at all. Even Zhou Dian's mission hadn't even started before it ended. Moreover, Zhou Dian was Zhou Ping's older brother after all. Yang Chen couldn't harbor any hatred towards Zhou Dian, let alone towards the Zhou family. However, since Zhou Dian had come to apologize, Yang Chen had already confirmed through the items on Zhou Dian that he had indeed submitted and feared. He still felt humiliated. The young master of the Zhou family had been writing in Jiangqing for over 10 years. The current situation was indeed humiliating for him. Yang Chen felt his sincerity, but even though he had taken the initiative to apologize, Yang Chen didn't let him off easily. He smiled at Zhou Dian, you don't need to apologize to me. With your strength, you can't harm me at all. Your actions and thoughts are just overestimating yourself in my eyes. Zhou Dian breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Maochuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Chen's tone changed, but Zhou Dian and Zhou Maochuan's hearts tensed up again. Yang Chen looked at the more confused Zhou Ping and said to Zhou Dian, for tormenting your younger brother for over 10 years due to your own psychological shadow, if your younger brother wasn't naturally optimistic and had an excellent mental quality, he might have been psychologically distorted long ago. So the person you really need to apologize to is your younger brother, Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping straightened his back instantly. Although he hadn't figured out what had happened yet, the words Yang Chen said touched him. At that moment, he felt like he was going to stand up. Like a victorious general accepting the enemy's surrender, he, the carefree Pingu, surprisingly didn't feel wronged and felt relieved. Zhou Maochuan sighed, it's also my negligence. I was too busy in those years and didn't take care of the two brothers. When I wanted to intervene later, I was already powerless. I didn't expect that today, in such a situation, you, little Yan, would bring it up. The brothers of my Zhou family are at odds, making you laugh. Sniff, sniff. Zhou Ping's mother couldn't help but wipe her tears. You've always been busy with work, traveling all over the place. At home, Zhou Dian was in his rebellious phase, and I couldn't control him at all. When he was so young, his mother left, and I know he felt uncomfortable. I understand his resentment towards me. So, Zhou Ping blinked in disbelief. Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? Zhou Ping felt a bit resentful. It turned out that his parents had known all these years and watched as his older brother rubbed him on the ground. Zhou Dian was more touched than Zhou Ping. Over the years, his father and stepmother knew about his willfulness and misdeeds, yet they were very tolerant towards him. It was ridiculous that he still held a grudge in his heart at over 30 years old. In an instant, Zhou Dian felt extreme shame, not only towards his father and stepmother, but also towards Zhou Ping. He stood up and deeply bowed to Zhou Ping. Brother, I'm sorry, I apologize to you. Zhou Ping was truly an optimist. Perhaps it was because he had been bullied since childhood, so he didn't harbor any hatred towards Zhou Dian, though he certainly didn't like him either. Optimists could never become masochists. He just didn't like being bullied by Zhou Dian, nor did he like Zhou Dian looking down on him. So, when he defeated Zhou Dian at Hongxian, he was extremely excited. He made Zhou Dian lose face, made Zhou Dian look at him with new eyes, and even made Zhou Maochuan look at him differently. He felt that he had stood up for himself. As for other forms of revenge, he hadn't really thought about it. Now that Zhou Dian was apologizing to him so sincerely, Zhou Ping didn't know what to say for a moment. Fool, your brother is waiting for you to speak, their mother nudged her son. Zhou Ping then realized. He quickly stood up and awkwardly said, Brother, you don't have to do this. Actually, if you think about it carefully, you have indeed been undermining me all these years, always looking down on me, but you haven't physically abused me. I am a carefree person, so your sarcasm doesn't really hurt me much, and yesterday Gu helped me find my way back. So, you don't have to do this. I also don't want you to be forced like this, I hope. Actually, I hope that one day you can truly accept me. You are the eldest brother, you have helped Dad support the Zhou family. You probably don't know, but I used to admire you a lot when I was young. As he finished speaking, Zhou Ping's voice grew softer, even becoming timid. He lowered his head, stealing glances at Zhou Den to see if he would get angry. Seeing Zhou Ping like this, Zhou Dian didn't feel repulsed for the first time, and even felt a bit sorry for him. This kind of brother was forced out by himself. The resentment towards the stepmother dissipated, along with the displeasure towards Zhou Ping. Zhou Dian took a deep breath and smiled at Zhou Ping. A real man should hold his head high, only then can I respect you. If you can't even look me in the eye when speaking to me, how can you inherit our Zhou family's legacy in the future? Zhou Ping immediately raised his head, but upon hearing Zhou Dian's final words, he was suddenly stunned, and Zhou Ping's mother was also shocked. Brother, what do you mean? Zhou Ping exclaimed. Zhou Ping's mother immediately looked at her husband. Zhou Machuan's face showed no expression. After a lifetime of struggle and vigilance, now that it was let go, Zhou Dian unexpectedly felt relieved. Zhou Dian smiled, this is my and Dad's decision. My personality is indeed not suitable for inheriting the Zhou family. If you're not suitable, then I'm even less suitable. Who am I? What kind of person I am? You know best. I inherit the Zhou family. I'm a prodigal son. Dad, please persuade my brother, Zhou Ping called out to Zhou Machuan. Zhou Machuan shook his head and said, when brothers are harmonious, the family thrives. Both of you are my sons, as long as you two are united, whether the future head of the family is your elder brother or you, it makes no difference to the Zhou family, and I also agree with your elder brother. But Zhou Ping didn't know what to say. They said he was a prodigal, he couldn't say he was worthless next. Mom! Zhou Ping sought help from his mother. Zhou Ping's mother held Zhou Machuan's arm and said, although I am Ping Ping's biological mother, I also don't think his personality is suitable for being the head of the household, he is too soft and careless. Zhou Machuan shook his head and smiled. In the past, when the two brothers were at odds, I was more inclined to let Zhou Dian take over my position, but now that the two brothers have reconciled, Zhou Ping is the most suitable to take over my position, with Zhou Dian assisting Zhou Ping. Our Zhou family has already passed the stage of expanding territory, and what we need most now is how to hold on to this family business. Zhou Dian's personality is suitable for management and expanding territory, but he also has flaws, that is, a narrow mind, which easily makes enemies. Think about it, how many people has Zhou Dian offended since childhood? Does he have any real friends? What about Zhou Ping? Over the years, he hasn't made any real enemies, but has many friends and close friends. Just by taking that painting, a single message could raise millions in his group of rich second-generation friends. Honestly speaking, Zhou Dian, if you were in Zhou Ping's situation, could you do it? Zhou Dian smiled bitterly, if I were in such a plight, it would be good enough if the people in Jiangqing didn't kick me when I was down. Zhou Machuan said, so, Zhou Ping's talent is best suited for being the head of the family. With his brother around, he doesn't need any business acumen, his brother can manage the family well from top to bottom. His only task is to maintain the relationship between the Zhou family and the outside world, in order to ensure the long-term stability of the Zhou family. Although there are no permanently wealthy families, lasting one more day is always good, at least before the two of us close our eyes, the Zhou family should not decline. Zhou Ping's mother was convinced. Zhou Ping looked at Zhou Dian, who had a determined expression. Zhou Ping looked at his father, Zhou Machuan, and nodded at him. Zhou Ping looked at Yang Chen, who waved his hand and said, Ping, this is your family matter, don't look at me. Zhou Machuan smiled, little Yang, you are Zhou Ping's best friend, I see that he respects you a lot now, you can share your thoughts, I also want to hear your opinion. Yang Chen, helpless, could only say, I think uncle has a discerning eye. Zhou Machuan was waiting for Yang Chen to say that. Yang Chen's identity had already intimidated Zhou Dian. This also directly led to Zhou Dian's desire to give up the future family head position. At the same time, because of this incident, Zhou Dian's mental block was easily opened. To some extent, he acknowledged Zhou Ping. But how strong is this acknowledgement, and how long can it last? Zhou Machuan was not confident. He needed to impose a restriction on Zhou Dian. This restriction was Yang Chen. As long as Yang Chen acknowledged it in person, it meant that he would stand behind Zhou Ping in the future, and Zhou Dian would have to be wary of Zhou Ping. Moreover, Yang Chen was only 18 years old. An 18-year-old master-level expert, not to mention that he and Zhou Dian had never met, they had never even seen figures like Sanglong couple. So, it can be confirmed that Yang Chen's future will only become stronger. Not yet fully confirmed, there may be a legendary Fang Tu behind Yang Chen. Yang Chen immediately knew Zhou Machuan's thoughts from the Patek Philippe watch. He did not resist Zhou Machuan's calculations on himself. After all, there was no problem with standing up for his brother. Zhou Machuan laughed heartily twice and said to Zhou Dian, since Xiaoyang has forgiven you, your younger brother has forgiven you, but I can't forgive you so easily. Next, we will go to the restaurant for a meal. To thank Xiaoyang for saving our Zhou family from losing billions, you will stand aside and serve the wine. Zhou Dian, yes, Dad. The meal was delicious. The Zhou family chef's skills were very good, even better than what Yang Chen and the others had at Guangming Fish Harbor. Yang Chen ate happily. So much so that he ate throughout the whole process. After the meal and drinks, Zhou Machuan invited Yang Chen to have tea to refresh. Yang Chen gladly went. Zhou Ping wanted to follow, but was held back by Zhou Dian, who shook his head. After Zhou Machuan and Yang Chen left, Zhou Ping was puzzled. Brother, why did you hold me back? I'm also full. Dad has good tea over there. Zhou Dian carefully looked at his foolish younger brother. He was really foolish. How could such a foolish person have such good luck and make so many friends? Zhou Dian was puzzled. Or is everyone in this world foolish? Impossible. Others may be stupid, that may be true, but Yang Chen cannot be stupid. He effortlessly manipulated me in the palm of his hand, and with his status, how could a fool possibly cultivate? Perhaps this is fate. Zhou Dian convinced himself. Brother, your eyes are looking down on me for being stupid again. Zhou Ping deliberately gave a cold look. Zhou Dian felt somewhat relieved in his heart. It seems he's not that stupid after all. At least he can tell that I am disdainful of him. Maybe with more practice in the future, he will develop some insight. Feeling relieved, Zhou Dian was willing to explain to Zhou Ping. He said, Dad wants to talk to Mr. Yang alone about something. Why are you following along? How did you know? Zhou Ping asked. Zhou Dian sighed, observing words and expressions, the most basic requirement of communication. If you can't even do this, how did you make so many friends? Zhou Ping, by being sincere. I never observe words and expressions when making friends, I just say whatever I want. I don't hide things from them, and they don't hide things from me, that's why I have many friends, and they trust me. Zhou Dian suddenly understood. It turns out that even fools can make friends because they are trustworthy. So this is my father's intention. My foolish brother not only needs to maintain the relationship between the Zhou family and the outside world but more importantly, to gain the trust of the outside world and the Zhou family. As for the operation of the Zhou family, I will handle it. Now my father wants to tie this cultivator Yang Chen to the Zhou family's ship. My father's thoughts have always been deeper than mine. I am indeed not suitable to be the head of the family. The key is to understand. Zhou Dian's thoughts became clearer. He now looked at Zhou Ping with more appreciation. He saw Zhou Ping's value, a high value. Zhou Ping was no longer the useless waste he once thought he was. Let's go, come with me outside. I asked Lao Wang to brew some tea, and I have some things to ask you. Zhou Dian walked towards the courtyard with his hands behind his back. In the courtyard, under the grapevine, there was a stone table with 2 stone stools on each side. The table was already set with steaming hot tea. Zhou Dian and Zhou Ping sat down on the stone stools. Zhou Dian poured 2 cups of tea from the teapot. Zhou Ping picked up 1 cup. The tea was just right. He drank it all in one gulp. Ah, comfortable. Zhou Ping laughed. Zhou Dian took a small sip, very elegant, like a refined scholar. Zhou Dian asked Zhou Ping, how much do you know about that classmate of yours? Zhou Ping proudly said, I know a lot. Wait, are you trying to trick me? Don't even think about it. I promised Qiangu that I would never reveal his secrets. So he has always known Yang Chen's identity, but he has been acting as if he had no idea these days. Well done, the acting is seamless, even fooling me and Dad. Not entirely useless. Zhou Dian thought to himself. Since you know, you should maintain a good relationship with Mr. Yang in the future. Barring any accidents, his future will be very promising, Zhou Dian said. Of course, I know Qian Ji's future will be very promising. With all the knowledge popping up in his head, this cheat, how can his future achievements not be high? Maybe one day, with some knowledge of cultivating immortality, he can become an immortal on the spot. Zhou Ping thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he felt. He swayed his hips as if there was a tail wagging behind him. Of course, I know I should maintain a good relationship with Qiangu, but this has nothing to do with how high his future achievements will be. It's purely because we are best friends, Zhou Ping said. Zhou Dian did not argue, he nodded. As long as you have this intention, I can rest assured. Let's have some tea. Zhou Machuan's office. Zhou Machuan invited Yang Chen to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. After 3 rounds of tea, Yang Chen didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. He smiled at Zhou Machuan. Uncle, just say what you have to say. Zhou Machuan then said, there are mainly 2 things. 2 things? Wasn't it just one? Yang Chen glanced at Zhou Machuan's Patek Philippe watch. I don't know either. Previously, when he was thinking by himself, he mentioned bringing you on board. He must have suddenly thought of another matter. Can you guess what it is? Yang Chen asked in his heart. Patek Philippe, this servant really can't do it. After all, this servant is not a mind reader. You dog servant, you can't even do this, get out. Yang Chen cursed along with Patek Philippe's emphasis. Patek Philippe felt wronged. This servant takes leave. Yang Chen smiled at Zhou Maochuan and said, Uncle, please speak. Zhou Maochuan said, the first thing, Xiao Yang, do you know about the Yunxiao secret realm? Before meeting Zhou Maochuan, Yang Chen did not know about the Yunxiao secret realm. Now he knows all about it. There are some mysterious places in this world called secret realms. Practitioners will go to the secret realm to seek opportunities. For example, the soul-gathering pearl given to Yang Chen by Feng Bei was found in the secret realm. However, exploring the secret realm requires a lot of equipment and supplies, so practitioners will also cooperate with some ordinary people. Practitioners explore the secret realm, and the treasures they obtain that are useful for cultivation will be taken by them, while general items will be distributed to those ordinary people. General items are useless to practitioners, but they are usually valuable antiques. Many of the treasures of the Zhou family's towns and tribes came from this. This is also the fundamental reason for the Zhou family's prosperity. However, Zhou Maochuan is no longer satisfied with just obtaining some ordinary items. He wants more, especially those treasures with magical powers. To get more, he needs to contribute more, so he wants to bring Yang Chen into the Zhou family camp, and then renegotiate the distribution with the Tsanglong couple. He wants to go to the secret realm. After learning about Zhou Maochuan's thoughts, Yang Chen quickly agreed after a brief thought. His abilities for exploring ancient tomb secret realms are definitely top-notch. If he stands with the Zhou family, he will have a great deal of control over the distribution. If he is with the Tsanglong couple, who are both peak grandmasters, even if Yang Chen makes a huge contribution to exploring the secret realm, the majority of the treasures will still go to the Tsanglong couple and their talented disciple Feng Bei. Yang Chen would be lucky to get a small share. Yang Chen nodded. Yunxiao secret realm, I've heard of it. It appeared in Shanghai 5 years ago and 3 years ago. It's called Yunxiao because there always seems to be a woman's singing voice coming from there. The voice is indistinct, but you can vaguely hear the words Yunxiao. Yang Chen's words deepened Zhou Maochuan's speculation about Yang Chen's identity. Few people in the world know about the secret realm. Apart from the extraordinary Feng Tu and the martial arts practitioners, it is people like them who cooperate with the martial arts practitioners. Yang Chen is still so young. If he had received some inheritance and started practicing halfway, it would be impossible for him to know so much. This also deepened Zhou's determination to win over Yang Chen at all costs. Zhou Maochuan nodded at Yang Chen. Yes, that's right. The next opening of the Yunxiao secret realm is approaching. Yang Chen didn't want to beat around the bush with Zhou Maochuan. He asked directly, so, Uncle Zhou, are you inviting me to the Yunxiao secret realm? Zhou Maochuan shook his head and then nodded, yes and no. Yang Chen knowingly asked, how so? Zhou Maochuan said, exploring the secret realm is extremely risky. We ordinary people have no ability to protect ourselves in the secret realm, so we can only cooperate with practitioners. The partners of our Zhou family are the Tsanglong couple. So, you are inviting me to join on behalf of the Zhou family and the Tsanglong couple. Yang Chen suddenly realized. It's refreshing to talk to smart people. Zhou Maochuan laughed heartily and asked, are you willing to join? Yang Chen smiled, I have long wanted to explore the secret realm, but have always lacked the opportunity. Now that uncle is inviting me, I will definitely join. However, after entering the secret realm, how will the treasures be distributed? Zhou Maochuan said, the distribution of treasures will depend on your choice, Xiao Yang. My choice? Yang Chen was puzzled. Zhou Maochuan said, under normal circumstances, my Zhou family cooperates with the Tsanglong couple. My Zhou family provides basic manpower, resources, and all supplies, while the Tsanglong couple is responsible for exploration. The risk factor in the cloud realm is still very high, and those below Grandmaster level basically can't play much of a role. So the distribution plan between my Zhou family and the Tsanglong couple is 37 points. The treasures obtained in the realm, the Tsanglong couple will take 70%, they get to choose first. Sounds reasonable, Yang Chen nodded. Zhou Maochuan said, indeed, the Tsanglong couple are very respectable partners. Then, Zhou Maochuan took a sip of tea and continued, but now things have changed. Feng Beisai has been promoted to Grandmaster level, the power on the Tsanglong side has increased again, my Zhou family would be lucky to get 20%. The difference between getting 2/10 and 3/10 of the remaining treasures is significant, you should understand, Xiao Yang. Yang Chen nodded, I understand. Since treasures are called treasures, they are basically priceless. The best treasure, its true value may be greater than all the rest combined. but when it is being valued, its value will be pushed down very low. This is the advantage of having the power to set prices. The Tsanglong couple, two grandmasters, they have absolute initiative and absolute pricing power over the treasures. So, the difference between 3/10 and 2/10 is not just 1/10, in terms of true value, it could be as much as 3 or 4/10. Zhou Maochuan was pleased, he continued, so, nephew, if you want to cooperate with us, you have 3 choices. This is where the nephew comes in. Yang Chen did not reveal the subtlety in Zhou Maochuan's words. Please go on, Uncle Zhou. Yang Chen remained composed. Zhou Maochuan said, the first choice is to join forces with the Tsanglong couple. In this case, my Zhou family should be able to get around 15%, the remaining 85% goes to you, and you can distribute this 85% among yourselves. Yang Chen smiled, this distribution seems reasonable, but it doesn't benefit me much. Zhou Maochuan chuckled, nephew, you are insightful. By joining the Tsanglong couple, although you get a larger share of the 85%, within their group, you become a member of our Zhou family. Yang Chen nodded, yes, with 2 grandmasters and 1 master, if I can get the last half of this 85%, it should be a good outcome. Zhou Maochuan said, so, there is a second choice. I will negotiate separately with both sides. Yang Chen went straight to the point. Zhou Maochuan was not surprised at all. It would be abnormal for a young person not to have such ambitions. Zhou Maochuan said, from my understanding of the Tsanglong couple, if you cooperate with both sides separately, the distribution ratio that the Tsanglong couple, you, and my Zhou family can ultimately reach should be 70% for the Tsanglong couple, 10% for you, and my Zhou family takes the remaining 20%. Yang Chen chuckled, so, the Tsanglong couple still retains their original share, the share I get is just what your Zhou family gives up. Zhou Maochuan nodded, exactly, after all, the Tsanglong side has also added Fong Beisai at the Grandmaster level. Their overall strength far exceeds yours and mine, facing them alone, we have no bargaining power. Of course, if you feel that 10% is too little, the Tsanglong will force me to give up more. 20% is the bottom line my Zhou family can accept. Yang Chen smirked inwardly, thinking, old guy, just now you said if I join that Tsanglong couple, Zhou family would only get 10% to 15%. Now that I'm not choosing that path, you say 20% is your bottom line. Although he complained inwardly, Yang Chen also understood Zhou Maochuan. If he joined the Tsanglong couple, he couldn't stop it, the Tsanglong couple would be even more powerful, reducing Zhou family's role, accepting a smaller share was tolerable. However, as an independent third party, if Yang Chen didn't join the Tsanglong couple, their power would diminish, and he would have the right to refuse concessions. This subtle relationship led to different approaches and psychological expectations. So, in this situation, it's slightly better for me than joining the Tsanglong couple, Yang Chen smiled. Zhou Maochuan nodded, then smiled and said, so, I am providing a third option for my nephew. Uncle Zhou, please tell me quickly. Yang Chen couldn't wait. Zhou Maochuan said, if you join my Zhou family, we have already prepared all the personnel and resources. Originally, we could get 30%, and with the addition of my nephew, even though you are only at the Grandmaster level, the influence of my Zhou family will increase. We can strive for an additional 50% to 100% share. Whether it's 50% or 100% depends on your abilities and contributions in the future when you reach the secret realm. If you surpass Fong Beisai, then 100% is guaranteed. Yang Chen smiled and asked, how will the benefits be divided between me and the Zhou family? Zhou Maochuan smiled and said, my Zhou family will still only take the original 30%, and any additional share, whether it's 50% or 100%, will all belong to my nephew. Sounds good, Yang Chen asked again. But with an additional grandmaster in the Zhou family and also in the Tsanglong family, how can you be sure that the Tsanglong couple will compromise? Zhou Maochuan confidently said, can Fong Beisai defeat you? Yang Chen thought for a moment and said, no. Zhou Maochuan laughed heartily, so at least 50%. Yang Chen said, I will join the Zhou family. Yang Chen's quick decision caught Zhou Maochuan off guard, but he quickly responded. He said to Yang Chen, well, let's have a pleasant cooperation. They toasted with tea instead of wine. After drinking, Yang Chen asked, Uncle Zhou, what is the second matter? Compared to the first matter, Yang Chen was more interested in the second matter. He already knew everything when he saw Zhou Maochuan earlier. The long talk before was just to play along with the old man Zhou. The old man Zhou couldn't have said nothing, and Yang Chen would just pat the old man's shoulder and say, old Zhou, you don't need to say anything, I understand. I will join the Zhou family, and your family will remain the same, and I will take any additional benefits. If he didn't scare the old man Zhou, then Yang Chen would definitely have a lot of trouble in the future. Zhou Maochuan would definitely investigate how Yang Chen knew everything before he even said anything, causing unnecessary trouble. As for the second matter, Zhou Maochuan blushed unexpectedly, seeming a bit embarrassed. Yang Chen sensed something was wrong and wanted to leave, but Zhou Maochuan took out his phone and showed a photo. "Nephew, how do you think my daughter looks? Let me introduce her to you as your girlfriend." Yang Chen immediately refused. "Uncle, I already have a girlfriend." Zhou Maochuan didn't mind. Men can have multiple girlfriends, it's normal. Yang Chen was shocked. He never expected the dignified head of the Zhou family to be like this. And his daughter. No wonder Zhou Dian looked at Zhou Ping's mother like that. Seeing Yang Chen's expression, Zhou Maochuan quickly said, "Nephew, don't look at me like that. I am not that kind of person. My relationship with my ex-wife broke down, and I had Romer later, who is the mother of Zhou Ping and Zhou Ran. My attitude towards relationships is as loyal as my character." Yang Chen looked at his Patek Philippe. He had been wearing this watch for decades and understood Zhou Maochuan absolutely. Patek Philippe said, "He is telling the truth." Yang Chen was even more puzzled. "Then why did you say that just now? Whether I am willing or not is one thing, but you are pushing your own daughter into a pit." Yang Chen's words made Zhou Maochuan feel ashamed. He quickly put away his phone and awkwardly said, "I was too abrupt. I thought cultivators were still like in ancient times. As for Zhou Ran, if she follows you, she will naturally become part of the cultivation world and adapt to the customs." "I see, the old man wants to completely tie the Zhou family to you, and it would be even better if he could get a descendant from you. Oh, it's also hard for him." The Zhou family made their fortune by collaborating with practitioners to explore many ancient tombs and secret places. But now, the Zhou family has reached its peak. Without their own practitioners to support them, it's uncertain whether the Zhou family can maintain their business after his death, suddenly said Patek Philippe. Yang Chen thought for a moment and asked, "Is he afraid that after he dies, the Sanglong couple will no longer cooperate with the Zhou family?" Patek Philippe replied, "That's right. But you can't push your daughter into the fire pit." Yang Chen still felt resentful. Patek Philippe said, "When a commoner's daughter marries into the imperial family, is it good or bad for her?" Yang Chen fell silent. "Uncle Zhou, like you, I am also loyal and faithful in relationships," Yang Chen said to Zhou Maochuan. Zhou Maochuan's eyes flashed with a hint of loss, but his face showed a mix of embarrassment and admiration. A good man should be like this. In the future, bring Zhou Ping along with you, let him learn from you, and stop fooling around outside all the time. Yang Chen promised, "Definitely, Zhou Ping and I are good brothers." The three words "good brothers" lessened the sense of loss in Zhou Maochuan's heart. With no hope for a son-in-law, having a good brother for a son was also acceptable. Zhou Maochuan said, "Then it's settled. In 2 weeks, we will set off for Qinghai. Whatever you need, as long as the Zhou family can buy it, just say it. I need a gathering spirit pearl." Yang Chen muttered to himself. Would the Zhou family have it? It's impossible. It's impossible to buy it. Yang Chen said, "Just prepare me a normal one." Zhou Maochuan felt relieved. He was looking forward to Yang Chen making a request, but he was also afraid that Yang Chen would make a request that he couldn't fulfill. Now that Yang Chen hadn't mentioned anything, he couldn't say he felt lost, but rather relieved. Zhou Maochuan asked, "When are you free tomorrow?" Yang Chen said, "I have an exam in the morning and free in the afternoon." Zhou Maochuan said, "Then I'll pick you up at the school tomorrow afternoon, and we'll go to Sanglong Street to meet the Sanglong couple." It was for negotiation. Yang Chen nodded, "Okay." Zhou Maochuan said, "Be prepared to fight with Fang Beisai." Yang Chen smiled, "I've already fought with him once. He couldn't defeat me back then, and now he won't be my match." Zhou Maochuan felt a chill in his heart. Unable to win in just one day? It's too unbelievable. But Zhou Maochuan believed it. Zhou Maochuan said, "Bring Zhou Ping with you when the time comes. There are some things he should also get involved in." Yang Chen was suddenly surprised. "Uncle, do you want to take Ping along?" Zhou Maochuan nodded, "Yes, this time going to the secret place, he should go with you." "Isn't it said that the secret place is very dangerous?" Yang Chen exclaimed. Zhou Maochuan nodded, "It is very dangerous, almost a matter of life and death. But with 2 grandmasters present, you and Fang Beisai, I believe that if you really encounter danger, you can escape with Zhou Ping, right?" Zhou Maochuan looked into Yang Chen's eyes. This was asking for a promise from Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded heavily. "Ping is my brother, I can't and won't leave him behind." Zhou Maochuan felt relieved. He laughed, "Let's go, let's see how the 2 brothers are getting along outside." Yang Chen stood up and followed Zhou Maochuan. Zhou Maochuan continued, "The estrangement between the 2 brothers is too deep. Although your appearance has opened up their estrangement, how could decades of estrangement be completely eliminated overnight? So, I used you to put a tight spell on Zhou Dian before. I'm sorry." Yang Chen said indifferently, "I know, as long as I can help Ping." Zhou Maochuan praised, "Zhou Ping is the luckiest person in his life to have a friend like you. Soon, the two of them left the house. Zhou Din and Zhou Ping were drinking tea under the grapevine, chatting and laughing, showing a deep brotherly bond. Zhou Maochuan and Yang Chen smiled at each other. Master, Su Xiaowei is here. The steward Lao Wang suddenly walked over and whispered to Zhou Maochuan. Zhou Maochuan frowned slightly. What is he doing here so late at night? Lao Wang said, he didn't say, just mentioned that he brought good news for you, master. Go bring him in. I want to see what good news this kid can bring me. Zhou Maochuan chuckled. Lao Huang went to fetch the person. Yang Chen also felt a bit puzzled, thinking to himself, I seem to have a good fate with this son-in-law, meeting him here. 2 minutes later, Su Xiaowei came in with Lao Huang. Su Xiaowei saw Zhou Maochuan and happily exclaimed, Master Zhou, good news, good news. Do you know, we have a great master in Jiangcheng, the divine? Master Yang, you are here too? Yang Chen drove back to Hangda City from Zhou's old house. After resting for a night, he chatted with Zhou Mengmeng via video before bed. The next morning, Yang Chen went downstairs, practiced boxing in the small square of the community, attracting a group of elderly people to stop and watch. After finishing his practice, the enthusiastic elderly people immediately surrounded him. Young man, do you also live in Hangda City? Young man, you are in good shape. Young man, your boxing style is powerful, reminiscent of my military days. Young man, do you have a partner? You are a student at Jiang University, right? What a coincidence, I have a granddaughter studying at Jiang University, let me introduce you to her. My granddaughter is not at Jiang University, she is at the University of Economics and Trade, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. Young man, I think you and my granddaughter are a good match. Yang Chen couldn't handle the matchmaking enthusiasm of the grandparents and awkwardly escaped from the crowd, then ran out without looking back. The grandparents watched Yang Chen's agile figure fleeing and lamented, such a good young man, scared off by you bunch of indiscriminate people. You owe me a son-in-law. What son-in-law? He is my grandson-in-law. If anyone loses and doesn't keep their word, or even schemes behind the scenes, I curse that their children are not their own. The surrounding grandpas fell into silence. Back at school, Yang Chen happened to see Zhou Ping. Xian Gu, why do you look so disheveled? Zhou Ping was in a very pleasant mood, with a smile written on his face. Yang Chen sighed, I met a group of square dancing elderly people in the community this morning, and they surrounded me, insisting on introducing me to someone. I had to use all my strength to escape from that situation. Retired grandparents are too scary. Yang Chen shuddered in fear. Zhou Ping looked Yang Chen up and down, very puzzled. Are you not exaggerating? Yang Chen replied, I'm as honest as a dog. Zhou Ping shrugged, I'm so handsome, and I haven't encountered such a thing. You are so ordinary, why would you get such treatment? Surely the grandparents are blind, Zhou Ping concluded. Yang Chen didn't want to continue the nonsense with Zhou Ping. Have you had breakfast? Yang Chen asked. Zhou Ping laughed, no, the cook at home was exhausted last night and didn't get up this morning. My mom, dad, brother, and I played mahjong half the night, so my mom didn't get up either. I managed to wake up, thinking I had an exam this morning, so I hurried over. My dad, mom, and brother are still sleeping at home. Yang Chen remarked, your family is so down-to-earth, not at all like an affluent family. Zhou Ping replied, even affluent families are ordinary households. If we really lived like in TV dramas, always putting on airs, we would have been exhausted long ago. Yang Chen suddenly found Zhou Ping's words very reasonable. Shall we go to the cafeteria for breakfast? Yang Chen said. Zhou Ping smiled and said, go to window 4 of Canteen 1 to have some fried dough sticks. I like the rich aroma of the perennial pot bottom oil at their place, I can't get used to the taste of others. Yang Chen, I like their tofu pudding. Zhou Ping, their tofu pudding is average, I prefer sweet ones. I prefer salty, their braised dishes are delicious. Yang Chen reminisced. Zhou Ping angrily, salt lovers, go to hell. The two of them chased and played, and soon arrived at Canteen 1. In the canteen hall, outside window 4, two familiar figures appeared. It was Zhao Feng and Shou Shou. The people in the dormitory were all captured by the rich aroma of the perennial pot bottom oil. Boss, I'll have 2 fried dough sticks, a bowl of tofu pudding, no onions, but coriander. Boss, I'll have 4 fried dough sticks, a bowl of millet porridge, add some sugar, and also a tea egg, and a pack of pickled vegetables. Seeing this, Yang Chen joked, truly a wealthy family, with tea eggs and pickled vegetables as standard. Zhou Ping proudly said, of course, we are rich, not short of money. Boss, add an egg and a pack of pickled vegetables for my brother. Boss Zhou is generous. Yang Chen praised. Zhou Ping even more proudly said, of course. Holding the fried dough sticks, tea egg, pickled vegetables, and tofu pudding, with sugar millet porridge, they returned to the table. Zhao Feng and Shou Shou saw Zhou Ping and Yang Chen's tea eggs and pickled vegetables, their eyes turned red with envy. Yang Chen picked up a fried dough stick and took a big bite. Suddenly, the familiar crispy and tender aroma filled his mouth. No, Yang Chen suddenly frowned. He felt something unusual in the fried dough stick. His internal force slightly vibrated in his mouth. That unusual thing was instantly shattered by the vibration. After the unusual thing was shattered, Yang Chen's frown deepened. This fried dough stick, greasy, disgusting, and even had a stench of rancid oil. Yang Chen quickly took out a tissue from his pocket and spat out the fried dough stick in his mouth. He looked at the dough stick that had been bitten and asked in his heart, "Aren't you an ordinary fried dough stick?" "Fried dough stick, yes, there is something inside me." Yang Chen immediately asked, "What is it?" "Fried dough stick, love goo larva." "Love goo? Larva?" Yang Chen was shocked. Is there really such a thing? However, Yang Chen quickly calmed down. He could hear everything speak with his external device, and now his strength was almost non-human. Above him, there were even stronger Grandmaster practitioners, and the legendary Fong Tu. In a certain sense, he was also a Fong Tu. Now, with the emergence of a love goo, it was a completely acceptable setting. Yang Chen asked, "Where does this love goo come from? What is it used for?" "Fried dough stick. It is controlled by the manipulator who created the mother body of our love goo, the unscrupulous boss lady Zhou Shujia who never changes oil for years." Yang Chen looked up at the still enthusiastic boss lady selling fried dough sticks. She looked to be around 26 or 27 years old, very beautiful. If she were 7 or 8 years younger, she would definitely be a campus goddess. Now, a freshman straight guy could call her aunt. "Who is she?" Yang Chen asked. "Fried dough stick, we don't know, we are just a fried dough stick that has been fried in oil." "What is the use of love goo larvae?" Yang Chen asked another question. "Fried dough stick, they can absorb the energy of people when they are emotional, and after absorbing the energy, they will transmit it back to the mother body." "How long can a larva live?" Yang Chen asked. "Fried dough stick, it can survive for 7 days in the human body, and 3 hours outside." Yang Chen looked at Zhou Ping, who was enjoying his meal. So this was how Zhou Ping's body was ruined. Love goo specifically absorbs the energy of people when they are emotional. Among the 4 of them, only Zhou Ping was often emotional. After all, as a second-generation rich kid, it was normal for him not to be in the dormitory during holidays and festivals. So, he was the most affected, and that's why he was weak. Relying on the remnants left by the jeweling pill, he managed to make up for his deficiency, and also relieved his bloating. As for Zhao Feng, Shou Shou, and Yang Chen, the 3 single guys couldn't get emotional. Therefore, Love Gu would die of loneliness a week later. Yang Chen looked up at the boss lady selling fried dough sticks again. She noticed his gaze, turned to look at him, then smiled, truly captivating. The male students around were all mesmerized by the boss lady's smile. Yang Chen didn't react because he didn't look at the boss lady's face. He looked at the clothes on the boss lady and asked, "Can anyone tell me what's going on with her? I don't know. I only know she can use witchcraft. However, her witchcraft is not systematic, she should have picked it up along the way. Can I say? Actually, she's not human. Right, I've seen her shedding hair while bathing, they say the drain often gets clogged." Yang Chen blocked out this group that couldn't provide any useful information. After the exam, let's go see the boss lady again. She's absorbing students' energy like this in school, although she hasn't caused any fatalities, although she's very friendly to single dogs, it's still wrong in the end. Yang Chen made up his mind in his heart. After breakfast, the 4 of them placed their trays in the tray return area. As they left the cafeteria, Yang Chen patted Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, and Shou Shou on the back, then transferred a burst of internal energy into their bodies, shattering the emotional witch larvae inside them. "Brother Qian, why did you hit us?" Zhou Ping was puzzled. Yang Chen said, "I'm trying to see if I can share some of my luck with you guys, after all, exams are coming up." The 3 of them were instantly delighted. Yang Chen had handed in his paper early 3 times in a row, and it was said that he had scored full marks each time. It was simply unbelievable. He was already a god. If they could just catch a bit of his academic luck, they would pass for sure. Half an hour later, Yang Chen handed in his paper and left the examination room. Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, Shou Shou, and everyone in the examination room were scratching their heads. Material mechanics. It's really difficult. The invigilator was not surprised by Yang Chen handing in his paper so early. Under Professor Wang's supervision, a super academic god had emerged, and the news had already spread among the teachers. After Yang Chen left, the invigilator couldn't wait to walk over and pick up Yang Chen's paper. Multiple choice questions, all correct. Fill in the blank questions, all correct. Short answer questions, all correct. The first big question. Standard answer. The second big question. Standard answer. The third big question? Only wrote an explanation? The fourth big question? Didn't even write an explanation? The fifth big question? Forget it, passing is enough. The invigilator was furious. He took out his phone, snapped a few photos, and immediately sent them to Professor Wang. Professor Wang, your student Yang Chen, answering like this, he has lost the most basic respect for knowledge. I have decided to fail him in this subject. Professor Wang's reply came quickly. Students, it's not easy, Professor Song, please be understanding. This student Yang Chen is still studying hard. If he didn't answer a few questions, it should be because he really didn't know. If he can pass, let him pass. The invigilator was even more furious. Professor Wang, it's only been over 20 minutes since the exam started, and he has answered all the questions except the last 3 big questions, and they are all correct. What's even more infuriating is that he happened to score 60 points, not one more or one less. Passing is enough. Ha ha. The invigilator then sent the photo of forget it, passing is enough under the 5th big question. 2 minutes later, Professor Wang's reply came, then fail him once, he's really getting a bit arrogant, I will also call him over for a reprimand. Seeing Professor Wang's response, the invigilator's resentment lessened a bit. Unbeknownst to himself, Yang Chen, who had unwittingly caused trouble, had already returned to a cafeteria. It was already past 8:30, and the breakfast window at the cafeteria was starting to clean up. After 9 o'clock, the cafeteria window would start preparing for lunch. Yang Chen arrived at window number 4. He watched as the boss lady was busy cleaning up. The boss lady noticed Yang Chen and said with a smile, "Student, everything's sold out, you should go check out the other windows." Yang Chen also smiled and said, "The fried dough sticks are sold out. You probably have as many emotional witch larvae on you as you need." The boss lady immediately stopped what she was doing, raised her head again, the smile on her face had disappeared, replaced by vigilance. "Who are you?" Yang Chen said, "I am just an ordinary student at Jiangde." The boss lady sneered, "Can an ordinary student see through my methods? Speak, what do you want to do?" Yang Chen replied, "Leave Jiangde and retrieve all the emotional goo worms placed on the students at Jiangde." "What if I don't leave?" the boss lady asked. Yang Chen said, "Then there will be a fight." "A fight?" The boss lady grinned, "Young man, do you know what level of cultivation I am at now? Do you know how strong and powerful I am? I see that you have a strong aura, you should be a practitioner of internal martial arts, at such a young age. Being able to have a glimpse of the path, you can be considered a genius, so, cherish it." Yang Chen said, "You are right, I am indeed a practitioner of internal martial arts, studying under the couple from Sanglong Street. Do you know who you are, daring to come to our Jiang city and act recklessly? Don't you know that the entire Jiang city is protected by my master? Ha, what art Sanglong couple? 2 destitute souls scraping by in the secular world. The whole Jiang city is protected by your master? Ha ha. It's really a case of the tiger not returning to the mountain, the monkey claiming to be the king. If my master is not clear-minded and disinterested in the mundane world, how could Jiang city be under the control of someone like your master?" The boss lady's eyes sparkled, her face filled with pride. "Kid, I'm not afraid to tell you, my master is the legendary Feng Tu. My master can scare your master and mistress just by pulling out a single hair. So, while the lady is not angry yet, you better leave quickly, or I will turn you into a pig head. Before turning you into a pig head, I will also take away your pure yang energy, completely cutting off your path of martial arts." "Feng Tu?" Yang Chen's eyes lit up. He was so excited that he didn't even hear the threat from the boss lady behind. He began to search through the pockets all over his body. At the same time, he asked the boss lady, "So, you actually come from an unsearchable place?" "Ha, that's right, I come from an unsearchable place." The boss lady sneered, her pride on her face even more pronounced. "Since you know about the unsearchable place, you should know that those who possess Feng Tu from the unsearchable place have the ability to move mountains and fill the seas." Yang Chen continued to search, nodding, I know. So, there are many treasures in the unsearchable place? Like the gathering spirit pill?" The boss lady smiled like she was looking at a fool. "The gathering spirit pill, this low-level spirit pill, my master has plenty of them, you practitioners really don't have any knowledge." Yang Chen stopped, he found a mask. Putting on the mask to cover his face, Yang Chen smiled, "Sister, can you take me to the unsearchable place of your master?" Wearing a mask? The boss lady was speechless. Yang Chen nodded solemnly, "Otherwise?" The boss lady thought Yang Chen was a bit of a delusional teenager. "A small internal martial arts practitioner, still at the beginning stage, someone like you, I can defeat 10 of you with just one hand." Before the boss lady finished speaking, Yang Chen in front of her disappeared. Then Yang Chen's voice came from behind her, "Are you sure you can defeat 10 of me?" The boss lady shuddered all over, instantly feeling intimidated. "Senior, spare me. Is this being intimidated?" Yang Chen felt a bit disappointed. He thought he could make her show her skills once, and he could also test his current strength. But, it doesn't matter. Yang Chen didn't doubt whether the boss lady was pretending or not. Because in the moment the boss lady showed fear, Yang Chen knew from her personal belongings that she was indeed scared. Can you take me to your master's cave now? Yang Chen smiled. The boss lady immediately nodded. If the senior wants to go, the junior is willing to lead the way for the senior. However, the junior was just bragging earlier. That Fong Tu who lives in the unsearchable place is not my master. I actually accidentally stumbled upon there, then learned some spells, and then escaped. So, the boss lady looked at Yang Chen with some trepidation. Yang Chen's face turned cold. So, you actually don't know where the unsearchable land is? The boss lady became even more frightened. She felt an immense terror emanating from Yang Chen's body. This powerful aura made the core of her emotional goo to start trembling. This must be at least the realm of a grandmaster perfection. He looks only 17 or 18 years old. Even if he started practicing from the womb, it's impossible to reach such a high realm, right? Could he also be a Fong Tu? Thinking of this, the boss lady became even more terrified. In her consciousness, Fong Tu was no longer considered human, or rather a transcendent existence above humans. They regarded human life as insignificant. Senior, spare me, Junior really doesn't know. As she spoke, the boss lady was about to kneel down involuntarily. Yang Chen noticed the boss lady's movement, quickly retracted the inadvertently released aura, and then reached out to pull her up. Do you know the approximate location? Yang Chen asked. The boss lady thought for a moment, nodded. I know, it's in the southern outskirts of Jiangcheng, in Nange village. I've been there several times later, but never found it again. Southern outskirts, Nange village? Yang Chen glanced at the personal belongings on the boss lady's body, confirming that she was not lying. Withdraw all the emotional goo, and don't indiscriminately absorb energy like this in the future, otherwise, I won't spare you like this. Yang Chen let go of the boss lady, ready to leave. He had obtained the information he wanted. Whether the boss lady stayed or left, he no longer cared. As long as the boss lady promised not to indiscriminately absorb the student's body energy, he wouldn't really care about the boss lady. Thank you, senior, rest assured, Shujia will now sever all connections with the emotional goo. Without the support of the mother goo, the child goo will die within 2 hours at most, and will not cause any harm to the students' bodies, the boss lady assured. Yang Chen nodded. That's for the best. After speaking, Yang Chen turned to leave. The boss lady watched Yang Chen's departing figure. Her eyes flickered a few times, her white and neat teeth bit her lip, and then her eyes became determined. She seemed to have made a decision. She quickly walked behind Yang Chen and called out softly, Senior, please wait. Yang Chen stopped, turned around and asked, Is there anything else? The boss lady knelt with a thud, knocked her head and pleaded, Junior Zhou Shujie, 24 years old, without parents, a practitioner of goo art, with an emotional goo in her body. If Senior is willing, Junior is willing to follow Senior from now on, to serve Senior, and only hopes that Senior can provide Junior with a little protection. Whom did you offend? Yang Chen asked. The boss lady shook her head. I have always been kind to others and have never actively offended anyone. Yang Chen was puzzled. As far as I know, nowadays Fong Tu does not appear, and the number of internal martial arts practitioners is extremely rare, so among internal martial arts practitioners, unless there is deep enmity, they will not fight each other. The boss lady sighed. I practice emotional goo, because I need to seize others' energy for cultivation, so I am not accepted by the cultivation world. Once discovered, I will be hunted down. In fact, I was not originally in Jiangcheng. I stole the emotional goo and goo art from the place where that Fong Tu lived. I was sure I could escape as far as possible. At first, I ran to the other side of the earth, but the people there were too dangerous, so I ran back. At the beginning, I didn't dare to return to Jiangcheng. I didn't even dare to come to the city. I could only stay in some villages. But there were too few people in the villages. I couldn't really kill people for cultivation. I did absorb people's energy, but even those who revel every night, I wouldn't cause problems to their bodies. At most they would feel a bit drained, and strengthening exercises would help them recover. So I came to the city, where there are many people, especially young people, and more emotionally intense people. I felt that the city was the most suitable place for my cultivation, but I was soon discovered by practitioners. They said I was a demon and wanted to kill me as a righteous path. Then I started moving to different cities, and eventually returned to Jiangcheng. I don't know why, but there are very few practitioners in Jiangcheng. I have only seen 3 people, the Sanglong couple and their disciple. The Sanglong couple usually stay in Sanglong Street and don't come out. Their disciple Fong Beisai and her partner manage the Haorui Club, interacting with the elite of Jiangcheng. I hid in the market for 3 years, and they never found me. So, a year ago, I became bolder and came to Jiangcheng University. After all, students are the strongest. But how long can this calm last? Zhou Shujie sighed and continued, the senior is the only one I have met who can directly recognize that I have the emotion goo, and has no prejudice against me, only asking me to retrieve the goo, without doing anything to me. So, I dared to think of submitting to the senior, serving as a slave, just hoping that the senior can provide some protection to the junior. Yang Chen asked, what is your combat power? Zhou Shujie said, equivalent to a practitioner at the peak of the profound mastery realm, just a half step away from the grandmaster realm. Yang Chen smiled and said, alright, you will follow me from now on. Pack up your things now and come with me. Zhou Shujie was overjoyed and immediately kowtowed, saying, thank you, master. Yang Chen waited for Zhou Shujie to get up and then said, it's modern society now, there is no master-servant relationship. From now on, we have a cooperative relationship. You work for me, and I protect your safety. You don't need to call me master, just call me Mr. Yang. Yes, Mr. Yang, Zhou Shujie respectfully replied, quickly taking off her apron, closing the window, and changing into her own clothes. Mr. Yang, I'm ready, where are we going? Zhou Shujie asked. Yang Chen said, we're going to the Fangtu family in Nange village to borrow something. Maybe there's something that can help you advance further. Borrow something? Zhou Shujie was surprised. Yang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. It's not borrowing without returning. I will return it. Zhou Shujie lowered her head and remained silent. She was wondering if she had boarded a thief's ship. A small internal martial arts practitioner dared to go to the Fangtu family to steal things. This was risking her life. Maybe Fangtu is not at home. Yang Chen said. Zhou Shujie felt even more powerless. Do you still want to seek refuge with me now? Yang Chen asked. Zhou Shujie hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth and said, Shujie absolutely has no other thoughts, and seeks wealth and danger. If the gentleman is not afraid, what do I have to fear? Good. Yang Chen laughed. Let's go, you won't lose your life. Yang Chen took Zhou Shujie back to Hangda City. I live here, Yang Chen said. Zhou Shujie exclaimed, I also live here. I have been living here for over a year, and I have never seen you before. Yang Chen smiled. I just bought a house here the day before yesterday. I used to live in a dormitory. Zhou Shujie suddenly felt ashamed. I still can't afford to buy a house now. I've been saving for several years, but the rate of earning money just can't keep up with the rising house prices, and I still lack 100,000 for the down payment. Yang Chen said, you are the most destitute practitioner I have ever seen. Practitioners, possessing stronger power than ordinary people, find it relatively easy to earn money. At least buying a house within 1 or 2 years is quite easy. Yang Chen is an exception. He is a hanging bee. Zhou Shujie felt even more ashamed. I know that practitioners can earn money easily, but I can't enter that circle. If I had stolen a different goo back then, maybe I wouldn't be like this now. They arrived at the underground garage and took the car. Yang Chen drove, carrying Zhou Shujie towards the south of the city. An hour later, they arrived outside Nange village in the southern suburbs. Sir, enter the village entrance and turn left, Zhou Shujie said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen followed her instructions, perfectly passing through the roadblock at the village entrance, and then turning left. After driving a few hundred meters to the left, Zhou Shujie suddenly pointed to an alley ahead and said, Sir, go in from that alley. Yang Chen drove straight past the alley and continued forward. Sir? Zhou Shujie was puzzled. Yang Chen said, that alley entrance is wrong. It's a trap deliberately set by Fangtu. Ah? Zhou Shujie exclaimed, no wonder I couldn't find the entrance again, but I clearly remember that I entered from that entrance the first time. Yang Chen said, because you remembered it wrong. By this point, Yang Chen no longer needed Zhou Shujie to guide him. There are many old objects in the village that have existed for over 100 years, all of which witnessed Fangtu's construction of the cave dwelling here. The specific location of the cave dwelling, the formation set up by Fangtu, the correct route to take. Yang Chen understood all of this very clearly. Soon, they arrived at the western end of Nange village, where they were met with a large botanical garden. It is said that this place used to be a cemetery, but later, at the government's request, all the graves were moved to a public cemetery, and this area became part of the Jiangqing Botanical Garden. The botanical garden is vast, stretching over 2 kilometers from east to west and about 1 kilometer from north to south. It features an artificial lake, artificial river, various trees, several small mountains, and many fitness facilities. This is a popular spot for elderly recreational activities such as square dancing, tai chi, badminton, table tennis, shuttlecock kicking, singing revolutionary songs, and tree bumping. Yang Chen stopped the car. Sir? Zhou Shujie was puzzled. Yang Chen said, the cave dwelling is inside, follow me. They got out of the car and entered the botanical garden. Guided by some aged objects in the garden, Yang Chen led Zhou Shujie in various directions until they reached an area outside a stone forest. Yang Chen chuckled, he really went to great lengths. Suddenly, Zhou Shujie exclaimed, "It's this stone forest. I remember now, I was playing in this stone forest at that time, and then inexplicably entered that world. After that, I stole something, ran out from inside, and ended up at the alley entrance where we came from. Then, inexplicably, I only remembered coming out of the alley entrance, so I should enter from there." Looking at the stone forest, Yang Chen asked the question. He laughed. This Fong Tu is quite cunning. To him, what you stole is insignificant, and he wouldn't do anything drastic for it. Moreover, at his level, indiscriminate killing will bring karmic consequences. So, he knocked you out, altered your memory, threw you at the alley entrance, set up a trap there, making you enter every time and wander inside for days before finding your way out. Zhou Shujie suddenly looked resentful. However, the next moment, she became puzzled. She asked Yang Chen in amazement, "Sir, do you know Fong Tu here?" Yang Chen smiled, "I know him somewhat. His name is Zhou Shu, a person from the Hangu period of the Ming dynasty." Hangu? Zhou Shujie looked puzzled. Yang Chen said, "He is Zhu Yuanzhang." Zhou Shujie understood. "Oh, so he must be." Zhou Shujie began counting on her fingers. Yang Chen said, "He's almost 700 years old." Zhou Shujie exclaimed, 700. Isn't that too exaggerated? Is Fong Tu really that amazing? Yang Chen said, "He's an exception. Let's not dwell on that. I'll tell you some good news." Zhou Shujie asked, "What good news?" Yang Chen said, "He's close to death, so he's going out to seek a chance for longevity." A chance for longevity. Wait. Zhou Shujie's eyes suddenly lit up. That means, there's no one at his home. Exactly. Yang Chen was also a bit excited. Let's go visit the venerable Zhou. Yang Chen stepped into the stone forest. Guided by the stone forest, he easily found the entrance to the cave dwelling. It was just a very ordinary pillar in the stone forest. Yang Chen said to Zhou Shujie, "Sister, do you see this pillar?" Zhou Shujie nodded. Yang Chen said, "Go around the pillar 3 times to the left." Zhou Shujie followed his instructions and walked around the pillar 3 times to the left. Yang Chen then said, "Now, go around the pillar 3 times to the right." Zhou Shujie turned around the pillar 3 times to the right. "Stop." Zhou Shujie immediately halted. Yang Chen said, "There is a round protrusion the size of a fist at the height of your shoulder on your left side. Can you see it?" Zhou Shujie turned to look and indeed saw a fist-sized round protrusion. "Pat it 3 times, Yang Chen said. Zhou Shujie followed suit and patted the round protrusion 3 times. She looked around, but there was no change in the surroundings. She glanced at Yang Chen. Yang Chen stepped forward with his hands behind his back. "Let's go, the door is already open." Zhou Shujie followed behind Yang Chen in confusion. Then, suddenly, she saw Yang Chen disappear in front of her, as if he had walked into an invisible door. She took a step forward. The world she had only seen once and could never forget appeared before her again. It was a place that seemed like a fairyland. The beauty of everything here could not be described well in words. The sound of birds, the fragrance of flowers, a paradise on earth. Yang Chen looked at the scenery before him and exclaimed, "No wonder the old monster who has lived for over 700 years has created such a beautiful environment." Zhou Shujie stood behind Yang Chen, rolled her eyes, and said, "Sir, there's something I'm not sure if I should say." Yang Chen smiled, "Go ahead." Zhou Shujie said, "People say that modern people have higher education but have lost their literacy." Yang Chen laughed, "You've had too much negative energy soup." Zhou Shujie retorted, "In such a beautiful scenery, shouldn't you, as a university student, recite a few lines of poetry?" "Me? An engineering student, you want me to recite poetry? You should find a student from the Chinese department for that." Yang Chen laughed heartily. As the saying goes, everyone has their own expertise. Although I can't recite poetry, I can calculate steel structures, and I can draw. You're changing the subject. Zhou Shujie still disagreed. Your education. Yang Chen glanced at Zhou Shujie's clothes. Before Zhou Shujie could finish her sentence, Yang Chen interrupted. "Because of the changes in your family, you dropped out of junior high school without completing it. You did well in school, especially in Chinese, scoring 120 points. You could score over 110. Zhou Shujie was shocked. She suddenly had a feeling that under Yang Chen's gaze, she had no more secrets. Yang Chen saw through her completely. A huge sense of insecurity spread throughout her body, and she involuntarily hugged her chest, asking with some fear, "How did you know?" Yang Chen didn't answer, just smiled. Zhou Shujie's pupils suddenly dilated, and with joy and shock, she exclaimed, "Sir, you are also a Fong Tu." After saying this, she immediately confirmed her thought. "Yes, it must be. Sir can easily see through the formation of the Fong Tu set outside. How could a practitioner of internal martial arts have such ability?" Yang Chen still didn't answer, just stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the dreamlike fairyland before him. In his heart, he thought, in the future, I should also create such a cave. Zhou Shujie looked at Yang Chen's back, but saw a different scene, transcendent and ethereal, with an extraordinary bearing. The appearance of an immortal. So, Sir is not actually an 18 or 19-year-old student, he must be skilled in preserving his youth. He might have lived for hundreds of years, just pretending to be a student to experience life. Zhou Shujie suddenly felt that her horizons had expanded, and the more she thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and the more she felt that she had attached herself to a very powerful thigh. After hiding for several years, at this moment, she suddenly felt an unparalleled sense of security. I, Zhou Shujie, have finally stood up, she exclaimed in her heart, excited and wanting to jump up. But she felt she should be reserved, should be a quiet handmaiden, only then could she be worthy of the grand demeanor of her senior. Yang Chen was unaware of the brainstorming going on in Zhou Shujie's mind. While enjoying the beautiful scenery, he did not neglect the most important thing here. In just over 10 minutes, he had figured out everything here, such as where the traps were, where the spirit grass and fruits were planted, where there are spirit puppets guarding. Spirit puppets are puppets controlled by Fong Tu. They can help him manage the cave mansion, cultivate spirit herbs, help him in battles, and guard the home. But just like current artificial intelligence, still quite foolish. Besides performing their designated tasks, they can't do anything else. At the same time, Yang Chen also inquired about the most important things. The location of the pill room and the method room. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Yang Chen asked. Zhou Shujie, who had been enjoying the feeling of being superior to others in the future, was startled by Yang Chen's sudden words. She quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, adjusted her mind, and said, let's hear the bad news first. Yang Chen said, the bad news is that Zhou Shu has set a password for his study, and unless he comes in person, no one else can enter. Originally, I wanted to go there to see if there were more profound Gu techniques, borrow them for you to see, so that you could break through to the next level. But now it seems that this path is blocked. Zhou Shujie was stunned, then moved. Is this the feeling of having someone to rely on? It's so cool. Zhou Shujie was moved, she shook her head indifferently and said, it doesn't matter if there are no secrets, as long as the gentleman thinks of Shujie, Shujie is very satisfied. In the future, Shujie doesn't need to worry anymore, maybe I will be able to advance to the next level soon. Yang Chen sighed, there is no time to wait, a month later I will go to Qinghai to explore a mysterious place, you need to at least advance to the master level to help me. Zhou Shujie suddenly felt ashamed. Before Zhou Shujie could finish her sentence, Yang Chen smiled again, however, we can enter the pill room, there should be many good things there, maybe I can find some pills suitable for you, and although I don't know Gu techniques, if you don't mind, you can show me your original Gu technique, maybe I can help you complete it. With so many twists and turns, Zhou Shujie was already too overwhelmed to react emotionally. She gently twisted the bracelet on her hand. The bracelet opened, and a thin black paper as thin as a cicada's wings fell out. Zhou Shujie held the black paper in her hands and handed it to Yang Chen. This is the original Gu technique. Please take a look, sir. Yang Chen took the black paper, opened it and looked inside, densely packed with many small characters, obscure and difficult to understand. But Yang Chen didn't need to understand. He directly asked in his mind, tell me about your origin. The black paper replied, I am a fragment of the 7 Absolute Gu technique, recording the cultivation method of one of the 7 Absolute Gu techniques, the Love Gu, in the first half. 7 Absolute Gu technique? What are the 7 absolutes? Yang Chen asked. The black paper replied, 7 Absolute Gu, Wisdom Gu, Strength Gu, Love Gu, Beast Gu, Corpse Gu, Dark Gu, Medicine Gu. How many Gu techniques can you restore? Yang Chen asked. The black paper replied, as part of the 7 Absolute Gu technique, I can naturally restore the complete 7 Absolute Gu technique. The 7 Absolute Gu technique is a supreme technique from ancient times, even more powerful than mysterious arts at that time. If someone can learn the 7 Absolute Gu technique and gather all 7 Gu, the Gu technique will shine again in his hands. All of this is too far away. Yang Chen returned the black paper to Zhou Shujie. Zhou Shujie looked at Yang Chen with an extremely hopeful look. Yang Chen said, as the saying goes, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Whether it's mysterious arts, martial arts, or Gu techniques, they are all different manifestations of the Tao, so one method can encompass all methods. This fragment of the Love Absolute Gu technique, after things here are settled, I will help you complete it. Zhou Shujie was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Yang Chen didn't care, he took a step forward. Let's go to Zhou Dao's pill room first. Zhou Shu had set up many formations and traps in his cave mansion. However, with external help, these formations had no effect on Yang Chen. Soon, the two of them arrived safely at the pill room. Yang Chen circulated his internal energy and tapped a few spots on the door. The prohibition on the door was lifted. Yang Chen gently pushed the door open, and a strong medicinal fragrance rushed towards him. Yang Chen walked into the pill room. He looked around. I want to break through to the Grandmaster level as soon as possible. Do you have enough elixirs here? Yang Chen asked in his heart. Suddenly, a chattering sound came. Yang Chen found it troublesome and waved to block out all the noise. He looked at a cabinet that was taller than a person, with numerous small drawers, each labeled. This was the cabinet where elixirs were stored by week number. Speak, Yang Chen said to the cabinet. The cabinet replied, to advance to the Grandmaster level, you only need enough energy. The Gathering Spirit Pill is the lowest grade elixir here, with a total of 586 pills, enough for you to break through to the Grandmaster realm. What about beyond the Grandmaster level? Yang Chen asked. The cabinet, being well informed, had followed week number for hundreds of years and could see through Yang Chen's background at a glance. The cabinet replied, you have inherited the skills of an internal martial arts master, but he has only reached the perfect realm of Grandmaster and has not broken through to the realm of Martial Saint. So, if you want to break through to the realm of Martial Saint, you need to break through the bottleneck on your own. I have 36 wisdom pills here, which can put you in a state similar to enlightenment, each lasting for 1 hour. At the same time, you need to seek higher martial arts, and with over 10,000 Gathering Spirit pills as a foundation, it is possible to break through to the silent realm. Yang Chen walked to the cabinet. Where are the Gathering Spirit pills? Guided by the cabinet, Yang Chen opened the drawer containing the Gathering Spirit pills. One bottle contained 50 pills, with a total of 12 bottles. Yang Chen patted his pockets. Mistake. He should have brought a bag. Yang Chen looked around and saw a small cloth bag in the corner. He happily ran over, picked up the small cloth bag, returned to the cabinet, and put all 12 bottles of Gathering Spirit pills into the small cloth bag. Next were the wisdom pills. 36 wisdom pills, a total of 36 bottles, 1 pill per bottle, each about the size of half a fist, which was absurd. Yang Chen threw all 36 bottles of wisdom pills into the small cloth bag. Then he noticed a problem. Putting so many things into the small cloth bag, the bag did not seem to change at all, not even in weight. Yang Chen hurriedly opened the small cloth bag, and a pile of bottles lay inside. Closing the bag, he looked outside, and it still looked as shriveled as before. What's going on? Yang Chen asked in his heart. The bag replied, I am the universe bag, given to week number by his old lover. Later, when week number was cuckolded, he abandoned me in the corner. Men, if he really despised me, why didn't he destroy me and throw me away? It's because he couldn't forget my mistress, but he couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. Yang Chen was suddenly energized by this revelation. What happened later? Yang Chen hurriedly asked. The bag replied, later, my mistress died of old age, and the old monster week went and wiped out the entire family of my mistress's lover, then brought back my mistress's body and turned it into a puppet. Old pervert. Yang Chen cursed in his heart. The bag immediately echoed, yes, he's an old pervert. If you steal his things now, he definitely won't let you go. But don't worry, I heard him say he's going to explore a secret realm in Shanghai, saying that realm might provide him with an opportunity to break through. If he can break through to the golden elixir Tao, he can resurrect my mistress, and they can be together forever, living happily ever after. Pervert. Wait, Shanghai? Yang Chen was shocked. How do you know? Yang Chen asked urgently. He had asked the whereabouts of week number outside, but all the objects indicated that they did not know. The bag said, a few days ago, the old man drank too much and started reminiscing with me, so I knew, and only I and the things in his study know about this. So that's how it is. He hadn't been to the study yet. There really was such a magical universe bag, but unfortunately, he couldn't use it anymore once he left here. Yang Chen hung the universe bag around his waist and asked the cabinet, do you have anything she can use? Cabinet, she practices the emotion gu from the 7 absolute gu. My master once obtained a fragment of gu technique, for which he searched for a period of time. He found the strength gu and the dark gu, both of which are stored in the second drawer of the first row. Gu practice is different from mysticism. It cannot replenish energy through elixirs, only through the methods recorded in gu techniques. Understood. Yang Chen took down the strength gu and dark gu. He returned to Zhou Shujia's side and threw the 2 small bottles to her. Here are the strength gu and dark gu. They are yours, Yang Chen said to Zhou Shujia. Zhou Shujia was surprised, then somewhat embarrassed. Sir, I do not have the methods to practice the strength gu and dark gu. I cannot absorb these 2 gu. I'm afraid I will disappoint you. Yang Chen said, one method encompasses all methods. Once I perfect the practice method of the emotion gu, the dark gu and strength gu should not be a problem either. Zhou Shujie instinctively felt that Yang Chen was bragging. She had been practicing the emotion gu for several years and understood the profundity of gu techniques. Yang Chen being able to perfect it with just a half-written emotion gu technique was understandable. But for him to write the practice methods for the dark gu and strength gu through the emotion gu technique was simply unbelievable. However, when she looked up and saw Yang Chen's calm gaze and expression, she suddenly believed him. In her eyes, Yang Chen at this moment was extremely indifferent, as if writing 2 gu techniques was just a trivial matter. Thinking back to Yang Chen's previous performance, when he entered the cave of a monster over 700 years old, he acted as if he was returning home. So, writing 2 gu techniques might not be difficult for him to accept. One method encompasses all methods. Then, Zhou Shujie might really have to stand up. One above all. Zhou Shujie felt her blood boiling. Holding the dark gu and strength gu in her hands, she bowed and said, "Thank you for your guidance, I will follow you to the end." "In that case, let's talk about it later, let's go, we'll return to Hangda City," Yang Chen said, leading Zhou Shujie out of Zhou Shu's cave. They returned to the stone forest, then came out of the stone forest, and a few minutes later, they emerged from the botanical garden. The red sedan was parked by the roadside, with a ticket attached to the window. On the 3rd day of having a car, Yang Chen received his first ticket in life for illegal parking, deducting 1 point and a fine of 100. Driving back to Hangda City, they passed by a computer store. Yang Chen parked the car, got out, and entered the store. A row of laptops was displayed on the counter. Yang Chen glanced over and directly picked the most expensive one, priced at 17,800 yuan. Without bargaining, Yang Chen paid directly and left the store with the laptop. "You drive," Yang Chen said to Zhou Shujie. Zhou Shujie followed his instructions and sat in the driver's seat, starting the car, but she didn't understand what Yang Chen was going to do at this moment. Yang Chen sat in the back seat, quickly unpacked the laptop, and turned it on. Checking the battery life, there were still 6 hours left. Indeed, for a nearly 20,000 yuan laptop, the battery life alone was worth it. "Let me see your gu technique again," Yang Chen said to Zhou Shujie. Zhou Shujie immediately understood what Yang Chen was going to do. She took out the thin black paper, as thin as a cicada's wings, and asked in surprise, "Sir, are you going to write it now?" Yang Chen replied, "Yes, I'll try to finish it before we get home." Touched, Zhou Shujie said, "Sir, I will definitely work hard and not let you down." "Yang Chen? Well, you must work hard and break through to the Grandmaster level as soon as possible." Zhou Shujie nodded vigorously, "I will." Yang Chen placed the black paper where he could see it, then placed the laptop on his lap. Shortly after, there was a rapid tapping sound in the car. An hour later, they returned to Hangda City. At that moment, with the final tap sound, Yang Chen stopped. He had completely written the entire 7 Absolute Gu technique. The entire 7 Absolute Gu technique consisted of a total of 168,842 words. A typing speed of tens of thousands of words per hour is not a big burden for the master Yang Chen. With only 15 minutes of battery life left on the computer, the high-intensity typing has drained the computer's thick battery. "Have you finished, sir?" Zhou Shujie asked in surprise. Yang Chen nodded, "Yes, I'm done. Add me on WeChat, and I'll send it to you." Yang Chen brought up the WeChat sharing code. Ding! Yang Chen received a friend request from Zhou Shujie. Yang Chen added Zhou Shujie as a friend. Then, he connected his phone to the computer via Bluetooth and directly synced the document from the computer to his phone. Technology makes life more convenient. The 7 poisons technique consists of 7 parts. Yang Chen passed on the techniques of strength poison, emotion poison, and dark poison to Zhou Shujie. "Practice well. Contact me again after reaching the master level," Yang Chen said to Zhou Shujie. Zhou Shujie glanced at the content and immediately became immersed in it. She didn't quite understand strength poison and dark poison, but she could comprehend the complete emotion poison technique. Just by skimming through the complete version, she felt a sudden clarity. Many things that she couldn't understand before now made sense to her. "Yes, sir," Zhou Shujie suppressed her excitement and assured Yang Chen. Yang Chen said, "Go ahead." Zhou Shujie left. However, Yang Chen did not go home but instead drove away. Next, he would break through to the Grandmaster realm. The movements and power of the Overlord Spear technique would also become stronger. Although the living room at home was spacious enough, it was still not large enough to fully display his skills. Yang Chen was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself in the end, so he directly demolished the mansion he had just bought. Therefore, he needed to find a specialized training ground. On his way back, he multitasked. While rapidly outputting the 7 poisons technique, he also thought about where to find a training ground. He first thought of the park but then gave up. The park was definitely spacious enough, but it was too crowded. Then he remembered the super large training ground built under Fang Bei's luxury estate. So he observed along the way and indeed saw a gym. It was a not-so-small taekwondo training center. In terms of cultural promotion, one had to admire the South Koreans' taekwondo, a self-defense sport that had become globally popular. Not to mention their makeup, plastic surgery, and Korean drama music, it was simply a hit. Looking back at the domestic scene, sigh, there was still a long way to go. Soon, Yang Chen arrived at the taekwondo gym. Yang's Taekwondo. Yang Chen walked in. The receptionist was a very beautiful young lady, her makeup resembling a female actress in a Korean drama. Sir, hello, may I help you? Yang Chen asked, is your boss here? The receptionist smiled, sir, may I ask what you need? Yang Chen didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I'd like to rent your venue. Big business. The receptionist's smile became even brighter. She said to Yang Chen, sir, please have a seat in the lounge, I'll inform our boss immediately. Yang Chen followed the receptionist to the lounge, where she brewed a cup of tea for him and asked, sir, may I ask your name? Yang Chen replied, no need for formality, my surname is Yang. The receptionist said, Mr. Yang, please wait a moment, our boss will be here soon. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a taekwondo uniform walked in. Haha, Mr. Yang? The middle-aged man asked Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded. The middle-aged man reached out his hand and shook hands with Yang Chen. I am Yang Huifeng, the operator of this dojo. I heard from our Xiao Song that you want to rent the dojo? Yang Chen nodded. Yang Huifeng continued, may I ask Mr. Yang how much space you want to rent and for how long? Yang Chen asked, how big is your dojo? Yang Huifeng said, the training area is 800 square meters, suitable for events with 1,000 people. 800 square meters, enough. Yang Chen said, I'll take the whole space. How much does it cost to rent for a month? Rent the whole space for a month? Yang Huifeng suddenly felt embarrassed. Mr. Yang, I'm really sorry. I've actually been training children here all along. If you rent the whole place and rent it for another month, I really can't. Yang Chen said, 1 million, enough for you to find another venue temporarily, right? Yang Huifeng was suddenly puzzled. Renting a venue for 1 million, is this person out of his mind? This is not a downtown area. The rent for this venue is just over 20,000 a month. He would be content with earning 50,000 by renting it out for a month. Enough, enough. Yang Huifeng hurriedly nodded. Yang Chen said, give me an account, I'll transfer the money to you. Yang Huifeng opened his Alipay account in a daze. Ding! 1 million received in Alipay. It's here. Really 1 million. Yang Huifeng lightly bit his tongue. It hurts. It's real, not a dream. What is he up to? Yang Huifeng couldn't understand. Yang Chen wasn't up to anything. He just didn't want to bother. Money is just a number to him. Although he doesn't have much money, his realm is already high enough. Making 18 million is as simple as eating and drinking to him. He just wants to find a suitable place now, break through and prepare for the trip to Qinghai a month later. Now, can you take me to see the venue? Yang Chen said to Yang Huifeng. Yang Huifeng quickly stood up and took Yang Chen to the venue. When they arrived, it was indeed a very large venue, with shock-absorbing mats on the floor. This is it, are you satisfied? Yang Huifeng unconsciously switched to using honorifics. Yang Chen nodded, okay, you can leave now. Until the rental period is over, no one is allowed to enter here. Yang Huifeng suddenly became alert and said, it's better for us to sign a contract. Firstly, it will provide you with protection, and secondly, we need to specify some behavioral clauses. Yang Chen looked at Yang Huifeng and smiled. Are you afraid I will do something illegal here? Yang Huifeng smiled awkwardly, did not deny, and tacitly agreed. Yang Chen smiled, to be honest, I want to practice martial arts here. Practice martial arts? Yang Huifeng was surprised. Yang Chen lifted his foot, lightly stepped on the mat, and the next moment there was a bang, and all the mats in the venue flew up. Yang Huifeng was so scared that he sat on the ground. Yang Chen didn't mind and said, this is martial arts. Yang Huifeng still couldn't believe it. Martial arts? What kind of martial arts is this powerful? Yang Chen smiled. In the vast land of China, there are many things that ordinary people cannot understand. Well, now you can leave. I want to meditate here for a month, and during this month, I hope not to be disturbed. Yang Huifeng quickly got up, nodded and promised, Mr. Yang, rest assured, I will definitely not let anyone disturb you. Yang Chen said, also, don't talk about this outside, otherwise. Yang Chen pointed to the broken mats, and Yang Huifeng suddenly felt a chill all over his body. I will keep it a secret. Yang Huifeng walked out cautiously. When he reached the door, he suddenly felt all his strength drained, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath, cold sweat instantly drenching his body. "Mr. Yang, what's wrong with you?" The receptionist came over and asked in confusion. Yang Huifeng finally came to his senses. He said to the receptionist, "Xiao Song, quickly, lock the door. For the next month, no one is allowed to enter the store. I'm going to find another venue now to cope with the taekwondo classes for the next month." The receptionist was very puzzled. Yang Huifeng didn't dare to explain more to her. He earnestly instructed, "Also, don't go in, don't disturb the person inside." The receptionist still looked puzzled. "Xiao Song," Yang Huifeng called out. The receptionist nodded, "Okay, I won't go in." Yang Huifeng, not at ease, said, "You promise?" The receptionist reluctantly nodded, "I promise." Yang Huifeng left. The front desk lady returned to her seat at the front desk. Soon, she got bored of playing with her phone. Her eyes involuntarily kept glancing towards the entrance of the Daochang. Finally, she couldn't control her curiosity any longer. She tiptoed over. Just a quick peek, should be fine. That young man looks so handsome, he can't possibly be a monster, right? The front desk lady convinced herself. She reached out, about to push the door open a crack. Creak! The door swung wide open. The front desk lady was so shocked that she didn't dare move. Yang Chen looked at her, "Go get me some water." "Ha!" The front desk lady was at a loss. Yang Chen, drinking water. The front desk lady, "Oh, I'll go get it right away." A few minutes later, the lady came back with several bottles of mineral water. "Is this enough?" the front desk lady asked. Yang Chen smiled, "It's enough." Yang Chen took the water, turned around, and went back to the Daochang. The front desk lady was about to peek inside, but the door slammed shut with a bang. The front desk lady pouted, stomped her foot in annoyance, then turned back to her post. Yang Chen drank 2 big bottles of water. He stood in the center of the Daochang. He activated the mechanism within him, stomped lightly, and a force emanated from him, rushing outwards and sending the shattered mats flying around. Yang Chen took out a concentration pill and swallowed it. A majestic power instantly filled his body. Overlord Spear Technique. 8 forms. 3 in 1. As Yang Chen moved, the power within him was rapidly absorbed. 1. Another 1. And another 1. After the 3 in 1, it became 4 in 1. The need for concentration pills surged once again. After using a total of 16 concentration pills, he finally completed the 4 in 1. 5 in 1. A total of 38 concentration pills. 6 in 1. A total of 81 concentration pills. 7 in 1. 153 pills. Finally, 8 in 1. 232 pills. When the 8 forms completely merged, Yang Chen felt all his meridians instantly connected. Unprecedented enlightenment, unprecedented strength. Yang Chen felt he had his own understanding of martial arts, a unique cognition of power control. He had reached the peak Grandmaster realm. A life of cheating. Promotion was so unremarkable. Yang Chen looked into the Qiankuan bag. There were still 2 bottles of concentration pills, a total of 63 pills. He picked up his phone from the side, only to find it had run out of battery and shut down. "How long has it been?" Yang Chen exclaimed. He flashed to the door, pushed it open. It was cold and empty outside, even the front desk lady was gone. The door was locked from the outside. Yang Chen pointed his finger, and the lock shattered into a pile of iron scraps. He pushed the door open, and it was still the bustling scene as before, with no changes. He looked around. "Where's my car?" Yang Chen asked. The street lamp beside him answered, "It was towed by the traffic police." Yang Chen, "How long was I inside?" Street lamp, 18 days. 18 days? Yang Chen was shocked. He immediately raised his arm and sniffed. Stinky. Yang Chen put on a mask, then almost turned into a gust of wind, disappearing on the spot. 5 minutes later, he returned to Hangda City. He charged his phone. Without taking off his clothes, a force erupted from within him, and his clothes disintegrated into pieces. He flashed to the bathroom. After a dozen minutes, a refreshed Yang Chen walked out. His body had become more perfect, even a bit taller. Although he wasn't short before, he was nearly 6 feet tall. Now he was over 6 feet. The muscles on his body were even more symmetrical and perfect. With every step he took, the muscles on his body moved, exuding a sense of powerful beauty. He went to the wardrobe, picked 2 pieces of clothing from his few clothes, put them on. Barefoot, he went to get his phone and turned it on. In the next moment, thousands of messages flooded in, causing his already not-so-young phone to freeze instantly. Asking about the specific situation of the phone, Yang Chen finally knew what had happened in these 18 days. There were too many messages on the phone, and Yang Chen was too lazy to go through them one by one. These messages included text messages, WeChat messages, TikTok comments, Weibo comments, and so on. There were also hundreds of missed calls. The people who called and messaged him included his classmates, teachers, and several unknown numbers. The first person to discover Yang Chen's disappearance was Zhou Ping. That afternoon, Zhou Ping couldn't get through to Yang Chen on the phone, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Zhou Maochuan also called Zhou Ping to ask about Yang Chen's situation. Zhou Ping said he didn't know either. Zhou Maochuan didn't say much more. Zhou Ping didn't know that Zhou Maochuan was planning to go to Sanglong Street with Yang Chen. The next day, Zhou Ping started to worry. Because Yang Chen didn't show up for the exam, and more importantly, Zhou Mengmeng also came to find Zhou Ping because she couldn't contact Yang Chen either. They went to Hangda City to find Yang Chen but couldn't find him. Soon, they couldn't even get through to Yang Chen's phone. It was turned off. 2 days passed, and the counselor was alarmed. The counselor was very panicked. Such a big person suddenly disappeared. If something really happened, the counselor would be responsible. The counselor needed to contact Yang Chen's parents. At this time, Zhou Maochuan arrived. He stopped Director Wang and said, "I can guarantee that Yang Chen is fine. He should show up soon." So, the matter was suppressed in this way. Director Wang naturally believed Zhou Maochuan, but he was also afraid. In order to clear his responsibility as much as possible, he also reported this matter to the college leaders and school leaders. The college leaders and school leaders said they already knew about this matter, and with Zhou Maochuan's assurance, there should be no problem, so they decided to wait and see. And they waited for 18 days. Yang Chen missed all the exams that followed. Zhou Mengmeng, Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, and Shou Shou were still sending him messages every day. After listening to the phone, Yang Chen felt really sorry. At the same time, he was very grateful to Zhou Maochuan. If Uncle Zhou hadn't stopped it, this matter would probably have escalated, and my parents would have been worried. Next time I encounter such a situation, I must arrange the external affairs properly. Yang Chen felt a little scared just thinking about it. He replied to Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, and Shou Shou's messages, "Brothers, sorry, I'm back." Buzz. Just as Yang Chen sent the message, Zhou Ping's phone rang. Yang Chen answered, and Zhou Ping's angry voice came through the phone. "Where the hell have you been? For over half a month, I thought you were dead." Yang Chen felt warm. If someone doesn't truly care about you, how could they lose control of their emotions like this? Yang Chen said, "I'm in Hangda City, are you three together? Come over, I have something good for you." "Okay, we'll be right there. Good or not, we don't care, we need an explanation from you." Zhou Ping's voice calmed down a lot. Yang Chen said, "Okay," and hung up the phone. Yang Chen called Zhou Maochuan again. The call connected, and Zhou Maochuan's hearty laughter came through. "Xiao Yang, are you out of seclusion?" Yang Chen was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, "Uncle Zhou, I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to take this long, and I missed the meeting with Mr. and Mrs. Sanlong." Zhou Maochuan smiled and said, "I met Mr. and Mrs. Sanglong, and they told me that you might have encountered something or suddenly entered a critical moment of cultivation. They said they would wait for you to open the secret realm, so it's not too late now." Yang Chen said, "Shall we go see Mr. and Mrs. Sanlong tonight? As an apology, I will give Uncle Zhou and Mr. and Mrs. Sanglong a gift as compensation." Zhou Maochuan said, "Then tonight, I'll pick you up at 6 o'clock. This time, you can't leave again." Yang Chen promised, "I won't this time." "Okay, that's it, I'll contact you before 6 o'clock. And he hung up the phone. Yang Chen called Zhou Mengmeng again. Upon hearing Yang Chen's voice, Zhou Mengmeng burst into tears. Yang Chen comforted her for 10 minutes, making countless promises, finally calming Zhou Mengmeng down. "Where are you? I'll come find you," Zhou Mengmeng said. Yang Chen replied, "I'll come pick you up." Yang Chen left the house, leaving a key under the doormat outside. He then messaged Zhou Ping and the others. "The key is under the doormat outside." He drove to Zhou Mengmeng's house. The window at Zhou Mengmeng's house had been fixed. Zhou Mengmeng was already waiting at the door for Yang Chen. The winter wind made Zhou Mengmeng shiver, but she stood stubbornly at the door, looking around. It wasn't until she saw Yang Chen's car that a smile appeared on her face. Yang Chen got out of the car. Zhou Mengmeng rushed over and threw herself into Yang Chen's arms, tears instantly wetting his chest. Yang Chen gently patted Zhou Mengmeng's back, and after a while, her sobbing subsided. "I was really worried about you," Zhou Mengmeng said. Yang Chen replied, "I know." Zhou Mengmeng said, "I thought you were dead." Yang Chen said, "I know." Zhou Mengmeng said, "You really can't do this in the future." Yang Chen said, "I know. Besides saying that, what else can you say?" Zhou Mengmeng was a bit annoyed. Yang Chen looked at Zhou Mengming's red face from the cold, reached out to touch her face, a true energy passing over her cheek, instantly healing her frostbitten skin. He said, "Meng Meng, be my girlfriend." Zhou Mengming's pupils dilated instantly. She had always liked Yang Chen, but he had never said those words, leaving their relationship ambiguous. She had been waiting for him to say those words. Now that she finally heard them, happiness filled her heart, leaving her speechless. Yang Chen said, "Actually, I wanted to say those words to you a long time ago, but I couldn't before." "Why?" Zhou Mengmeng asked immediately. Yang Chen replied, "Because I was too weak before. If you became my girlfriend, you might face more danger because of me, and I didn't have enough strength to protect you." "Then why can you say it now?" Zhou Mengmeng asked. Yang Chen smiled, "Because now I have enough strength." Zhou Mengmeng didn't understand what Yang Chen specifically meant. She pushed Yang Chen away and looked him up and down. "You look more robust than before. Did you go for devil training during those 18 days you disappeared?" Zhou Mengmeng half-jokingly said. "Sort of. Come, follow me to Hangda City. When we get there, I'll tell you everything." Yang Chen pulled Zhou Mengmeng into the car. Zhou Mengmeng didn't resist. Once in the car, she fastened her seatbelt. Zhou Mengmeng asked in confusion, "Us?" Yang Chen replied, "Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, and Shou Shou." Oh. Zhou Mengming's wariness disappeared, leaving only happiness and anticipation. Back in Hangda City, Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, and Shou Shou were already waiting in the villa. When they saw Yang Chen open the door, the three immediately charged at him, but were all bounced back and landed on the ground. They looked at Yang Chen in disbelief. Yang Chen waved his hand and said, "Don't blame me, you guys were too sudden, I didn't have time to hold back." "That's not important. What's important is, do you have springs on you? Why did we bounce back when we hit you?" Zhou Ping asked. Yang Chen said, "This is related to what I'm about to tell you. Come over." Yang Chen pulled Zhou Mengmeng to sit on the sofa, sitting very close and holding hands. When Zhou Ping and the others saw Yang Chen and Zhou Mengmeng, they immediately howled like wolves. Zhou Mengmeng blushed and couldn't even look up. Yang Chen glared at his three good friends. "Let me announce the first thing. Starting today, I, Yang Chen, am off the market. Zhou Mengmeng is mine, you all can call her sister-in-law." Zhou Ping and the other two stood up with a clatter, bowing in unison and saying, "Hello, sister-in-law." "Oh, you guys, hello, please sit down, don't be like this." Zhou Mengmeng blushed and waved her hand nervously. The three sat down, and Yang Chen patted Zhou Mengmeng's hand, whispering, "In my study, there are 2 boxes of tea on the bookshelf and a teapot on the table. Go make some tea." "Oh." Zhou Mengmeng breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly left. "Just came back, and already together like this?" Zhou Ping asked mysteriously. Yang Chen looked at Zhou Mengmeng's back and said, "I can take responsibility, so I should be a responsible man." He. The three gestured at Yang Chen. Zhao Feng asked, "So, what have you been doing for these 18 days? We almost thought you were abducted by a pyramid scheme." After glancing at Zhou Ping shook his head. Looking at Shou Shou nodded. Zhou Ping said, "I kept telling them, you definitely didn't go to do pyramid schemes. Who are you? You are about to cooperate with my Zhou family. What kind of pyramid scheme can attract a great person like you?" Zhao Feng sneered, "I also don't want to think about other possibilities." Zhou Ping said, "Enough of that, Xiangu, can you tell us now?" Yang Chen looked at the study and said, "I'll tell you everything when she comes over." A few minutes later, Zhou Mengmeng came out with a tray, on which there was a teapot and 5 cups. After serving the tea, Zhou Mengmeng obediently sat next to Yang Chen. By now, she had lost the shyness and confusion she had just shown. Yang Chen asked her to make tea, just to let her temporarily escape the previous environment, and also to let her feel like a hostess. Yang Chen said, "Before I tell you what I've been doing, I need to tell you about the things behind this world. In this world, there are martial artists, and martial arts are divided into external and internal skills. External skills are the martial arts we usually practice, while internal skills are like the cultivation methods we see in martial arts novels, where one can possess supernatural energy similar to true qi, surpassing ordinary human strength. Most people can practice external skills, but very few practice internal skills. Generally, only those who practice internal skills are considered cultivators." "Feels like listening to a fantasy novel." Zhao Feng interrupted. Zhou Ping immediately slapped him and said, "Don't interrupt, listen carefully." Yang Chen looked at Zhou Ping and said, "Your father approached me for cooperation because he saw my identity as a cultivator. Cultivators are righteous and have far greater strength than ordinary people, so we can go to many places where ordinary people cannot, such as certain secret realms or tombs. Many of the treasures in your Zhou family were obtained this way." "I understand, but what does this have to do with your sudden disappearance?" Zhou Ping asked. Yang Chen said, during these 18 days, I was actually in seclusion practicing. As the saying goes, time flies when you're in seclusion. When I finished my cultivation and came out, I found that 18 days had passed. Zhou Ping suddenly realized, no wonder my dad didn't let me worry, and even stopped Wang Dao and the others, and didn't inform your parents. He knew long ago that you were in seclusion practicing. So I am very grateful to Uncle Zhou, but Uncle Zhou also guessed it. Yang Chen smiled. I really didn't expect that there are such high and low martial arts in this world. Shou smiled and looked at Yang Chen expectantly. Chen good, do your martial arts have levels? What level are you now? Can we learn? 3 questions in one go. Yang Chen replied, there are levels, and I am at a high level now. Yang Chen gestured with his hand, pointing to his temple. Then he continued, normally, you can't learn internal skills. However, I have obtained a treasure. If you consume it and I help you adjust, maybe it will work. The 3 who were initially a bit disappointed suddenly became excited again. How do we adjust? The 3 asked in unison. Yang Chen reached out and tapped the small bag on his waist, and when no one was paying attention, a concentration pill appeared in his hand. With a slight force, the concentration pill instantly split into 3 parts. Yang Chen threw the 3 parts of the concentration pill into the teacups of the 3 people. The concentration pill dissolved in the water, instantly filling the entire room with a strong medicinal fragrance. The 3 people deeply inhaled and exclaimed, so fragrant, even more fragrant than the paste we ate last time. Yang Chen rolled his eyes at the 3 people in his heart, criticizing them for their lack of knowledge. Concentration pills were originally much better than concentration beads. Moreover, the last time they ate was the residue of the concentration beads. Now they were going to eat 1/3 of the concentration pill. Normally, an ordinary person would explode and die after just 1 sip. However, these 3 people were different. They had previously eaten the residue of the concentration beads, which had already strengthened their bodies. This time, by directly drinking the tea with the concentration pill, although they would still explode and die, it wouldn't happen immediately. Before the spiritual power burst their bodies, Yang Chen opened up their governing vessel, allowing them to absorb the spiritual power. The immense spiritual power of the concentration pill would build the foundation for their bodies, giving them the qualifications to practice internal martial arts. Drink up quickly, Yang Chen urged the 3 people. Unable to resist any longer, the 3 people immediately gulped down the tea in their cups without leaving a drop. In the next moment, the 3 people immediately screamed in pain. Their bodies swelled up in an instant, rapidly expanding as if they were about to explode. Yang Chen acted swiftly, seemingly splitting into 3 people in an instant. 3 Yang Chen stood behind Zhou Ping and the others. A powerful aura emanated from Yang Chen as he gently pressed his hand on the Baihui acupoint of Zhou Ping and the others. With 3 soft cries of open, Zhou Mengmeng was shocked to see 2 bright lines appearing above and below the heads of the 3 balloon-like figures, quickly converging below their bellies. As soon as the governing vessel was opened, the balloon-like figures of Zhou Ping and the others rapidly shrank. Soon, the 3 people returned to normal. Yang Chen finished his work. At this moment, the 3 of them were completely different from before. After the marrow cleansing and vein cutting, they now had excellent qualifications. Zhou Maochuan had hoped to improve the bloodline of the Zhou family by offering his daughter to Yang Chen in this insane manner. Now, Zhou Ping had succeeded through this method. Of course, those born with qualifications were highly likely to pass them on to their descendants. However, those like Zhou Ping who obtained qualifications through external means could not pass them on. It was like plastic surgery. No matter how perfect the result, the original genes remained unchanged. Moreover, not everyone could undergo marrow cleansing and vein cutting. Firstly, spiritual pills were required, with concentration pills being the minimum requirement. Only Feng Tu could refine concentration pills, as internal martial arts practitioners did not cultivate spiritual power and thus could not refine pills. In an era where Feng Tu was rare, finding him was not easy, let alone obtaining spiritual pills from him. In addition to spiritual pills, it also required the assistance of martial arts experts to open the governing vessel. The required cultivation level had to be at least that of a grandmaster. Yang Chen had become a grandmaster solely due to the effects of the medicine. First, he obtained the complete inheritance of the Overlord Spear Technique's secret technique, the Yin Pearl. Then, he directly stole the home of Feng Tu and acquired over 500 concentration pills. Each concentration pill could attract numerous internal martial arts practitioners, yet Yang Chen consumed over 500 in one go. It was truly wasteful. If one were to cultivate step by step, like the Tsanglong couple, who had only reached the Grandmaster realm in their 100+ years, they would have to stop at that level for the rest of their lives. Therefore, it was basically impossible for someone to cultivate successfully through external means. I feel strange. I feel full of strength all over my body. Me too. Zhou Ping and the others looked at themselves in astonishment. Yang Chen said to the three of them, I have initiated you into the mysteries, and from now on, you will have the foundation for cultivation. Are you saying we can become as powerful as you? Zhou Ping exclaimed. Yang Chen smiled and said, to catch up with me, it's still early. There are 5 realms in martial arts cultivation: initial understanding, entering the room, integration, reaching the peak, and returning to the original. Among them, integration can be called master level, reaching the peak can be called grandmaster level, and returning to the original is a martial saint. Zhao Feng said, Shengu, you mentioned before that your realm is so high. Zhao Feng gestured to the height of his temple and continued, is that the master level? Before Yang Chen could speak, Zhou Ping had already tapped Zhao Feng's head from behind. That height must be the second highest, which is the grandmaster level, right, Shengu? Yang Chen nodded. When I was at the Haoju stage, I had entered the room. That night, I had a fight with Feng Bei, and he broke through to the master level of integration, and I also broke through to the master level of integration. After that, I closed up for 18 days, and now I have been promoted to the grandmaster level. It is precisely because I have been promoted to the grandmaster level that I can initiate you into the mysteries. At the master level, I still cannot control the true energy so precisely. Thin hurriedly asked, what level are we now? Yang Chen smiled, you haven't even seen the door of initial understanding yet. Right now, you only have the qualifications for cultivation, at most a bit stronger and more sensitive than ordinary people. You still need to find a master. Find a master? Zhou Ping laughed, Shengu, you are already a grandmaster, why do we need to find a master? Just teach us. Yang Chen hesitated for a moment. Thin was the quickest thinker, and he asked, is there a distinction between schools, and you can't casually teach martial arts? Yang Chen shook his head, that's not the case, and I don't have a master either. With my level of skill, I can teach anyone I want. What is it? The three of them asked in unison. Yang Chen said, it's that I don't know how to teach you. The three of them were full of question marks in their minds. Yang Chen pondered for a moment and said, in simple terms, I have inherited a legacy, and I don't need to comprehend it. I can understand all the mysteries in the inheritance without needing to comprehend them, but I can't explain it well. Perhaps it's like a sip of water. If I were to start practicing from scratch and reach my current level, any skill would be easy for me. Although we don't understand, we get what you mean, Zhou Ping said. Thin nodded in agreement. Zhao Feng suddenly realized and exclaimed, I know. What do you know? Zhou Ping and Thin asked Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng said, I know what Qiangu means. Tell us, what does Qiangu mean? Zhou Ping said. Zhao Feng said with a serious tone, in simple terms, Qiangu is a genius, the kind who gets into Tsinghua University, so he can't be a teacher, he can't teach his knowledge to us ordinary students because we won't understand. We need to find teachers who are ordinary university graduates. Thin rubbed his chin, Fenggu, I always thought you were single-minded, but I didn't expect that a single-minded person would be so good at flattery, and so enthusiastic. Zhou Ping nodded in agreement, Qiangu, are you enjoying the flattery? Yang Chen ignored the teasing of the three. Although what Zhao Feng said had the suspicion of flattery, it also touched on the essence. His inheritance came from Xiang Yu. How high was Xiang Yu's starting point? That's the kind that gets into Tsinghua. Yang Chen smiled, I can't teach you here, but I know a place where I can teach you. Where? The three of them asked in unison. Yang Chen looked at Zhou Ping and said, Ping Ji's house. My house? Zhou Ping couldn't believe it. Yang Chen smiled, before 6 o'clock this afternoon, Uncle Zhou will come over, and you will know then. Now, I will teach you some basics, so you can consolidate them first. Although he couldn't teach them specific cultivation techniques, he could still teach them some basic cultivation methods. For example, the horse stance. The horse stance is the foundation for the lower body. Yang Chen had never practiced the horse stance, but he knew the most effective way to do it. So, his three good friends began a few hours of wailing and howling. After arranging Zhou Ping and the others, Yang Chen returned to Zhou Mengming's side. Zhou Mengming looked at Yang Chen expectantly. Yang Chen held Zhou Mengming's hand and said, your situation is a bit different from theirs, I'll help you later tonight. Tonight? Zhou Mengming's face instantly turned red. You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you? Zhou Mengming said softly. Yang Chen blushed when he saw this. He quickly explained, Mengming, you misunderstood. It's because your body is weaker than theirs and requires more delicate care, which takes more time. So I need to prepare and give you detailed care tonight. I swear to the heavens, I absolutely have no ulterior motives. Oh, Zhou Mengming elongated her voice, her face no longer red, but there was a sudden hint of disappointment in her heart. Yang Chen didn't know what specific help Zhou's family could provide to Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, and Shou Shou. At that time, when Zhou Maochuan recommended a girlfriend to Yang Chen was too embarrassed to ask further. However, he was thinking about it now. Zhou Maochuan must have some cards to cultivate practitioners. It's not just about getting Yang Chen's bloodline or having a relationship with the seemingly unattainable place where Yang Chen came from. If Zhou Maochuan only had such ambitions, he wouldn't be content with cooperating with the Canlong couple, nor would he try to flatter Yang Chen. The reason why the unattainable place is called unattainable is that ordinary people simply cannot search for the secluded place of Fangtu, and it also indicates that Fangtu doesn't care about the mundane world. This is completely different from internal martial arts practitioners. Internal martial arts practitioners are fully integrated into the secular world. If they are satisfied with family ties, it's better for Zhou's family to be associated with the Canlong couple than to be associated with an unattainable place. This is also why the Canlong couple first knew about Yang Chen's identity, but they didn't have any excessive thoughts about Yang Chen. Several hours quickly passed. Zhou Maochuan called. Yang Chen told Zhou Maochuan his location and invited him over. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Yang Chen went to open the door, and outside stood Zhou Maochuan and the steward Lao Huang. Uncle Zhou, Yang Chen politely nodded to Zhou Maochuan. Zhou Maochuan also nodded in return. Dad, Zhou Ping's voice came from behind Yang Chen. Uncle Zhou. Zhao Feng and Shou Shou also stepped forward. You are all here. Zhou Maochuan was somewhat surprised. Zhou Ping nodded and said, We've been waiting for you here. Waiting for me? Zhou Maochuan was puzzled, then he looked at Yang Chen. Obviously, all of this was arranged by Yang Chen. Uncle Zhou, please come inside first. Yang Chen invited Zhou Maochuan into the living room. Uncle Zhou, have some tea. Zhou Mengmeng handed over a cup of prepared tea. Thank you, Zhou Maochuan said thanks, took a sip of tea, then placed the teacup on the coffee table. He then said to Yang Chen, Xiaoyang, the time is almost up, we need to go see that Canlong couple soon. Yang Chen said, there's no rush. No rush? Zhou Maochuan was somewhat displeased and anxious. Before Zhou Maochuan could object, Yang Chen said, Uncle Zhou, have you always wanted to cultivate a practitioner for the Zhou family? Zhou Maochuan was taken aback by this sudden question. He looked at Yang Chen with a furrowed brow, and after a moment, he nodded, yes. Yang Chen pointed to Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, and Shou Shou, then smiled at Zhou Maochuan. I've arranged 3 for Uncle Zhou. I've already helped them cleanse their marrow and cut their tendons. Their aptitude is definitely above average now. With a little more cultivation, they will definitely advance to the level of Grandmaster within 10 years. Whether they can reach the level of Grandmaster depends on their destiny and comprehension. Cleanse their marrow and cut their tendons? Zhou Maochuan looked incredulously at Zhou Ping and the other two. All 3 nodded at Zhou Maochuan, with Zhou Ping even showing off his biceps to indicate his transformation. Zhou Maochuan suddenly looked shocked and turned to Yang Chen. Bone washing and marrow cleansing, I heard that Canlong couple mention it before. Not to mention that bone washing and marrow cleansing requires the use of extremely high energy rare treasures. It also requires a Grandmaster to help open the run and do meridians. Could it be? Yang Chen nodded, that's right, I secluded myself for 18 days and have now reached the Grandmaster realm. After speaking, Yang Chen lightly tapped the coffee table with his hand. An invisible true energy shot out from his hand, hitting the teacup in front of Zhou Maochuan. The teacup made a cracking sound and shattered into powder, but not a drop of tea spilled out. Zhou Maochuan exclaimed, true energy release. Truly a Grandmaster. Yang Chen nodded and retracted his true energy. The powdered cup fell onto the coffee table with a rustle. At that moment, the tea in the cup was about to spill out, but Yang Chen pointed to the trash can, and the tea turned into a beautiful parabola, landing accurately in the trash can. Zhou Maochuan, addressing Yang Chen as Mr. Yang, expressed his gratitude for the generous gift. Zhou Ping couldn't help but speak up, urging his father to reveal any hidden cards. Zhou Maochuan then mentioned his intention to cultivate the Zhou family's practitioners and the valuable manual he had acquired. He expressed concern for Zhao Feng, Su Yangjie, and 2 other students nurtured by Yang Chen. Yang Chen proposed to help complete the martial arts manual, which excited Zhou Maochuan. They decided to visit the Canlong couple before returning to the old house to retrieve the manual. Zhou Maochuan suggested a profit-sharing agreement, with a significant portion going to Yang Chen. Yang Chen smiled and said, 40% is too little, how about 50%? Is 50% too little? For Zhou Maochuan, that was something he wouldn't even dare to think about. But for Yang Chen, it was actually quite low. With cheats on their side, they would have an unbeatable advantage in the secret realm. For him and the Zhou family to only take 50% was already very generous, even a loss. So, Yang Chen had one more thing to say. The 50% he wanted was the 50% he had chosen first. 50% is too much, I'm afraid that Sanglong couple won't agree, Zhou Maochuan said. Yang Chen smiled. We'll see when the time comes. Let's first deal with the matter of the three of them cultivating the secret techniques. Zhou Maochuan immediately nodded. Alright, let's go to my house now. Zhou Maochuan called Zhou Ping, and the others followed Yang Chen onto his car. In the car, Zhou Maochuan asked Zhou Ping, tell me the specifics. Zhou Ping explained in detail how Yang Chen contacted him, brought them to Hangda City, gave them tea with a third of a pill in it, and then explained the whole process of them opening up their run and do meridians. After Zhou Ping finished, Zhou Maochuan excitedly nodded. It seems that little Yang has indeed broken through to the realm of Grandmaster, an 18-year-old Grandmaster, unheard of before. It seems that he is most likely someone who came from the unsearchable land. It's just that there's something very strange. What's so strange? What is the unsearchable land? Zhou Ping asked. Zhou Maochuan said, you will also have to take over the Zhou family in the future, and there are some things you should know. Behind our world, there are two types of people who are almost not bound by worldly constraints. One type still has connections with the world, they are called cultivators, and you will become one in the future. By the end, Zhou Maochuan could hardly contain the excitement in his body. He could never have imagined that the cultivator of the Zhou family he had always longed for would appear like this. I know about this, Quan Ji told me before. What about the other type? Zhou Ping asked. Zhou Maochuan said, the other type is the extremely mysterious Fong Tu. It is said that Fong Tu rose more than 2,000 years ago, and later gradually retreated. Now, Fong Tu is almost invisible, with most of them hiding in their caves, either in the bustling city or in the mountains and wilderness. Wherever they live, there is said to be a formation outside their caves that ordinary people cannot enter, and even cultivators are unlikely to enter. Therefore, the place where Fong Tu resides is called the Unsearchable Land. So, who is more powerful, Fong Tu or cultivators? Zhou Ping asked. Zhou Maochuan shook his head. I have never seen Fong Tu, so I don't know how powerful Fong Tu is, but there is one thing I can be sure of. What? Zhou Ping asked eagerly. Zhou Maochuan said, Fong Tu can refine pills, almost achieving immortality, which cultivators cannot. The Sanglong couple are already at the realm of Grandmaster, legends on the internet as martial saints, but they are only over 100 years old, already very old, and living a few more decades is the limit. Fong Tu, on the other hand, is different. It is said that breaking through to the first realm of Fong Tu can have a lifespan of over 100 years without illness or disaster, reaching the second realm can have a lifespan of 300 years, and reaching the third realm can have a lifespan of 800 years, and beyond that. I don't know. Zhou Ping suddenly felt a longing in his heart and asked, Dad, you haven't seen Fong Tu, how do you know so much? Zhou Maochuan said, when chatting with the Sanglong couple, they mentioned it. They even said that there is a Fong Tu living near our Jiang city, also surnamed Zhou, who is said to be over 700 years old. Also surnamed Zhou? Could it be related to our family? Zhou Ping was excited. Zhou Maochuan smiled. If there is an ancestor in our family who is Fong Tu, why would our Zhou family have to cooperate with the Sanglong couple to explore the secret realm in such a roundabout way? Over the years, our Zhou family has sent hundreds of people and spent billions of dollars to cooperate with the Sanglong couple in exploring the secret realm. We have prospered by working with the Sanglong couple for so many years. However, this cooperation has also limited the potential of our Zhou family. If you had not met Yang Chen and obtained such a great opportunity, our Zhou family would have reached its limit. But now, things are different. Regardless of the secrets behind Yang Chen, it is certain that his future is so high that our Zhou family cannot reach it. Therefore, in the not-too-distant future, our Zhou family may no longer rely on Yang Chen. So, the future of the Zhou family depends on you, as well as your two classmates. This may be the reason why Yang Chen spared no effort and expensive elixirs to help the three of you cultivate. Soon, they arrived at the old Zhou mansion. Zhou Maochuan led Yang Chen, Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, Su Yangjie, and Zhou Mengmeng to the study. Zhou Maochuan pressed a hidden button on the desk, and the bookshelf slowly slid open to reveal a safe door. Zhou Maochuan walked over, entered the password, scanned his fingerprint and eyes, and then the safe door slowly opened. Inside the safe door was a sealed space of about 4 to 5 square meters, containing only a safe. The safe required a manual password. After entering the password and inserting 3 keys, the safe finally opened to reveal a sandalwood box. This type of sandalwood is naturally insect repellent and is an excellent container for preserving books. Zhou Maochuan handed the sandalwood box to Yang Chen and said, Xiao Yang, this is the internal martial arts manuscript I obtained. The first few pages are missing, and the rest is also lost, so I don't know its name. Yang Chen nodded and took the sandalwood box. Let's go to the study. Yang Chen took the box and walked back to the study, with everyone following behind him. In the study, Yang Chen placed the box on the desk and opened it to reveal a very tattered manual, with the pages already turning yellow. How old are you? Yang Chen asked in his mind. The manual replied, over 1,500 years old. It was written during the Tang dynasty, quite ancient. Yang Chen thought to himself. What is your name and who wrote you? Yang Chen asked. The manual replied, my full name is Pei Family Sword Art, written by Pei Minwan, one of the three masters of the Tang dynasty. Pei Minwan? I don't know him. Yang Chen said. Lack of culture is truly terrifying. The three masters of the Tang dynasty are Li Bai's poetry, Zhang Su's cursive script, and Pei Minwan's sword dance. I know Li Bai, but the rest is beyond my engineering background. However, that's not important. What is important is, do you know the missing information? Yang Chen asked. The manual replied, of course, I am the original. My master wrote the Pei family sword art on me. Yang Chen smiled. That's settled then. Seeing Yang Chen smile, Zhou Maochuan immediately became nervous and asked, Xiao Yang, did you make any discoveries? Yang Chen said to Zhou Maochuan, it's good news. This is a sword art manual, and I have heard of this manual before. Sword art? What is that? Zhou Ping asked eagerly. Yang Chen said, that Pei family sword art, written by Pei Minwan during the Tang dynasty. Pei Minwan? Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Zhou Meng suddenly spoke up, Pei Min, a figure from the Tang dynasty Kaiyuan era, Kaiyuan. The prosperous era of Tang Xuanzong Li Longji. Ah, the one Yang Guifei married. Seeing that everyone understood, Zhou Meng continued, if I remember correctly, Pei Min should be from Shandong, with ancestral roots in Shaanxi. He once fought against the Khitan and Tubo, served as the left Jinwu general, equivalent to a modern theater commander. The crowd nodded like elementary school students, waiting for Zhou Meng to continue educating them. Zhou Meng thought for a moment and continued, in the Tang dynasty, there were three greats. Li Bai's poetry, Zhang Su's cursive script, and Pei Min's sword dance. Yang Chen interjected. Zhou Meng looked admiringly at her crush and felt very proud, thinking that her man was truly amazing. Zhou Meng continued, Yang Chen. Senior is right, Pei Min was also known as the sword saint in the Tang dynasty, unparalleled in swordsmanship. So powerful? Zhou Ping was astonished. Zhou Meng nodded solemnly. Of course, the greatness of Pei Min's swordsmanship is recorded in many ancient texts, such as in Li Kang's Dui Ji. It is recorded, throwing the sword into the clouds, tens of zhang high, like lightning shooting down. Min extends his hand holding the scabbard to receive it. The sword pierces through the air and enters. The onlookers, hundreds of people, all chilled and amazed. In a trance, the crowd seemed to see a sword god. The ancients were truly formidable. With just over 20 words, they described such a magnificent scene. Uncle Zhou, can you complete it? Zhou Ping exclaimed excitedly. Yang Chen nodded, I'll try my best. Uncle Zhou, I need ink, paper, inkstone, preferably a brush and rice paper, Yang Chen said to Zhou Maochuan. The Pei family sword manual not only had text but also many illustrations. Yang Chen was already a grandmaster now. Through the description in the manual, he could draw the illustrations perfectly, not missing a single detail. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Maochuan said, wait here, I'll go prepare immediately. He walked out of the study and called the steward Lao Huang, go to the best stationery store in Jiangchang. Yang Chen was going to complete the Pei family sword manual. The Pei family sword manual, authored by the Tang dynasty sword saint Pei Min. It was truly prosperous. This sword manual is even more powerful than what Song Long and his wife said. This secret must be kept, absolutely cannot be leaked before Ping Ping grows up, Zhou Maochuan thought to himself. Study room. Zhou Ping asked Yang Chen in a low voice, Xian Gu, is one method to all methods really that powerful? Yang Chen whispered, actually, I obtained the Pei family sword manual. After speaking, Yang Chen pointed to his head. Zhou Ping instantly understood, feeling even more excited. If it was one method to all methods, Zhou Ping was still a bit worried. The sword saint's sword manual, and Yang Chen was just a grandmaster. It was like a high school student with excellent grades having to correct a college student's exam paper. It made people feel a bit worried. But now Zhou Ping was no longer worried. If it was given by the system, it must be perfect. What are you two whispering about? Zhao Feng, Shou Shou, and Zhou Meng looked over. Yang Chen didn't hide it. Ping Gu was afraid that there might be a bug in my restoration of the Pei family sword manual, so he came to confirm if I really have the confidence. And then? Zhao Feng and Shou Shou asked in unison. As expected, after Yang Chen completed the sword manual, they both wanted to cultivate it. Yang Chen said, just like how I can score full marks in exams, the Pei family sword manual is already in my mind. Soon, Zhou Maochuan returned with ink, paper, inkstone. Sheets of rice paper were spread out on the desk. Zhou Meng ground ink for Yang Chen. Yang Chen picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and with a flourish, wrote the cursive script on the paper. At the Grandmaster level, he could perfectly control every muscle. Writing excellent calligraphy was a breeze. Soon, after writing the first oral formula, Yang Chen began to draw illustrations. The illustrations of martial arts were not ordinary. They usually contained the artistic conception of the writer. Pei Min is a martial saint. His realm is much higher than Yang Chen's. Yang Chen naturally cannot fully restore Pei Min's sword intent, but he can at least imitate about 30 to 40%. Just 30 to 40% is already enough for Zhou Ping and the others. First move, second move, third move. It took Yang Chen 2 hours to complete the lost first 3 moves. These 2 hours almost exhausted Yang Chen's spirit. However, Yang Chen was shocked to find that he had made a slight progress in his understanding of martial arts while drawing Pei's sword technique. This delighted him greatly. He didn't care about resting. He made an excuse to go to the restroom, then ate a spirit enlightening pill. The spirit enlightening pill could put Yang Chen in a state similar to enlightenment, where his spirit was always at 100% excitement. Yang Chen, full of spirit, returned to the study. He continued to draw Pei's sword technique. He watched the 8 moves in the original Pei's sword technique book and gained some insights. Then he wrote down these 8 moves of Pei's sword technique. When he finished the last stroke, another hour had passed, and Yang Chen felt he had advanced further in martial arts. He went to the restroom again and ate another spirit enlightening pill. Seeing Yang Chen return full of spirit again, everyone was very puzzled. Zhou Ping whispered to Zhao Feng and Shou Shou, "What did Qianji eat in the restroom?" Clearly, when he went, he looked exhausted as if his body had been emptied, but when he came back, he was full of energy and vigor. "What can you eat in the restroom?" Zhao Feng wondered. Zhou Ping and Shou Shou stared at Zhao Feng wide-eyed. "Brother Feng, you're amazing." Zhao Feng was puzzled. "How am I amazing?" Zhou Meng quietly moved a little away from the 3. Pei's sword technique has a total of 18 moves. Yang Chen has already drawn 11 moves. The next 7 moves are becoming increasingly difficult. In fact, each move of Pei's sword technique is more challenging than the previous one, but from the 4th move to the 11th move, they are readily available, so Yang Chen just needs to follow the drawings. Now, for the 12th move, Yang Chen had to describe it according to the manual, then understand it himself, and then incorporate his understanding of the sword intent into the drawing. After an hour, a full hour, Yang Chen finally drew out the 12th move of Pei's sword technique. When the final stroke was completed, Yang Chen suddenly felt something explode in his mind. Grandmaster Realm, second layer. Yang Chen clearly sensed a small realm within the Grand Realm. He seemed to see a staircase. Above the staircase was a door, behind which was the truth of martial arts. Yang Chen had now climbed to the first step. There are 8 more steps like this. This clear sense of realm made Yang Chen feel extremely exhilarated, as if life had a precise goal. "You all go out, I need to focus on writing out the remaining 6 moves of the sword technique," Yang Chen said to Zhou Maochuan and others. Zhou Maochuan nodded at Yang Chen, then led Zhou Ping and others out of the study. Zhou Meng looked worriedly at Yang Chen, and Yang Chen smiled at her. "Don't worry, there's no danger, I just need to be completely focused." Zhou Meng then felt relieved and left the study. Outside the study, Zhou Maochuan was quite excited. He felt that he had already seen the Zhou family as a super family in the future. Before becoming a super family, the 4 cornerstones were Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, Su Yangjie, and the Pei's sword technique that was about to be written out. "We must firmly tie these 2 young people to the Zhou family." Zhou Maochuan thought to himself. "Let's go to the living room," Zhou Maochuan said to everyone. Everyone nodded. After arriving in the living room, Zhou Maochuan asked Zhou Meng, Zhao Feng, and Shou Shou what they liked to drink, then had Lao Huang grind the finest coffee and brew the best tea. During the tea, coffee, time, Zhou Maochuan began to subtly inquire about Zhao Feng and Su Yangjie's preferences, studies, and family situations. The 13th move is more complicated than the 12th move. Yang Chen took 2 spirit enlightening pills at once. An hour and a half later, Yang Chen finally completed the 13th sword technique, but he did not step onto the 2nd level. He took 2 more spirit enlightening pills. He continued to draw the 14th style, the 15th style. Before the effects of the spirit enlightening pills wore off, Yang Chen successfully depicted the 14th and 15th styles of the Pei family sword technique. However, to his regret, he was still half a step away from the 3rd level of Grandmaster. This half step seemed like an insurmountable gap. "If I can draw all 3 styles in one go this time, I don't believe I can't step up this half step." Yang Chen lightly patted his Qian Kuan bag, and 5 spirit enlightening pills appeared in his hand. Swallowing all 5 pills in one breath, Yang Chen immediately felt his depleted spiritual power replenished in an instant. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Yang Chen finally completed the final stroke. In that moment, a majestic force erupted from Yang Chen. He stepped up. The 3rd level of Grandmaster. Indeed, it is the realm of Grandmaster. Each advancement brings about a significant improvement. Yang Chen felt the powerful force within him and said joyfully, "Retract." Yang Chen took a deep breath, and his aura instantly converged. From being imposing just a moment ago, he turned into an ordinary person. He blew on the last piece of paper, drying the ink. Yang Chen stacked all the papers together. Holding a thick stack of Xian paper, Yang Chen left the study and entered the living room. By now, it was already getting light outside. It had been a whole night. Only Zhou Maochuan and Lao Huang were still drinking coffee and chatting in the living room. Hearing movement, Zhou Maochuan quickly turned around. Upon seeing Yang Chen, his previously weary expression vanished in an instant. "Xiao Yang, R." Zhou Maochuan felt his words stuttering. Yang Chen nodded. "The 18 styles of the Pei family sword technique are all here." Yang Chen walked over and placed the thick stack of Xian paper in Zhou Maochuan's hands. Zhou Maochuan lowered his head to look. Whether it was the incantations or the drawings, he couldn't see anything unusual. "Go call Zhou Ping and his 2 classmates," Zhou Maochuan said to Lao Huang beside him. Lao Huang replied, "Yes, sir." As Lao Huang was about to leave, Zhou Maochuan added, "Be gentle." Lao Huang smiled, "I know, sir." Lao Huang went upstairs. Zhou Maochuan asked Yang Chen to sit down, then carefully placed the sword technique aside and poured a cup of tea for Yang Chen. "Xiao Yang, you have helped the Zhou family so much, I don't know how to thank you. How about this, I'll give up my spot for the Qinghai Secret Realm trip this time, and give it all to you." Zhou Maochuan spoke from the heart. Yang Chen had created 3 individuals with innate talent for practicing internal martial arts for the Zhou family, one of whom was his own son, Zhou Ping. Now he had also provided them with a sword technique that led directly to the martial saint realm. This favor had to be repaid. "There's no need for that." Yang Chen shook his head and smiled at Zhou Maochuan, then continued, "Ping Gu and I are good friends and classmates. He has taken care of me a lot in the past, and now I am just doing what I can to help him. It's nothing special." Zhou Maochuan wanted to say something more, but Yang Chen interrupted him in time, "And I don't want the accounts between Ping Gu and me to be so clear-cut." Zhou Maochuan was momentarily stunned, but then he understood. He laughed heartily, "I misunderstood. Youth is great. Only young people can have such pure friendships as yours." Zhou Maochuan sighed again. Yang Chen nodded and said, "I hope our friendship can always remain so pure. So Uncle Zhou, you don't need to think too hard about how to get Zhao Feng and Shou Shou tied to the Zhou family's boat. Whether Zhao Feng and Shou Shou are in the Zhou family or not in the future, having practiced the Pei family sword technique, they will always maintain this friendship with Zhou Ping. They will never stand idly by when it comes to the Zhou family." Zhou Maochuan sighed deeply, "You are right, I was blinded by my own interests." Yang Chen said, "Uncle is wholeheartedly devoted to the Zhou family, so some bystanders are confused." Zhou Maochuan nodded to Yang Chen, raised his cup and drank a cup of tea to express his admiration for Yang Chen. "Dad, why did you wake us up so early to do? Xian Ge, have you finished writing?" Zhou Ping walked out yawning, but instantly became alert when he saw Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded to Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, and Shou Shou. Zhou Maochuan said, "Xiao Yang has already written out the Pei family sword technique completely. I, an ordinary person, don't understand it at all. You 3 come over and take a look." The 3 walked over and sat down around the Pei family sword technique. As soon as they saw the oral formulas and drawings of the Pei family sword technique, they were completely captivated. The imagery on the drawings instantly activated the little true qi in their bodies to circulate in their meridians. Having already opened the run and do meridians, their true qi could circulate a small circulation. Hum, hum, hum. In less than half a minute, a buzzing sound suddenly emanated from the 3 of them, and they shook all over as a momentum surpassing ordinary people radiated from them. They had reached the first realm of martial arts at a glance. Clap, clap, clap. Yang Chen clapped his hands and said, "It seems that this sword technique is indeed good, allowing you 3 to break through to the first realm at a glance." The 3 were also excited. Although it was only the first step into the realm, they could clearly feel the difference. Zhou Ping proudly said to Yang Chen, "Xian Ge, can we become as powerful as you soon? I'm probably this tall." Yang Chen gestured to the height of his temple. Then he said, "You are probably only as tall as the ankle now. And the sword intent you see in the sword technique is actually the sword intent I comprehended after understanding the Pei family sword technique. If you want to reach my level, you need to break through my sword intent and find your own path." Zhou Maochuan smiled and said, "So, the road you will take in the future is still far away, but rest assured, I will do my best to provide you with resources." Yang Chen asked Zhou Maochuan, "Uncle Zhou, how long until the Qinghai secret realm opens?" Zhou Maochuan looked at the time, calculated in his mind, and said, 15 days. Yang Chen reached into his pocket, and 3 spirit-gathering pills appeared in his hand. These are 3 spirit-gathering pills, one for each of you. In the next 15 days, you should each take half a pill per week, aiming to reach the second realm before the secret realm opens. Yang Chen said. Shou asked, what is the second realm? Yang Chen replied, there are 5 realms in the practice of internal martial arts. The first realm is the initial understanding, the second realm is entering the room, the third realm is integration, the fourth realm is reaching the peak, and the fifth realm is returning to the original purity. Reaching the third realm can be called a master, the fourth realm can be called a grandmaster, and the fifth realm is the legendary martial saint. Fortunately, there aren't too many levels, Zhao Feng laughed. Yang Chen said, based on my cultivation experience, the first 2 realms are not difficult, but breaking through to the third realm becomes challenging. Feng Beisai was stuck at this bottleneck for over a decade. The difficulty of breaking through to the fourth realm will be hundreds or thousands of times greater than the third realm. After breaking through to the fourth realm, which is the Grandmaster level, there will be 10 subrealms, and advancing to the first subrealm is much more difficult than advancing to the Grandmaster level. The higher subrealms will have exponentially increasing difficulty. It took me a whole night to advance to the third level of the Grandmaster, and as for the fourth level, I haven't even touched its edge yet. After listening to Yang Chen, the 3 of them all rolled their eyes at Yang Chen. Shen Gu, you are quite extraordinary. Zhou Maochuan also turned his head away awkwardly, not wanting to show a negative expression to Yang Chen. Yang Chen was speechless. I'm extraordinary? Everyone vigorously nodded. Then I'll pay more attention in the future. Yang Chen smiled and continued, if you can reach the level of entering the room within half a month, then I will take you to the secret realm in Qinghai. Perhaps you will encounter even greater opportunities there. Zhou Maochuan hurriedly said, the secret realm is very dangerous. Even if they reach the level of entering the room, I'm afraid. Yang Chen looked at Zhou Maochuan with a smile and said, with me around, they won't be in danger. Zhou Maochuan, feeling helpless, gritted his teeth and said, all right. When Zhou Ping was still an ordinary person, Zhou Maochuan planned to take him to Qinghai to broaden his horizons. Now that Zhou Ping could cultivate, he was hesitant to let him go. In his mind, the safety of Zhou Ping at this moment was more important than expanding his horizons. As long as Zhou Ping could safely grow into a grandmaster, even a master, the future of the Zhou family would be secure. However, he couldn't refuse Yang Chen's request. Yang Chen also had no intention of explaining too much to Zhou Maochuan. With his abilities, he could indeed ensure the safety of Zhou Ping and the other 2. Yang Chen said to Zhou Maochuan, Uncle Zhou, let's go to Sanglong Street when the sun comes out. Zhou Maochuan nodded, okay, I'll go prepare now. Zhou Maochuan left. Zhou Ping and the other 2 began to study the first move of the Pei family's sword technique, exchanging their insights with each other. Yang Chen sat aside, drinking tea, thinking about how to help Zhou Mengmeng with her physical conditioning. After Zhou Mengmeng's body was restored, he would need to find a suitable cultivation method for her. Still so poor, I hope this trip to the secret realm will allow me to find some cultivation techniques, whether they are incomplete or complete, even a scrap of paper will do. Yang Chen sighed inwardly at the difficulty of being a hero with no money. Soon, as the sun rose amidst the arguments of Zhou Ping and the others, Zhou Maochuan returned with the prepared gifts. Seeing the half-destroyed living room, Zhou Maochuan furrowed his brows slightly, but then he understood. The unwavering dedication of Zhou Ping and the others gave him greater hope. Xiao Yang, shall we set off now? Zhou Maochuan asked Yang Chen. Set off? Yang Chen, who had spent 2 or 3 hours without deciding on a suitable cultivation method for Zhou Mengmeng, suddenly brightened. He indeed did not have a suitable cultivation method for Zhou Mengmeng, but the Sanglong couple would definitely have one. Luo Tsong was a woman. Yang Chen stood up, happily saying, let's go now. Lao Huang drove the car, with Zhou Maochuan and Yang Chen sitting in the back seat. There was another car following behind, carrying gifts for the Sanglong couple. To be precise, it was a gift to make amends. Having missed 2 appointments, Zhou Maochuan felt it was necessary to do so out of courtesy. Soon, they arrived at Sanglong Street. A Mercedes-Benz was already parked outside the villa. The doorbell was rung, and a middle-aged couple came out. It was Feng Beisai and Mu Chunfeng. Brother Yang, you finally came. My master and mistress have been waiting for you very patiently. Feng Beisai laughed heartily. Yang Chen bowed to Feng Beisai and Mu Chunfeng, saying, a sudden enlightenment occurred about 10 days ago, and I had to seclude myself for 18 days. I regret missing the appointment with Senior Sanglong, so this time I am here not only to discuss business but also to make amends. Brother Yang is truly a genius. Just as you broke through to the master level, you had another enlightenment. If it weren't for my master, I really couldn't resist sparring with you. Feng Beisai rubbed his hands, looking eager. Yang Chen smiled and said, after meeting Senior Sanglong, we will have plenty of opportunities to spar. Good, it's settled then. Fong Beisai laughed heartily and then stepped aside, saying, Brother Yang, please come in, Mr. Zhou, please. Everyone entered the house. The Zhou family had filled the villa's living room with gifts. Seeing Zhou Maochuan's heartfelt efforts, the Sanglong couple felt much more at ease. Despite their good temper, the Sanglong couple couldn't help but feel some resentment after 2 missed appointments, especially after yesterday's incident. Yang Chen stepped forward and bowed to the Sanglong couple, saying, Junior Yang Chen pays his respects to the 2 esteemed seniors Sanglong. Due to the younger generation, I have missed appointments with 2 seniors twice. The first time, it was because of the 2 seniors that the matter did not escalate, and I am grateful for that. This gathering spirit pill is considered as a token of apology from me to the 2 seniors. I hope the 2 seniors will accept it. Yang Chen turned his hand, and a gathering spirit pill appeared in his hand. Instantly, a strong medicinal fragrance filled the entire room. The Sanglong couple's eyebrows twitched. Fong Beisai stood up directly, shocked and exclaimed, You actually have a gathering spirit pill. It is well known that only Fong Tu can refine elixirs. Although the gathering spirit pill is the most basic elixir, it is still an elixir. Yang Chen being able to produce a gathering spirit pill confirmed that he was someone extraordinary. Fong Tu can cultivate internal martial arts. Moreover, due to Fong Tu's higher talent compared to cultivators, they will progress faster in cultivating internal martial arts. However, in general, Fong Tu disdains cultivating internal martial arts. One gathering spirit pill doesn't have much effect on the Sanglong couple, but it is very useful for Fong Beisai. The effectiveness of 1 gathering spirit pill exceeds that of 10 gathering spirit beads. The Sanglong couple accepted Yang Chen's apology without hesitation, and then kindly said to Yang Chen, Young nephew, you are too polite. Enlightenment in life is something that can be encountered but not sought after. We are just happy for your opportunities. After the Sanglong couple accepted the gathering spirit pill, Yang Chen thanked them and said, Thank you for your understanding, seniors. The Sanglong couple asked Yang Chen to take the seat of honor, with Zhou Maochuan sitting below him and Fong Beisai sitting on the other side. From this, it can be seen that in the hearts of the Sanglong couple, Yang Chen's status is already higher than their disciple Fong Beisai, not to mention Zhou Maochuan, an ordinary person. After everyone was seated, Mu Chenfeng brewed good tea and served it to everyone. After drinking the tea, Changlong smiled and said, We cultivators don't need to be so polite. I'll get straight to the point and ask, nephew, by joining the Zhou family will naturally follow your lead. So, in our cooperation, how much of a share do you want? Yang Chen held out 5 fingers. The Sanglong couple smiled at each other, and Changlong continued, With your status and cultivation, asking for half is reasonable. So be it. This time in the Yunxiao secret realm, the treasures we obtain will be split with us taking the first half and you and the Zhou family taking the second half. Zhou family head, you found a good partner. Zhou Maochuan did not expect the Sanglong couple to agree so easily. However, he did not show any abnormality on his face. He bowed to the Sanglong couple and said, It's fate. My incompetent son and young nephew happen to be classmates. Luo Tsang chuckled, I've seen your second son twice. He's chubby and clearly a lucky person. Consider letting him take over in the future. Your eldest son is smart enough but lacks generosity and luck. Zhou Maochuan said, Senior Luo Tsang has a keen eye. I have already made such arrangements. Let's not talk too much. Since the profit-sharing ratio has been agreed upon, let's draw up a contract. Changlong said, I have the contract ready. Zhou Maochuan finished speaking and beckoned to Lao Huang outside the door. At this moment, Yang Chen suddenly said, We still need to wait. Everyone looked at Yang Chen in confusion. Changlong laughed, Nephew Yang, do you have any other requests? Yang Chen said, Senior Changlong, Senior Luo Tsang, when I mentioned 50%, it doesn't refer to the latter half as mentioned by the 2 seniors, but the first half. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at Yang Chen in puzzlement. Fong Beisai was the first to get angry. Yang, do you really think that producing a gathering spirit pill will make us fear your mysterious identity from that unknown place? Regardless of its authenticity, even if it's true, Fong Tu rarely interferes with worldly matters, that's common knowledge. Setting aside this unclear identity, you are just a knowledgeable little master, a small master, daring to make such a bold request. Who gave you the courage? The couple of Sanglong calmly drank tea, ignoring Fong Beisai's anger and not blaming Yang Chen for his rudeness. Yang Chen glanced at Fong Beisai and said, Brother Fong, don't be so impatient. I, Yang Chen, am just an ordinary cultivator with no relation to Fong Tu. As for the gathering spirit pill, I only obtained it by chance. The reason I proposed the first 50% is because of strength. Strength? Are you saying you can break through to Grandmaster level in just 18 days of seclusion? Fong Beisai sneered. Yang Chen remained silent. The couple of Tsunlong continued to drink tea. Fong Beisai laughed wildly. Let me see how powerful this grandmaster of yours really is. Take this punch. Fong Beisai disappeared in place, reappearing in front of Yang Chen and throwing a punch at his face. Boom! A shockwave spread out from Yang Chen and Fong Beisai, causing everyone to be blown away. The couple of Tsanglong remained calm, but their brows furrowed. Zhou Maochuan was blown over and rolled more than 2 meters before stopping. Mu Chunfeng, standing a bit further away, protected her skirt as she was blown back. Fong Beisai's face gradually turned fierce, but his eyes showed shock. How is this possible? The storm ceased. Everyone looked over. Fong Beisai's large fist stopped 5 centimeters away from Yang Chen. Blocking Fong Beisai's fist was a single finger. Yang Chen effortlessly blocked Fong Beisai's attack with just his index finger. However, this finger made Fong Beisai feel like he had struck an unmovable mountain. Impossible! Fong Beisai roared. He took 2 steps back, raised his inner strength to the extreme, twisted his body, and transformed into an invincible warrior. Vajra subdues demons. Fong Beisai attacked Yang Chen again, this time with more than 10 times the power. Facing Fong Beisai's attack, Yang Chen finally understood. Swish! He disappeared in place. The next moment, he appeared in front of Fong Beisai out of thin air. He extended a finger. This finger easily pierced through all of Fong Beisai's defenses and attacks, lightly tapping his chest. Bang! A thunderous sound rang out. Fong Beisai was sent flying like a cannonball. Boom! A human-shaped hole was instantly blasted in the living room wall. Boom! Another large hole was punched in the villa's outer wall. Boom! A deep pit over half a meter was created outside the courtyard. External release of true qi. Grandmaster level. The couple of Tsunlong stood up in disbelief and exclaimed, Brother Sai. Mu Chunfeng shouted, ignoring her skirt, and her fair thighs dashed out in an instant. Yang Chen sat down, took a sip of tea, and smiled at the couple of Tsunlong. I told you, it's all about strength. The couple of Tsanglong's faces turned ugly. Brother Yang's talent is truly enviable, Luo Tsang said with a hint of bitterness. Chang Long blinked twice. Promoting from Grandmaster to Grandmaster in 18 days is unheard of. I wonder which level Brother Yang has reached now. Yang Chen held up 2 fingers, just barely reached the 2nd level. Grandmaster, 3rd level. The couple of Tsanglong exchanged a glance and then bowed to Yang Chen, saying, Brother Yang deserves the first 50%. From nephew to junior brother to senior brother, all in just a few minutes. This scene truly shocked Zhou Maochuan, making him forget to stand up. Yang Chen accepted the couple of Tsunlong's gesture without hesitation. When he saw them, he already knew their cultivation levels. Luo Tsong, Grandmaster 1st level. Chang Long, Grandmaster 2nd level. Both had been in the Grandmaster level for over 20 years. Chang Long had slightly better aptitude, taking over 20 years to break through to the 2nd level. Luo Tsong, on the other hand, remained stuck at the 1st level, unable to advance. Master, this disciple is incompetent. Master? Mistress? Mu Chunfeng supported Fong Beisai as they entered, about to confess, only to see the master and mistress bowing to Yang Chen, leaving him speechless. Luo Tsong saw Fong Beisai. Fong Beisai's face was pale, his breath slightly erratic, but there were no internal injuries. Struck by a palm from a grandmaster of the 3rd realm, crashing through 2 walls and creating a half-meter deep pit on the ground, Fong Beisai miraculously remained uninjured. Luo Tsong immediately shouted, Hurry up and come over to apologize and thank your senior Yang. Apologize? Thank? Senior Yang? What's going on here? Not only Fong Beisai, but Mu Chunfeng was also bewildered. They looked at the doorway, thinking, did we walk into the wrong place? Chang Long said, Senior brother Yang is a grandmaster of the 3rd realm, 1 realm higher than me. When he struck you with such force and you're unharmed, it's because Senior Yang showed mercy to you. Grandmaster of the 3rd realm. Fong Beisai felt like his worldview was collapsing. Just over half a month ago, when they first met, he was just a beginner, even inferior to him. In one battle, both of them had broken through to the Grandmaster realm. It's understandable. Some people are just naturally gifted. Now, half a month later, his master said this guy is 1 realm higher than his master. Is this even possible? No matter how hard to accept, when the master speaks, he must believe and listen. Fong Beisai, shocked, walked up to Yang Chen and bowed. I have offended you before. Thank you for showing mercy, senior. Yang Chen smiled. Brother Fong, you don't need to be so polite. Fong Beisai, senior, please don't tease me. I can't bear the title of brother. Yang Chen sighed. Alright, I don't blame you. Go rest on the side. Thank you, senior. Fong Beisai was led to the side by Mu Chunfeng. Yang Chen looked at Zhou Maochuan, who had just climbed up from the ground. Zhou Maochuan was excited, his arms and legs trembling uncontrollably. He knew he had gained favor by clinging to his son, but he never expected the thigh he clung to was so big. Yang Chen was not just a grandmaster, he was even more powerful than the Song Long couple. With the top 5% of the Yunshao Secret Realms gains, the Zhou family would receive 2%. The Zhou family was rising. Uncle Zhou, go and have Lao Huang bring in the contract, Yang Chen said to Zhou Maochuan. Zhou Maochuan immediately called out, yes, the contract, Lao Huang, bring in the contract quickly. The contract was the same as in previous years, but because of Yang Chen's involvement this year, there was a portion left blank in the profit-sharing ratio. Trembling, Lao Huang carefully brought in 3 copies of the contract. They had been waiting outside just now, and suddenly the wall collapsed. They were not ordinary people. Master, the contract. Lao Huang handed the contract to Zhou Maochuan with both hands. Zhou Maochuan looked sympathetically at the pale-faced Lao Huang. He took the contract, saying to Lao Huang, go rest, I'll take care of it here. Lao Huang gratefully said, thank you, master. Lao Huang left. Zhou Maochuan took out a pen and filled in the agreed-upon 50-50 profit-sharing ratio. After filling it out, Zhou Maochuan handed 1 copy of the contract to Yang Chen and the Song Long couple, saying, Yang, Sir, Master Song Long, please take a look at this contract. The Song Long couple had been looking at this contract for decades. It was the same every year. They just glanced at the profit-sharing ratio, didn't look at the rest, and signed their names at the end. Yang Chen didn't even look, he just signed. Contracts are just used to bind the weak. Besides, he and Zhou Maochuan were on the same side. Zhou Maochuan wouldn't sabotage himself in the contract. After signing, Zhou Maochuan made 3 copies of the signed contract, giving 1 each to the Song Long couple and Yang Chen. Yang Chen casually put the contract in his pocket. The pocket showed no change at all. The couple of Sanglong immediately trembled at the sight, their eyes showing even more reverence towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen said to Zhou Maochuan, Uncle Zhou, Sanglong and I, junior brother and junior sister. Changlong emphasized solemnly. Yang Chen had to change his words and continued, Sanglong junior brother, Luotsong junior sister, and I have some other matters to discuss. Before Yang Chen could finish his sentence, Zhou Maochuan immediately understood. He smiled and said, I'll wait for you outside. After Zhou Maochuan left, Changlong glanced at Fang Beisai and said, you two also go out. Muchenfeng was a bit reluctant. Fang Beisai gave her a stern look, then pulled her out. After Fang Beisai and Muchenfeng left, Changlong asked Yang Chen, what instructions does senior brother Yang have for my wife and me? Yang Chen smiled and said, I do have a matter that I would like to ask for junior brother and junior sister's help. The couple of Sanglong smiled and said, senior brother, please go ahead. Yang Chen said, I would like to take a look at your Vajra demon subduing scripture and carefree technique. This? Absolutely not. Luotsong, being impatient, directly refused. After the refusal, she suddenly felt a bit anxious, afraid that her attitude would anger Yang Chen. Changlong wanted to stop her, but he couldn't. When they saw that Yang Chen didn't get angry, they felt relieved. Changlong smiled at Yang Chen, senior brother, please don't mind, she is just impatient. If she has caused any displeasure to senior brother, I apologize on her behalf. Yang Chen shook his head and said with a smile, the cultivation techniques are the foundation for every practitioner to establish their life. It was abrupt of me to ask. Thank you for understanding, senior brother. Changlong nodded, feeling relieved. Yang Chen continued, I am not asking to just look at your cultivation techniques, I have 2 spirit enlightenment pills. The couple of Sanglong were surprised. Spirit enlightenment pills, 1 pill can induce an hour of enlightenment state? Yang Chen nodded, yes, that's right. The couple of Sanglong looked at each other, and Changlong said, can you show it to my wife and me? Yang Chen gently patted the small pocket on his waist in front of them, and 2 spirit enlightenment pills appeared in his hand, emitting a fragrant aroma. The couple of Sanglong took a deep breath, and they immediately felt their minds exceptionally clear and their thinking became very sharp. Just by smelling it, what if they were to consume it? The couple's eyes showed a strong desire. With a thought, the spirit enlightenment pills in Yang Chen's hand disappeared, and he said, if you are willing to show me the Vajra demon subduing scripture and carefree technique, I am willing to offer both of these spirit enlightenment pills to you. Yang Chen needed to find a cultivation technique for Zhou Mengmeng. The cultivation techniques he currently possessed, the Overlord Spear technique was too masculine and not suitable for Zhou Mengmeng to practice. The 7 extremes Gu technique, self-cultivating Gu, Yang Chen felt that this technique was too evil in nature and not good. Moreover, he had already given the strength Gu and dark Gu to Zhou Shujie. It's all surnamed Zhou. Then there was the Pei family's sword technique. The Pei family's sword technique was acceptable, but this sword technique belonged to the Zhou family after all. Although Zhou Mengmeng's surname was also Zhou, it was not the same Zhou. Yang Chen didn't want Zhou Mengmeng to have too much connection with the Zhou family. Therefore, he needed to find another cultivation technique for Zhou Mengmeng. He set his sights on Luotsong. Luotsong and Changlong practiced different cultivation techniques. Luotsong's technique was more gentle and suitable for women to practice. After meeting the couple of Canlong, Yang Chen also learned what cultivation techniques they were practicing. Changlong practiced the Vajra demon subduing scripture, while Luotsong practiced the carefree technique. Just to take a look? Luotsong was tempted. Yang Chen nodded, just to take a look. Changlong asked again, how long do you want to look? Yang Chen thought for a moment and smiled. One spirit enlightenment pill can induce an hour of enlightenment, so with 2 pills, it will be 2 hours. I will return the pills in their original state after 2 hours. The couple of Tsanglong looked at each other, and they were even more tempted. Just to look at the secret techniques, and only for 2 hours. What could be seen in 2 hours? Even if he was a master at the 3rd level of the Grandmaster realm. Chanlong added, no copying allowed. Yang Chen nodded, I won't transcribe. Luotsong was still worried and said again, no recording, no photos. Yang Chen nodded, I will only watch, not transcribe, not record. Okay, we promise you, Chanlong said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen waved his hand, and 2 spirit wisdom pills flew out. Luotsong and Changlong each caught one accurately in their hands. After catching the spirit wisdom pills, the spiritual fluctuations of the two became more apparent. They quickly found 2 small bottles, put the spirit wisdom pills in them, tightened the lids to prevent the medicinal power from evaporating. Luotsong suppressed his excitement and said to Yang Chen, Senior brother, please wait, I will go get the secret scriptures. Yang Chen nodded, indicating no hurry. Luotsong left with the small bottle containing the spirit wisdom pills. A few minutes later, she came out holding 2 ancient books. Senior brother, these are the Vajra subduing demon sutra and the carefree technique. I have also cleared out the study for you. Senior brother can go to the study to watch alone. Luotsong said. Yang Chen thanked Luotsong, junior sister is considerate, please lead the way. In the study, Yang Chen scanned around and immediately found 4 hidden cameras installed in the corners. It was normal to have cameras. Yang Chen would definitely want to watch the Vajra subduing demon sutra and the carefree technique alone. But if they really let Yang Chen watch alone, they would definitely not be at ease. Yang Chen didn't expose it, and followed Luotsong straight to the desk. Luotsong placed the 2 secret scriptures on the table, then said to Yang Chen, Senior brother, please go ahead. Changlong and I will not disturb senior brother. If senior brother needs anything, just give orders outside the door. I will have my niece, Muchu and Feng, wait outside the door. Yang Chen nodded, okay. Luotsong left. Yang Chen placed the 2 secret scriptures side by side on the table. Can they be materialized? Yang Chen asked in his heart. In the next moment, a small monk in a green robe over 20 centimeters tall emerged from the Vajra subduing demon sutra, and a girl in a red robe about 20 centimeters tall emerged from the carefree technique. Seeing these 2 materialized illusory bodies, Yang Chen thought to himself, indeed. Illusory bodies are a kind of energy body formed by the condensation of thoughts between nothingness and reality. They cannot affect reality. However, illusory bodies can be eroded by certain energies in reality, forming impurities, which can interfere with reality. The Vajra subduing demon sutra and the carefree technique are the life-saving techniques of Tsun Long and his wife. These 2 books must have a great deal of their thoughts embedded in them. Fang Beisai is their disciple, and will definitely also embed thoughts in it. Therefore, it is highly likely to give birth to illusory bodies. Yang Chen's perfected Pei family sword technique, as more people in the future embed thoughts in it, will also give birth to illusory bodies. However, illusory bodies cannot intervene in reality, and most people cannot see them, so there is little difference between having them or not for most people. As for the original Pei family sword technique, because it is ancient, only a few people, including Zhou Maochuan, are aware of it, and perhaps only Zhou Maochuan cares about it. Therefore, it cannot produce illusory bodies. Seeing the appearance of the illusory bodies, Yang Chen was instantly much happier. With the illusory bodies, he no longer needed to ponder over every word of these 2 secret scriptures, nor did he need to comprehend those techniques. Demonstrate the essence of these 2 secret scriptures to me, Vajra subduing demon sutra, you go first, Yang Chen said in his heart to the illusory body of the Vajra subduing demon sutra. The illusory body of the Vajra subduing demon sutra clasped its hands together and chanted, Donor, the Vajra subduing demon sutra is a martial art of extreme firmness and yang, consisting of 8 styles, namely, the little monk of the Vajra subduing demon sutra demonstrated each move to Yang Chen, and during the demonstration, the trajectory of his true chi would also appear. Yang Chen sat in the chair, staring at the illusory body of the Vajra subduing demon sutra practicing. 10 minutes later, the demonstration of the 8 styles ended. Yang Chen gained 3/10 of the true essence of the Vajra subduing demon sutra. Yang Chen closed his eyes and comprehended for half a minute. When he opened his eyes, he thought to himself, let's do it again. 10 minutes later, Yang Chen closed his eyes again. When he opened his eyes, he had gained half of the true essence of the Vajra subduing demon sutra. Come again. Bedroom. The Sanlong couple lay on the bed, both looking at the laptop screen in front of them. It's strange, what is he doing? It's really strange. He said he wanted to see our manual, we showed it to him, but he just placed it on the table without even opening it. Can he perceive the martial arts essence in the manual just by looking at the cover? It is said that Feng Tu mainly cultivates the Tao method, which requires the power of the soul. Therefore, Feng Tu's soul perception ability is extremely strong. Do you think he doesn't need to open the manual, but can comprehend the martial arts essence in it just by perceiving it? Luotsong unfolded his imagination. Changlong sneered, impossible. We have been wandering the rivers and lakes for nearly 100 years, and Feng Tu is not unfamiliar to us. Feng Tu's perception ability is powerful, but if he can comprehend the martial arts essence in the manual just by perceiving it, then he is not Feng Tu, but probably the legendary Yang God. The highest existence in Feng Tu, the transformation of Yin's soul into a god, abandoning the physical body, roaming the universe and the four seas. If he is such a character, why bother with these means with us? Luotsong nodded, you're right. He opened your Vajra demon subduing scripture. It seems that this kid has made us a bit paranoid. Yang Chan's lips curled slightly. He quickly skimmed through the Vajra demon subduing scripture, then continued to let the illusory body practice. Soon, another half an hour passed, and there were only a few minutes left until an hour. Yang Chen had completely comprehended the martial arts essence of the Vajra demon subduing scripture. His understanding of the scripture had surpassed Changlong's. Yang Chen sighed, at most, the Vajra demon subduing scripture can only support Changlong's breakthrough to the third level of Grandmaster. It has its flaws, being too rigid and yang. When practiced to a deep level, it may not only fail to advance cultivation, but may also cause harm to the body. Yang Chen closed the Vajra demon subduing scripture and set it aside. He turned to look at the carefree formula. Practice it once. The red-clothed girl of the carefree formula began to demonstrate move by move. The carefree formula also consisted of 8 styles. The route of true chi circulation surprisingly ran in the opposite direction to the Vajra demon subduing scripture. One was extremely rigid and yang, the other extremely yin and soft. In an instant, Yang Chen understood. No wonder that Sanlong couple are inseparable. Their cultivation methods complement each other. By practicing together, harmonizing yin and yang, not only can they eliminate the drawbacks of their techniques, but also enhance their cultivation progress faster. Was it tailored for me and Meng Meng? Yang Chen was ecstatic. He had the red-clothed girl of the carefree formula practice again and again. After the 4th repetition, Yang Chen closed the carefree formula. He had fully grasped the martial arts essence of the carefree formula. He could comprehend it so quickly because, firstly, the illusory body directly practiced it. The illusory body was the energy body of the 2 manuals, and each move was perfect, faster and more accurate than trying to understand it himself. Secondly, Yang Chen was already at the 3rd level of Grandmaster. These 2 manuals could only support a martial artist's cultivation up to the 3rd level of Grandmaster. Yang Chen had barely reached a profound level of understanding. He stacked the 2 manuals on the table, stood up, and walked towards the door. Changlong, he's up. Luotsong hurriedly pulled Changlong, who was playing cards. Changlong threw his phone aside and pulled his wife. Let's go downstairs and see. At the door of the study, the Sanlong couple were surprised to see Yang Chen enthusiastically staring at Muchenfeng. Muchenfeng blushed under Yang Chen's gaze. If she didn't know she couldn't beat Yang Chen, she would have exploded long ago. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the Sanlong couple changed drastically. Luotsong whispered, he wouldn't be interested in our niece, wanting to use her to practice the Vajra demon subduing scripture, right? Changlong also became anxious, absolutely not. If he really wants to. In that case, even if we join forces, we may not necessarily lose to him. The 2 looked at each other, their eyes showing a resolute determination. Before, including discussing agreements and making deals, neither of them had thought of going against Yang Chen. But now, they were ready to risk their lives. It was about the happiness of the younger generation, and the elders were willing to risk their lives to ensure everything was safe. Both of them elevated their true chi to the extreme and approached not far from Yang Chen. As long as Yang Chen made any unusual movements, they could instantly strike with all their might. Then they saw Yang Chen turn his head and smile at them. Don't be so nervous, I haven't developed a taste for antis yet, and even if we were to fight, the 2 of you together wouldn't last more than 10 moves in my hands. Anti? Veins bulged on Mu Chuanfeng's temple. 10 moves? Let me see your skills, senior brother. Chang Long was furious, leaping up, his extremely strong and positive chi bursting forth. In the next moment, he seemed to transform into a demon-suppressing Vajra. The Vajra descended from the sky, ready to suppress the demon before him. Yang Chen watched Chang Long flying towards him and said with a smile, "If it's just you, one move is enough." Yang Chen raised his hand and pointed out. This finger was extremely gentle. This force instantly pierced through Chang Long's aggressive and positive momentum. A palm and a finger met. All the visions disappeared instantly. In the next moment, Chang Long's face turned pale. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. How is this possible? Yang Chen stopped. Chang Long. Luo Tsang hurried over, supporting Chang Long, while also sending a stream of true qi into Chang Long's body. After finding that Chang Long was unharmed, his face finally relaxed. Yang Chen stood still, the Vajra subduing demon scripture, extremely strong and positive, invincible, but at our level, the positive aspect is also the biggest flaw of this technique. If the two of you, as a couple, coordinate yin and yang, united in heart, I would need to use more means to defeat you. But if you want to challenge me individually, one move is enough. Chang Long, who had recovered, looked at Yang Chen with nothing but admiration in his eyes. Senior brother is truly talented. To fully comprehend the martial arts essence of the Vajra subduing demon scripture and the carefree technique in less than 2 hours, even more profound than my and Luo Tsang's 100 years of comprehension. Chang Long deeply bowed to Yang Chen. Luo Tsang also understood, no longer daring to have any rebellious thoughts towards Yang Chen. She also followed Chang Long in bowing to Yang Chen. Faced with someone with such extraordinary talent and immense strength, they could only admire. There was not a hint of jealousy, because they were simply not from the same world. After receiving the two's respect, Yang Chen smiled again. Overall, I have gained your techniques. Although it was a trade, it was also out of goodwill from you. Now that I have also received your respect, I will return the favor to you. Remember these 8 acupoints: Shank, Huanyuan, Zhengmen, Xinyu, Jishir, Qihai, Shangxiu, Zhongji. Once these 8 acupoints are connected, everything will be interconnected, and she will be able to integrate and become a grandmaster. This. Chang Long was still a bit confused. Luo Tsang's eyes instantly lit up. She had been the one examining her niece's body, and she understood her better than her husband. When Yang Chen mentioned those 8 acupoints, a meridian chart had already appeared in her mind. When these 8 acupoints lit up in her mind, the entire meridian chart instantly illuminated. Once interconnected, everything would be interconnected. Becoming a grandmaster. Luo Tsang was completely convinced. She had tried every possible way to help her niece better cultivate the carefree technique, but until now, she was still stuck below the grandmaster level. Mu Chunfeng couldn't break through to the grandmaster level, not because of insufficient enlightenment, but because her body wouldn't allow it. But where was the problem with her body? Luo Tsang still couldn't figure it out, nor could she find a solution. For over a decade, she had been clueless, but now, Yang Chen had just glanced at her niece a few times and pinpointed the root cause. This was beyond human. Luo Tsang immediately called out to Mu Chunfeng, "Chunfeng, come here." Mu Chunfeng reluctantly walked over. She still felt uncomfortable calling Yang Chen auntie in her heart. When Mu Chunfeng walked up to her, Luo Tsang used a commanding tone and said, "Kneel down and thank Senior Yang Chen for his grace of rebirth." Because Mu Chunfeng couldn't cultivate the free and unfettered technique to the Grandmaster realm, Fang Beisai also couldn't focus on practicing the Vajra demon subduing scripture. Therefore, the couple had to go to great lengths to find a barely passable dragon elephant technique for Fang Beisai. The dragon elephant technique was simply not enough to support Fang Beisai's advancement to the Grandmaster realm. If Mu Chunfeng could cultivate the free and unfettered technique to the Grandmaster realm, Fang Beisai could focus on practicing the Vajra demon subduing scripture. By cultivating together diligently, they could also break through to the Grandmaster realm like them. This was indeed a grace of rebirth. Mu Chunfeng didn't understand, but she listened to her aunt's words. She knelt down, kowtowed to Yang Chen, and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your grace of rebirth. Chunfeng will always remember it." Yang Chen smiled wordlessly, ignored Mu Chunfeng, and left. "The manual is on the table, let's set off to Qinghai. See you again." Yang Chen waved his hand with his back turned. The couple didn't show any dissatisfaction with Yang Chen's rudeness and instead bowed to him, saying, "We bid farewell to senior brother." When Yang Chen reached the ground floor, he saw Zhou Maochuan. "Xiao Yang." "Sir." Zhou Maochuan didn't know how to address Yang Chen. Yang Chen was even more formidable than the couple, which shocked him. Yang Chen smiled at Zhou Maochuan and said, "Uncle Zhou, just call me Xiao Yang, like before." Zhou Maochuan awkwardly called out, "Xiao Yang, what's next for us?" Yang Chen said, "Go home." On the way back, Zhou Maochuan refrained from asking what Yang Chen had discussed with the couple. 40 minutes later, they arrived at Zhou's old mansion. Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, and Shou Shou were already practicing with wooden swords in the yard, while Zhou Mengmeng sat at the stone table drinking tea. When they saw Yang Chen return, they all gathered around. Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, and Shou Shou wanted Yang Chen to see how they were doing, while Zhou Mengmeng simply missed Yang Chen. Zhou Maochuan stood aside, feeling like an outsider, but he was happy. Yang Chen didn't need Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, and Shou Shou to demonstrate for him. He looked at their belongings and immediately understood everything he wanted to know. He asked Zhou Ping for the sword, and after receiving it, he said, the first move of the Pei family sword art, Hidden Mountain. With that, Yang Chen swung the sword. In an instant, tears welled up in the eyes of the three. To ordinary people, Yang Chen's sword seemed ordinary, but to them, the information contained was overwhelming. They seemed to see a sword hidden in the mountains, ready to strike at any moment. After the tears in their eyes stopped, Yang Chen returned the sword to Zhou Ping. Did you see your mistakes? Yang Chen asked. Zhou Ping, Zhao Feng, and Shou Shou nodded in unison, we did. Yang Chen's demonstration was like when he had the illusory body show them the Vajra demon subduing scripture and the free and unfettered technique. However, Yang Chen's realm was already high, and he could comprehend 2 or 3 aspects in one viewing, fully understanding after 3 or 4 viewings. Their foundation was still too low, and the immense information overwhelmed their eyes. As for how much they could comprehend, it was already good if they could discover their mistakes as much as possible from Yang Chen's demonstration. Yang Chen said, if you can comprehend 30% of this move, Hidden Mountain, you will have made progress and can practice the next move, Shadowless Sword. I'll give you a week, and after that, I will come to check your progress. Are you leaving? Zhou Ping exclaimed. Yang Chen took Zhou Mengmeng's hand and said, on such a beautiful day, I naturally want to enjoy the carefree time with your sister-in-law. Oh. The three's expressions instantly turned mischievous. Zhou Meng blushed and struggled to break free from Yang Chen's hand, but after 2 attempts, she didn't manage to do so. Instead, she turned her body to the side, not daring to look at anyone, while her other hand twisted Yang Chen's waist and muttered softly, who's the sister-in-law, who's enjoying life with you? Yang Chen reluctantly made a pained expression. At his level, this little twisting technique was not painful at all. Meng Meng, spare me. Yang Chen begged for mercy. Seeing the pained expression on Yang Chen's face, Zhou Meng's anger dissipated, and she regretted exerting too much force, causing her beloved one so much pain. Still hurting? Zhou Meng rubbed the area where Yang Chen was twisted with her small hand. Yang Chen, with a look of enjoyment, said, it's okay, rub a little harder, move to the left a bit, yes. I can't take it anymore. It's unbearable for single dogs. Practice swordsmanship, practice swordsmanship. Look at the sword, let's duel with that couple. Pointing fingers and scolding. Zhou Meng blushed immediately, being thin-skinned. Yang Chen said to Uncle Zhou, Meng Meng, and I won't disturb you any longer. Uncle Zhou knew that Yang Chen had things to do and did not insist on keeping them. He saw Yang Chen and Zhou Meng off at the door. The servant had already brought Yang Chen's car over. Yang Chen drove away with Zhou Meng, leaving the Zhou family's old mansion. On the way, Zhou Meng asked Yang Chen, can I really be like you guys? Yang Chen said, of course, and you will be even more powerful than Zhou Ping and the others. Why? Zhou Meng asked. Yang Chen smiled and said, because you have me. Zhou Meng looked at Yang Chen's smile, and her sixth sense as a woman was instantly aroused. You smile so well. Zhou Meng looked disgusted. Yang Chen stopped smiling, touched his face with his hand, and asked, what's good about it? Zhou Meng chuckled, it's too lewd. Yang Chen laughed and stopped the car by the roadside. He turned to look at Zhou Meng with a serious expression. What's wrong? Zhou Meng was puzzled. Yang Chen said, you are the woman I will marry in the future. Isn't it too early to say these things? Zhou Meng lowered her head, clutching her clothes. Yang Chen started the car and continued driving. This time I went out, I found a manual for you, called the Free and Unrestrained Technique, which I obtained from a pair of Grandmaster husband and wife. It's what the Grandmaster's wife practiced. The Free and Unrestrained Technique, the name sounds nice, is it more powerful than Zhou Ping and the others' Pei family sword technique? Zhou Meng asked. Yang Chen said, no. Then what's good about it? Zhou Meng pouted, feeling a bit disappointed. Yang Chen smiled and said, you're also jealous of Zhou Ping and the others, it seems I need to have a small vinegar jar in the future. No way. Zhou Meng refused to admit it. Yang Chen patted Zhou Meng's hand and said, the Grandmaster's husband practiced the Vajra demon subduing scripture, and I have obtained both manuals. Men and women who practice these 2 manuals are destined to be together, unable to be separated. I have fully understood the Vajra demon subduing scripture, so if you find the Free and Unrestrained technique not high-end enough. What do you mean? Zhou Meng immediately became anxious, shouting protectively, "The free and unrestrained technique is mine, no one can take it away." Yang Chen nodded, "I am also yours." Zhou Meng felt intoxicated. And what else? Yang Chen said. Ha? Zhou Meng was puzzled. What else? Yang Chen pretended to be angry. "And you are also mine." Zhou Meng burst into laughter. "Senior, you are so childish. Only childish for you. A bit greasy again. That's because you've fallen in love. The river water is greasy. Even greasier. It means you've fallen deeper, stuck in the mud of the river, and will never get out in this lifetime." "Then I won't get out." Back in Hangda City, it was already noon. Yang Chen took Zhou Meng to have lunch first. After lunch, Zhou Meng went to rest, while Yang Chen made a detailed plan in the study. Around 2 o'clock, Zhou Meng woke up. After washing up, she wiped her face with Yang Chen's towel. Yang Chen looked at Zhou Meng, who had already removed her makeup, and pulled her into his arms, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Meng, stay with me for a few days," Yang Chen said. "Ha?" Zhou Meng was shocked, then shook her head vigorously. No, I. Yang Chen instantly understood Zhou Meng's thoughts, his face turning red. "It's not what you think. I'm not that eager. I want you to stay with me for a few days. I'll help you adjust your body, then teach you the free and unfettered secret technique. I'll arrange a bedroom for you. It won't be like what you're thinking." Zhou Meng suddenly realized she had misunderstood, but her face turned even redder. Feeling embarrassed, she immediately retorted, "Who's thinking like that? What like that?" Yang Chen had to relent. As a grown man, how could he compete with a woman in this regard? All right, it's my misunderstanding, my bad intentions. I always think of bad things. That's about right, you can't think of bad things in the future. We just established a relationship. I don't want to rush into things like that, Zhou Meng said, her voice trailing off. Yang Chen said, although the free and unfettered secret technique and the Vajra demon subduing scripture are naturally complementary, they don't have to complement each other from the beginning. At the initial stages of cultivation, practitioners of both techniques won't have any problems. As cultivation deepens, the Vajra demon subduing scripture will lead the practitioner towards extreme yang, while the free and unfettered secret technique will lead the practitioner towards extreme yin. For those with average aptitude, when they reach the second realm of consummation, which is the threshold of entering the room, the two can then engage in dual cultivation. At that time, the harmonization of yin and yang can instantly break through the bottleneck, allowing both to reach the level of Grandmaster. Do you know Feng Beisai and Mu Chunfeng? Zhou Meng shook her head. They are the boss and boss lady of Haojue, Yang Chen said. Zhou Meng immediately remembered the burly man and the charming boss lady. She nodded, I know. Yang Chen said, Feng Beisai has good aptitude, while Mu Chunfeng's aptitude is average. Although she can cultivate, due to her talent, her limit is only reaching the threshold of entering the room, and it's impossible for her to go further. So Feng Beisai can't focus on the Vajra demon subduing scripture, nor can he follow the path his master and mistress took to break through the Grandmaster bottleneck through dual cultivation. This led to him being stuck at the Grandmaster bottleneck for 10 years, until he broke through after fighting with me. Oh, that night, you went to fight with that burly man? Zhou Meng realized belatedly. Yang Chen smiled, yes, but I gained more. I also broke through to the Grandmaster level and earned a Gathering Spirit Pearl from Feng Beisai. Later, I fed the leftover medicine residue from the Gathering Spirit Pearl to Zhou Ping and the others, essentially laying a foundation for them and replenishing all the deficiencies in their bodies. That's why I was able to directly give them the Gathering Spirit Pill yesterday, breaking through their governing and conception vessels, giving them superior aptitude for cultivation. What about me? Zhou Meng asked. Yang Chen said, I knew little before, but now I know more, and I have more resources at my disposal. I will prepare well for you. When the time comes for marrow cleansing and scripture forging, I will directly open up all 8 extraordinary meridians for you. This way, your aptitude will be top-notch, and only then will you have a chance to catch up with my progress. Now, back to the free and unfettered secret technique. Yes, you said for those with average aptitude, they break through to the Grandmaster level like that. What about those with top-notch aptitude? Zhou Meng, rarely having a moment of brilliance, seized the key point. Yang Chen said, for those with top-notch aptitude, you can cultivate to the Grandmaster level of consummation, and then break through to the level of Grandmaster in one fell swoop. So you are already at the level of Grandmaster, Zhou Meng suddenly said. Yang Chen nodded, yes. So, actually, even if I reach the Grandmaster level of consummation, it won't benefit you in any way, right? Zhou Meng's mind was working quickly. Yang Chen accidentally glanced at Zhou Meng. How come you suddenly become so smart? Zhou Meng was not convinced. I'm not stupid to begin with. If I were stupid, could I have been admitted to Jian University? I just don't like to use my brain normally. Yang Chen nodded. You're right. Zhou Mengmeng, which part is right? All of it. Yang Chen smiled. Zhou Mengmeng said, can I cultivate to the level of Grandmaster in the future, and then be together with you, and then we can both advance to a higher realm? Yang Chen sighed. If I help you open the 8 extraordinary meridians and your aptitude is excellent, indeed you can cultivate to the level of Grandmaster. However, the esoteric scroll does not allow it. Zhou Mengmeng didn't understand. Yang Chen said, the esoteric scroll is so profound that it can only support you up to the 2nd level of Grandmaster, and that's because your future aptitude will be exceptional. If you want to advance further, you must perfect the esoteric scroll or find a similar, better secret technique. Zhou Mengmeng, hands on her hips, said confidently, I believe that I will have the ability to perfect the esoteric scroll by then. Yang Chen looked at Zhou Mengmeng, who was full of confidence, and nodded, alright, let's set a small goal first, to cultivate together to the level of Grandmaster. The level of Grandmaster. Zhou Mengmeng waved her small fist, looking excited and confident. Yang Chen stood up, so, let's start with the first step, stretching our muscles and bones. How do we stretch? Zhou Mengmeng asked. Yang Chen took out a large parcel from the corner. Let's go to the living room. In the living room, Yang Chen tore open the parcel, revealing a large yoga mat. Yang Chen laid out the yoga mat, stand on it. Zhou Mengmeng followed suit and stood on the yoga mat. Yang Chen grabbed Zhou Mengmeng's shoulders, bear with it. Crack. Ah. 2 hours later, Zhou Mengmeng, drenched in sweat and feeling weak all over, lay exhausted on the yoga mat, looking like she didn't want to move a finger. The 8 extraordinary meridians were opened. She then took a concentration pill. This was truly a bone-cleansing and vein-purging process, giving her a very strong martial arts talent. After resting for a while, Zhou Mengmeng regained some strength, struggled to get up, and went to take a shower. After the shower, Zhou Mengmeng suddenly felt refreshed, completely different. She had a pure feeling from the inside out. Her perception of many things around her also became stronger. She put on Yang Chen's clothes and threw her own into the washing machine. Luckily it's a washer-dryer combo, otherwise these clothes wouldn't dry. If I go home wearing senior's clothes, I don't know how my parents would react. Zhou Mengmeng complained. After pressing the start button, Zhou Mengmeng went to the living room. Yang Chen had already printed out the esoteric scroll. He handed it to Zhou Mengmeng, read it first, and after you finish, I'll demonstrate the 8 esoteric techniques for you, and then you can ask me about anything you don't understand. Okay, senior. Zhou Mengmeng took the esoteric scroll and nodded vigorously. She walked to the sofa, half lying on it, holding the esoteric scroll in her hands, humming a popular song. She wore Yang Chen's shorts, which were similar to loose capris. Her exposed half-white and tender legs, disappearing into the pants, left much to the imagination. Her fair and tender feet were slightly raised, moving gently in the air with her humming. Yang Chen forcefully turned his head away, not wanting to look at the scenery inside the pants. Although he had never eaten pork, thanks to the rise of domestic adult videos, he was used to such sights. Coupled with being 18 years old, he was at the age of youthful vigor. The unintentional exposure of that unclear scenery stimulated him a bit. The loose jeans couldn't provide comfort to his little brother. Meng, it's unusually hot today. Do you want a cold drink? Yang Chen put his hands in his pockets, turned to the side, and suppressed the restless beast. Cold drink? Zhou Mengmeng looked at Yang Chen, then saw her fair jade feet and the open shorts. Ah! Zhou Mengmeng blushed, quickly squatting down like a duck, pressing her legs against her buttocks. She was too embarrassed to look at Yang Chen, her face red as if blood was about to drip from her ears. Senior, I can drink cold drinks, but I'm not ready yet. Can you give me some more time? And didn't you say you would wait until I reached the Grandmaster level in cultivation? Yang Chen was puzzled, but then he understood. He quickly explained, Meng, you misunderstood. I just felt it was too hot and asked if you wanted a cold drink. I don't want it, I'll just have plain water. Zhou Mengmeng wanted to bury her head in her chest, her neck blushing with shame. What was she thinking? Zhou Mengmeng shouted in her mind. Yang Chen took a bottle of tea from the fridge and a glass of purified water from the dispenser, and brought it to Zhou Mengmeng. Over an hour passed. Zhou Mengmeng finally finished reading the carefree technique. Yang Chen asked, how much did you understand? Zhou Mengmeng looked embarrassed. It's obscure and hard to understand. I recognize the characters, but I don't really understand the meaning when they are put together. Yang Chen asked again, how much did you remember? Zhou Mengmeng's eyebrows raised. I found my memory has become very strong. I only read it once, but I remember all the content. I can't recite it fluently, but if you ask me about any page, I can recall it. Yang Chen was not surprised. He used a concentration pill to help her improve her memory, and now all her meridians were open. Her first improvement was in her memory. Yang Chen smiled at Zhou Mengmeng. You haven't practiced before, so it's normal not to understand these specialized texts. You remembered all the content, next I will demonstrate it to you, and then you will understand the meaning of those words. Zhou Mengmeng nodded vigorously. Yang Chen walked to the living room. The living room had been cleared into a large open space by him. He closed his eyes and recalled the 8 forms of the carefree technique. When he watched the original carefree technique, the illusory body of the carefree technique had demonstrated it several times. So although he had not practiced the carefree technique, his understanding of its essence was not inferior to Luo Tsang. The first form of the carefree technique, the carefree and difficult to understand carefree meaning. Yang Chen raised his hand, and a gentle and melancholic aura enveloped his whole body. Like a 17 or 18-year-old girl yearning for freedom in the outside world, dreaming of a lover, but feeling shy and unsure. So this is the carefree and difficult to understand carefree meaning. Zhou Mengmeng's eyes lit up. She quickly stood up and began to practice with Yang Chen. After Zhou Mengmeng's meridians were opened, her martial talent was already top-notch. She couldn't understand the carefree technique because she had no martial arts foundation. Now, after seeing Yang Chen's demonstration, she instantly grasped the essence of the carefree technique. Even after several repetitions, her aura was purer than Xu Feng's. Yang Chen, being a man, although he had comprehended the carefree technique, it was difficult for him to display its essence. Half an hour later, Zhou Mengmeng completely mastered the first form of the carefree technique. Clap, clap, clap. Yang Chen applauded and praised. This technique is indeed suitable for you. It took me an hour to grasp 60% of its essence initially, but now you have spent half an hour and your understanding of the first form exceeds mine. Zhou Mengmeng felt proud, her little butt unconsciously raised, feeling like she could wag it to the sky if she had a tail. But she praised Yang Chen. Senior taught me well. Yang Chen was pleased. He chuckled satisfactorily. Next is the second form. Yang Chen used his finger as a sword and lightly shouted, carrying the sword, wandering like a guest. Zhou Mengmeng saw Yang Chen's demonstration and immediately had various insights. With the foundation of the first form, she grasped the second form much faster. Once, twice. 20 minutes later, Zhou Mengmeng completely mastered the second form of the carefree art. Yang Chen was extremely satisfied with Zhou Mengmeng's progress. He said, next, increase the difficulty, practice 2 forms together. Carefree art, 3rd form, sitting alone on the mountain blowing a jade flute. Carefree art, 4th form, thinking of the bright moon shining over the vast sky. Zhou Mengmeng closely followed. Another 20 minutes later, Yang Chen felt Zhou Mengmeng's breath becoming more and more intense. Without waiting for Zhou Mengmeng to stop, he followed his instincts directly. Follow me. Carefree art, 5th form, the world is like a dream, the heart is like water. Carefree art, 6th form, the wind rises and the clouds surge as I soar alone. Carefree art, 7th form, originally a bystander observing the world. 8th form, carefree in the world, unrestrained. Zhou Mengmeng closely followed Yang Chen, and her intense breath quickly reached a peak. When she completed the 8th form of the carefree art, her breath suddenly became restrained. The second realm of internal strength, entering the hall.